Murphy, and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Oh, hell yeah, we're here. Monday morning. What, you thought we wouldn't be here, baby? We are here loud and proud. All-Star break, Murph and Marcus. Home Run Derby, Murph and Marcus. Monday morning, Murph and Marcus. There you are. That's you, Marcus. How you doing, buddy?
Here I am. Here you are. Here's young Tony. Here's John Joe Curley. And here's the Giants getting the series win to wrap up the first half of the MLB season.
They did. By the hair of their chinny chin, they saved my sanity because I needed a sweep, first of all, but I didn't get it. But 2 out of 3 is like the minimum I would accept because they're 47-50 going into the break, which is just like, come on, bro. What are we doing here? This gravitational pull. But I don't want to be Debbie Downer too early because that was a fun one yesterday. With Mike Yastrzemski, they call it the Little League Homer, y'all. The Little League Homer. I don't know if Margot's dive was a savvy move for that thing out there because, it's the ninth inning, nobody's on. If he lets it fall in front of him, at maximum, Yaz gets to second, right?
Mm-hmm. At maximum, because it was a ball that didn't have a lot of speed on it.
He could have held him to one.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, the dive, which really, I don't think he was going to catch it.
No.
So the dive was an ill-advised dive.
It was an ill-advised dive. Then it was an ill-advised throw by Brooks Lee, Mr. Cal Poly himself that we talked so much about last Friday with Mike Krukow. Here he is selling it into the dugout.
Right into the dugout.
I don't know why the hell he threw the ball, but hey, thanks, Brooks. Thanks for the walk-off win.
So I just spent the better part of 40 hours in Dixon, either getting to Dixon, California, coming back from Dixon, California, or being in Dixon, California, where I was at Little League All-Star Tournament for 3 days. And we'll be back tonight at 7 o'clock. But the point is, I didn't see a throw that bad the entire weekend. All right, so when you say Little League Homer, or Little League throw, you're insulting the Little Leaguers who actually hit their cuts all weekend there. But that's All-Star Baseball. But yeah, the Giants do it. They get 2 out of 3. Good vibe out there. Unfortunately, the Core 4 day was the day they lost the game.
Yeah, Saturday was great vibes with the ceremony, the boys being honored. It would have been nice to get the win on Saturday, but hey, who's going to complain about taking 2 out of 3 against a pretty good Minnesota Twins roster?
If you look at the weekend overall, Twins actually real good, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you see Carlos Correa sitting out the All-Star game with plantar fasciitis?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a Farhan chuckle on there for me, buddy? Plantar. I mean, is this where Farhan says, see?
I mean,
I told you.
And the fact that it happens the week that Carlos Correa is in town in San Francisco. Do you think he was just sitting up in that same hotel during the games this weekend that he was waiting for that interview? Yeah, with that worn suit.
The thing is, plantar fasciitis, to my understanding, is the kind of thing that never goes away. Is this exactly what the Giants were talking about? I know.
It might be, Murph. It might be.
I heard you guys. I heard you guys. I don't know. We'll see. I still wish Carlos Correa was the Giants shortstop. Yeah. Although Brett Wisely had a really nifty play yesterday to preserve Blake Snell's perfecto, guys.
Yeah, and that was one of those plays where it happens and you start to think to yourself, like, that's one of those perfect type of plays that usually happens in games like this. And Murph sitting there at the ballpark yesterday, Blake Snell got through the 5th inning. He got through the 6th inning at only 69 pitches. I started to think to myself, damn, we might be onto something.
You might have seen your second straight after your Domingo Herman effort last year in Oakland.
I know, and that's us almost getting Alex Cobb last year when he took it 8 2/3.
Wait, he didn't take a perfecto, did he?
No, that was a no-hitter, I believe.
Yeah,
because I believe this is the deepest perfect game that the Giants have had since Johnny Cueto went.
Yeah, in 2018. So, you were thinking it, huh?
I was thinking perfection. Of course, I was at the ballpark, so I didn't want to mention anything out loud. It's always funny talking to fans about whether or not you should talk about it, whether or not you should start to bring it up.
I feel like John Miller and Dave Fleming, somewhere around, 10, 15 years ago, just kicked down the door. They went for it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, whoa.
They were pretty open about talking about it because, I got my transistor radio in my back pocket. I'm always listening to KNBR during the games. And through like the 2nd or 3rd innings, Dave was like, yeah, he's perfect through 2. He's perfect through 3. Nobody has reached base yet.
The hell with the curse. Maybe that was the curse. Maybe if he hadn't said it, he'd have thrown a perfecto.
Maybe.
But anyway, Blake Snell has now arrived as a Giant. Uno game in, and hey, listen, if you want to spin super positive, Blake Snell's second half, Blake Snell could be arriving. It means every 5th day could be a very good day for the Giants. Also, Robbie Ray could be appearing in Dodger Stadium next week.
That's true. Just had a great rehab start in San Jose this past weekend, 9 strikeouts.
Maybe one day they'll get to 500.
Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
But I do want to shout out right now the good people of Dixon, California, because this magical summer continues. As I said to the boys, and Sunday was Country Music Day at Dixon. Saturday they were blasting. So what you do at these tournaments now, at these All-Star tournaments, part of the vibe is the pregame tunes that are blasting from the host. Saturday was incredible. It was all R&B, hip hop, and soul from my era. It was like Snoop and Dre, Bobby Brown, all sorts of fun stuff. And I was like, yeah, listen to this. Yesterday was country music day. They were playing a bunch of country music. And I said to the kids in the dugout, I said, look at you boys. American boys in the summertime playing a Little League All-Star game with the country music blasting in Dixon, California. This is what it's all about, boys. You know what I mean? Let's have some fun. Let's go play some ball on an American Sunday. And so the good people of Dixon, I got to tell you, and we're going back tonight, Marcus. We're not dead yet. It's double a limb. We have one loss. And I want to shout out listeners all over Dixon who came out, and Bill from Sacramento, Mike from Vacaville, among others, Casey, our tournament director up in Dixon, and that whole family. But I also want to shout out a couple of great brewers. Can I give 2 breweries a free plug?
Absolutely.
My God, for you, buddy. These are like destination place. This place, Rustuller Farm, this place like destination, dude. A gigantic farm, acres and acres and acres. I'm not even sure what they grow, but it's just like gigantic farm. Hay, bales of hay, ducks, chicken running around. Huge barn with like spray misters and huge vats of local beer. A wooden stage out in the middle of the farm playing country music, food trucks dropping tacos and stuff on you, sitting on hay bales as you eat and drink awesome local beers. One of my coaches, Coach Clark's like, is this heaven? I mean, honestly, so shout that place out. And a runner-up, Solano Brewing Company in Vacaville with a big open lawn, low-slung ranch fences, great local beers. So we hit ball fields and breweries.
Dude, that's one hell of a weekend. And I love the image of you having a beer on the farm.
Yeah.
Now, are there like cows?
Farm Murph.
Are there like cows like walking through? Any like
cows,
animals?
Ducks and chickens.
Okay, ducks and chickens.
Ducks and chickens. Yeah, they're just waddling through.
Dude, hell yeah.
Chicken going right past you as you're eating there, as you're sitting there having your beer.
Yeah, I once went to a brewery that was on a goat farm.
Well,
they had a bunch of goats that you can go up
goats
and
aren't
pet.
as like pretty as ducks and chickens. You know what I mean? So anyway, it was a great 3 days. I figured out I spent 40 hours either in Dixon or going to or from. So I kind of had a tough time keeping track with the Giants, but I did. Friday night, looked at the phone. That was great.
Yeah.
Kyle Harrison, right? Saturday, we just talked about the Core 4 game, and then yesterday's near perfection. I guess we got to call it in.
We do.
Don't we? Got to make it official.
It's about time.
As the Giants go into the home run derby tonight. No Giants in the home run derby. By the way, Giants didn't hit a home run all weekend.
Yeah, tell that to our Giants home run pool that we have every single day. That pot is building up, getting bigger and bigger by every passing game.
Yeah. That's actually the positive of that. The negative is they're not hitting home runs.
Yeah, exactly. The negative is no one's cashing in on that home run pot.
The positive is somebody's going to cash in eventually. Well, they open in Colorado.
Someone's got to hit a home run in Colorado.
Somebody's got to do that. But in the meantime, Pat Burrell calls Rob Manfred. Manfred said, "Can't you see I'm busy with the draft?" He said, "Why don't you multitask? You empty suit and put it in the book. San Francisco Giants 3, Minnesota Twins 2."
Beautiful baseball. Beautiful baseball. Screw you. Screw you.
Let's go, San Francisco. Let's go, Giants.
I love you.
Say hey, say Willie, that Giants came in spring.
Thank you very much. Enjoyed it.
Yeah, sounds good. Even though no strobe light was flashed, man. So you ready for the home run derby?
I'm ready for the home run derby, but I'm really curious about what the music selection is going to be tonight up in Dixon.
I know, I'm ready.
I know, we had a country Sunday. Is it going to be like EDM and like house music on a Monday night?
In late 80s, early 90s R&B and hip hop soul on the Saturday morning. So we'll see. Should be at least a tolerable temperature. Friday was a little rough, guys.
Ooh.
Friday was a little rough. Maybe I think we might have melted a little bit. And by the way, tip of the cap to Alameda Little League for outstanding competition. I mean, a 1-0 game yesterday in an elimination game. I mean, that's just a coin flip game. And then Saturday, Vacaville National. Those guys were very cool too. Just nice to meet nice people from around the Bay Area who are all KNBR listeners.
That's it.
Which is that's the ultimate thing. Forget the baseball. Do you listen to KNBR?
Yeah, download that KNBR app.
So, all right, back at it again tonight out in Dixon against mighty Petaluma American. They are tough, man. If you're going to play in a Little League All-Star tournament, at some point you got to beat Petaluma, right? Because they live for that. This guy's going to Williamsport, these guys. So, all right, guys. So it'll be fun day. We got a fun guest list coming our way. Summer vibe coming your way on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I like that.
Now,
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giant and voice of the Minnesota Twins, Danny Gladden, stopped by Extra Innings this past weekend with Bill Lasky to break down the Twins and Giants series. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called in the outside corner. He got him with a curveball. Snell delivers. He struck him out swinging, a curve in the dirt, bouncing off the glove of Bailey, who retrieves it in front of the plate and throws him out at first.
1-2 pitch. Walner strikes out swinging. Fastball, he just overpowered him.
Now the pitch. Curveball struck him out swinging. 1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. Got him on the next one anyway. That's 6 perfect innings from Blake Snell.
The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3, a curve got him. And we'll see. After giving up the hit, it's at least possible that Snell is done for the day. What a performance by Blake Snell.
Good, yeah, it's good. Getting better. Found some things that I like today with consistency in my delivery and just, repeating that. So happy with that. Sequences, I was happy with them, but a couple that I could have done better. Results went my way, but overall, yeah, happy, feel good. Happy we were able to get the win at the end.
All right. Do you forgive it? Do you forgive him now? Is it all okay now? Is it all good with your guy, B. Snell, your boy B. Snell, as you like to call him?
It's your boy B. Snell tearing up this beat on the rejoin, not just with the highlights, but also with the soundtrack.
This is him?
Yeah.
Let's hear it. This guy is a trip, man. A lefty from Seattle. This is what you get. Seattle's nice, got some funk up there, baby. And plus you throw in the left-hand factor, and he's going to be majorly funky. Okay, I got news for you. In the month of July, he's made 2 starts. 12 innings, 2 hits. I'm going to say that again. 12 innings, 2 hits. Obviously, no runs scored. 12 shutout innings. What do you want? 3 walks might be his only sin. 11 strikeouts. This guy is arriving right before our eyes. We had him on the trade block. Do you still have him on the trade block?
I would say yesterday's outing increased his value on the trade block.
I'd say very much
real
so.
quick, Murph, when you're going over those numbers from the last 2 starts, you mentioned 3 walks. None of those happened yesterday.
No, none.
That was my biggest takeaway. 0 walks for Blake Snell. And there I was in the crowd yelling, no free 90s.
Yeah.
No free 90s, because look at his pitch total. Got through 6 perfect innings, then lets up a base knock to Margot, gets a ground ball double play the very next batter. So he faced the minimum. 21 up, 21 down, only 80 total pitches on the day. Blake Snell could have worked deeper into this game when we were sitting here bitching and complaining about him only making it 5 innings. Prior to this, in his last start, this was by far his best start in a Giants uniform. And this is some of that momentum after we talked about all season long. Second half Snell, and we'll see if he can pay dividends in the second half for the Giants.
And we still don't know whether they'll be buyers or sellers.
Yeah.
We don't. So here's the deal right now. They're 47-50. That's right, 47-50. Jeez, that's so depressing. The third wild card is currently held by your New York Mets at 49-46. Now, behind them, Arizona, 49-48. San Diego, 50-48. Pittsburgh, Paul Skeens, the Pittsburgh Paul Skeens are 48-48. And then the Giants and the Reds, that's right, the Reds are 47-50. So, in other words, the Giants are not just tied with the Reds, but there's 3 teams they have to pass just to get to the Mets. So there's basically 5 teams other than the Giants fighting for that third wild card. And right now the Giants are in 5th out of those 5 teams. So there's nothing like overly exciting about their chances of making the postseason. So this seller and buyer thing is still up in the air. And we won't know for 4 days. Now we got some time off, guys. Monday, home run derby. Tuesday, all-star game. Wednesday, Thursday, off. And then Friday at Colorado. 3 in Colorado, 4 in L.A. And, oh, by the way, the Dodgers might be hit. And finally, my buddy, the Dodger fan who hates his own team, and I kept yelling at him like, blank you.
The self-loathing Dodger
Betts.
fan, yeah.
They don't have Mookie Betts.
Not right now.
No. And did you see they blew 2 ninth-inning leads to the Tigers this weekend?
Oh, Murph.
2 ninth-inning leads.
I was sitting around waiting for the MLB Futures game to start on Saturday because, I'm a Futures head. Shout out to our guy Bryce Eldridge, went 1 for 2 with a knock in the game on Saturday.
Way to keep tabs, buddy.
And while MLB Network was waiting to switch over to the Futures game, they had the Dodgers-Tigers game on. And it was like a 9-1, 9-2 lead or something. And then next thing you know, the Tigers started chipping back and back and back. And they had to cut away from the Dodgers game because it didn't end in time. And then they were giving us live updates throughout the prospect game. And they're like, oh, by the way, Dodgers found a way to lose that game. I don't know how the hell they dropped back-to-back and blew it against the Tigers.
You're up 9-4 going to the ninth
that's
inning.
what it was.
9-4 in the ninth inning, and the Tigers scored 5 in the ninth and then won it in the 10th. And then yesterday, same kind of thing. The Dodgers and the Tigers, the Dodgers had a 3-2 lead in the ninth inning. Tigers walked it off with 2 in the bottom of the ninth. So back-to-back choke jobs by the Tigers. So maybe, but the point of that story is, you're going to 4 in L.A. The Dodgers are not revving it.
No, they're not playing their best ball. And that's going to be the thing, Murph. You said we won't know until the next 4 or 5 days. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah.
We won't know really what's going on with this team until the next 14 to 15 days, leading all the way up to the MLB trade deadline. Because we heard those comments last week from Farhan saying if things don't turn around, then yes, they might be sellers in this market. But I think if they're in the same spot they are today at the trade deadline, only being 3 games out, it's going to be hard to sell somebody like Blake Snell because, again, it goes back to what we were saying when Blake Snell signed this offseason. If you do view yourself as a playoff team, if you can get performances like we're getting out of Blake Snell in his last 2 starts, that's the type of guy you want in the postseason. That's the type of guy who can give you an opportunity to win a series in the postseason.
Did you just say postseason?
I know, it's crazy to think about, but here they are 3 games out, and I'm just trying to get into the mindset of the Giants front office.
Yeah.
If they believe that they're still in striking distance of the playoffs, I don't think they're going to sell.
And so they also, as we learned yesterday from the draft, which we haven't even mentioned, welcome Mr. Tibbs, James Tibbs III.
The third.
Shout out old movie heads who remember the Sidney Poitier 1970 flick. They call me Mr. Tibbs. No way, young Tony. In fact, a good time to say good morning to young Tony, who's still cleaning up after the 4th of July bash. Good morning, young Tone. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
How was your weekend?
It was amazing.
Any more career lows on the golf course?
No. Shot a 94.
Pretty good.
And then played yesterday as well at 80 at, Dublin Ranch, like a par 3 course.
80?
Yeah, it's a par 63, a lot of par 3s.
You know what they call that? They call that an executive golf course.
By the way, 2 birdies on the back and got a little sick after drinking a lot on Saturday. Let's just say that.
Did you birdie then puke? Is that what you did?
So on 9, got a little sick, and then, made par on 9 after yakking, and then made 2 birdies on the back 9.
Wait a minute. You booted on the golf course.
I'm not even lying to you.
Yak and rally, Tony. Yak and rally.
Who was that? Was it Hunter Green the other day who puked on the mound?
He puked on the mound like mid-pitch.
You're the Hunter Green of the executive golf course world.
Yeah.
First time that's ever happened to me, honestly.
But not the first time it's happened to somebody in your family, right?
Correct, yes.
What was the culprit? Tequila?
No, it's just a lot of beverages, just a mix of everything.
Is that a common thing for you to get sick like that?
No, honestly, especially not on a golf course.
Oh man. I hope you were playing with some like nice old lady who was just absolutely shocked and flabbergasted at what she was seeing.
Actually, nobody saw it. It was just me and my buddy Tyler.
This is incredible. Anyway, young Tony booting and making birdies.
Well, young Tony, and shout out to young Tony's boys too. I went up to go hang out with young Tony Friday night in the bleachers. We caught the tail end of the Giants win on Friday.
What's young Tony's crew like?
Yeah. Oh, dude, they had some characters. We went out there. We had some beers. We had some good times. Yeah. We had some riffs, and apparently they're both big listeners of the show. So shout out to Tony's guys.
Big time. Brendan and Sebastian living in the city. I was out with them on Saturday night.
Are they watching on YouTube or Twitch right now?
They're probably not up, but most likely I'll clip this. I'll send it to them.
So they're the ones who got you sick enough to puke.
Correct. Yes. Okay. And they were stoked, by the way. I made par on 9 and then birdied the last.
I mean, the fact that you made par and then puked is pretty impressive, buddy. I'll
Yak
tip my
and rally,
cap.
boys. Yak and rally.
I will tip my cap. I was just going to say the start of the young Tone. There's no way you know the Sidney Poitier movie, They Call Me Mr. Tibbs, right?
Dave was educating me on that this morning.
Yeah. You don't even know Sidney Poitier, do you?
No.
Yeah, okay. We'll write that down.
No, I don't think I do either, Murph.
Even you, the film buff?
Maybe if I saw a photo.
Well, he was in the movie Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, the big race relations movie where it's a white girl brings black boyfriend Sidney Poitier home to her conservative San Francisco parents. By the way, that's how long the movie was. That's how long ago the movie was.
Yeah.
There were conservative parents in San Francisco. Katharine Hepburn and Spencer Tracy and the handsome Sidney Poitier. You got a drop?
They call me Mr. Tibbs.
Oh, my God.
Mr. Tibbs!
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Play into the demo right there, baby.
Yeah, well, Mr. Tibbs, welcome to San Francisco. James Tibbs III out of Florida State.
ACC Player of the Year, power guy.
Yeah.
Did you see when they asked him to compare himself to somebody? You see who he said? We'll be here all day before you can go. We'll be here for days before you can guess who he compared himself to.
I don't know.
And the guy has played in the last, well, let me check where he is right now, actually.
I don't know. What did he do? Like drop like a Connor Joe reference or something like that?
By the way, I gave a Connor Joe card. You know, I give baseball cards before the game, every game on the lineup.
You do?
Yesterday, Connor Joe went to Beckett. Wow. I said, Beckett, if you were a big league player, you'd be Connor Joe. He's got the great hair, too. And he's an energy guy. Let's see here. He is currently with the, what if I told you he's currently with the, no, is he out of baseball now?
Uh-oh.
But I'll tell you this, he hit 33 bombs as recently as 2019.
33 bombs 2019, American National League.
He hit it for Tom Tolbert's LA Angels.
Now, you see, this is almost like we're playing 20 questions. Or should I say 21 questions, Tony?
Cole Calhoun.
Calhoun?
He goes, yeah.
I would have guessed Willie Calhoun out of Benicia before I said Cole Calhoun.
Shut up, Benicia. But they said, who would you comp yourself to? He's got Cole. I'm like, really?
Ooh.
Okay. By the way, Cole Calhoun wound up hitting 179 career bombs. So.
All right, give me 179, James Tibbs III.
We got to get the guest list going because we got to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Go, Tony, go. What do you got?
All right, we have a special Sergio Romo replay. He joined us on Friday. It was an incredible interview. We are going to replay that for you at 6:30.
Yeah, we need it.
We have your Hums and Bums at 6:50, Mike Krukow at 7:30, the big hit at 7:50, cooler content at 8:15, and then the great John Miller at 8:50.
We think Sergio Romo has value for you, the early crowd, so you get a treat next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
They call me Mr. Tibbs.
Mr. Tibbs!
KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Okay, Sergio Romo joined us Friday, and we had such great reaction to it. We wanted to give the early crowd a taste. Saturday, he and Jeremy Affeldt and Javier Lopez and Santiago Casilla went on the Wall of Fame, and Sergio came on Friday morning and bared his heart and soul and love of the game and fans and family, and began on the Yuma guest line by saying, Sergio, good morning. How are you?
Hey, fellas. Good morning. No, thank you. Wow. I got a phone call in January, and I got told about something awesome happening on July 13th this year, and I couldn't really believe it, and I ended up sitting on the couch for about 20 or 30 minutes after I received that phone call, not knowing I had spent 20 or 30 minutes on the couch, and I had tears running down my eyes.
And Sergio, I feel like we have to make sure to also give a shout-out to your grandpa, who also helped you discover your slider, correct?
Yeah, he's the one that taught me my grip. The grip he taught me that my senior year in college, and when I went to school in Colorado, because the grip that I had used prior to that, it was very inconsistent in Colorado when I went to school my senior year. So I came home for for the winter break, and he was like, I basically had told him, I was like, oh man, my slider's not that great over there, and he's like, oh, here, try this. So he told me his concepts, and yeah, that's the one guy that didn't ever want to see me put on a San Francisco Giants uniform. He wanted to see me in another uniform.
Yeah, which you wore eventually. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah, but that's that guy. He wanted me to be a non-Giant, but by the end of it all, he was.
Did you ever get him to wear a Giants hat?
Yeah.
I love it. That's his grandfather, Don, lifelong Dodger fan. That's so great.
I got a pretty gnarly insight on that one. My grandpa right now, he was buried in the first Giants hat I gave him.
Whoa.
So.
Wow.
Yeah, and this is a diehard Dodgers fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
the type of stuff that it's like there's little instances like this and things that have happened. I'm going, man, that have just been reminders that everything that I can honestly say I felt was a dream. It is 100% real. There's these little tidbits like that have just meant to be. That happened because that was meant to happen. So it's just, I don't know. It just kind of made it all seem like it was, faith driven and, destiny in a sense. So I don't know. It's been a great ride. I hope everybody. Not only my teammates, but I hope the fan base, all fan bases, from every organization I ever played for, especially the Giants. I hope you guys know that I cared.
I think we know.
Yeah, and Sergio, you mentioned earlier how surreal it's going to be for you this weekend to see your face on the Wall of Fame. I'm just wondering if you've thought about whether it's your dad's reaction, your grandpa's reaction, or what they would think of you being immortalized at that ballpark.
Well, in actuality, my grandpa passed away, or my grandpa's passed away, so they won't be there to see. But I know they'll be there, in essence, with me. But my dad, I don't know. I think my dad is. I still have the same, the memory and engraved in my head of his reaction when I debuted in Cleveland in 2008.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
I can still see his fist pumps.
Yeah, it was incredible.
I could still see the high fives to my Uncle Fred, who was there, my high school coach Pedro, who was there, my you know what I'm saying, my college coach. Coach Hanks, I could still see him swinging those high fives around, so
So good, man. Hey, let's talk a little bit about your teammates because you've said this before, but for people who haven't heard it, it's worth revisiting. One of the guys on this statue, Javi Lopez. So you had to rev hot to get as far as you could get. You had incredible competitive desire, and it bled over sometimes maybe into what you thought maybe some of the big leaguers thought wasn't the right big league behavior. And can you speak to Javi Lopez's role in letting you know, hey, you made it here, kid, but you're not going to stay here unless you change some stuff, and how Javi, I don't want to say he saved you, but he mentored you.
Yeah. That guy. Not just Javi, but Javi was probably the most, like, he was the first one, and he was the most consistent. And he still hasn't stopped being that for me. It wasn't that I was misbehaving in a whole lot of sense, but I wasn't doing everything properly. I was a bad outing or two away from giving them a reason to shit me out, and to not continue to give me these opportunities to be in the big leagues and to live out these dreams that, we go out on a whim and we bet on ourselves and we make it this far, and we don't realize that we do some things here and there that could have cost us all of that. But then there are men like Santiago Casilla, men like Jeremy Afel, men like Javi Lopez that care about those around them, that know how to put their egos, their own personal selfishness and desires to the side so that they could lift somebody up and bring somebody with them along for this joyous ride, So one of the biggest blessings in my career was trading for Javi Lopez, was signing Casilla in 2009, was signing Jeremy Afel in 2009, and continuing to give them contracts to be in the same bullpen. Like, what we were able to accomplish together, it just doesn't happen. Sorry, it just doesn't happen. So when I got that phone call in January that was getting inducted into the Wall of Fame, I did ask Larry Barrett, well, what about Javi? Or what about Jeremy? Or what about Santiago? Specifically about those three. Why? Well, the other guy that had taught me a lot about being a big league reliever was already on that wall. That's Brian Wilson. That was my Batman, and I was his Robin. Now, the other three, they were that impactful. Yeah, those guys deserve to be on there too, regardless. And I'm going to say this jokingly, so please don't take this the wrong way. All you guys listening, I'm the only one out of us four that officially qualifies, that meets all qualifications.
That's right.
9 years with the team or 5 years in an all-star. I know this, but I am the least deserving out of those three in my eyes. That's crazy. Because I'm not playing 9 years with the Giants without those three. Arm around my shoulder. Give me those, big brother, noogies on the head, hard love, that type of stuff. Like, yeah, those guys. Big reasons why I was able to do what I was able to do, let alone for as long as I was able to do it for.
We talk about all the time in sports how important team chemistry is to winning, and you can tell how much you care about your teammates. So I'd love to ask you about that chemistry, about the culture, not just with the core four, but the entire bullpen, including those guys like Brian Wilson, and how much do you think that contribute to all the success you guys had?
I just feel that they showed me how to be unselfish. They showed me how to be in the light, but not take up all of the light. They showed me how to share and give here, you. If you're good, that means you can handle what you need to do. And if you're good, you can handle what you need to do. And you, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. the only thing that we thought about ourselves was making sure we were where we needed to be, when we needed to be, doing what we were needed to be doing at that time for the squad. Like, yeah, those guys, those group. That's why those 9 years of my life were phenomenal. Not just cool, dope, great. No, phenomenal, amazing, unthinkable. Why? Unimaginable. You can't write a script better than those teams that we were on, those teams that I was blessed to be on. You can't. I'm sorry. You just can't. Can't write a better script. So, although I'm not very tall, in actuality, 5'10", I was taught how to stand tall like a giant.
Whew. Some big words,
That's
man.
crazy. That's some crazy stuff.
It's so awesome. I know, and we got to let you go, but I want to add like one last thing. And I have your postseason pitching game log up, and it started not, great. I know game 2 against the Braves and NLDS 2010.
Don't remind me.
I know, but what the point is the journey, right? Now I go down to 2 years later at Cincinnati, game 5. And I mean, you want to talk about first of all, learning October, right? And then, of course, Cabrera speaks for itself. But I want to ask you to describe that. October, on the mound, that atmosphere, what it takes, learning what it takes to get that out in October.
When I got that chance to close the season out in 12, that outing, game 4, I've said this before, that was one of my least nervous, the slightest bit 1% I was in my whole career. And the reason why was my teammates. They gave me this unwavering confidence in myself that I slightly doubted myself, all I had to do was look in the dugout, and they were all on the top step going, yeah, that's our guy. That's our champion right now. That's the guy that's on the mound, and he's gonna shut the door and solidify and, make it concrete that we're champions again. That guy. That's the guy we're putting our faith in. So having experience let down on that type of stage of that magnitude, bottom of the 8th inning, on the road, game 3, hostile environment, 1-0 ball game. We had just taken the lead. Then sure enough, 2 hitters later, when I'm into it, I give it up. Yeah. But the fact that with 2 outs, nobody on, 0-2 count, got Freddie Sanchez base hit up the middle, picks me up. Then you walk a walk. Then you get a base hit to right field, 2-out base hit by Aubrey Huff. We tie the game. Then there's the mishaps of, we'll just not mention his name so that we can just let him rest mentally easy. Their second baseman kind of helped us out, but still, they picked me up. They showed me how to be a part of a team. They showed me how not to hang my head in the grandest of stages with the brightest of lights in my face. It put shades over my eyes, basically, so that I wasn't blinded by the light. All I did after that was just follow suit. I didn't have to be anything else but myself and just play my part on the team. And it ended up somewhat contributing 3 World Series. That's gnarly.
You go, buddy. Get a great night's sleep. Look at your beautiful family and your beautiful friends and soak in tomorrow, all right?
Yes, sir. No, thank you. Thank you, guys. I always love talking to you guys. You guys at KNBR, you guys have always treated me great. And well, fan base, if this would be the last time I address you guys ever, just thank you. This is what an unbelievable ride. You can go figure. I weaseled my way onto some good teams, and
Dude.
3 of my teammates are getting rewarded for that.
And if you need
if
you need any positive affirmation, there's a million texts right now saying that people are tearing up, they're getting goosebumps, they want to give you hugs, they love hearing you, they thank you. So everybody's happy tears. Somebody said Sergio was him, interview of the year, all this stuff. So just let you know you got a city that has your back. All right, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Sergio.
Now they have not showed me otherwise since 2005 and 2008 when I got called up. So thank you. You guys are awesome.
The love was real. That's a little Monday morning treat for you guys. More Giants baseball. Susan Slusser joining Johnny Lund and Carlos Ramirez today at 11:30. And, of course, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. So that was a great start to the Monday. Now, the official start to your Monday. Hum babies, bum babies, winners, losers from the weekend next on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
What do you want? Same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, you know the deal. It's official now. Hum babies and bum babies, winners and losers. Your weekend does not end until you get your hums and bums. Your work week does not start until you get your hums and bums. Here we go. Let's dive right in. Marcus Boucher, the Water Boy, after 3 days down at 3rd and King. Had a lot of fun down there, and you sussed it out, and you're the happy guy. You get the winners.
Oh, I'm the happy guy because I've been to 45 of 50 Giants home games so far this season.
Are ushers recognizing you?
I dap them up all the time. I got a couple of guys that I run to almost every single game now, so I wanted to make sure to give an update to Tacky and all the guys in the YouTube chat who set the over-under of 60 games total for Waterboy this season. I think we're blowing by that mark. We're on pace right now, 45 games, and I got to see 3 of them this weekend, and I got to see a Giants series win. So why not start off with maybe the biggest story of the weekend, Blake Humbaby Snell.
Hey.
Boy, oh boy, it's been a while since we've seen Blake Snell work into the 7th inning. But yesterday, Murph, he worked into the 6th inning with a perfect game. A nearly flawless performance yesterday from Blake Snell to wrap up the first half of the MLB season. 7 innings pitched, 8 strikeouts, only allowed 1 hit in the 6th inning to Margot, then gets a ground ball double play the very next batter. So that means he was still facing the minimum even after the 6th, closed it out in the 7th, 21 up, 21 down. Come on down, Blake Snell. You're a home baby this morning.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called in the outside corner. He got him with a curveball. It came back and caught the edge. Strong first for Snell. Now the pitch. Curveball struck him out swinging. Started him with a curve and finished him off with the same. It's twice that Jeffers has been up, and both times struck out swinging.
Here's the 2-2. Margot hits a little liner into left. That's going to be a base hit. A 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and he did get it in on the hands, but Margot was able to flip it into left. Giants fans are giving a standing ovation to Snell. First base runner for the Twins all game on his 74th pitch.
Yeah, I was aware of it. I also knew with how I've been feeling and what I've been going through that the only way I was going to even think about it is if I kept it under 100. So anything a pitch over I wasn't going to do. So we didn't get there, so that's fine. But definitely building back into it is the number one priority on my mind is go as deep as we can, but with the pitchers, it's going to go 80, 85 a day, so happy with that.
That, of course, was the voice of Blake Snell talking about working deeper and deeper into games. And Murph, he continues to get better each and every game. Don't look now, but it looks like second half Snell is starting to show up.
Well, the fact that you're saying the words Blake Snell and hum baby is news enough right there.
How
right?
times have changed.
I mean, that guy's been a bum baby about 4 different times. So my big question going out is, like, how do you slot him coming out of the break? Because obviously you want him to pitch as much as possible, but you also want to pitch him at Dodger Stadium. I guess you pitch him Friday in Colorado, and then you'll get him at Dodger Stadium because it goes Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Denver, and then you have 4 at Dodger Stadium. So That's my game plan. How about you?
Sounds like a plan to me. Sign me up. I want as much Snell as possible. Who knows? Maybe raise his trade value depending on where the Giants are in about 14, 15 days at that deadline.
I mean, we got 2 weeks of mystery coming our way, but right now, no mystery. The guy was damn near perfect yesterday. And when he's on, that curveball, buddy, what do you call it? I heard Mike, I think Krukow yesterday called it the golden snapper.
Ooh.
The golden snapper.
I like that name. And Mike Krukow, I think outside of me, has been the most positive about Blake Snell on these airwaves. This is the Cy Young kind of stuff that we see from Blake Snell, even when he was struggling this year. It's good that he's competing in the strikeout. No walks yesterday. If Blake Snell is going out here and giving out no free 90s, then he can actually work into the 6th, 7th. Looking forward to seeing more Blake Snell in the second half of the season. Now, Murph, I will say my only complaint is Blake Snell did not get the win. And we'll find out why in our Bum Baby list in just a few minutes. But the Giants did end up getting the win on the day. And it's all because Mr. Mike Yastrzemski got the walk-off Little League home run. That's right. He hits a fly ball to center field. And the man that broke up the perfect game, Margot, decides to lay out, which was probably ill-advised. That's one thing. That makes Yaz get on his horse and get all the way around to third base. And then for whatever reason, the first-round draft pick out of Cal Poly, Tony, I got to call it your boy, Brooks Lee, who had some great defensive plays on Saturday at second base, decides to try to throw the ball to third when Yaz is already standing up with a stand-up triple. Yeah. The ball goes flying into the dugout, and all of a sudden, we have a walk-off Little League home run, round the bases, big day for Mike Yastrzemski, and he tops it off with a walk-off win. That's how you end the first half of the Major League season. Here are the highlights from Yaz, and an out-of-breath Yaz explaining his walk-off after the game yesterday.
2-1 pitch. Yaz swings and hits one into the gap, right center field. That one is falling, a dive, and no! It rolls past the center fielder, Margot. Yaz around second, digging for third, and standing at third on a wild throw. The throw goes out of play, and this ball game is over. A Little League home run to wrap it up. A triple for Yastrzemski, and then an incredibly wild and sort of insane throw that did not need to be made, and that gave the Giants the win. 3-2 Giants.
Mostly it was just praying for it to get down, trying to get to second base. Once I saw him lay out for it, it was leave it all out there. We got 4 days off, so the legs will have time to recover now.
Yeah, have a couple days off. Enjoy your trips to Tahoe, Mexico, wherever the hell you're going. But you're ending the first half of the season with a win. The Giants' 9th walk-off win of the season. Murph, you can never count out these kids late in ball games.
No, and by the way, with 9 walk-off wins, I expect them to be a little bit better in the standings right now. But by the way, Yaz is kind of on one right now, huh? There's a story about how his numbers, I don't have the numbers right in front of me. I'll get them for you a little bit later.
I mean,
but he's
yesterday he went 3 for 3. In his last 4 games, he's 8 for 15. So Yaz is swinging a nice stick right now.
That's a guy who's frequently a target of the fans. But man, oh man, that was used. They needed it. They needed it. So good hum, baby. Yeah.
Big win. So we got the win Friday night. We got the win Sunday. Didn't get the win on Saturday, but it was a good day to be at the ballpark to honor the core 4. That's right. Sergio Romo, Jeremy Afel, Javi Lopez, and Santiago Garcia all got introduced, or should I say inducted, into the San Francisco Giants Wall of Fame. If you missed it, we just replayed the Sergio Romo interview that we had on Friday. Fantastic breakdown of Sergio talking about his relationship with all of his teammates. It was cool to see some of his teammates like Buster Posey and Vogie out there talking about their boys. A great back and forth. So we wanted to share some of those clips and some of those highlights about the core 4 going on the Giants Wall of Fame. Here is a little clip of each of them talking this Saturday before being inducted into the Wall of Fame.
I mean, for me, we're brothers. Like, I just start smiling every time I see these guys. It's been a great couple days. Get to see their families. The kids are all grown up. It's hard to believe that it's been that long since we've been together. But, the game doesn't, there's moments in time that we're able to capture. And every time I look at them, I just see them being young, even though they're all nice and getting white. Like, we're getting old. But in my mind, we're always going to be putting on the black and orange.
It blesses me. We worked really hard to do our jobs. We had great starting pitchers setting us up. We had unbelievable defense when we played. We had obviously a Hall of Fame backstop catching us. And so it made our job a lot easier. I didn't make their job a lot easier. They made mine a lot easier. But I'm so blessed, and I'm almost overwhelmed a little bit, and I told myself I will not cry, so I have to stop so I don't cry.
We are a band of brothers, and I look at them and I tell them thank you every time. And I know Javi hasn't believed me. I've told him probably the most times, but these three guys help me. They honestly make me feel that without them, I don't last as long as I did.
Casilla.
I'm here, baby.
It was good to see all the boys back at Oracle Park this weekend. Giants introduced them out of the bullpen, which is funny because none of them exited out of the bullpen during their actual playing career. Shout out to Sergio, did get the walk out during that spring training game against the A's as he set the retirement off, but it was a good way to honor the core four, Murph, the same bullpen that between 2010 and 2014 in that 3 World Series title run pitched 78 and 2/3 inning and only allowed 10 earned runs. That's a combined 1.14 ERA.
Is that postseason or just overall?
Postseason.
Oh, man,
2010 to 2014.
Wow. Fantastic. Congratulations. And like you said, we heard Sergio earlier. All right, good job. And your great point about them never having the center field bullpen that wasn't around.
Yeah.
They used to do down left field line.
They all had to walk in from the bullpen for the first time.
The Mac Williamson mound that is gone now. Hey, by the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, well, way to be happy, way to be positive, way to be upbeat. But you know it, for every winner, there's a loser. For every smile, there's a frown. That's why on those emojis that you have on your phone, there's a lot of smiley ones, and there's a lot of mad, sad ones, too, right? So that's where we're going here. Bum baby time. And it starts with a guy, I don't know. Come on, man. It's 2-0 in the 9th inning. Everybody's feeling good. It's Sunday. It's the summer. Snell's damn near perfect. Let's just wrap this thing up and go home. But as you say, Marcus, free 90s will haunt you.
Can't do it.
I'm going to shout out my gutty Mill Valley Little League All-Stars who in 2 elimination games on Saturday and Sunday in 12 innings issued 1 walk. 1 walk. All right? And Camilo Doval, in facing 1 batter in the 9th inning, issued 1 walk. So he tied their stats with 1 batter. And then, of course, blew the save. It was a sloppy mess. 2 hits and a walk. They had to go give him the hook. Ryan Walker had to come in and put out the fire just so Yas could be your hum baby. But now, listen, he blew a save on Friday, June 28th against the Dodgers. He's now blown a save against the Twins. I get it. It's a hard life being a reliever. He did notch 3 saves in between then, 2 against the Braves, 1 against the Guardians. He does have 17 saves. He has blown 4. But yesterday, let's be honest, it was a bummer, young Tony. It was a bummer.
Delivers as a drive into the gap in left center field. Well back there, and it will bounce to the wall as the Twins have tied the game. Now coming around second and slipping and falling was Margot. And the relay went to third. I don't think Wisely knew that he had fallen over. He was dead to rights. He was 45 feet off any base. And Wisely wheeled and blindly threw the ball to third as Margot got up and went back to second.
So, yeah, I mean, look, it obviously demoralizing. We have about as clean a game as you can play. For 8 innings, the pitching was superb. We got, a couple key hits and gave a couple runs in the 9th, which can be pretty deflating. Walk came in and did a good job of shutting it down.
I mean, I'll be honest. Had the Giants lost that game yesterday, bro, thank God for Yas and Margot. But Camilo Doval, again, right now, we've talked about him as a possible trade piece. Yeah. It's just something to think about.
Oh, you should have heard my guy, Young Tony, on the bleachers on Friday night calling for Camilo Doval to be traded.
Was that the beer that fueled his 9 T-box boot job over there the next day?
Yeah, it probably was, huh, Tony?
All right, guys. All right, well, that's bum baby number 1. Giants do get the win, but Camilo Doval bummed everybody out in the 9th inning. Dude, are you kidding me? We're going Copa America mayhem for bum baby number 2. This happened Sunday night. If you weren't paying attention, down in Miami, Argentina was playing Colombia in the Copa America final. It was really the best thing on TV last night. I threw it on. We got back from Dixon. And little did I know that the show was before the game when all hell broke loose of fans storming the gates. Waterboy, a good old-fashioned gate storming.
Wow.
By, they say, an estimated 7,000 fans who didn't have tickets said, we're going in. We're going in. And the power of a mob saying we're going in Now, there's footage of people climbing through air duct ventilators.
Oh, my God.
Those what do you call them? Air ventilator ducts or whatever? I don't have the right words for it.
What is this, Shawshank Redemption?
It is Shawshank Redemption.
Oh, we got Andy Dufresne trying to see the Copa Finals.
It's incredible. And then, meanwhile, Miami, the security in Miami had no answer for it. Well, their only answer was to lock the gates and keep out the paying customers who were holding up their phone saying, I paid $2,000 for this ticket. And it was just absolutely. Now, people are upset around the world because they're like, this is why America can't host a soccer event. We're supposed to host the World Cup in 2026.
Yeah,
by the way, these same fans will be at the World Cup. So, by the way, here's a description, guys, from The Athletic. People piled on. There was more and more pressure, and people were fainting. Ready for this? Children vomiting, parentheses, like creative Tony, or pardon me, like young Tony on the 9T box on Sunday morning. A lot of people there. You can't move. You don't have control of your body. You go where they push you. And on top of that, there was no one to organize or help with anything. By the way, they had to delay the start of the game almost an hour and a half. Thing went on until damn near midnight in Miami because they couldn't sort out the mess. So Copa America mayhem, bump baby number 2.
And we have some recent developments ahead of tonight's Copa America final. You see the images right there of players being escorted off the field. The stadium right now in Miami currently in lockdown.
Even when we tried to get to the stadium 4 hours before kickoff, there was huge lines, lots of traffic, fans trying to make their way here. We were getting alerts yesterday, guys, saying if you don't have a ticket, don't come on the premises. You weren't going to be allowed. Clearly, you've seen that that hasn't happened. As soon as the gates were open, people were trying to make their way through without tickets. There's friends, there's family, people I'm talking to outside that are just jammed and waiting to hear when they're going to get in. They've basically shut down all the gates.
So I do have a cop who's standing right next to me. Unfortunately, he is telling me that the scenes outside have not gotten better. I know you guys know 8:30 kickoff time. What they're saying outside, they're encouraging the fans that do not have tickets to leave the area. That's slowing everything down. It is madness outside.
People that don't have tickets, that's the problem that we have to deal with. And you have to deal with security rings and barriers and stuff like that in order to do that. But people that don't have tickets coming to the venue, that is a recipe.
Please don't show up. Please don't show up.
What is going on here? People are getting into the Copa America through the ventilation system.
I got it. The footage is insane. There's a point where there's just a mob of them going over, right up and over the gate. They're like boosting each other up. I'm like, Marcus, apparently they're confused. They thought the game was being played on January 6th. I had to.
Low-hanging fruit.
Guys, all right. All right, America, get your act together. Freaking take a ticket at the gate, all right? Can we do that? Anyway, and then bum baby number 3. I got to do this delicately because one of the dads on my Little League team is from England, and he lives and dies with the 3 Lions. But he's got to know. My name's Murphy. I'm the proud Irish Catholic rebel. Well, not Catholic, lapsed. But anyway, point is that we live to see England lose, right? We live to see them lose. So guess what? Bum baby number 3 is England losing again in the Copa, in the Euro 2024 final. Their second straight Euro 2024. This time I was not exchanging flaming texts with Billy Bean. I was too busy up in Dixon being treated great by the people, good people in Dixon, California. But dude, you got to understand, this is now becoming a legendary global choke job. They call it, the kids, what Rory and Deck, the 16 and 12-year-olds call it selling. Oh, England sold again. That's the new word for choking.
Oh, he sold.
Listen to this. Well, we'll play some of the sound. They lose 2-1 to Spain. By the way, Spain is ruling the world. Carlos Alcaraz wins Wimbledon. Spain wins Euro. They're like, what do you want? We got Rioja. We got Paella. We got all the trophies. And here's England on the other side. Sad again.
Oyafabal with the layoff. Right across the face of goal, and there it is! Spain grab a winner. It's Oyafabal who might just have clinched the crown for Spain. The referee blows his whistle, and Spain, dealing in silverware once more, the old kings of European football, regain the crown.
Yeah, I mean, losing in a final is as tough as it gets. I think we've done really well to get back into the game and get back to 1-1, and then we couldn't quite use that momentum to push on. We couldn't quite keep the ball, and then we got punished for it towards the end of the game. So, I mean, yeah, it's as painful as it can be in a football match.
Very proud of our players.
They've given everything in the tournament. We didn't play quite well enough today to deserve to win the game. So I think Spain have been the best team in the tournament, and they deserve to win.
So that was Gareth Southgate, who, by the way, you will see his head on a pike outside of Buckingham Palace.
Ooh.
The head coach of England, they're coming for his head.
Oh, the hooligans are coming, huh?
Even though he's gotten to the finals, you can't get to the finals in Louvre. That's the Marv Levy situation. Then Harry Kane was the other guy you heard. And Gary Neville, one of the great English players of all time, described it as this way. He says this has been to not control the biggest game has been a problem for England in many tournaments. He says, and then he writes, here's the money quote that will hang for them with forever. He says, he says the fans are devastated. It feels like one time too many. How long can this go on? Is what he says. He says that's the deal. England is now the Sad Sacks, the Buffalo Bills. They had the path. They had the easy bracket, too. And I know there's a ton of Americans who are rooting for England. To them, I say, sorry, bum baby number 3. There you go, guys. Okay, we're in. We're done. We're getting ready for Mike Krukow at 7:35. Blake Snell was damn near perfect yesterday on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Casilla.
I'm here, baby.
All right, Steve Moskowitz, bright and early on a Monday morning. Our good friend Steve, you want to talk to us about unfiled tax returns?
It's a common situation. I've seen it ruin people's lives, marriages, businesses. It doesn't have to be. What's the biggest reasons people don't file? 1, they just don't have the money to pay. No problem. We want to make a sweet deal for you with the IRS. 2, they don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. 3, their bookkeeping is a mess, or they don't even have any bookkeeping, or they have a box where they throw receipts. I don't know. We can do all of your bookkeeping. We have a whole department that does that. The bottom line is there's no excuses for not filing a return. Talk to us. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all of your options, all of your rights, all the things we can do for you to take care of you. And if you say, Steve, go ahead and do it, we'll take over your problem. We'll do what you need. And then we can take this tax problem, lift it off your back, and you can go forward, enjoy your life, and not think about it again.
I like that. Not think about it again. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
It sound right, boy.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/TheSportsLeader.
1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. Got him on the next one anyway. That's 6 perfect innings from Blake Snell.
The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. A curve got him. And we'll see. After giving up the hit, it's at least possible that Snell is done for the day. What a performance by Blake Snell.
Yeah, I just think the more you pitch, the more you understand yourself. And you get better and better. Two good outings with good results. But I like how much I've been feeling better, syncing up and repeating the delivery. And then even where I'm at mentally, the way I'm talking, thinking, it's getting better as well throughout. So.
There it is, Blake Snell. He's now the hero, guys. That's a guy who Giants fans were rightfully extremely frustrated with. Now we're playing his rap songs like he's, like he's Tim Lincecum.
Now we got Blake Snell doing covers of Andre Nicotina's Jungle as a rejoin underneath his fantastic outing yesterday.
So good. And you were out there 80 pitches now, 80 pitches. And I'll give you guys the breakdown here. I have the exact curve. He's throwing, as Mike called it, the golden snapper. The golden snapper.
That thing was snapping yesterday.
And by the way, first Giant to have a perfect game through 6 innings since Johnny Cueto, Dia de Cueto, back in 2018.
Hell yeah.
We were younger then. And then here you go, the pitch report from Snell. Okay, I got it for you. 80 pitches, 40 four-seam fastballs, which got up to about 96 miles an hour on average, 28 curves, 11 changeups, 1 slider. So heavy on the fastball. half of his pitches were fastballs.
Heavy on the fastball, Murph, you're right. That fastball was playing loud in that first inning. I saw him get up to 97 miles per hour, and it's one of the oldest sayings in baseball. Hitters will tell you what your stuff is playing like. And boy, oh boy, were the Minnesota Twins taking some hacks that were extremely late. Then you get that with the control of the curveball. Beautiful backdoor curveball to strike out Brooksley in the first inning. I mean, he was painting it like he was Picasso all over the plate yesterday, and that's my biggest takeaway from this start. We can talk about the 80 pitches. We can talk about him getting through 7 innings, the 8 strikeouts. It's the 0 walks for me. When we talk about a man that routinely can't make it past the 5th inning because of his pitch count, the fact that he made it to 7 with 80 pitches is because he was not out there handing away free 90s.
He could be a different kind of guy, a different kind of team with this guy in the rotation. Here's Bob Melvin, who managed him in San Diego, about the overall takeaway from yesterday for Blake Snell.
That was good. How can it get much better? I mean, there wasn't even a lot of any hard contact, really. Even the base hit was soft, but you could see from the very beginning his mechanics were perfect. He was throwing his breaking ball whenever he wanted to, throwing his changeup. All his pitches were working, and that's what you get when you get a Blake Snell that's healthy and especially towards the second half of the season, that's when he's really, really good. It was a little uneven to begin with injuries and so forth, but he's really hit his stride now where he feels confident. He takes the mound. Typically, he doesn't even pitch 7. I wasn't going to say anything to him after that, but, he's only been up 5 times. So to go out in the 7th and be efficient in the 7th inning was key as well. So it was a fantastic performance.
Did you think about him pitching the 8th?
I did.
Yeah.
Because he was only at 80 pitches. Yeah. Now, since he is coming off the IL, I know he had a pitch count in his first outing back, but I also don't mind the fact that Brian Price and Bob Melvin made this decision. He got a standing ovation after the 7th. To end on a high note. I mean, of course, you don't want him to come back in the 8th inning and then get hit around or walk a couple guys. So this is the momentum that you're looking to build with Blake Snell towards the second half.
Tyler Rogers with a clean 8th inning, his 18th hold. We don't talk holds enough. Shout out Thompson Twins, hold me now. And then Camilo Doval blows the save, which we talked about here. But spoke to the media, doesn't do a ton of it, is my new best friend, Giants pitching coach Brian Price. Just to share you guys a fun little anecdote. Brian Price grew up in Mill Valley, played Mill Valley Little League at Boyle Park. Hey, so did I. So did these teams who are coaching and these kids. So every now and then you reach out to somebody. It's like if the Giants pitching coach played at Sunnyvale Little League, you'd be like, hey, dude, you and I played on the same Little League diamond and went to Homestead High together. Well, Brian Price went to Tim, and so he's a local guy, local boy back home. So I reached out and said, we got this 12-year-old All-Star team. They won district. They're going to sections. Is there any chance you could have a minute or anything to say? He said, yeah. He goes, I usually leave for night games around, what do you say? He says, I like to leave by 11:30 or noon for night game. Long day. I said, well, what about 11 to 11:30 on Friday? He goes, I'll see you at Boyle Park. Wow. So we met under the redwood trees, the beautiful redwood trees at Boyle Park, and he was awesome. He was engaging, friendly. I had all the kids say their favorite thing that's happened this summer so far, and I tell you, man, I got to give Davis all the credit. The first kid raised his hand and talked about a teammate. And Brian Price said, you just talked about a teammate. That's impressive. So all the other kids knew. They all started raising their hands and talking about teammates. But he's like, that's what you guys have going. Then he said, I know it's going to sound really cliche about trusting your stuff and knowing that you have. He said when he was in AA one time and he was walking guys and everything, and he said the AA pitching camp says, hey, Brian, why don't you share the ball? Share the ball. You got 7 guys out here just bored. Just share, pitch to contact, right? All that stuff. Then he took a picture with us and everything. It was great, right? But we lost Friday night, so I didn't want to bother him with any kind of. Saturday morning, I woke up in Dixon at actually in Davis, at the Hyatt Place on UC Davis. That's where we all stayed Friday night. I look at my phone, and it's from Brian Price. He goes, well, how did we do?
Dude, he's checking in.
He checked in. So I started giving him updates all weekend, and he's fired up. He's sending back inspirational messages. Tell the boys about resiliency and bouncing back and rallying because we won on Saturday and on Sunday. He's like, I look forward to hearing about the next W. Tell the boys this and that. So anyway, I just want to shout out Brian Price. He also brought a big box of bobbleheads and headbands and wristbands for the kids, too.
I mean, is this guy running for mayor of Mill Valley? What's going on here?
He'll win, and he'll get my vote. That's
got my vote.
So here he is, Brian Price. That's all by way of setting up his quote about the rotation. Robbie Ray, the mysterious Robbie Ray, hit another.
Yeah, 9 strikeouts yesterday, I believe, down in San Jose.
9.
Really good outing from Robbie Ray.
I wonder how close he is to coming back.
Well, our guy Joe Rizzo said maybe that Dodger series.
Well, here's Brian Price about this rotation now with Blake Snell and possibly adding Robbie Ray, maybe even Alex Cobb. Who knows?
Well, it certainly extends beyond myself and JP Martinez and Garvin Alston as the pitching guys here. I think the entire team feels that we are primed to bust out after the All-Star break when we have, we know what the rotation looks like. We know that we'll have 5 healthy guys. We know we'll have guys that are continuing to develop in AAA that can give us some support if we need it, and that potentially we have the ability to kind of decrease the workload on the bullpen, which would be huge. If we could have the bullpen have a little bit lower workload and that they could be pitching more rested, I think we could anticipate having them strong through the finish of the season.
Okay. I mean, that's the ideal scenario, right? He used the phrase primed to bust out after this is that elusive All-Star break we've been talking about since freaking February, dude.
Since we went down and got some Montreal beef.
Yes.
Hell, first week of the season talking about the All-Star break.
Even in February when they signed Robbie Ray and all that, they're like, wait till the All-Star break. We thought Alex Cobb would be back in May.
Yeah.
No, he's not. But so anyway, I got it right now. You go Webb. By the way, we didn't even talk about Kyle Harrison Friday night. Friday night where Sports Talk Radio goes to die. Rocco Baldelli said good-looking young arm about Kyle Harrison.
They got
Friday
the better
night.
of the matchup between Danville versus the Deadhead.
That's right.
Kyle Harrison gets the dub over Joe Ryan.
So Webb, Harrison, Snell, and then I don't know if you include Birdsong in that group. Yes, maybe.
I mean, I thought he looked, I don't want to say great on Saturday. Had 3 walks, hit a couple guys, was a little wild, but he's one of these arms that has shown you flashes over the last couple weeks.
Jordan Hicks, I put a parentheses around him. I'm not sure, because then you add possibly Ray and then Cobb. I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 legit, not including Hicks.
And that's, of course, with the option of moving Hicks to the bullpen, or if we get to the option of maybe moving on from Camilo Doval at the trade deadline, then you make Jordan Hicks your closer.
So, anyway, primed to bust out is the phrase Brian Price used. We'll talk about that with Mike Krukow next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Center.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Mike Krukow, some fun stuff after 2 out of 3 from the Twins. He's brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. So, Mike, big weekend, 2 out of 3 from the Twins. The core 4 go in on Saturday, and Blake Snell perfect through 7 yesterday. So, good morning, Mike. How are you?
Hey, morning, Mike.
Yeah, are you kidding me? After yesterday's game, I'm really relieved. That was such a huge win for this club. And they go into the break three games down below 500, but they weren't 5 games below 500. And the fact that they got Snell throwing the way that he's throwing the last 2 starts, I mean, that's a huge deal. There's a lot of confidence in that clubhouse now because of what we saw yesterday. It was just, Snell is unbelievable. He goes 7 strong. He gives up 1 hard hit ball. Perfect game through 6. 21 swing and miss strike threes. The guy was just dominant. He's never had a complete game in his career, ever. He's taken no-hitters into the 8th inning a couple times before that, but the pitch count was over 100, and he was gone. So, we were all thinking perfect game, but the reality of it was I think the pitch count was going to get him out, especially since the last start he had was 75 pitches in 5 innings. But nevertheless, what he did, especially with the 2 pitches, the fastball command, the fastball life, and then the curveball, oh my God, that's Sandy Koufax, Steve Carlton. That's how good that stuff was. And so anyway, it was just a great day, I think, and then I'm feeling good going into the break.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff to talk about, Mike. And obviously, Blake Snell, I said 7, perfect through 6 is what I meant to say. But in general, the feeling that this rotation is going to be, we had the phrase, Brian Price used the phrase, primed to bust out after the break. We don't know when Robbie Ray's coming back, but the thought is maybe Tuesday at Dodger, maybe some point at Dodger Stadium. I don't know. Is that it seems to be like this team has been pointing to after the All-Star break almost all season, right?
Yeah, we were actually thinking about May with Alex Cobb, and when his hip healed up and he was feeling fine, then he had a little bit of impingement in his neck and his shoulder, and those things got to get worked out. So he's thrown again, pain-free, and he's finally coming, here after the All-Star break. So I do think the timing on this is really perfect. The bullpen has held this team together. And, the mix and match and with the openers and it's just amazing how Melvin has gotten to this point, 3 games under 500 without a solid rotation, being able to consistently take the ball once every 5 days. There's only 2 guys could do it, 3 guys maybe for a while. But when Harrison went on the IL, that really stretched everybody out. But yet here they are. And I think with the addition of the 2 starters, that makes everything better. You have starters who take the slot, and then perhaps you have the ability to control the innings that Hicks and Harrison start to absorb because they're getting close to, the most innings that they've ever thrown to where it becomes an issue. Right now it's the most innings that Hicks has ever thrown, but I don't think it's really been an issue, but I think it's going to be. So it's very, very important that Cobb and Ray come in and are able to make contribution.
Mike, I wanted to circle back to Blake Snell because I think my favorite thing I saw in that box score yesterday was seeing that goose egg in the walk column. Now, this has been an issue that we've talked about before. Even last year when he won the Cy Young, he led Major League Baseball in strikeouts, but also led Major League Baseball in walks. So do you think that was a concentrated effort? That's something he's trying to work on? And how much do you think that can add to his arsenal if he just is more competitive in the strike zone?
Well, most of the walks he had last year came early in the season when he wasn't in a good mechanical groove. When his mechanics are right, he has command of his fastball, which is what we've seen the last 2 starts. So I think with him, he has such unbelievable arrogance that when his mechanics are right and he's got his 4 weapons going, or even like we saw yesterday, 2 weapons going, he can shove it up everybody's nose. And if you have a conversation with him, he's I call it a humble arrogance. He doesn't brag about anything. He doesn't walk around and act like a prima donna. Yet he knows that when he's right, he's the baddest ass on the mountain. That's just That's just what he knows. He's won 2 Cy Young awards that way. But yet, if you look at traditionally what he's done, there's been times when he's really had to search hard for his mechanics, and he hasn't found them. Now, last year, he had most of his walks early. He didn't have good mechanics till the second half. If you take a look at his lifetime numbers, his ERA in the first half of the season, not good. Most of the months, it's over 5. But then after the All-Star break, the months are under 3. So for whatever reason, he's a late bloomer during the season, but when he blooms, then it's lights out. Then the walks are really not anything you think about it. And even, the arrogance that he has is like, well, okay, I could walk the bases loaded, but then I can strike out the next 3 guys. And he's done it. So that's kind of where he's at with that. But I don't think of him right now as overly concerned about walks going in the second half, especially what we've seen the last 2 starts. He has had total command of the fastball. And it's been really a joy to watch. I mean, he overmatched a good hitting team yesterday, really overmatched them.
That Twins lineup is actually one of the best lineups in baseball in terms of offensive numbers here. We're talking to Mike Krukow Monday, Wednesday, Friday on the UMA guest line. We do it. Giants get a 3-2 win on a funny, by the way, just a quick word on the Little League homer. Couple things, big league mistakes there, right? Margot with nobody on in a tie game shouldn't be laying out for that ball. And 2, Brooks Lee, who I know we're all favorite Cal Poly kid, just kind of made a brain freeze there when he airmailed that. So kind of fun to take advantage of a couple of miscues, huh?
Well, that's what cost him the game, and I agree with you. With a 2-run lead, or with a tie ball game rather, and a guy leads off an inning, I mean, you can't let him get to third. So the risk reward, that became the decision when he made the dive. And you have to know if you can get there with a dive. You also have to know if you can't, then that guy's going to get an extra base. And the extra base, I mean, the difference between a runner at second and a runner at third with nobody else is night and day. I mean, they're both strikeout situations, but at least with a man on second base, you've got a little play. With a runner at third, you don't. I mean, it affects the defense. I mean, everything just changes. And then in regards to Lee, I mean, he comes in. There's no way he should have made that throw. No way at all. That runner was going to be in. And then again, risk-reward. Here's a guy who's played his second game at second base in his career, and he just got a little excited at the moment and overthrew the target at third base, and this game over. So the Giants take advantage of a couple of bonehead plays.
Yeah, and the reason that the Giants were batting in the bottom of the 9th inning is because Camilo Doval blew the save in the 9th inning. And Mike, we're at the All-Star break, and you can take a look at Camilo's numbers and see that he's not putting up those same All-Star numbers that he put up last season. So I guess my question would be, is there anything noticeably different that you're seeing from Camilo this year?
Yeah, confidence. And you saw it in yesterday's game in the 9th inning, and the first guy that he faced was a guy that they called up, and I don't think he even stuffed it all the night before. He comes into the game, and you have a 2-0 lead. He gets ahead of the guy in a 1-2 count. Now he tries to strike him out. Guy has 2 good takes, count full. And when you see a guy get into that 3-ball count, and he misses by 2 feet, which is what he did inside, that guy is not a confident pitcher. He nibbled on the second and third in the 1-2 count. He nibbled on the next 2 pitches. And granted, they were good takes, but still, he nibbled. With a 2-run lead, you got to have the screw you factor ratcheted up 10 extra degrees. You got to say, here, hit the ball. I'm coming at you. Hit the ball. Hit it out. Fine. I still got a 1-run lead. You cannot walk him. And that's exactly what happened. And then Larnach comes up and hits a bolt down the right field line. Now you got runners to second and third, nobody out. Well, I mean, you're pitching uphill. It all changed with the leadoff walk, and it all changed in the 3-ball count where he missed by 2 feet. To me, that tells me that he's not a confident arm right now. And so where we go from here, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if he's the guy coming out of the break. I mean, quite honestly, you have to have a more confident arm in that slot. Do you put in Ryan Walker? Do you put in anybody else? I mean, what is Tyler Rogers done in the high leverage situation, pitching the 8th inning? He's been great. So there are other options there, and there is concern. And and really, if you're Bob Melvin, you might even consider that this is something that he needs to go down there, work on a few things. Kind of a head slap, calm down. find out what is really important in certain situations, what you have to do in a two-run lead when you're facing a guy who really should have no business in that batter's box against you. So, I mean, there's a couple changes that he has to make to be able to get back to where he was. And right now, he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
So those are some pretty strong words, Mike. So he's definitely on the radar.
I'm pissed off. That 2-0 lead and that walk, especially when he had the 1-2 count, that's unforgivable for a closer.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we asked, you answered. That's it. And then that's definitely came up to the forefront yesterday in the ninth inning.
He's better than what he's shown. Mm-hmm. He's better than this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And you know what we've seen? You know, he had a little bit of a lazy slider there for a while, and he picked it up. These last couple outings, he got that slider. But you know what I don't like about it is the arrogance when they've asked him to come in there and get pitch an inning when the whole bullpen has been gassed, and he didn't want to go and pitch that game. Was it like a 9-1 game? Gives up 3 runs or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. There's little things like that you cannot have. And he needs to rise above that, and he needs to mature in his position because they need him to make a run. He is a key, and he needs to grow up a little bit.
Yeah, good stuff, man. All right, Mike, hey, before we let you go on from the Doval sort of turmoil to the fresh face of a first-round draft pick. Now, none of us followed Florida State baseball game by game. Maybe Buster Posey did. And apparently, Buster Posey actually spoke to this guy and his team when he got his number retired. But James Tibbs III, the ACC Player of the Year, he has power. He's a left-handed hitter, left-handed thrower, corner outfield guy, 28 homers. Mike, I know you're kind of a YouTube guy to watch prospects. Did you hop on and check out the Giants' first-round draft pick, James Tibbs III?
I did, and I like his swing. I mean, he's got pop. He's got, foul line to foul line pop. I've only seen, 3 minutes of the guy's talent, but you don't have to see any more than a couple of swings to know that he's got TNT in the barrelhead. Now it's just a matter of, what type of plate discipline he has. I mean, what type of a defensive player he is. I mean, there's a lot that goes into making a college player a big league player, and there's a lot of steps along the way. But what I've seen leads me to believe that this guy has an excellent chance of getting to the big leagues and getting there quickly. So I hope he gets there in 2 years. I mean, it happens. We saw it happen with Brooks Lee with Minnesota. I mean, he pushed himself into that lineup, which, they didn't really need a lot of offense. But, it could happen with Tibbs, and I hope it does. I mean, they need outfielders from their system. This is something that has been kind of an Achilles heel for a while, and hopefully he can be one of those guys that comes in and really lights things up.
Last thing before we let you go, Mike, got to ask your thoughts on the Core 4 Wall of Fame ceremony this past Saturday.
Oh, so much fun. And, it's just great to see the camaraderie come out in the field. And they're 4 characters. They really are. And the way that they were able to harness their talents into the postseason of 10, 12, and 14 is just remarkable. You look at their numbers, and it's just remarkable what they did consistently in key situations. And they enjoyed one another. They played off of one another. They challenged each other. They applauded each other. They were just a great unit. And to be able to see them go on the wall, to know the appreciation this organization has for their accomplishments, and then to see how they were received by the fans, it was just great. It makes you proud to be a Giant.
Those are some of the things the Giants do best. Well, we had Willie Mays on Monday and the Core 4 on Saturday. So just that rich lore of Giants baseball. All right, Mike, good stuff. Highs, lows, 2 out of 3 from the Twins. And now the All-Star break. And like Blake Snell said, hey, what are you doing for the All-Star? We know you're going to be up in Reno because you answered his question. So have a great home run derby with your family, some grilling, and then we will talk to you Wednesday.
Out of it.
Mike Krukow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. You're brought to you by NorCal Honda, your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Very strong words on Camilo Doval and also Blake Snell. So we got a hum baby and a bum baby that are our big hit. The highs and the lows of the Giants next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Farhan Zaidi made a stop this weekend down in the dugout with Marty Laurie on Talkin' Baseball to talk about the Giants and what their plan is for this year's MLB trade deadline. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Yeah, I like that. That's what we do. We talk ball.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104. 680 AM, the sports leader.
1-2 pitch. Walter strikes out swinging. Fastball, you just overpowered him.
Now the pitch. Curveball struck him out swinging. 1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. Got him on the next one anyway. That's 6 perfect innings from Blake Snell.
The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. A curve got him. And we'll see. After giving up the hit, it's at least possible that Snell is done for the day. What a performance by Blake Snell.
Delivers as a drive into the gap in left center field. Well back there, and it will bounce to the wall as the Twins have tied the game. 2-1 pitch. Yas swings and hits one into the gap, right center field. That one is falling, a dive, and no! It rolls past the center fielder, Margot. Yas around second, digging for third, and standing at third on a wild throw. The throw goes out of play, and this ball game is over. A Little League home run to wrap it up.
The highs, the lows, the big hit. Blake Snell, arrow up. Do you want to trade him or keep him? Camilo Doval, arrow down. Do you want to trade him or keep him? That's the big hit today. Good morning, everybody. It is a happy Monday. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph and Marcus. We got John Miller coming up at 8:50 today. We got all sorts of fun stuff to get into. Home Run Derby tonight. We got people trying to storm the building like at Copa America in Miami. They want to come in and see the show.
I think there's
They're
actually somebody in the vent right above us right now, Mark. Someone's about to drop into the studio.
Oh, my God. What a mania weekend. And by the way, I'm going to use this primetime hour to shout out the good people in Dixon, California, who have hosted a wonderful 12-year-old Little League All-Star Tournament in which we're still alive. Marcus, double a limb. We play again tonight against mighty Petaluma American. We got our hands full, but we're going to try to scratch it out somehow, some way. We're the mighty underdogs, but we will try to scratch it out.
And I'm still sitting here waiting to pop my bottles of my cider celebration, Murph.
Okay.
Still waiting for that Dixon.
You know, I didn't get the cider per se, but I do want to shout out Rustoller Farm and Solano Brew Company. We found 2 great breweries up there, by the way. So part of the fun is the game. More fun is after the game when the coaches get beers.
You need a beer? Grab a beer.
And anyway, and shout out to Casey up there in Dixon who's hosting us. And the whole crew will be there tonight. Should be a lot more tolerable in the evening. 107 Friday was something else. But anyway, back to the Giants and the big hit. Okay, Blake Snell, I was the guy saying, maybe, this is a guy you put on the trade block. And I'm not ruling it out. I'm not ruling it out, okay? So this is a situation where the Giants don't know who they are still. 97 games in, they don't know who they are. Or do they know who they are? Ooh. Are they just a 300-500 team? So I was doing my math this morning, brushing my teeth. 65 games left. So this isn't really the halfway point. We're well past the halfway point. Let's say you go 35-30 in the last 60. And by the way, that would be playing significantly better than they have for the first 97. But let's say they do. The schedule softens up a little bit. You have pitching reinforcements coming. You know what that gets you? 35-30? 82 wins.
Ooh.
I mean, so they have to be.
Is that going to be enough to get you in?
I don't think so.
No, I think you got to be at least
teams.
around 85
so
plus.
Do you know what they have to do to get to 85 wins, brother? They got to get to, they got to go 38 and, let me do this math. Okay, hang on, let me do the math right. 65 games left. They got to go 38-27 to get to 85 wins. Do they have a 38-27 in them?
I mean, it's not impossible for them to go on that type of run because honestly, this team hasn't really put together that stretch of baseball where everybody's clicking at the right time. Whether it's injuries, whether it's guys being on the IL, timely hitting, whether it's the bullpen or the starting rotation, it just doesn't feel like everybody's synced up yet. So it seems like at some point of the season it's going to happen, just like at some point of the season we were all expecting to see the former Cy Young winner Blake Snell start to look like himself again.
Yeah, and he did yesterday. So let's start with Snell before we get to Doval. And what you saw, you were out there. Mm-hmm. It was dominant. It's what you talk about. We all say this. Mike Magnante is the one who taught it to me in 1999. Hitters tell you how your stuff is. These are big league hitters. And the Twins, by the way, really good lineup.
Yeah, that's a good lineup, and he was making them look like a Little League team yesterday. Not the all-star teams that you're playing up in Dixon. No, a legit Little League team. Whether that's in the first inning where he's throwing backdoor breaking balls against Brooks Lee, striking them out looking. I mean, he was controlling the strike zone. We could talk about the velo, getting up to 96, 97 on the gun. Hitters were late. That's the stuff that we talk about almost after every Blake Snell start. It's a big reason why me and Mike Krukow and a lot of other guys were talking about the movement, the shape, the velocity. He's too good of a pitcher to be pitching this bad. And that's why even going back against his start against the Yankees, that didn't end on a great note. I thought he looked good then. And each and every outing, he's been looking better and better and better.
Two starts in July, 12 innings, no runs. All right, buddy. So here's Bob Melvin talking about, yeah, I've seen this before, and now I know there's only 65 games to go. So think about that. If there's 65 games to go and he goes every 5th or 6th day, so that gets him 12 or 13 starts. I mean, that's 12 or 13 starts like that. Here's Melvin.
That was good. How can it get much better? I mean, there wasn't even a lot of any hard contact, really. You know, even the base hit was soft, but you could see from the very beginning his mechanics were perfect. He was throwing his breaking ball whenever he wanted to, throwing his changeup. All his pitches were working, and that's what you get when you get a Blake Snell that's healthy and you know, especially towards the second half of the season, that's when he's really, really good. It was a little uneven to begin with injuries and so forth, but he's really hit his stride now where he feels confident. He takes the mound. Typically, he doesn't even pitch 7. I wasn't going to say anything to him after that, but, you know, he's only been up 5 times. So to go out in the 7th and be efficient in the 7th inning was key as well. So it was a fantastic performance.
Really was. And he talked about the next cut, Tony, about now you start to look forward. Now, I've already started to think about coming out of the break. Now, we got 4 days off. Everybody chill out. Home run derby tonight. No Giants. Big surprise. They didn't hit any home runs all weekend.
I'm
no
not
surprised.
MFers.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Tuesday, All-Star game. 2 Giants. Logan Webb, Elliot Ramos.
A little surprised we got 2, to be honest.
Wednesday, 47 and 50, you get 2 All-Stars. Wednesday, Thursday, chill day. And then you come out in Colorado. And when do you pitch Blake Snell? You could theoretically pitch him Friday, and then you would have him Wednesday at Dodger Stadium. I need him at Dodger Stadium, right? Or you could pitch him Saturday and then Thursday at Dodger Stadium.
I mean, that was one of the biggest selling points on Snell this offseason. Not just the fact that he was last year's Cy Young winner, but look up his numbers against the Dodgers. Look up his numbers against the entire NL West. But specifically, when you are trying to beat teams like the Dodgers, Blake Snell is a huge piece. And that's something that we talked about when he signed this offseason. Why we were all elated, talking about this team potentially being a playoff team. Well, if you are going to be a playoff team, you need a guy like Blake Snell in your rotation, and you need him to pitch like this if you want a chance to win that series.
And Melvin said you actually, instead of cringing, you look forward to the starts here.
You look forward to his start all the time. And he's got swing and miss stuff. Today it was really efficient, too, with no walks. Typically, he'll walk a guy or 2, but when he's pitching like this, that you really look forward to that day that he's pitching. And I know on the other side, when they're looking for matchups, it's not the guy you want to face.
I was thinking about that. I was thinking about actually the Twins thinking, damn, we got Snell on Sunday. How's it going to be? And they got it, too. By the way, Kyle Harrison on Friday, too. Let's not sleep on that. I liked how Rocco Baldelli called him good-looking young arm. 5 1/3 on Friday night.
I mean, Kyle was looking great on Friday, which brings up the question, what is this rotation going to look like post-All-Star break when Alex Cobb and Robbie Ray are right around the corner?
Well, we actually have Brian Price, our new best friend. He came and talked to our All-Stars at Boyle Park on Friday morning and has been checking in regularly on text. So thank you, Brian Price, for being so kind to the kids. They're pretty wowed. He was telling big league stories and all that. So, it's a really funny story. The last question, we had the kids do a Q&A with him Friday, and he said, Oscar asked him, who's the most annoying team to play? And he laughed. He goes, it's not a team so much, it's the fans. He goes, and I hate to tell you this, it's San Francisco.
Ooh.
He goes, those fans were insane. He goes, it's incredible the stuff we get in San Francisco. He goes, a couple times I just wanted to pop my head out and go, hey, I'm from Mill Valley. I'm a Giants fan. Can you throw me a bone? He said.
I mean, Murph, this is bad. During the offseason, we had Major League players ripping the city of San Francisco. Now we got Little League players ripping the city of San Francisco.
No, it was Brian Price who said it. Not the players.
Okay.
No, it was Brian Price who said it.
Yeah, that was a good riff.
I know, I got you, buddy. I thought you were going to say, actually, the joke was we got Major League players ripping the San Francisco. Now we got our own coaches ripping. And he was saying I said it's a point of pride that the fans are intense, right? I said candlestick, right? He goes, no, I'm talking about Oracle. Anyway, here he is, Brian Price, talking about the pitching rotation after the break.
Well, it certainly extends beyond myself and JP Martinez and Garvin Alston as the pitching guys here. I think the entire team feels that we are primed to bust out after the All-Star break when we have, we know what the rotation looks like. We know that we'll have 5 healthy guys. We know we'll have guys that are continuing to develop in AAA that can give us some support if we need it, and that potentially we have the ability to kind of decrease the workload on the bullpen, which would be huge. If we could have the bullpen have a little bit lower workload and that they could be pitching more rested, I think we could anticipate having them strong through the finish of the season.
Okay, primed to bust out again. So here's an example on the text line. 209 says, sell, sell, sell. This is not their window. Their window is in 3 years with Webb, Harrison, Birdsong, Wisenhunt, guys like Tibbs, Jung Hoo, Elliot Ramos, and what's his face, Bryce Eldridge. That's an interesting thought, actually. That's an interesting thought that, like, if you buy right now, you're buying for what kind of team? Not necessarily a championship team. Is there a hope that in 2 to 3 years with all this young talent, I kind of like that take, actually.
I mean, that's the goal.
That the window is not now. The window is like 2026.
Yeah, but again, that goes back to Farhan and the Giants front office looking themselves in the mirror and figuring it out. Are we a World Series type of team right now? My answer would be no. I'm guessing your answer would be no.
Correct.
I mean, we just had Tim Kirchin on the other day. I asked him straight up, do you think this is a playoff roster? He said no. But then the counter argument is, would people say last year's Arizona Diamondbacks team looked like a World Series roster? Most people before the season started would also tell you no. So over the next week or two, as we get closer and closer to the trade deadline, if they're within a game or two, I think this organization has the belief that this roster is good enough to make a postseason run, which you would have to have guys like Blake Snell and Camilo Doval on the roster.
And that might be part of the problem, that they constantly cycle this sort of mediocrity into playoff contention, and it's like, But again, they never want to tear it down and rebuild. They always want to give the fans something to see. Were people entertained this weekend? Did they have a good time? They think they did. Now, they didn't have a good time watching Camilo Doval. That's the other part of our big hit. So Blake Snell, we just talked about possibly. Do you trade him or keep him in the next 2 weeks? Camilo Doval. Now he's blown 2 saves in the last couple weeks. He only has 4 blown saves. He does have 17 saves. It's not a disaster of a season. It's not Armando Benitez. It's not Mark Melancon, right? But it is frustrating. He had that outing where he came in to protect that big lead, and he was lousy. And then he blew yesterday's game, and he just clearly, he's good, but he's not the all-star that he was last year. And you asked Mike Krukow about him, and we touched a nerve because Mike was not happy. Here's what Krukow said about Doval.
It all changed with the leadoff walk, and it all changed in the 3-ball count where he missed by 2 feet. To me, that tells me that he's not a confident arm right now. And so where we go from here, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if he's the guy coming out of the break. I mean, quite honestly, you have to have a more confident arm in that slot. Do you put in Ryan Walker? Do you put in anybody else? I mean, what is Tyler Rogers done in the high leverage situation, pitching the 8th inning? He's been great. So there are other options there, and there is concern. And and really, if you're Bob Melvin, you might even consider that this is something that he needs to go down there, work on a few things, kind of a head slap, calm down, find out what is really important in certain situations, what you have to do in a 2-run lead when you're facing a guy who really should have no business in that batter's box against you. So, I mean, there's a couple changes that he has to make to be able to get back to where he was. And right now, he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
So those are some pretty strong words, Mike. So he's definitely on the radar.
I'm pissed off. That 2-0 lead and that walk, especially when he had the 1-2 count, that's unforgivable for a closer.
How about that? I mean, Mike, it touched a nerve now. When you were out there yesterday, was there disgruntlement in the fan base there yesterday?
I think there was. There definitely is some frustration boiling over with Camilo Doval, whether it goes back to that 9-1 game where he came in with a bad attitude. You heard Mike Krukow talk about that. Or even yesterday being at the ballpark, seeing him with that leadoff walk after Blake Snell and Tyler Rogers had combined to go, 24 up, 24 down. I thought there was a real chance that the Giants could have faced the minimum against the Twins. And Murph, you know how I feel about handing out free 90s. That's always a red flag, especially as a closer. Mike's right. It just doesn't feel like he has the same confidence as he did last year. But also a couple weeks ago when we had Sergio Romo on, he told us that it's different once guys get to see you on a consistent basis. Camilo isn't the new flash in the pan. Like, take a look at over across the bay, a guy like Mason Miller, who's going to the All-Star game, started off the year with an unbelievable streak of striking guys out and was unhittable. Then once guys got to start to see him for a second, the third time, their numbers are getting better. I feel like that's where we're at with Camilo Doval. He's not surprising people with 104 or 105 anymore. He's still hitting triple digits, but he's not blowing that fastball by him. And if he's not consistently getting strikes with that slider, then you're sitting dead red on that cutter and that two-seamer.
Well, that's good stuff there, and then we see it in the results there. 925 says, to hear the ever-positive Mike Krukow talk about Camilo Doval like that is really telling. Now, another 925er says, here's the positive. If you get into the wild cards and you have Webb, Snell, and Ray with a decent offense, you have a chance and get kids some valuable playoff experience. 4 and 5 says that 209 take is correct. It is not our window. Our future is the kids. Bryce Eldridge is on the fast track. Do not buy big for sure. Doesn't preclude any trades. You can trade a little, you can sell a little. Both can happen. 408 says, you talk about this 2026 window. Will Farhan even be the guy in 2026? 415 says that so-called window isn't guaranteed either. And then 415 says something nobody's talking about is the Giants' schedule in July and August is soft. But look at that really tough September. It's mind-blowing. 310 says no way we make the playoffs. You got to sell. And 512 says the key metric is you got to go 25-10 in the Webb, Snell, and Ray starts and 15-15 in the others. That's pretty impressive.
Well, I like that take. I like that take, but also, again, like for everybody that wants the Giants to be sellers at the trade deadline, which I wouldn't mind seeing them do. Again, you got to think about this ball club that's spending over $200 million right now with their total salary. They had the second biggest offseason outside of the LA Dodgers. Like, to me, Farhan going out, and I know it was late in spring training, but signing Matt Chapman, signing Jorge Soler, signing Blake Snell, tells me that he thinks there's enough of a nucleus with the young guys that these veterans could add a little salt and pepper to make them a playoff team. They're not playing like it right now, but there's still a lot of baseball left in the second half.
Yeah, man. So these next 2 weeks, buddy, 209 says Snell's going to shove in the second half and then opt out. And they'll have paid him $32 million to get a 500 season in return and nothing else, so I would trade him. That's what 209 says. And then 559 says, getting bounced in a one-game play-in is not valuable playoff experience. Hey, buddy, the one-game play-in's over. I think
Adios.
you get at least 3 now, don't you?
You get a little 3-game series.
There you go. All right, 2 things to tell you. 1, thanks for the texts on the big hit as we enter this critical time. The Giants, by winning 2 out of 3, they kind of stayed in it a little bit. You know, they came on even in the boxing round. Back to their corners now. We'll get out for another round after the break. But 2 things to tell you. 1, the Giants' brand-new draft pick, James Tibbs III, will join us at 9:15 this morning. We just confirmed that. That's cool. ACC Player of the Year, first-round draft pick. That'll be really, really cool. And then 2, you know that 8:30 window, baby. We got tickets. We got tickets to, what is it, Outlaw Fest with Bob Dylan and Willie Nelson?
Whoa.
What, are you kidding me? Can I win the tickets? I want the tickets.
I'm an outlaw. Let me get those tickets.
Dude, I'm at that Russ Dollar farm in Dixon on Friday night at sunset on that big old farm with the ducks and the chickens and the hay bales and the beer and that Americana band sitting out there in the middle of the farm. They start playing Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain by Willie Nelson. I was like, I'm never leaving this place. I'm never. I got my local beer on tap. I got my food truck. I got my Willie Nelson here. Dude.
And you got a farm.
Give me those tickets. All right, dude? We're undefeated since we went to that place. We went there 0-1. We're 2-0 since.
The power of beer.
The power of the farm. Okay. Cooler of content, always filled with some good stuff. Man, the mania down at Copa America. Holy moly. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
We are primed to bust out after the All-Star break.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Former Giant and current voice of the Minnesota Twins, Danny Gladden, stopped by Extra Innings this weekend with Bill Lasky to talk about Carlos Correa's time on the Minnesota Twins and what it's like for him to be back home in San Francisco. To hear that podcast and more, check it out now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
River Island. Love talking about River Islands. I got news from River Islands. Change the way you live. The city of Lathrop has been named one of America's fastest growing cities, #1 in the state, and River Islands, which is in Lathrop, is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. No surprise. 90% of the people who become islanders move over the Altamont from the Bay Area. I went out there and checked it out. It was awesome. We drove around. We saw the waterways. We saw the beautiful homes. Went to the boathouse for lunch with the tunes and the TVs and the bocce ball and the boats. And a nice club sandwich, too, with a nice cold beer. Now, everybody's attracted by the lifestyle right there along the San Joaquin River, the lakes, parks, and miles of trails already in place. Ease of walking over to that lakefront restaurant, the boathouse, or cycling over to Islanders Field. Watch some great travel baseball. Hey, this summer and all through the fall, River Islands will be bringing on a number of new home neighborhoods, more outdoor places to picnic and play, and readying the campus for the grand opening of River Islands High School. You can start your tour today at riverislands.com. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? And hey, I'll meet you at the boathouse.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All righty, we got ourselves a little cooler of content. You never know what's out there in the interwebs. As you got people storming the gates down in Miami.
Dude.
You got some funny stuff going on with the Yankees struggles and Nicky Turturro.
Nicky's not happy right now, Murph.
And how are you?
I'll let you know after we play the Nicky sound. How about that for a tease?
Why don't we start it right there then? Nicky T, which one's the best one?
Well, let's start with the cut from yesterday because the Yankees had the opportunity to sweep Brian Murphy's Baltimore Orioles.
That's it. It's my squad.
And Nicky T was feeling good after the wins on Friday and Saturday. And Murph, I was feeling good Sunday morning when I see the rookie sensation Ben Rice go deep to give the Yankees the lead in the 9th inning. And then you want to talk about one of the worst losses in the season, not just for the Yankees, but just around baseball that I've seen this year. Anthony Volpe, who was a Gold Glove winner last year, boots a ball at shortstop. Then there's a ball hit over Alex Verdugo's head. It's bases loaded, 2 outs. They're trying to get out of the inning. Verdugo breaks in, falls down. Baltimore walks it off, and here was Nicky T's reaction.
I had to walk outside. You can't write this shit. You can't write this f***ing shit. A ground ball, cookie cutter, Volpe can't handle it. And then Verdugo misjudges it. They gave him the game after a great comeback. Gave him the game. They had a sweep. They had it.
There it is. Yankees. Yeah. Yankee fans rejoice.
Yeah.
Yankees pissed.
Yeah, it was frustrating, especially after seeing the way that the Yankees have been kind of sputtering over the last month. It's good to get the series win against the Baltimore Orioles, but man, a sweep would have been nice.
You got to understand this is how the baseball gods work because that's how we felt when your Yankees did that to my Giants and Camilo Doval on that Sunday game at Oracle.
Yeah, did the Yankees
that was when
send
the Giants
Camilo
had
Doval into a spiral?
That was the one the Giants had that one in the bag, and then
that is
Soto
true.
and
then
all
Juan
that.
Soto's out here parking
So
balls.
you got to take the good with the bad. There you
That's
go.
baseball.
What's this Christian McCaffrey narrating his wife Olivia Culpo's makeup routine?
So apparently she posts TikToks of her doing makeup, but now we've got some play-by-play with Christian McCaffrey doing the narration.
One week of marriage, and they're already like TikToking. How cute! Here we go.
What's up, guys? It's Olivia's fiance, Christian. Get ready with me as I put my makeup on. I take this stick, I put it under my eyes, then I put it on my nose, then I put it under my nose, on my chin, tan stuff, on my forehead, tan stuff. Take this egg-shaped thing, blot it in under my eyes. It doesn't change anything, in my opinion, but I guess it does. Now I take this oil and this silly putty, pink silly putty. I put oil on top of that again. Once again, put the egg on my face, really over my eyes, beat my head with this egg multiple times. Don't know what that is, but now I'm putting dots on my face as if, oh my God, how silly is that? I actually got some on my nose. Oh my God. Now I'm continuing to, what is that? Okay, what do we got going on here? Some sort of dust, some sort of powder. This is going really fast, and I can't keep up. I'm going to beat my face with this egg again, though. I understand lipstick. It makes sense. Don't understand tasting the lipstick. Just feel like you already had it. That's okay. Again, with the top of the nose. I think the nose looks great. Don't think you have to do any more to the nose, but we're going to do some more to the nose. I'm going to take this paintbrush, start dabbing my face again, and I'm going to blow on this serum of some sort that it looks like. A blend of Harry Potter. I'm going to paint my eyelashes black. And that looked like that was hitting you in the eyeball. And now this spray looks nice and refreshing. Thank you, guys.
Fantastic
Thank
work.
you, guys.
Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, give you a round of applause.
Honestly, low-key, his audition for Fox, like play-by-play or a color when he's done, you know what I mean, doing NFL, because he nailed it.
Yeah.
Absolutely nailed it. Have you ever, now you're not married, so the makeup routine can be pretty amazing. It can be pretty amazing.
I got to say, like, watching that video, I've seen girls put on makeup before, and, like, the way they, what is it called, like, contouring or, like, drawing and, like, painting. I don't know what's going on. The fact that CMC was kind of able to BS himself through that breakdown deserves a round of applause.
Beating myself with the egg again.
I got the
myself,
egg. I got a couple dots on my forehead. Then I color it in.
Yeah, man, oh, man. Well, God
it's
bless.
a work of art.
I mean, God bless. You know, I've heard women, I remember My buddy's mom used to say this when I was a kid. I was confused. She goes, I'll take you guys to the bowling alley. Just let me go put my face on. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
She would go in and just like come out with a whole new face.
Yeah, how about when a girl says, I have to take my face off?
Well, shout out the Travolta Cage movie, Face Off.
Beat my head with this egg multiple times.
Beat my head with this egg.
That's marriage, baby. That's marriage. We had a funny little moment. I'll just share you guys a little domestic bliss moment. So we win on Saturday, and I say, we're going to Fenton's at the Nut Tree, because Fenton's has the best ice cream in the world, right? And so we go to Fenton's, and I got a strawberry milkshake. Oh, yeah. Strawberry milkshake, big dollop of whipped cream on top, And Candace says, she goes, I just want a little taste. This is in front of a good group of parents and coaches. We're all socializing at the Fenton's. So I said, I'll give you a little scoop. I went a little cream, a little shake on it. I have it on the spoon. And she leans in for the taste, and she does it. And I said, hey, now. And then I said, have any of you seen the movie 9.5 Weeks?
Oh.
So is that's I lost her. You guys.
I don't know that film.
Okay, all
Sorry,
right,
Murphy. Sorry, I was waiting for the punchline. I didn't know that was it.
You know what's funny? I had a demographic-friendly. 9.5 Weeks was a very erotic movie starring Mickey Rourke and Kim Basinger, where they just had a ferocious, torrid affair for 9.5 weeks. And there was a lot of feeding of each other. There was a lot of feeding of each other. And there's a lot of kitchen and naked feeding of each other.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So my joke was, I said, have you guys seen the movie 9.5 Weeks? And they haha. And then I said, yeah, except for this one's called 27 Years of Marriage is what it's called. So a little less erotic.
Nice.
All right?
Yeah.
So there you
27,
go.
nice. Check with
anyway,
Candace.
it made me think about that. The Olivia Culpa makeup thing made me think about
the
that.
things you do for love.
Devontae Adams, next up.
Tay-Tay.
Jimmy Garoppolo. Did you see somebody texted in and said, did you see somebody texted in and said, somebody in the crowd, yeah, good thing Brooks Lee that Jimmy G subbed in for Brooks Lee on that relay throw. Yeah.
Damn, Jimmy.
Yeah, about that.
Air melody.
Where is this Devontae thing
So this is from the Netflix show Receivers.
Okay, which I still haven't had a chance to go until our run ends. I'm booked.
And of course, we played a couple of clips last week of Debo and George Kittle being the stars from the San Francisco 49er. But Murph, I think one of the biggest talking points from this series is Devontae Adams and his honest feelings about Jimmy Garoppolo. We'll play this clip from you. Here is Devontae Adams mic'd up talking about some of those hospital balls that Jimmy Garoppolo would throw.
Garoppolo into the deep territory, looking for Adams, and he missed him. He was all alone.
That will be as open as Devontae is going to be in his life. Wide open. Dirty, bro. Just threw a ball, man. How did this?
Yeah, so it's hard to hear with all the bleeps from Devontae Adams, but he's obviously was not happy with Jimmy Garoppolo, his performance with the Raiders. There are other clips where he talks about giving the thumbs up to bench Jimmy Garoppolo in favor of Aiden O'Connell. Man, oh man, your guy Jimmy Garoppolo still catching strays because of this Netflix documentary.
How many times did I drive in on the leadoff spot and listen to you and Dave work your magic? Jimmy played good enough first.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, Jimmy played in a good enough system.
I used to hear that at 5:10 in the morning every morning. Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Overnight Dad loves that guy.
But I just couldn't see a scenario where Devontae wanted Jimmy as his quarterback.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
Oh, man. I can't guarantee that any of us will be alive on Sunday.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
Oh, boy.
So that goes for all of us.
Oh, man.
That goes for Jimmy.
Now, what's this cut we want wisely? Young Tony, what is this? Is this yours?
No, so on Friday at the game, on Friday at the game, I was hearing a bunch of chants behind me, and it was always like, "We want wisely," and I was like, "What is that? I've never heard that before." And then I guess after the game, walking down through the stadium, they were chanting the same thing in the hallway.
Let's hear it.
We want wisely. We want wisely. We want wisely. We want wisely.
mean, I like the young man. He's a gutty little utility guy. Made a nice play yesterday. It goes raw dog with the no gloves. Is there an origin story on this?
Was this on Friday night that you got this audio? Now, Brett Wisely was 3 for 3, was a home run away
that's the cycle
from
game.
hitting for the cycle.
Okay,
Now it all makes sense.
So they're just saying like, not Brett Wisely, just we want Wisely. They just want more Wisely.
We just want another at bat, and then he got walked in the 8th or 9th inning.
Okay. A chant is born on a Friday night in the bleachers.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
And guess what? You've got Wisely. He's your 5th shortstop you've had this season.
And I can't believe we're going to end it with this one, but I'm going to do it. Even though this song is like the worst of all time, we're going to do it. Oh my God. Yes, because Jose Iglesias of the Mets is going to perform this song at the All-Star game.
Oh, my God.
Oh, it's like, bro. L-O-L. I mean, dude, what are we? I-D-K. L-M-K. I mean, what are we doing here? You know what I mean, dude? F-R. I mean, just what are we doing? We're just doing freaking initials from texts now? Come on, man. It's called OMG. Here, listen.
Yeah, I'll be in Texas. I'll be performing it. I got a privilege to make a few All-Stars as a player and now as a singer, so I'm very humble about it. Thank you for the invitation, and I'll be heading over after the game.
Maybe I should embrace the song. I think when I saw Pete Alonso jumping behind him going, oh my God, I think I'm out.
I don't know, Murph.
I'm out.
I actually enjoyed the song until I heard him talk about how he's going to the All-Star game as a singer.
There you go. Barry Zito, don't kill my dreams, dude. All right. Well, there you go. Now it's in your head. Congratulations. There's your cooler of content. We got that Outlaw Fest coming your way. Dude, the Outlaw Fest is not Dylan and Nelson. It's Dylan, Nelson, and John Mellencamp. I'm definitely winning those tickets.
Yeah, is Jose Iglesias going to be there? That's the real question.
Well, don't miss your cue, Tony.
Oh, my God.
Even the great Willie Nelson might be like, I'm not going to perform that one tonight, but you go do your thing, young man. You know what I mean?
He might drop an OMG for a different
reason.
reason.
What would Bob Dylan say, who won a Nobel Prize for his songwriting? What would he get?
You know what he would say? He would say this, Murph.
To say Chalupa, August 3rd. By the way, that's not the only Spanish song we had in the cooler. We had the Spanish kid from, what's his name? Cucurella from Spain. Listen to this song. Here, I got to give you guys the lyrics. He's the Spanish team party after they won the Euro 2024. My dude, his name is, I got it for you right here, buddy. I got it for you. His name is Cucurella. He was singing a song called Cuckoo Cucurella. He eats paella. He drinks Estrella.
Ooh.
He's on top of a table. Check it out.
Guy.
Check it out. Here it is. There it is. He's standing on a table. He says, Cuckoo Cucurella se come paella, which means he eats paella. Cuckoo Cucurella, he se bebe Estrella, which means he drinks Estrella. And then he says, Holland trembles as Cucurella is coming. Is he talking about Erling Holland, the Man City guy?
I don't know. I like paella. I like Estrellas. But I don't think it's as good as lyrics as.
All right, you got me. Is this the new Rickroll? Just the new Rickroll?
It might be.
It's the new Rick.
On this show, it will be.
Am I going to start getting texts from you guys saying, oh, dude, we got to book this guest for tomorrow, and then I'm going to click on the link, and it's going to be OMG?
And then there's going to be the face
or
of
it's going to
Jose
be like,
Iglesias.
hey, Murph, I met this guy, and he wanted to tell you he had a message, and I'm going to click on this and say OMG?
Yeah, stand by. You might be getting a Jose Iglesias cameo sometime
I'm going to be getting Rickrolled here. All right, guys, there you go. Hey, those Outlaw Fest tickets, August 3rd at Shoreline. Great show. Stay tuned for that on KNBR. And John Miller at 8:50 and James Tibbs III at 9:15 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Station. All right, Provident, Credit Union. A smarter way to save and guaranteed results right there at Provident Credit Union. Look no further. You could increase your earnings with a Provident Credit Union Pick a Term certificate. So lock in a 4.75% annual percentage yield with a 3, 6, or 9-month term, or earn 4.50% with a 12-month term. Let your money work for you. Earn up to 4.75% and reach your short-term savings goals faster. So enjoy the peace of mind knowing your money will grow securely with guaranteed returns. Do not miss this limited time offer. Open a Provident Pick a Term certificate today. Visit providentcu.org or your local branch to get started. This rate is effective as of June 1st, 2024. Minimum balance credit of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. For additional information, please visit Provident Credit Union at providentcu.org.
And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Okay, that's enough now at this point. That's like, you can't rejoin with it, can you? Oh my gosh. Jose Iglesias, Mets infielder. You guys legitimately like this.
It's the song of the summer, Murph.
Oh.
I'm surprised it's not on the 12-year-old Mill Valley All-Star playlist by now.
No, but we did put Central C on, much to Tony's surprise. Young Tony, you were surprised by that.
Dude, I love that.
Yeah.
Central C is a good artist. I listen to a lot of his music, and I'm just hyped that you even know who he is.
Try finding a clean version of that. That ain't that easy.
Good luck.
Try finding a clean version of anything these days. My God.
I'm shocked you got a clean version of Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us for the playlist.
I did. The kids love that. I think that's their number one.
And Oh My God is a clean song. No nasty lyrics.
I'll endorse that. So is Sabrina Carpenter's Espresso. All right. And so is our Good Luck song, Party in the USA by Miley Cyrus. Anytime I hear it, I say, bad news for fill in the blank, whoever we're playing next. So hopefully we'll hear it today. By the way, look at this. Bill Martin joining Tolbert Copes at 2:50. He's back, baby. It's been a while since I heard Bill Martin on there. Okay, so we've been doing all Giants all day, and we're going to do John Miller and James Tibbs. I wanted to touch on some of the other stuff that happened in the sports world that was non-Giants stuff. Number one, Wimbledon was great. Carlos Alcaraz dumped Novak. Can you get a why? Novak's fans were asking, why did you lose?
Ooh, why Novak? Why?
Why, Novak? Why?
This kid Alcaraz is here to run the show. So shout out the country of Spain, which is basically running things right now. What is this? 1492, sending Columbus off to the Indies. So because you got Spain winning the Wimbledon, Alcaraz, then their Euro football team, soccer, wins the championship. Poor England. They sell again.
Oh,
it's been since 1966. They say, it's coming home. I'm like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not coming home.
Still hasn't found its way home yet, has it?
In fact, home might be Spain, bro, because they've now won it in 8, 12, and 24. They got 3 of the last, 5 or 6? I mean, bro, that's home. I mean, it's home.
Now,
it is home. It's in Spain.
What did you take more joy in, seeing Spain win or seeing England lose?
I have to be very delicate here because I'm a very, very petty man. Who was it telling us? Oh, it was JD who told me he's a really petty guy. John Dickinson. He came on, he sat in that chair and said, what was the phrase he used? He said, like, I'm petty and bitter and vindictive, or is that what he said? He's petty and vindictive. And so I share those qualities. You know what I mean? So
I feel like a lot of people in the
I want to be
industry
delicate, though, because a guy who's in our all-star family is from England, and I love him and respect him, so I got to be nice to him, but I got to be honest. This way predates him. This goes back not just decades, centuries, all right, buddy? Not just decades, centuries. So, hell yeah, I was more happy that England lost. Are you kidding me? That's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. And I love how they're just getting this scar tissue and scar tissue and scar tissue. And now they know in any big moment they will not win. They will not win. And so, yeah, that made me happy. Then, last night, did you guys get home and put on your TVs to watch Copa America? Like, this has really come on as a big deal. Fox had it on as Sunday night primetime programming. I mean, this is like, bumping Family Guy and The Simpsons and all that stuff. But, dude, did you guys hear that 2 hours before the match, some fans without tickets stormed the gates and broke into the stadium? Not just breaking into the stadium, dude, climbing over long, very tall fences.
Scaling the building.
Young Tony, Marcus, I said, I think they got confused. They thought the date of the game was January 6th. I mean, there's some confusion there. It was July 14th.
Yeah.
They got the wrong tickets.
Because it was confusion.
Anyway, then once they got another place, they found air duct ventilators.
Dude.
Air ventilator ducts or what?
Crawling through the vents.
Do we have the sound from the reports here?
By the way, there's no guarantee that the vents even take you to where you're trying to go. I need to find out where they ended up out of the vents.
Great call. They could be still in the vents.
They could be living in the stadium right now.
Shout out to
we talk,
Shawshank Redemption.
So we talk about like the Oakland A's having like possums and rats in their vents. I didn't know we had fans from the Copa down in the vents down there.
By the way, there's mostly Colombian fans who wound up losing the match to Argentina. Argentina won.
And this is right after like Colombia fans were just fighting a couple weeks ago or last week in the Copa.
Oh, by the way, World Cup 2026 right here in the States.
Levi Stadium, come on down.
Yeah, Al Guido's got sweat pouring down his forehead right now, man.
Man, they're going to take over Great America.
He's like, can you schedule Colombia down in Houston, please? Anyway, here's what the flabbergasted reports here, yeah.
And we have some recent developments ahead of tonight's Copa America final. You see the images right there of players being escorted off the field. The stadium right now in Miami currently in lockdown.
Even when we tried to get to the stadium 4 hours before kickoff, there was huge lines, lots of traffic, fans trying to make their way here. We were getting alerts yesterday, guys, saying if you don't have a ticket, don't come on the premises. You weren't going to be allowed. Clearly, you've seen that hasn't happened. As soon as the gates were open, people were trying to make their way through without tickets. There's friends, there's family, people I'm talking to outside that are just jammed and waiting to hear when they're going to get in. They've basically shut down all the gates.
So I do have a cop who's standing right next to me. Unfortunately, he is telling me that the scenes outside have not gotten better. I know you guys know 8:30 kickoff time. What they're saying outside, they're encouraging the fans that do not have tickets to leave the area. That's slowing everything down. It is madness outside.
People that don't have tickets, that's the problem that we have to deal with. And you have to deal with security rings and barriers and stuff like that in order to do that. But people that don't have tickets coming to the venue, that is a recipe.
Please don't show up. Please don't show up.
What is going on here? People are getting into the Copa America through the ventilation system.
What is going? Dude, I mean, they love their football.
This is chaotic.
No, it is. And there's a listen to this from The Athletic. People piled on. There was more and more pressure, and people were fainting. It gets a little dangerous now, guys. So there were children vomiting. So I'm sure they're not confusing that with young Tony on the 9 tee box down at Yeah, he had a little, you missed the story. Young Tony had a big Saturday night, felt it on the 9 tee box, went to the side of the cart path, let it loose, came back out and made par. Came back out and made
at least
par.
he still hit par.
Yeah, so he says you don't have control of your body. You go where they push you, and on top of that, there's no one there to organize or help with anything. That's according to the Athletics.
That's the scary thing. Like, in case there was a stampede situation, now, from what I've read, it sounds like no one was seriously hurt. But the fact that these people stormed the stadium, then started squatting in seats, taking away seats that people paid, what, $2,000 to get in the building? And now all of a sudden, you've got some guy who just crawled through the air vents, who went full like Bruce Willis and Die Hard, like crawling all the way through. He gets to your seat and then tells you, like, nah, I don't care about your barcode on your phone.
Yeah. And that guy, the guy who's doing that is willing. He ain't leaving the seat.
Dude, if he's willing to storm the stadium, he ain't giving up that seat easily.
No, he's not. What a disaster.
This is insane.
It says here that at a certain point, they just opened the gates because it was so crazy. A Hard Rock Stadium spokesperson said in a statement, organizers communicated and decided to open stadium gates for a short period of time to all fans to prevent stampedes and serious injury. My God.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Sadly, yes. I mean, I don't mean like we're trying to have fun and riff about funny stuff, but tragically, in 1989 in Liverpool, English soccer, this happened and multiple deaths. Wow. It was absolutely one of the worst sports tragedies of all time. And so, yeah, I mean, kind of takes away we're just kind of having a light morning. But
well,
anyway,
I'm just asking because like I'm just trying to think of like images of people like crawling up and literally scaling the building. Like I would say like the disco demolition derby.
Yeah, again,
remember like kids were like sneaking in because they closed it all down and then they took over the field. Yeah, exactly.
That was fun. That kind of stuff's fun. The really tragic one in Liverpool was awful. And then unbelievably, there was a Who concert in Cincinnati in 1977. Same kind of thing happened too. So again, not riffable.
Yeah.
Serious business. But the point of the matter, the reason we bring this up is, first of all, it's incredible what people do to see a soccer match. Yeah. All right. You know what I mean? And second of all, the World Cup's here in 2 years. And what evidence is there that we will be prepared to? We now know that the South American soccer fan is I should say this. The U.S. security at a sporting event is no match for the South American soccer fan. That's a mismatch right now. So I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, good luck.
I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, they had it here in 94. Maybe soccer was a little different 30 years ago. Maybe fans have gotten more intense. It was also the final. It was the championship game between rival countries, Colombia and Argentina. So, I mean, at the World Cup, generally it's a European team versus a South American team or something. But all I know is, bro, that was crazy.
I don't know, Murph. Maybe it's time to start locking up those vents down at Levi's already.
Seriously.
This is nuts.
By the way, great vent crawls, 808 KNBR. You mentioned Shawshank to begin with. You also came up with Bruce Willis. That's very good. Can I nominate Judd Nelson in The Breakfast Club?
Ooh.
He's crawling along telling the joke about the naked blonde walks in with the salami and a poodle and a salami. He never finishes the joke. He collapses through the vent. We need one more for Mount Vent Crawl more.
There's a great one in Dave Chappelle, Half Baked. He's trying to sneak into the weed lab that he works at to steal some weed, and he falls straight through the vents.
Okay, there it is. We have Mount Vent Crawl more.
We got
All right, there you go. All right, guys. John Miller.
Also Blue Steel, I think.
Another one?
Yeah, throw that onto the list also.
Hey, Paul Blart Mall Cop, too, with Kevin James, has a scene where he climbs through the vents and then breaks it because he's a little heavy.
Another great one there, dude. Good job. 650 says, after the hurl, did Tony turn to the camera and say, now watch this drive? That's pretty darn good.
I did make a joke about that, yes.
You did?
Yes.
That's
And
awesome.
actually, it was not on the tee box. It was after the drive, and then I approached my second shot and then had to excuse myself.
Yeah, 209 says, in the office, Dwight sets the office on fire for a fire lesson. He crawls out. 510 says, Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible is an event. Dude, it's all over the place. It's like it seems to be a common form of transportation.
I see where those fans got their inspiration from. Jeez.
So I gotta start investigating more vents to beat traffic. All right, guys. John Miller next on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
What the is going on?
the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So before we welcome John Miller to the airwaves, we did promise 2 tickets to the Outlaw Music Festival. Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp, August 3rd at Shoreline. That's awesome. So right now, call John Joe Curley, our producer. Caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. Once again, 415-896-KNBR wins 2 tickets to the Outlaw Festival These tickets are on sale now at livenation.com. We'll do it again tomorrow at this time, maybe a little earlier. But now it's time to talk baseball with John Miller. Before we let him go on the All-Star break, we're going to grab John and talk a little ball. So, John, welcome back to the morning show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. And how are you this fine Monday morning, John?
Hey, morning, John.
Hey, it's the morning show when you're in this part of the world. But when I was in Iceland recently with my wife, you were the after the lunch show. Let's face it. Come on, we were 7 hours ahead of you. You guys didn't come on until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I kept thinking, what are they waiting for? Let's get going. Come on.
It's funny, John. We have, because of the miracle of streaming, we have listeners all over the world, and they'll tell us that. We have listeners in Europe. They say, "You're my afternoon drive." Your afternoon drives, they say that. So it's the miracle of streaming is so good. Boy, I hear Iceland is just spectacular. Did you get in one of those? What do they have? Those natural springs that they have there, right?
Oh, the hot springs.
Yeah, the hot springs.
The natural baths, the hot baths, and that's a big it's a cultural thing there. They're all geothermal baths, and because it's the island of fire and ice. There are lots of volcanoes going on. I think they said they had 33 active volcanoes going right now. And so we did that. We went to a couple of places up in the north. We were in a place called Akureyri, and so we went out to the Lake Mývatn region, to the Mývatn baths. Very nice. And it's a funny thing. It's not like going in a hot tub so much because these are, naturally occurring hot waters that come up from underground, and there are lots of minerals and whatnot. They make your whole body, there's something about them that just makes your whole body feel better and at ease, and it also does all the other things that you expect to get when you're in a hot tub to relax your muscles and all of that kind of stuff, and get rid of some toxins. And so, well, we went to another place. We were in another town called Seyðisfjörður. You ever been there? And so we went out to Vuk, which is like a V-O with a couple of dots over it and a K, and that one on this lake, they built a man-made geothermal bath where they get the waters from underground, but you're in the hot waters and taking the waters and getting the cure, and then when you decide, you just get up and you jump in the lake, which the waters are about 40 degrees or 41 degrees, and that, let me tell you, now that's what they call hot and cold treatment, and that's kind of a shock to your system, but so we did it a couple of times and swam from one little ladder to another, which was a lot further than I actually realized, because I kept thinking, I'm in a lake in Iceland and I'm freezing, and I don't see that other ladder yet.
Oh,
and I thought, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? But anyway, so I think it was very good for me and good for my wife, and it was really fun. We watched a movie that came out about 10, 11 years ago that had Ben, what's his name? The comedian. He's on all the funny movies.
Ben Stiller?
Ben Stiller, there you go. Yeah. And apparently the hot baths were not good for my memory, but we watched that because he did this movie that a lot of it was filmed in Iceland. Really, really cool movie, and Kristen Wiig is in the film as well, and it's kind of it's like a romantic comedy, but from the old James Thurmer novel about the secret life of Walter Mitty. And he ends up over there in Greenland and Iceland, and which is where we were. So anyway, check it out if you have a chance to, if you're talking about streaming. So anyway, so that's what we've been doing. And the great thing now, you can be in another part of the world and stream games and highlights and get the box scores. And so I was able to keep really close tabs on everything that was going on with the Giants. And so that's something that, I have all these days off on my contract now where we can go to a part of the world where I don't want to go there in the winter. I'm sorry. I don't want to go to Iceland in the winter, but so we had the time to do it in the summertime, so we did, and I'm glad we did.
Absolutely fabulous review. 5-star Yelp review by John Miller for Iceland, for sure. And baseball in Iceland. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. I would actually ask you more, but I'll do that at another time at the park because I'm fascinated by that. But you say you kept up, and I think so in the time you were gone, and this is something we've sort of moved on from, but it's sort of reflective, was when they traded Austin Slater and DFA'd Nick Ahmed, and that was sort of this movement here, this sort of youth movement, wisely. Now at shortstop, you thought you'd see maybe a little bit more of Matos, although he didn't play this weekend, did he? So anyway, John, your thought that the Giants were maybe making a little shift while you were off in the geothermal baths?
I think that in the case of Matos, they made that decision that they wanted to start going young, that they've seen enough from guys like Wisely and Matos as a couple of, for instances, that they want to see more, that they feel like, hey, these guys are going to be the real deal. These guys are going to be players. I think that they also felt like, as was the case with Slater, that at least for now they want to see Matos against lefties, give him his best chance to succeed, that's what they have seen from him. So the Twins didn't throw any lefties this weekend. So, they had a couple of lefties who came in for brief times out of the bullpen, and that was it. So I think that's all that was going on there with Matos. But and then Yastrzemski, with right-handers going every day, he got some concerted at-bats, and that seemed to he seemed to get better and better as the last week went on, and the more he played. And I don't know if you remember what happened yesterday, but I thought it ended well for Yas and the Giants.
Yeah, and John, whether we're talking about the benefits of the hot and cold treatments of the springs out in Iceland or the hot and cold season that it's kind of been this year for the San Francisco Giants. But to your point, how much does that mean to this ball club to go out on a high note, not only getting that type of start from Blake Snell, but for Yaz to hit a walk-off for their 9th walk-off of the season?
Yeah, it was really kind of the whole thing was such a downer that Doval came in and just didn't have anything. And, you thought, man, you can't walk Diego Castillo, the guy they just brought up in the minor leagues, because their whole infield is injured right now, and they had no other options. And a guy that, has never been a guy known for his bat, you can't walk him to start the thing off. So right away, oh, no, he's not right. This is not right. And it just got worse and worse. But anyway, then Ryan Walker came in, and the whole thing went away because it all of a sudden was looking bad. Like, man, these guys are about to go ahead. And, and they, Margot should have been at third. He was on his way to third when he fell over halfway between second and third and scrambled back to second. Had he been at third already, then even with what Walker did, he might have scored on one of those ground balls. That one ground ball that Tyro played going far to his left, if that guy had been at third and Tyro had been pulled in, which he would have been, and, you never know what would have happened in a different situation. But that ground ball, I think, was going to go through if the infield had been in. So, and they would have been ahead. But anyway, so Walker did a great job. And then Yaz, what an at-bat that was. You can kind of forget the battle that he gave that guy throwing 100. The day before that, Durant had thrown one at 104 and several at 103, 102. I mean, there's hard, and then there's hard. Wow. So then Yaz gets this base hit. When he hit it, the first thing I was thinking was, gapper, triple, and but then you realize as the outfielder is chasing after, and then probably the outfielder Margot was realizing, oh, he didn't hit it as hard as I thought, but he hit it into a good spot, and all of a sudden, if you're a Giants fan, you start to get a little terrified, like, oh, my God, this guy, he's going after it. He might catch. No, he went after it. He made a mistake, and he made the dive. And he I think, had a chance to play that into a single. And if he had, maybe he didn't feel like he had enough time to get over and cut it off. I don't know what he was thinking. But when he left his feet, that became a triple, and the right fielder had come over to back him up. This guy, Kepler, is a very good outfielder, Gold Glove guy, and he backed him up. If he hadn't backed him up, Yas might have just rounded the bases there for an inside-the-park home run. But then they relayed the ball to a rookie. This guy had been so impressive. I was so jealous. I was like, man, this guy is so good. This Brooks Lee, named after Brooks Robinson, and out of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. And all of a sudden, he gets that throw, and it's the most insane throw I've ever seen. There was no need to throw it. I guess he never had realized, he's only been up for 10 days, how fast Yastrzemski was. Yas was standing at third, and this guy wheeled around and said, I'm going to get this guy. And he's standing at third as he threw the ball 15 feet over the third baseman's head and gave the game away. So anyway, what a crazy, crazy finish to that one.
Yeah, great stuff. You're right. I didn't know his name was Brooks Robinson. That's pretty cool. We mentioned the Wisely Matos thing a couple questions ago, and we talked a little bit about Matos. I'd love to hear your thought of, like, these Giants who are trying to build something who don't really have a shortstop. It was Brandon Crawford, and no, they didn't sign him in the offseason. And then it was maybe Marco Luciano, and then no, in spring training, they brought in Nick Ahmed. And no, it's not Nick Ahmed. They're DFAing him. And now we're going to give maybe Fitzgerald and Wisely. Just your thought is Brett Wisely, I mean, he wasn't trained as a shortstop, and now the Giants are trying to make the playoffs, and they're telling Brett Wisely, you're our shortstop. What's your thoughts on that situation?
I think for a long time, they've had a shortstop on the way, and he's been the guy, shortstop and otherwise, that we've all been watching and charting as he's made his way through the farm system, Marco Luciano. And if you'll recall, going to spring training, I think that was what was being talked about. He wasn't being given the job outright, but he certainly was having the door opened to say, really, this is what we're hoping to see, that he'll go in and seize this job during the spring. And the thing is that the more he played, the more he showed that he wasn't ready, and especially not ready defensively. And that's always been a question about him. And it's a funny thing. I don't know what happened, because last year when he came up, for a brief time late in the year, and that was what we'd always heard, that the shortstop per se part of his game was defensively a work in progress still. And yet I thought he looked really sharp. He had a moment or two, but by and large he looked sharp, he looked smooth. And I kept thinking, well, was it because his confidence was at a high level? He had been hot, and a lot of things had been going well in the minors when they brought him up. Because that's the best time when you want to bring a young guy up, when his confidence level is through the roof, and try to tap into that when he gets to the big leagues. But then they no longer needed him, and they decided that they would send him back after he had come up. So this year it was just the opposite, and he started hitting. He was hitting like crazy in the big leagues. But man, it seemed like every day in the ninth inning there was a tough play that found him. It was kind of uncanny, because a shortstop could go days at a time and not have a real tough play in the ninth inning of a game. I mean, you're going to get a tough play probably every day at shortstop. That's why you need your best guys at shortstop. But in the ninth inning, and he was costing them. And it was that they had that stretch of games that week where they kept coming from behind in the ninth inning, the eighth inning, every day. What they do? Like 4 days in a row in Pittsburgh and New York. And 2 or 3 of those games, and the first stretch of games, he booted a ball that cost them a game-ending double play in Pittsburgh, and they ended up blowing a 4-run lead and losing the game. And then for 4 days in a row after that, they came from 4 runs behind every day in the late innings. But one of those was even because he had booted a ball in the ninth inning in New York against the Mets, but they still won in extra innings. Anyway, I think finally they just saw, well, now it's not just that he's not ready. His confidence is just shot. You can see that. He's praying that nobody hits the ball to him. And so I think they felt that they for his sake, they needed to get him out of there. And so they went a different way. But, things happen. I remember something like that happened to Donovan Solano one year, where he was, Donnie Barrels. His teammates gave him that nickname because he was hitting line drives so often, barreling the ball up so often. But he got into a stretch at second base where he did not want the ball hit to him, and nobody wanted the ball hit to him, and his confidence just departed. That happens. These are human beings. Those kind of things happen. So anyway, I don't know what's going on with Marco Luciano back in the minor leagues defensively, or I've heard that they have moved him much more often to different positions like second base, and have tried him there, and so that's a work in progress. Maybe they'll think about first base. Maybe they'll think about outfield with him. But anyway, so I think that when you're talking about these young guys, and especially shortstop, I think that was the number one idea, that he was going to be the new shortstop. But it hasn't worked out that way so much with the glove. I think that the bat, we've all seen enough to say that the talent is there for him to be an outstanding big league hitter.
Last couple minutes here with John Miller on the UMA Guest on this morning. And John, speaking about the future of the Giants, we're actually about to have James Tibbs III, who the Giants selected with the 13th overall pick in the first round of the MLB draft last night. Not sure if you've had a chance to watch any YouTube highlights or do any research, but I'd love to get your thoughts on James Tibbs III. And what do you think about the Giants making another first-round draft pick out of Florida State?
Well, I think, number one, it's a great program, and it's like a kind of a intercollegiate version of a big league program. There are some places where college baseball is very big, where they have great ballparks and a big fan base, and they play before big crowds all the time, and that's one of them. And looking up this guy, I think I didn't know that they could get a guy that good with the 13th pick. There was I think in the big leagues, a lot of people were talking about, man, it's a draft where there are 12 real legit first-round picks that anybody would want to have, and the Giants have the 13th pick. But you're like, oh, bummer, dude. But I think this guy, and I don't have that list. I don't know what everybody was looking at as the top 12, but I think he was one of those 12. So I think they were thrilled to have a chance to get him with that 13th pick. And and sometimes those things, there are things that other teams they have different opinions about certain guys, or they have different ideas about how much money it's going to take to sign a guy, so on and so forth, where certain guys maybe can slip from that top 12 to a 13th spot, or even lower than that. So I think the Giants have to be thrilled to get this guy. The one knock on him, from what I've read about him, and I don't know that much about him other than what I've read since the draft took place, is he doesn't have that much speed. So maybe he could play left field, but he's not a guy with a definite position. And I think he's played some first base and looked pretty good. So I think he's not one of those guys you just plug into shortstop or center field or whatever, that he's going to be a Gold Glove in the making. But the bat seems like the real deal. And one of the things that kind of, I think, put him over the top in everybody's estimation was that he played in the Cape Cod League at Brewster last summer, and that's a wooden bat league, unlike college itself and most of the intercollegiate summer leagues. And he did really well with the wooden bat. And that's a transition some of these college guys and high school guys have to make. And it's not always easily made. But he did really well in the Cape Cod League in a wooden bat league. So I think that kind of cinched the deal for the Giants. And I think several other teams would like to have gotten him as well.
Yeah, and John, I know we got to go, but just for your demographic in mind, I expect you to say they call him Mr. Tibbs at a certain point, right? There you go.
I was wondering, I remember when I was in Baltimore, there was a right-hander named Jay Tibbs. You remember him? And he had a pretty good curveball, and he had pitched in Montreal before that. But Jay Tibbs, I was just wondering if this guy was in
yeah,
kind
maybe
of a
we'll ask him. We'll ask him.
Yeah.
We
Jay Tibbs pitched a game in Baltimore the year they lost 23 in a row. He was in that rotation.
Oh, my God, 1988.
Yeah, and they came home with they finally won a game after 20 21 straight losses, an all-time record for futility to start a year. They were 0-21, and they won a game, and then they lost 2 more. They came home, they were 1-23, and they sold out on a Monday night, the old Memorial Stadium in Baltimore, because a disc jockey in town had started a grassroots thing because a fan said, I feel so bad for these guys. I still love them. I just want these guys to know they're making fun of them on late-night TV and all over the country. And I just want to tell them we still love them. We're still rooting for them. And he said, well, maybe you should do that yourself. They get home on Monday. Get out there and tell them you love them and start rooting for them. Well, this became a whole grassroots thing. The team had nothing to do with it. And they started calling it Fantastic Fans Night. And they sold the place out on a few days' notice because the fans all wanted to get out there and tell them that they loved them. And the first guy had a pop-up, and the crowd went nuts. Jay Tibbs was on the mound, and it sounded like the World Series, like Game 7 of the World Series, And, it was like there's a swing and a pop-up. Ripken's under it, and he's got it. And they won the game. They went into the 9th inning ahead 9-0 or something like that. And I think ultimately Tibbs gave it up a little bit. It's the best game he ever pitched in his career, and they won 9-3. And I always remember that, there's a cliche that the fans help the team win a game. And that was the one time I thought you literally could say that because they were 1-23, and then they blew the Texas Rangers out in that game. So anyway, so that was my Tibbs story, and that is a story I'm very fond of. Yes. And now the Giants have their own Tibbs, and I'm looking for some sellout crowds and some big things from our Mr. Tibbs.
There it is, man. All right, we'll look forward to it, man. John, great catching up. Yeah. Welcome back from Iceland. Enjoy the All-Star break, and we'll talk to you down the road.
Thanks, John.
All right. I appreciate it. Thanks.
There he is, the legendary John Miller, and now the guy he was just talking about, James Tibbs III, next on The Sports Leader. Steve Moskowitz, bright and early on a Monday morning. Steve, you want to talk to us about the problem of unfiled tax returns?
That's right, and I want to take care of your listeners, and so many people have this problem. And there's 3 big reasons why people don't file returns. 1, they just don't have the money to pay the taxes. No problem. If that's your case, we'll go to the IRS. We want to cut you a sweet deal. So I take that problem off the table. Second big problem, you don't have your records. No problem. We'll go to the IRS and state and get all the records they have on you. And the third one is you say, Steve, I have my records, but there's a mess. I don't know what's there. I got a pile of things in a box and some more piles in a bag. No problem. We have an entire bookkeeping department in our firm to take care of that for you. The bottom line is there's no good excuse. We don't want some IRS agent knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. The only thing you have to do is call us for a free consultation. We'll listen to you. We'll tell you all your options, all your rights, and then if you give us a go-ahead, we'll talk to the government for you. We don't want you to even have to talk to them. And when we're done, we'll do everything for you, take your tax problem off of your back, and you can move forward and enjoy your life.
Man, sounds pretty good. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
With the 13th pick of the 2024 MLB Draft, the San Francisco Giants select James Tibbs III, an outfielder from Florida State.
Well, congratulations to the young man. Gets drafted in the first round of the Major League Baseball 2024 draft, and we have him on the UMA guest line right now. We do believe, if our research is correct, that this is his walk-up music, Suavecito by the artist again, Elvis Crespo. We hope that's right. James, as we welcome you to KNBR in San Francisco, we've been the Giants flagship forever. We're the morning show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, Murph, and Marcus. We say congratulations. And did we get it right, James? Is that the walk-up music?
Yeah, that was at one point this year my walk-up music. It was a great song, and just tried to switch up the mojo a little bit when I wasn't, having as much fun as I usually do, and really enjoyed playing that song. Suavemente is a good song, so we had a good time with it for sure.
Well, we did it. So we're off to a good start then. Very, very good. All right. Well, congratulations, man. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of you as a baseball player, tell us about just the emotion of that day. I don't know, were you with your family? I don't know, your friends? I don't know, tell us how it all went down and what you experienced in your heart and mind.
I'm just a lot of gratitude, so much thankfulness. You do something for years and years of your life, and for that to culminate in one night surrounded by so much family and so many friends. It meant the world to us, and it meant the world to me. And, it's just such a blessing to be able to be here. And, I can't thank those people, and I can't thank the Lord enough for allowing me to be where I am.
Yeah, and it's got to feel great to be the highest drafted Florida State Seminole since Buster Posey was drafted 5th overall to the Giants in 2008, and obviously the connections are there. So starting with Buster Posey, whether or not you have a relationship with him, what does it mean to you to put on the same uniform that he got to wear?
Yeah, it's really cool. Obviously walking around Florida State, there's so much just memorabilia and just recognition of how great he was at Florida State. And I actually got to get on the phone with him this morning and talk to him a little bit. And so that it means a lot. It means a lot to me, and just to see how it all worked out was super cool. So the fact that I get to hopefully end up wearing the same uniform as him, and after doing that at Florida State, it means a lot to me.
Without prying into the privacy of that conversation, was there a general message that he sent you about being a first-round draft pick of the Giants? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a welcome aboard. We both grew up in Georgia and both went to Tallahassee, and so he was just kind of walking me through all the processes and just saying how excited he was to have me on board, and talking about this year at Florida State and all those things. So it was super cool just to be on the phone with him, especially having watched a lot of his career growing up. That was a pretty cool moment for me.
Yeah, I'll say. And by the way, watch out. If everything goes as planned and you make it to the big leagues and are successful like Buster, we stole him from Georgia. He lives out here full time now. Mm-hmm. So you could be
That's right.
You could be a Californian, James, if it all works out.
That's right. That could be the case. We'll have to see as we get into it. But super excited. In
your travel ball career or showcase career or college career, how much time have you spent on the West Coast?
Not a whole lot. I've been out there for just to go to LA and to see some games growing up, but otherwise not that much. So never been to San Francisco, and really excited to get out there here shortly.
As far as the pre-draft process goes, James, you just mentioned you've never been to San Francisco. I'm wondering, do top prospects like yourself usually take these recruiting trips? How much did you talk to the Giants before they made that selection yesterday?
Yeah, you don't necessarily know much, right? So to be honest with you, I didn't really know anything until the whole process went down. So I have been in contact with them and had a meeting with a couple of their front office guys 2 weeks ago, and so did know that there was a lot of interest there, and was happy it worked out. It's been really good get to know the guys in the front office, and I think we're all really excited. We have the same goals in mind, so it's going to be a really fun process for sure.
We are talking to James Tibbs III, the first-round draft pick of the San Francisco Giants out of Florida State. Love hearing life stories. You say Georgia. I see Marietta, so that's basically Atlanta suburbs, right?
Yes, sir.
So big time. Were the Braves a factor in your life growing up?
Yeah, I was a big Braves fan growing up. Have been my whole life. Chipper Jones was my favorite player growing up, and so definitely went to a whole lot of Braves games. And we went to a Braves game about a week ago with the Giants. So pretty ironic how all that works out. And I'll add on to that. One of the funny stories in our Little League, we would always use minor league teams, and I actually played for the River Cats. The River Cats obviously is the AAA for the Giants. So pretty surreal, pretty cool how all that worked out. And, just to see the fingerprints of the Lord through all that is pretty cool.
Yeah, River Cats, and you were like, "What's that?" Well, guess what? You may be wearing that jersey pretty soon too on your way up. We're talking to James Tibbs III from Florida State, Giants first-round draft pick. That's awesome. So you mentioned Little League. So was it always baseball? Did you play other sports growing up too?
I did. So I played basketball all the way through sophomore year of high school, played football a couple times, but for the most part, we really locked in on baseball and knew pretty early that that's what I wanted to do, and kind of pursued it with all we had. And it was always just, the one thing that I love to do every day. So obviously seeing all of this culminate is pretty cool.
Yeah, and you mentioned Chipper Jones being your favorite player growing up a Braves fan. I'm curious, did you try to model his game out of that, or which MLB player would you say inspired you as a kid growing up?
Definitely Chipper Jones. He was the guy I always watched and loved how he approached the game, his discipline, his ability to use all fields, to do it consistently. It was something that I really enjoyed watching growing up, and was a huge fan of him, from the time that I can remember.
Think about getting into switch hitting?
I did. I tried a little bit growing up, but never ended up working out as well as I would have hoped.
Defensively, James, you're listed as outfield first base. How would you describe yourself? Like, where are you most comfortable?
Yeah, I mean, wherever they need me, I think that I can play all the positions, well, and I think I can do it every single day. And so that's one thing that we worked really hard on this last couple of years, is just getting comfortable in all those positions and finding ways to be as successful as possible, with wherever they put me, because the best opportunity that you have is when you're able to be versatile and play those positions. So something that I hope that I can bring to the game and play really well, because I know it's a big outfield there in San Francisco.
It is, but the other big part is just power. I mean, people love power. Chicks dig the long ball, said your old Braves teammates or your Braves buddies. Tell us about you as a power hitter. Is that your calling card? And is that just weight room? Is that hand-eye? Is that what? How did James Tibbs III acquire his power?
Yeah, I think it's all of those. I think hand-eye and I think the weight room are two very important pieces to that. But I think, having the ability to, move quickly through the zone and have your bat move quick with your hands and being able to maximize the force that you use with your body is something that I feel like I can do pretty well, and hopefully I can continue to do so. I wouldn't say power is my calling card. I really pride myself on just being a complete hitter and trying to be disciplined within the zone. And if I happen to run into one, it's awesome. But being a hitter first is really where I really enjoy being.
Yeah, and James, that's something that I noticed when I was doing some research last night, looking at some of your numbers, was the fact that you were able to cut down your chase rate and your strikeout rate from 32% to only 11.5% last year. Was that something that you focused on this season, and how do you think those skills are going to translate to the major league level?
Yeah, it was a massive part. I knew there was questions about my ability to put the ball in play, to do it consistently, and to not chase. And so within that, we really focused, the coaches at Florida State, my personal hitting coach, and then in the Cape Cod League last summer as well, we really focused on being able to find ways to put the ball in play. So for me, it was really bearing down on my two-strike approach and being able to be consistent with that. And it's something that I pride myself on, and I take a lot of time and effort into doing that at a high level. So something that hopefully I can continue to do, and hopefully it'll set me up well.
And then finally, James, the Cape Cod League is what's been mentioned too. Tell us about hitting with a wood bat as opposed to spending your entire career not using a wood bat. I mean, I think for the casual fan, we don't realize, how big of a jump that is, how maybe some guys can't do it. I mean, tell us about that, what the Cape Cod League did for you and how it was transferring your game to the wood bat.
Yeah, it's a huge deal. I actually prefer hitting with wood bats. It's just something that I've always felt more comfortable with. Gives me a truer understanding of how I hit and how when the ball comes off the bat, being able to get a true read on just how well you hit it is something that I really enjoy. It is a huge transition for a lot of people. I think that more often than not, it takes a little bit of an adjustment period to kind of get used to it. And that's what happened in the Cape. There's definitely was a point where I had to figure out the bat and what type of bat and, the weights and the shapes of bats, of wood bats is a lot more different than it is necessarily with metal bats. So definitely a transition for a lot of people, and I was thankful that I got to kind of experience that last summer.
Wow, it's great to meet you. Giants fans are listening all over. They got a huge fan base here now, huge Giants fan base ready to go. And, when that team's playing well, it's very much like Atlanta. The place is packed. We hope you're going to like a little cool air as opposed to some humidity. Did Buster mention that?
He did. And I'm excited about that for sure. The humidity here is crazy.
I know you're not gonna believe it, dude. I mean, sometimes you might get frustrated if a few fly balls die on the warning track, but for the most part, your body's gonna like it. I think so. We look forward to meeting you, and congratulations, like you said, to have that moment rewarded with all your family and friends, to have that hard work. You're 21 years old. You got the world in front of you, man. So, thanks for coming on, Murph and Marcus. We'll meet you soon, and congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, James.
Thank you so much. I'm excited. I can't wait to get to work.
There he is, James Tibbs III. Buddy, do up. Eldridge, Ramos, Tibbs.
Sign me up.
How's that?
Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, Murph.
That was fun. We can react to that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Yeah, it's really cool. Obviously walking around Florida State, there's so much just memorabilia and just recognition of how great he was at Florida State. And I actually got to get on the phone with him this morning and talk to him a little bit. And so that it means a lot. It means a lot to me, and just to see how it all worked out was super cool. So the fact that I get to hopefully end up wearing the same uniform as him, and after doing that at Florida State, it means a lot to me.
James Tibbs III, hopefully a corner outfielder / first baseman / slugger for your Giants. Although he eschewed the slugger label. So he's going gap to gap. He's going all over. He's Chipper Jones.
Mm-hmm.
So, by the way, is this the song? Do you want to come on air and,
Yeah, that is totally on me. 5-yard penalty for me. I will take the foul on that Suavemente.
Because he told me, so what happens is we're coming in, he goes, hey, I have his walk-up music, Suavecito. I said, wait a minute. Suavecito is the legendary song by the San Francisco band Malo, which is one of the great jams of all time. Is that his walk-up music? And Tony's like, I don't know, just go with it, go with it. So he comes on the air, and I said, hey, James, we're playing Suavecito for you. And he quietly goes, yeah, Suavemente is a great song. Now, if you want to, please dial up Suavecito by Malo. You want to talk about a summer jam.
Oh,
you want to talk about a summer jam.
Well, I'm down with some Suavemento. And I think our guy, James Tibbs, has a little bit of that suave in him, which means smooth, because he made a nice little smooth transition to correct you on your mistake.
He sure did. That was really good. He didn't go, hey, man, that's not my song. It's Suavemente. He just said, yes, Suavemente is a great song. It was artfully done.
By the way, I've got a great story of me playing Suavemente as a rejoiner for Sam Spear.
Wait.
At the races that I'll tell you another day.
You know that song?
Oh, of course I know that song. That song's a banger.
Now listen. Here we go. Ready? Oh, this is the all-time summer banger, all-time. Come on now. Come on, man. This is put the top down. You're going down Mission right now. These guys are from the Mission district.
This is barbecue music right here.
This is unbelievable summer barbecue music. Come on, here. Yeah. Come on, man. That's just how we did it. That's how we did it in the early 70s, baby. Back when we were going to see the movies called They Call Me Mr. Tibbs. That is barbecue music for sure, yeah. I bet Little Romo's playing that when he's cooking out for you, man.
Oh, down at the Carne down in San Jose, bro. I'm there.
By the way, speaking of which, went to an epic food truck in at Solano Brewing Company in Vacaville. We discovered two unbelievable brewers. Shout out to the great people of Dixon and Casey Willard and the crew up there hosting us, and we're having so much fun going up. They'll be on my 4th straight night up there tonight. But 2 breweries, one Rustuller Farm. I got to tell you, it might be destination. Like I told somebody, I said, if somebody came from Europe and said to me, like, what's an American thing? I'd say, go drive to Dixon and go to Rustuller Farm. Go get yourself a food truck and a beer and sit on a hay bale.
I mean, that's pretty damn Americano, if you ask me. Yeah. Drinking beer on a farm.
Yeah, and then there's a country band covering Willie Nelson, too.
What more do you need? What more do you need?
The other one was Solano Brewing Company, which is a little more modern, with a big open lawn, and they had a food truck, and I got a little We got Al Pastor burritos to go and had them for dinner.
Al Pastor.
So anyway, shout out to the great area out there that I'll be at again tonight.
Was it as good as the barbacoa that our guy Theo Vaughn had down in San Diego? Barbacoa.
No, back to the Giants, man.
You could get barbacoa.
Oh, so good.
Thank you, Tony.
So
you
listen,
could get barbacoa.
I mean, draft picks, right? Draft picks are, what are they? Hunter Bishop or Bryce Eldridge.
Yeah,
right?
in baseball, it's definitely more of a lottery, literally a lottery pick.
I mean, Bishop hasn't panned out the way we wanted. Bryce Eldridge appears to be panning out the way we wanted. He was in the futures game.
And shout out Bryce Eldridge this weekend down in Arlington. 1 for 2 with a knock on Saturday, but I heard people were just kind of amazed by him in batting practice, ripped off 4 or 5 home runs in a row. Everybody's just kind of in shock and awe of the size of this guy.
Dude,
6'7", going on 6'8". He's got a full beard now, Murph. He looks like a grown man. He's 19 years old.
Wow, man. Can we finally have one of these bonus babies that all the other teams have, right? It's funny. You said to me 6'7". I said, no. And then I said, remember when he got drafted? This is big. And then I looked, 6'7".
Yeah, I remember meeting him a couple weeks after he got drafted. They bring him down to Oracle Park to do a tour, and he was 18 years old, and I was staring straight up at him. Now, I'm a tall glass of water myself. I'm 6'3", but this kid is big, and he's got a big bag.
Man, oh, man. So, well, hey, that's what, thank you very much. I was looking for that.
I understand.
Anyway,
got you, Murph.
so this leads to the 2024 Giants, because we had a great texter who brought up the point saying, you got to sell. That this isn't the team. This isn't the window. I really like this take. Like the Warriors think that they still have a window, right? For example, the 49ers, the window is right freaking now. Right freaking now.
The 49ers are the window.
I mean, you could even argue that it might be last year was the window. You know what I mean? Because now you got a Super Bowl hangover. But there's no question that the 49ers are squarely in window territory, right? I mean, 100%.
Murph, I'm trying to crawl through that window like those Colombian fans were crawling through the vent last night at Copa.
Oh, man. And by the way, shout out to everybody. There was more Mount Event Crawl Moors. Apparently, it's a very common narrative device in movies. People had all sorts of guys crawling through events. Anyway, the Warriors window. I mean, they tell us there's a Steph Curry window. We've spent several of the last weeks debating whether or not there is a window and whether or not Klay Thompson was a part of that window or whatever. Let's be honest. Their window, you could argue it's closed.
Yes, the window is closing now. There might be like a little bit of like a screen door or like a little doggy door at the bottom, but that window's closed.
Very good. Giants, I don't think we're at the window.
I don't think the window's open yet.
No. But if you are an unrelenting optimist, you could say Hayden Birdsong, Kyle Harrison, Carson Wisenhunt, even Logan Webb, because he's only 27.
Patrick Bailey.
Patrick Bailey, who, by the way, we need to talk about, is just really settled into being a very nice major league hitter.
Bro.
He's a very nice major league hitter.
That's one of my biggest things when we talk about the development of these young guys. Murph, you mention it all the time, like, oh, Waterboy saw this guy down in San Jose. He must love him. I wasn't in love with Patrick Bailey when I saw him in San Jose. I was impressed with him defensively, but the bat was never there. And to see what he's done at the major league level, go look up his stats. He's put up better numbers at the major league level than he did at the minor league level.
Yeah.
So to have that kind of defense behind home plate is one thing, but to have that kind of offensive ability from a switch-hitting catcher, Patrick Bailey is a guy that you're building your team around.
He's now hitting in the 4-hole on occasion, too. By the way, if you look at it quietly yesterday, 1 for 4 with an RBI. He's hitting 283, bro.
Yeah.
I'll take that.
I'll take a
283 is like the new 320.
Dude.
Yeah. So anyway, so we're talking about the window. In the window, we just talked about 4 pitchers, Birdsong, Wisenhunt, Webb, and Harrison, right? Those are 4 potentials. Then you go around Bailey, right? Maybe Wisely, I don't know, but we're talking like Ramos, Matos, Luciano somewhere, maybe a DH.
Yeah, Jung-Hoo Lee, returning from injury next year.
And now Eldridge, we think. Reggie Crawford, right?
Carson Wisenhunt, those kind of guys.
Right. And then, I mean, this guy just got drafted, so he's probably 2 to 3 years away. But he'd be part of the window. Now we're talking window 2026, 2027. So maybe the point of this little rant is don't buy at the trade deadline. That's my point. That's my point of the rant. I wouldn't, I mean, we've talked about Blake Snell. What are they going to do with him in the next 2 weeks? Man, Mike talked about Doval. Like, he might even get, in fact, we play that Doval sound. Anyway, my point is the next 2 weeks we know that they're going to be in contention or not. But my lean has been for several years, I would rather they sell than buy. And sometimes they do nothing other than buy A.J. Pollard.
Yeah, that's the problem. Even when they were 10 games up last year, didn't really become buyers at the trade deadline. So that's one thing we got to keep in mind. And here we were last week talking about the opportunity of going out and maybe buying a Bo Bichette or buying a Vladimir Guerrero Jr. I think Farhan and this front office would rather wait for free agency to see if they can go get a Hassan Kim or someone that they can fill in during the offseason so they don't have to give up some of these prospects that they've been holding on to that now you're finally get to see them at the major league level. Like we talked about it last year with Farhan when Casey Schmidt and Patrick Bailey and Kyle Harrison all came along. Now we're talking about Ramos and Matos and the next wave of this generation of Giants. So I'm with you. I'm closer to selling than I am at buying at this year's trade deadline, but I think they might get caught in that middle ground again where we're 3-4 games out of that last wild card spot, and they don't want to do either of those options.
That's the thing, that stupid middle ground where they've been for the last 3 years, and which has been driving us nuts. By the way, quietly, are you with Matos? He's 2 for 16 in July. How are we feeling right
He's
now?
cooled off. You didn't really see him at all this weekend.
He didn't play. Was that only because of righties?
No, there were 3 righties on the mound, and Yas had a really good weekend. 3 for 3 yesterday, had the walk-off. He's been hot recently, and we know how good he is defensively out in right field. But I'm surprised, especially when we heard Farhan last week say, hey, if we don't start winning games, we're going to become sellers to give young guys more playing time. Farhan told us in spring training they want consistent at-bats every day for Luis Matos, but he's still not earning them yet.
By the time they come out of the break Friday in Colorado, it'll have been a week and 2 days since he took an at-bat. He went 0 for 2 in the loss to Toronto.
Man, Luis Matos.
Where is he?
I know,
Where is
right?
he?
Strictly lefty-righty platoon. Is Yaz on your team next year?
Is Yaz on your team post-MLB trade deadline?
Yeah.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
I think he's your 4th outfielder. I think it's more likely that guy like Michael Conforto gets moved.
I think that they feel like selling the 6th spot to the fan base is enough to excite us. We on KNBR, hey, they're in the race. They're in the race. The schedule softens up. Other than 4 at Dodger Stadium next week, and right now the Dodgers are banged up. They are banged up. This is the time to go get the Dodgers. I mean, they could make a little tiny move. What I'm looking for is, could somebody give me a freaking 7-game win streak? It's not impossible. It's happened in the history of the world. In fact, I'd like to look up every major league team and see what their longest win streak is. I bet the Giants are on the lowest end of win streaks this year.
I would say that's a good bet.
They just can't put together a win streak, brother. Nope. Is that because the starting rotation's been so inconsistent? So anyway, fun to have James Tibbs and get us thinking about the window. You remember the story that Paulie and I had from the Super Bowl? Were you with? No, 2013. God, you were still at Sonoma State,
2013, yeah, Murph. I've been with you like 4 or 5 years, not that long.
2013, the Super Bowl's in New York. And we get out there. It was great for us as tourists and guys on an expense account. We got out there the Sunday night. It was bad for radio because Radio Row doesn't really get going until Wednesday, Thursday. So we had 2 days on Radio Row where there was no guests, none. And we were sitting in this empty conference room. But the good news was we were in New York. Yeah. So as soon as the show ended, we could go hit the town.
Oh, then you're out the window.
But so we're there on a Monday morning at 6 a.m. our time, 9 a.m. New York time, and in walked out of nowhere the guy who plays Vito Spatafore on The Sopranos. Joe, I'm blanking.
Vito walks in.
Yes.
Wow.
He had a campaign where he was selling what he called bottle skins, which were covers for like sparklet water bottles with NFL helmets. No, it's not. Joe Ganascoli, right? Joe Ganascoli played Vito? I think he did. Anyway, and we go, dude, it's freaking Vito. He's the only guy. We got a guy from The Sopranos. We got him to sit down, and he sits down, he goes, Frisco, huh? And the Niners had just lost the NFC Championship, right? So they lost 2011 NFC Championship, 2012 Super Bowl, 2013 NFC Championship. And he sat down, and as he put the headset on, he goes, Frisco, huh? Niners? He goes like this. He goes, window closing, huh? Never forget that moment. We were like, damn, he dropped it. And he was right.
Windows closing.
He was right.
Oh.
That was the Kaepernick to Crabtree.
Oh. Don't
test me with a mediocre receiver like Crabtree. Dude, then the Niners went dark in 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Joe Ganascoli goes, oh, yeah, he's putting on the headset. He's, Niners, huh? Yeah, window closing, huh?
Well, hey, at least Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy have reopened that window. And shout out to the text line that's been blowing up in the last segment. And even young Tony, who whispered in our ear during that James Tibbs interview that he sounds a little bit like Brock Purdy.
He does. There's
I
something
heard
about
it a little
these
bit.
21, 22-year-old athletes who do their thing. By the way, he's 21. I mean, Birdsong's only 22.
Yeah, he's a youngster. So is Kyle Harrison.
Yeah.
So is Marco Luciano. Yeah. He's 22.
There you go. Farhan's like, see, don't you love me now? All right, Susan Slusser joins Johnny London, Carlos Ramirez. All right, we'll put the doctor's coat on. We'll find out what young Tony learned today. And, hey, home run derby tonight, but you're going to have to tell me about it, bro, because I'm going to be in Dixon.
Ooh, you don't got no derby picks?
I mean, I'll make a pick.
Ooh, I'll give you mine on the other side.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, there you go, buddy. All right, for the playlist tonight, a little BP before the game. We did the Debo thing, by the way. I just said blanket because they used to say no amplified music at Little League games. And I just said blanket. We're in Dixon, so I did the Debo thing. I carried the boombox on my shoulder, and we were blasting.
Hell yeah.
We actually blasted $1 Million Baby by Tommy Richmond. You guys know that one, too,
Yeah.
right?
Uh-huh.
So I was like, we got to have some swag. Got to have some swag,
No
right?
Central C this weekend, huh?
Well, we have it on the playlist, so maybe I'll play this today.
Hey.
On the shoulder.
Also, Murph, just make sure you tell Central C that it's still not coming home.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, that's right.
He's a Brit, Murph. He's a Brit.
Nice, Marcus. Very good, very good. I actually think it is home. It's in Spain. That's freaking home. La Casa. Like that guy who said, cucurella,
Ooh.
se come paella, cucurella, se bebe estrella. Nice lyrics. He's just talking about how he likes paella and estrella.
Yeah, but it's still not the best Spanish lyrics that I've heard this summer, Tony.
What's this guy hitting? What's this guy hitting, like 210?
Oh, my God. Murphy's an all-star as a singer.
I'm going to look up his numbers.
Not as a player.
Well, you put on the...
but he's going to the all-star game
hang on,
as a singer.
While you do the... While you do the...
Yeah. Give me the lab coat, Tony.
He's hitting...
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report. Sponsored by Sutter Health.
Dude, he's hitting 380.
Wow.
What? You know what I say to that? When he's hit, I say, oh, my God. That's hitting 380.
Wow.
What the hell?
And now he's
Why
in the
is it
middle
this?
of my Giants Health Update, sponsored by Sutter Health, not Jose Iglesias, unless he wants to get in on a sponsorship. But maybe he was checking out Robbie Ray and saying, oh, my God. Oh, my God. Through the 5 innings that he threw yesterday down in San Jose, rehabbing with the San Jose Giants, 5 innings, only allowed 1 hit, 1 walk, and had 9 strikeouts. And we're getting closer and closer to the All-Star game, which means a possible return from Robbie Ray post-All-Star break. And that, my friends, is your Giants Sutter Health Report, sponsored from the 1,800 primary care doctors and 30 urgent care centers to over 1 million video visits. Sutter is dedicated to helping make patients' lives easier. Learn more at sutterhealth.org.
All right, well done, buddy. Okay, drum roll, please. Home Run Derby picks. I'm not good at this stuff, so I'll go first. Marcus's pick will probably be better. Bruce Bochy's own Adolis Garcia. You know why? He's just too big and strong. He's in his home park. He's not an all-star, so he doesn't have to worry about playing in the darn game. And I just like big, strong dudes.
I like that. The hometown favorite tonight in his own ballpark. Not a bad pick. Now, Murph, he's got the 3rd best odds to win it, right behind Marcell Ozuna from the Braves. And the hands-down favorite is Pete Alonso, who's looking to become the first 3-time Derby champ since Ken Griffey Jr. So I think the betting favorite has to be Pete Alonso. He would be my pick to win it, but also for all my Bobby Boucher's best bets heads out there, I told you last week, I'm going to throw a couple dollars on Teoscar Hernandez. I know nobody likes him because he's from the Dodgers, but he's got big home run power, and he's got plus 1,000 odds. If you're looking for some value, I like Teoscar Hernandez, but I think Pete Alonso is going to win it again.
I didn't think you'd go with the safe pick.
Like I said, if I had to pick one.
I avoided Alonso because I thought it'd be like, you're going chalk.
Low-hanging fruit.
Yes, I'm surprised. Usually you're...
I mean, Pete Alonso
Why don't you dump Alonso
dominates.
and just go with Teoscar?
Yeah, because I think Alonso's going to win. Now, I hope for my betting purposes that it's Teoscar Hernandez.
Will you also throw a little on Alonso to cover
exactly. I'll hedge my bets. I'll probably take 2 guys. I am interested in seeing the youngsters, I should say.
Jeff
Gunnar
Passan
Henderson
says Bobby Witt.
Bobby Witt Jr. Those guys are going to be entertaining.
from Texas. He'll go home, and he says he's got more power than you think.
Yeah, but Pete Alonso has this routine down. He knows how to win these derbies.
No question. I just thought it was too chalky. By the way, you know what the real analysis should be? who's got the best BP guy?
Ooh,
You've
that's
seen some
the
guys-
real question.
You've
yeah.
seen some guys tighten up and choke and miss like 4. If you miss on like 4, 5, 6 pitches in a row, you're costing a guy the possible.
And then it's
bombs.
always bad too when it's your dad out there and your dad's throwing bad
Dude,
pitches.
I can't. I've completely lost the ability to throw BP. I've been coaching for how long, and I haven't thrown BP in years.
Shout out Coach Lou.
Coach, 80 years old.
Dude, still doing it.
By the way, Coach Lou had a speech to the kids on Saturday.
Yes, Coach Lou.
Did I
Get
tell you
him,
about
Coach
that?
Lou.
Yeah.
Get him. Yeah, Coach Lou.
Sometimes you got to talk real talk to
We
the
play
kids.
some ball on the West Coast, Coach Lou.
Anyway, all right. We'll see everybody in Dixon tonight. Look forward to it. Another elimination game for us in Petaluma and the good people of Dixon, California. Should be really fun. Young Tone, we'll do it real quick. Yeah.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now.
These are frequently movies. One was 9.5 weeks, which I would recommend if you and a lady want to get into the mood. You know what I mean? It's a little, there's some heat going down.
I understand.
All right, Mickey Rourke and Kim Basinger exploring each other.
I'm picking up what you're putting down, Murph. I'm picking it up.
And the other one is that They Call Me Mr. Tibbs. Just had a big smackdown with Maria Lopez. She tried to come down my road. I rebuffed her. Yes, In the Heat of the Night is the original. This is the sequel. They Call Me Mr. Tibbs. Here we go.
They call me Mr. Tibbs.
Mr. Tibbs.
There it is. And that's for James Tibbs III.
Welcome to the Giants, James Tibbs III.
Okay, home run derby, everybody. And Dixon, we'll see you real soon. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
They call me Mr. Tibbs.
If you're a Giants fan, you start to get a little terrified, like, oh my God.
Oh my God. Todo lo malo echarlo para allá. Oh my God.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
1-2 pitch. Walner strikes out swinging. Fastball, he just overpowered him.
Now the pitch. Curveball struck him out swinging. 1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. Got him on the next one anyway. That's 6 perfect innings from Blake Snell.
The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. A curve got him. And we'll see. After giving up the hit, it's at least possible that Snell is done for the day. What a performance by Blake Snell.
Delivers as a drive into the gap in left center field. Well back there, and it will bounce to the wall as the Twins have tied the game. 2-1 pitch. Yaz swings and hits one into the gap, right center field. That one is falling, a dive, and no! It rolls past the center fielder, Margot. Yaz around second, digging for third, and standing at third on a wild throw. The throw goes out of play, and this ball game is over. A Little League home run to wrap it up.
Yes. Thanks for joining us. It is a Monday edition of the show, July 15th. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, Carlos Ramirez. And if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, and you should be, or listening on the stream, or however you like to get a part of the show, we really appreciate it. You can even listen on the Blowtorch. But Carlos Ramirez is here. Papa's out for another week. During my week out, everyone's like, is Papa okay? Is Papa okay? Is Papa okay? Yeah, and the only reason I know is because a certain friend of his likes to post a lot of pictures on Instagram. That's the only way I know that he's alive. But he's somewhere in Europe. He never tells anyone. He never texts. Nothing. Just.
Do we have any clues?
I know he's been in France, Spain, I think Portugal. He's been all over the place.
Italy? No.
Italy. Oh,
he's got to go there.
Yeah, he loves Italy.
Gregorio Papa.
Yeah, he's been in Italy
Motherland.
quite a bit. So this is it. I mean, you and I were just talking about this. for a lot of people in media right now, sports media, we take our quick vacations. Not him. He takes an entire month off. Hey, I need the time. But then he comes back, and then we're all like balls to the wall, pedal to the metal kind of a thing because it's football season. And it's just boom. But you've got like Olympics coming, and you're doing soccer. I just screwed up an interview that you were doing.
No, you didn't. Stop.
So anyway.
Stop.
I appreciate the ode to, I was in Hawaii at my mom's for a week, and you got the Hawaiian shirt there.
Yes, this is for you.
Shirt.
I got up this morning, went to the gym, worked out. Before I worked out, I picked my...
you know where the gym's at?
It's right there. And I go to the gym, but before I pick my wardrobe because I'm going to take a shower. I'm not going to come sweaty here.
Right.
So I take a shower.
Gym shower?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't mind that.
Yeah. And I picked my Hawaiian shirt, my finest Hawaiian themed shirt.
I love it.
Just for you.
Is that pink or salmon? I think it's pink, right?
Yeah, pink. I got two girls, so I have a lot of pink.
I love pink. I wear a lot of pink. You got to be a confident guy to wear pink.
Yeah.
You own pink. It's a great look on you, by the way.
Thank
Good
you.
color for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Do you know your colors?
Yes,
Yeah,
dark.
You got to know your colors.
Dark.
Yeah.
Black, blue, green, brown. I mean, dark.
Yeah, it looks
dark because I'm pale.
Yeah, me too.
I'm pasty. I am melanin deficient.
Me and you both.
Melanin deficient. So I got to go dark.
totally
I like
am.
yellow,
Yeah.
light,
I can't
cream.
do any of that.
I look like a
washed out.
Yeah,
I get washed out.
yeah.
Big time.
It's not a bad. It's a bad look.
Yeah, I wear a lot of dark. Although today I do have a white sweatshirt, but I usually a lot of black, a lot of dark.
Yep. So how was Hawaii?
Oh my God. Well, it's nice because I have family over there, mom's over there, and so what's nice is you don't have to go to resort. You don't have to, you know what I mean? You don't have to do all that stuff. She's got like a separate house, so if she doesn't want to see me. Plus, what's nice about it is when you go to a vacation, you know this, everybody knows this. When you go on a vacation and most of your stuff that you do is during the day, like Vegas, it's night into morning, right?
You're a
always tired.
vampire.
But when you go to like a sunny destination, I'm in bed by 9. Like every day.
You're worn out.
Yeah, you do stuff all day and you're worn out.
Right.
So anyway, we'll get into it a little bit later because I've never been on a vacation in which one moment it was like 90 degrees and burning hot, and I went to the top of a mountain that was over 13,000 feet, took a big tour up there, and we were in parkas and it was like 20 degrees and we were freezing in literally 24 hours.
Well, that's kind of San Francisco.
Crazy. Yeah, you're right.
It's kind of living in Milpitas and driving up to the city. you leave Milpitas, it's a
You're
sauna,
right.
and you get here, it's a cold plunge.
It totally is.
It's the Bay Area experience, pretty much.
A guy kept telling me too, and I was a little nervous. I'm in decent shape, not like you, gym every day, maybe 3 times a week. But he's like, now you're gonna have to practice your breathing and all this, and these signs as you're going up this mountain are like, we're not responsible.
If you pass out, it's on you.
Could result in death. I'm like, oh my God. Plus, I'm looking at, we're in one of those like a Mercedes Sprinter van. There's like 10 people in it. I'm thinking, you're in trouble. You're in trouble.
That happened to me in Chile like 10 years ago.
Really?
We're driving up to this ski resort. We go to a World Cup qualifier match between Venezuela and Chile.
Yeah.
And a couple of days before.
By the way, we will get into Copa America.
Oh, man, we got to talk about that.
Yeah.
So they drive us up to the ski resort near Santiago de Chile. And the drive up was so fast, there's something called mal de páramo in Spanish, which is pretty much the altitude. You drive up so fast uphill that your body is, it kind of decomposes.
Right.
It's like your air is all thrown out of whack.
Wild.
It's wild. So I passed out. They had to drive me into this.
Did you really?
Yes. They took me to this like medical facility, and I was dehydrated. It was bad. Bad.
No, the guy told me the whole time, he's like, got to drink water, got to do this, got to do that. And they were stopping along the way. So there was these points that you stopped. Because again, I'll post these pictures on social media, but we got the sunset. It's Mauna Kea. It's it's over 13,000 feet, and you're watching the sunset. You're above the clouds.
Yep.
I mean, I jumped out of a plane one time, perfectly good plane, at 10,000 feet. We're at 13,000 feet above the clouds as the sun set, and there's all these observatories and everything. Man, it was wild. Anyway, we'll get into that a little bit later.
We got a show today. We got Giants. Cool. We should talk Ace. We got MLB Draft. All-Star break is here. Home Run Derby.
Yep.
New format, new things. It's a great week. It's a great show.
And we got a ton to get into. Maybe the biggest thing, and we'll get into this, we just spent most of this segment getting reacquainted, which is totally fine. But the biggest good news thing, Blake Snell looked like Blake Snell for the first time. And, of course, you know me, I never jumped off the Blake Snell bandwagon. I was always confident that he would
Blake Snell.
Be this good.
Liar.
Nobody stayed on. I don't care who you are. Nobody stayed on. But didn't get the win. He was probably pissed at the end, but they end up getting the win with the Little League home run. But just for 1 second, Blake Snell pitching that way. And look, dude's taking a no-hitter into the 7th. He's looking like the second half Blake Snell last year with the Padres. I'll say this. I've never seen a guy, maybe they all are, but they're just not outward enough about it. Blake Snell is all about mental because he's got the stuff. There's no question. I think he's talked himself into, I'm a second half, I'm a second half, I'm a second half, I'm a second half, because he could do this anytime he wanted. I mean, I wanted him to keep going, at least through 8. Doval blows the save. We can get into that conversation as well. But it was like he was mesmerizing hitters, and I was sitting there with my son, and he said, well, he's probably done after the 7th. And I said, if the other dugout is happy you left, then don't pull him. But anyway, it was nice to see him pitch.
It was very World Series like when he got pulled from the Tampa World Series. Remember that? Against the Dodgers? But different scenario. Yeah, different scenario, different situation. I truly never jumped off the Blake Snell wagon. Because,
you didn't?
No. Here's why. One, he was hurt. So you can never judge any athlete when he is hurt. Never, ever, any athlete. I don't care if it's a flu, it's a fever, it's whatever it is. I want to see him perform at his physical best, and he wasn't healthy. So now he clearly is healthy. So that, to your point, I think his health dug into his mental game, and that threw him off. And again, to your point, he is a second half pitcher for whatever the case. Maybe he is ingrained or taught or, lied or convinced himself that he is a second half pitcher. Whether blood irrigation, whatever the case may be. He is a second half guy. So why would I jump off the train when it's not the second half? And plus, he was hurt. So now he's healthy, and it's the second half. Here we go.
All right, we will get into the second half. We'll review the first half, even though it's not the half. They have 65 games left, and really the last 50 are kind of a sprint in baseball. So we'll get into all that conversation. Susan Slessor is going to join us at 11:30 again. YouTube and Twitch start the conversation there. Always the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line the same, so your choice. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Anything you want to talk about the Giants over the weekend, and we got to go back a little bit just because there are a few things we need to hit up on, but we got that. The Warriors, there's more Laurie marketed news, so we'll get into that conversation. Plus, the Niners were already here. Rookies report tomorrow, so we got a few things that we need to hit up on there as well. So let's talk about it. We'll start with the Giants. We'll do it next. The great Carlos Ramirez, and he's looking good. You got to tune into a YouTube and Twitch.
Thank
with
you.
the pink Hawaiian shirt. It is incredible, and it is your color. We'll get into all of it next. Only here.
All right.
On these words.
Aloha.
It sound right, boy.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Hall of Famer John Miller, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to give his thoughts on the Giants season heading into the All-Star break. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Strike three call in the outside corner. He got him with a curveball. Snell delivers. He struck him out swinging, a curve in the dirt, bouncing off the glove of Bailey, who retrieves it in front of the plate and throws him out at first.
1-2 pitch. Wallner strikes out swinging. Fastball, he just overpowered him.
Now the pitch. Curveball struck him out swinging. 1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. Got him on the next one anyway. That's 6 perfect innings from Blake Snell.
There is a bunch of highlights for you from the weekend. We'll get into the Giants. What do you want to discuss? Blake Snell? Do you believe Camilo Doval. Do they need a new closer around here? There was a draft, which, James Tibbs III. Who the hell's that guy? But interesting to discuss that because another left-handed power hitter on the heels of Patrick Bailey being robbed on Saturday of tying the game. It was in a 3-2 game, which ended up being a loss to the Twins. So we can get in any of those things or more. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line is the same. 415-808-5627. Love to hear from you. 415-808-KNBR. Graced with the presence of Carlos Ramirez, NBC Sports Bay Area, A's, Giants, Niners. He does it all. Plus soccer play-by-play.
Yep.
And you're going to be going to the Olympics in a few weeks, going down to Miami to do what do they officially call that cast where you go all over the place? It's got a name, doesn't it?
No, I mean,
you're going to be doing?
Yeah, I'll do soccer, volleyball, and then multidisciplinary coverage.
Right, but are you throwing it like boom, 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 boom?
Yeah, I'm hosting shows.
Yeah, that's
like we
awesome.
got wrestling now, and we talk about the wrestling match, and then we go to fencing, and then we talk about synchronized swimming, and then we go to diving, and then we go to boxing, and so on and so forth. Yeah,
and you got to be up on all that stuff,
Yeah.
right? Like,
Yep.
You know what you're doing.
Yeah.
So you've been doing lots of studying.
Absolutely.
Very cool.
I'm back to college, pretty much.
It's great.
Olympic U.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm jealous, man.
No, come on.
It's like 3 weeks in Miami.
You got to spend a day with Greg Papa every day. That's not good. You know,
That's what they pay me for. No, I'm just kidding.
Really?
Love Greg. Yeah. Yeah.
Do
Absolutely.
do you?
Absolutely. Yeah, but it's
Who doesn't?
I think it's like any long-term relationship. I think that the break does us good.
Okay.
But not in a negative way. I just mean in a good way.
Yeah.
And then we're
You
refreshed
miss
for the
miss
year.
each other.
Yeah, you don't think you do, and then you do. But but then it's like it's nice to get a little time.
Who doesn't love Greg Papa?
I don't know anybody that does it. But
Some people in Vegas, perhaps.
no,
But then
don't get me in trouble.
They just don't like anyone.
Yeah,
That's
they
it.
don't-
It's a
you're
them problem, not a
100%
Greg
right.
Papa.
Yeah, you're
It's a them issue.
100%.
Yeah.
All right. Blake Snell, we're in
Yes.
agreement. Good to see Blake Snell. So, do you believe moving forward that this is going to be the Blake Snell? Not no hit, not no hitter into the seventh. We're not expecting that. What we mean is, if you watched his stuff yesterday, nasty. So whether somebody gets a hit, whatever, but this is the guy that you paid the money for.
Yeah.
So if this is the Blake Snell they're going to see, and you put Webb in there, and Robbie Ray looked good in San Jose, I realize that's not San Francisco, but he's definitely coming. I'm not going to put Cobb as a bonus if he comes, if he's on this team in the second half.
Same with Robbie Ray.
I think Ray is going to be. I don't know how long he's going to go. Is he a 5-and-fly guy? I don't know, but it looked pretty good. And then I really like Birdsong. Really like Birdsong. He has the it that you can't put the finger on. He's just got the it. And then Kyle Harrison. And I think those five. Hicks is going to go to the pen to me. Wynn, I could see him going to the pen. I mean, Wynn's a guy that he'll throw 97, 98. What if he's a reliever? He could throw over 100.
Yep.
We can get into Camilo Doval, but let's just for just a second, Blake Snell. Do you expect this to be that version of Blake Snell the rest of the way?
Yes and no. And here's what I mean by that. Let's go back to yesterday's start. What he did really well, he did several things well, but the one thing he did exceptionally well was efficiency. He was incredibly efficient. He navigated 7 innings throwing 80 pitches. That is very un-Blake Snell-like. And if you break it down inning by inning, John, 12 in the first, 15 in the second, 12 in the third, 10 in the fourth, 9 pitches in the fifth, 11 in the sixth, and then 11 in the seventh. That is not him. So that's why I don't expect that kind of efficiency from him because he has never been this guy. The biggest number for me was 0, not hits, walks. Remember, last season he led baseball in walks and then ERA. Who does that? Blake Snell does. So in the past 2 starts, he has struck out 11 hitters with 3 walks. If he can manage the walks, if he can be that efficient starter, then all bets are off because he can be even better than what he was last season. He won the Cy Young despite the control issues and he's a guy that doesn't give in. So if he'll start a count on a 3-0, he won't just walk a guy. He'll fight for it. And that's what gets him in trouble, meaning he's not efficient. So he'll go 25, 30 pitches an inning, and then he'll have to just pitch 5 or 6. So I don't expect that version of him. I do expect the guy who will be very effective getting guys out. That he does. To me, what's really curious of what he did specifically yesterday is he went completely away from the slider. He threw one slider. He went fastball heavy. This season, for comparisons, he is 48% fastball. Yesterday, he was 50. That's a bit of an uptick, just 2%. However, the curveball was 21%.
Nasty.
Season. Last night, John, 35%. Yeah. So he went from 21 to 35. Changeup was on par. Season 16%. Yesterday 14. The slider went away. So he knew what was working, dug in on those pitches, and was absolutely magnificent.
He was great yesterday. Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. What can this team be if that's the Blake Snell that we see? And again, you're 100% right. Even last year when he won the Cy Young and had the 99 walks, essentially what he did last year in that second half when he was so effective, if he didn't like a guy or if, guy didn't chase his pitches, fine. He knew that he could get himself out of things, so he would put himself into situations because he didn't want to give in to a hitter and give him something to hit. He was like, look, I don't care if it's 3-2. If I walk you, I'm getting out of this. His ultimate confidence, which you can tell in all his interviews and everything like that, when he's got things going. Conversely, when he doesn't, he can become a mental mess. But that's what he did last year when he won the Cy Young. Next, we'll get into Camilo Doval at 10:30, just because I don't know if you heard Mike Krukow this morning. I don't know that I've ever heard Mike more critical of an individual player on the Giants than what I heard this morning with Camilo Doval. So we'll get into that conversation coming up next.
We should play it back.
We are going to play it back.
Okay.
Plus, I don't know if we have your question, but I got to give you a ton of credit. We want to get into this hour as well, is I do think, and we'll get into this as the week goes on because I'm going to pull back the curtain a little bit. There's no sports this week other than Home Run Derby tonight. Then you got the All-Star game, and then it's kind of one of the slowest weeks in sports.
We have no Copa America, no Euros.
So we got to kind of,
we're sports fasting.
Yeah, we got to distribute things out a little bit. But your interview with Bo Bichette was great.
Thank you.
Because people don't understand the art of interviewing nowadays, and especially now the way that media kind of works.
Yeah.
And I want you to explain this, just the way that you worked the Q&A with him, which was tremendous.
Thank you.
And you actually got him to relax, where most people won't answer a question when they're on another team about potentially going to the team as they're sitting in that city.
Right.
And you did a masterful job of it.
Oh, thank you.
I was on my vacation going, I told my kid, I work with this guy. Next week, I work with him. You see how he did it? Because my son's in broadcast school at Arizona State at Cronkite. And I said, that's how you do it.
Thank you, man.
I did. I flat out said, that's not an easy question to ask to a guy to say, hey, would you like to come to this team? And you can tamper all you want, like other guys.
Yeah, I'm not a GM.
But no, you did a great job of it.
Thank you.
And a lot of guys will give the stock answer of, I'm really happy I'm on the team. I'm on. He actually said, yeah, San Francisco's cool. I'd like to come here. And that's because of you.
Thank you. That's why I wear a Hawaiian shirt for you, because I love you. Thank you. No, thank you.
That's well done.
Thank you.
That's not just luck. Like people think, it's just, you got a good subject. But you got to grease the skids a little bit.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There's an art to it.
Oh, thank you.
Did a phenomenal.
It means
job.
a lot.
Except for you were doing an interview this morning again to pull back the curtain a little bit more. I go into the food room. We're all, we're not on the air. We had this conversation, you and I, a couple of weeks ago. A little loose the language. I realized that you had earbuds in it.
Yep.
I didn't realize you were on an interview.
I have a.
Hey, what the F's going on?
No, I'm muted. We have MLS. I have MLS on Wednesday. I'm calling the Quakes Dynamo game on Apple. And every week before the game, we get this private media session with both teams' coaches and players. And I was talking to Ben Olsen, the Houston Dynamo coach. We had they scheduled it at 9:30 a.m. God knows why. We never do this early, but it worked out.
I apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize.
I didn't know you were on an interview because you're so busy
fine.
all the time.
You're fine.
So you're in the food area.
You're saying hello. You're being courteous. You're being polite. You're being John Lund.
I know, but one of my pet peeves is if we're out on location, right, and I have these big honking pair of headphones on with a mic sticking out from it, and someone will walk up to me and go, hey, what's going on? I'm like, is this
Do you not see
clue?
the equipment?
Is this not a clue at all? Then they'll just start talking, and I can't hear them.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at him like I'm shaking my head with a smile on my face like, you see these big honking headphones. I don't walk around.
This means work.
Yeah, it doesn't mean like the 80s when they had those radio headphones and they were gigantic. They had antennas coming out of them. No.
Listen, don't never, ever apologize for being polite, a loving human being to your coworker.
No, but I cussed and so I thought, that's going to come over on your thing, screw up your interview.
It's not a live thing. It's a tape thing. You were perfect. Right. Nothing to apologize for.
All right, just making sure.
You're good.
All right, let's get into the...
But never do it again, John.
You're just
doing it again.
I know. I did feel bad. I'm so unprofessional.
You were perfect.
All right, let's get into this Camilo Doval conversation. You don't want to miss, if you did miss what Mike said this morning, pretty critical. Pretty critical. We'll play for you next. Only here on the Sports Center.
They're Papa and Lon, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Delivers as a drive into the gap in left center field. Well back there, and it will bounce to the wall as the Twins have tied the game. Now coming around second and slipping and falling was Margot. And the relay went to third. I don't think Wisely knew that he had fallen over. He was dead to rights. He was 45 feet off any base. and wisely wheeled and blindly threw the ball to third as Margot got up and went back to second.
There's the great John Miller, who was on the morning show, Murph and Marcus, this morning. If you missed it, go to KNBR.com after this show.
Not now.
Yeah, not now.
Just wait.
Just later. Marcus and Murph this morning. So they also had Mike Krukow on. By the way, Carlos Ramirez is in today. Absolutely great. You're in today, tomorrow, Wednesday, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And then you get busy.
And then, I got a day off on Thursday. Friday, I do baseball. Then Saturday, I think I'm off. Then Sunday, I have to go to Sacramento for some stuff, interviews and stuff. And then I have the Dodger series from the 21st to the 26th, the 25th. And then the 26th, I'm gone to Miami for the Olympics.
There you go. Make sure.
MLS on Wednesday.
By the way, before we get into this whole conversation and why we played that, we're going to get into Camilo Doval and Mike Krukow, very critical. So we'll play that for you in just a moment. And they do have your Bo Bichette interview.
Dante's son.
Yeah. And so we'll play that for you as well to show how impressive you are.
Oh, come on.
In this whole thing. But by the way, are you on at a set time during the Olympics, or is it just random?
That's a good question. No, well,
we want to know.
No, it depends. Like, I know when I call a game, it's a set time. Like, my first broadcast, you're going to love this. My first assignment for the 2024 Paris Olympic Games is soccer, men's soccer, Uzbekistan against Egypt.
Really?
Yes. And I love that stuff because, it's anyone can call Brazil, Argentina, or France, England.
Right.
But when I have to dive deep and find out that Egypt's coach is a Brazilian guy who won the Olympics in 2016 with Brazil and was runner-up in the 2015 under-20s World Cup, that kind of stuff, I geek out about. Finding the stories and finding who the players are and what that's what I love. That's the favorite part of my job is the investigation, the research behind because once you do that, everything is easy.
Well,
with no research, you can't do this job.
I want to get to this Krukow stuff, but give me 30 more seconds. People do not realize the amount of work it is to just do play-by-play. So you're doing play-by-play of all these players, and you got to know the background of the coaches, and there's all these kind of things.
Everything.
And the game never stops, so you have to have this stuff on the fly, and you have to know it in your head. And then you're going to be doing all these other sports where you're throwing it to different things. You got to be knowledgeable on that. Again, look, I'm not saying we're digging ditches around here, but what I am saying is people have to realize how impressive that is because that's a lot of different stuff. And you've got to have that top of head. It's not like you're, I got to find my cards. The game's going.
Yeah.
Soccer doesn't stop.
You got to have it pretty
commercial break.
Pretty handy.
I'll get this after the break. It's like you got to know.
Yeah, you got to know.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Camilo Doval has struggled. There's no question. And it's not only last year versus this year and all these kind of things. His maturity has been brought into question. He did turn it down a big contract. I don't know if that's, weighing on him. I have no idea. He's gotten frustrated at times when he has blown a couple of saves and the media has asked to talk to him. He has said to the media, well, why don't you talk to me when I save games? Why is it just on the negative? I don't know. That's just how our media works. But
which is a good point.
It is a good point. So he struggles. Twins tie the game 2-2. Cost Blake Snell a win. He pitched awesome. But Mike Yastrzemski gets the league home run, and they still win it 3-2. But Mike Krukow was on, as he is every Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the morning show with Murph and Marcus. And he is frustrated by Camilo Doval. And I think, people can correct me if I'm wrong, and that often happens, this is about as critical as Mike Krukow, I think, will ever be.
It all changed with the leadoff walk, and it all changed in the 3-ball count where he missed by 2 feet. To me, that tells me that he's not a confident arm right now. And so where we go from here, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if he's the guy coming out of the break. I mean, quite honestly, you have to have a more confident arm in that slot. Do you put in Ryan Walker? Do you put in anybody else? I mean, what is Tyler Rogers done in the high leverage situation, pitching the 8th inning? He's been great. So there are other options there, and there is concern. And and really, if you're Bob Melvin, you might even consider that this is something that he needs to go down there, work on a few things, kind of a head slap, calm down, find out what is really important in certain situations, what you have to do to in a 2-run lead when you're facing a guy who really should have no business in that batter's box against you. So, I mean, there's a couple changes that he has to make to be able to get back to where he was. And right now, he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
So those are some pretty strong words, Mike. So he's definitely on the radar.
I'm pissed off. That 2-0 lead and that walk, especially when he had the 1-2 count, that's unforgivable for a closer.
Like I said, he's pissed off.
Yep.
And just to be clear on all this stuff, he went from maybe he's not the closer anymore to maybe he needs to go down to AAA and work on some things. Again, his maturity has been brought into question. The fact that he can't come into games when he just needs work. He needs to have that adrenaline. I know there's other closers like that, but he seems very disinterested. For a guy who had a big contract on the table, maybe that's weighing on him. I don't know. But I do know this about baseball and every other professional sport. You don't, just because you're annoyed at something at the beginning of the year doesn't mean that you get that the entire year.
It's not set in stone.
And it almost seems like he's almost taking it for granted, like this is my job. And like Mike pointed out, Ryan Walker's been very good. You're going to bring some guys. I think Jordan Hicks is going to be a bullpen member because this is an overused bullpen. Maybe Keaton Wynn, when he comes back, those are guys that can throw over 100 miles an hour in short stints. So first and foremost, why don't you respond to the way that Mike was pretty fired up right there?
Well, Mike Krukow will forget more baseball than we will ever learn. That's one. Two, I think he's right. And the passion that he shows that he cares. Mike cares. I've been around Camilo for 4 years now, 3 really close to him. The mental aspect of the game is critical for him. And I mean critical like for every athlete, but for him specifically, to a point where he cares about things. And this is not a critique of me. This is just, I'm describing who he is. The song that he comes out to means a lot to him. If he is on a funk and he's going good and people suggest, hey, because this happened, not this year, but a couple years ago, when the whole Edwin Diaz thing blew up with the song, the trumpet and stuff, tiny trumpet, that some people outside the building suggested, hey, why don't we have this for Camilo? And now that happened this year, and it's a different song.
With the lights and everything.
Right, all the whole show. Maybe that's gotten to him because I know small things matter to him and are able to affect him. So in a good way or in a negative way. Maybe this year it's happened in a negative way. I know stuff like uniforms and patches, like the mental side of the game really affects him, again, in a good way and in a bad way. So that is something I think he needs to work on and improve to be less prone to be affected by those things, like the song or the uniform or those kind of things, which might sound quirky. Every person's different, and I respect that. But
is that putting pressure on him? Is that what you're saying?
No, I just think, and again, I've been around so many different athletes that have different ways of approaching the game and letting things like. Let's go back to the movie The Fan, which happened here in San Francisco. Right? What happened? The Wesley Snipes character comes to the Bay, doesn't get his number, and he thinks he's underperforming because he doesn't have the number. De Niro's character whacks off Benicio del Toro. He gets the patch with the number. All of a sudden, he is hitting. And that thing happens on a movie because it happens in real life. Like, athletes think that way. Not all of them, but athletes get affected by, hey, this is my number. Or, hey, I like these gloves. Or whatever the case may be. So that is one aspect that I know he is working on and hard at it to be better. The rest, John, I don't know because literally, you see, like blown saves. He's up to 4 this season.
17 to 21 on the surface is not bad.
Well, last year he had 8.
Right.
So he is on trend or trending to have 1 or 2 fewer blown saves than he had last season, right? But it's the way. Let's dive quickly into that. It's not the what, it's the how, right? For Doval this season. So if we dig a bit into some numbers, the strikeouts per 9 are up 11.9 this season, 11.6 last season. The big issue is the walks. Last season, 3.5 per 9. This year, 5.8 per 9. That's almost double. That if you're a closer on a team that's on the fringe of being a wild card team, that's what Mike means. It's unacceptable, and he's right. by the way. Mike is absolutely right. You can't have a guy, I don't care what age he has, you cannot go up there on a team that fights for every run and every win and throw it away on walks. That cannot happen. I think he can fix it. The home runs per 9 are pretty much the same, 0.4, 0.9, or 0.7. The whip is up because the walks are up. The ERA plus is way down. Last season, 143. That is really good. Everything above 100 is good. Everything below 100 is not good. Last season, 143. Very good. This year, 89. Not good. He is 11% lower than league average. That's what that number means. So he's got to be better? Yeah. Can he do it? I think so. I believe this break will realign him, and he will come back stronger after the break.
Give us your thoughts. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627, both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. For Mike to say he may need to be demoted, for Mike to say he may need to go to AAA for a reset, what you're saying is, and this is what concerned me about Blake Snell, 2 starts ago in the minors where he just basically said, I'm lost, I don't know what I'm doing. And it seems like a mental thing to me with Camilo Doval. I don't know him like you know him. Yeah. And all the numbers you gave are 100% correct. Here's what I know. When he comes into the 9th inning now as a fan, I sit on my couch or I sit at the game or I sit in the media booth and I think to myself, I don't know if he's going to get this done. And so that's, and look, a lot of closers are roller coaster rides. Brian Wilson was at times, it's certain guys. Not everybody's a hammer guy. Even Mason Miller, as great as he's been with the A's, the beginning of the season was blowing everybody away. Now he's really, really good. It's just teams will catch up to you. You've got to make adjustments. Sometimes Camilo will fall in love with the slider when, as a fan, you're sitting there going, dude, you have 102.
And that's a great point. That's a great point, John, because last season when he was very effective, and we talked about this ad nauseum on Giants pre and post, he was a 30, 30, 30 pitcher. What that means is he was 30% slider, 30% cutter, 30% sinker. That's what he throws.
Right.
This year, he reverted back to being slider happy.
I hate that.
This far, he is 48% slider. Yeah. To me, that's too much. He brought down the sinker. The sinker's at 14%. So that sinker was really nasty because it makes that slider more effective. You don't if that sinker bites on the outside corner on a right-handed hitter, then the slider makes it that more deceptive. This year, he brought that sinker way down for whatever reason. I haven't talked to him about it. But to me, he needs to go back to 30, 30, 30.
And look, this is just as a fan speaking, we're all the same way. If you have 102 and you can place it, which a lot of times he hasn't had the fastball command.
Right.
He doesn't have the confidence in the fastball command. That's what makes him fall in love with the slider. But we all think to ourselves as fans, dude, if I had a rocket arm like you have, that's all I'd throw.
But if he doesn't trust it, John, he'll go away from it. That's what he does.
What he's done.
He over-trusts the slider and doesn't believe in the sinker. When his belief, going back to the mental side, when his mentals are not aligned with that pitch, he's not going to throw it.
Okay,
and he becomes then predictable.
Okay, so let's go to the bottom line to this whole thing. Mike says he might need a minor league stint.
I don't think so.
Mike says he might need to be replaced. I mean, Ryan Walker's been pretty much, and again, even in Walker's case, jelly's starting to leak oil. All these, nobody's perfect in this bullpen. But would you feel better if it was Doval in the 8th and Walker in the 9th?
No.
But here's the problem. It's what we just discussed.
No.
Do you lose Doval at that point?
That's the thing. Don't be surprised if after the All-Star break, John, we have a different Camilo Doval entry song. We have some modifications to the way he comes into the game. The graphic is different. Maybe he dyes his hair. And you might be driving right now or and laughing at what I'm saying. You have no idea what athletes get affected by. They're people. You forget they are human beings that have parents, kids. They get depressed. They get anxiety issues. They're just people that have a higher leverage job and they have bigger visibility because they're on a national stage. They have the same problems you and I have. And if he thinks cutting his hair, which he did, gets to him, he's going to wear a wig or I'm being real. And that listen, that kind of thing can affect anyone. So don't be surprised. And to your point, John, maybe if he gets demoted, one or two things I think will happen. They'll lose him mentally, or he'll find himself and gather himself, and he'll get angry and upset, and he'll use that as fuel to have his car go faster and go straight. It's either or. You have to know him, know what mental side you can push, what buttons you can push, and what you can't, and then just pray pretty much.
All right, great insight by Carlos there. Give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR. Should he be demoted? Does he need some sort of a reset at AAA? What would you do in the bullpen if you were the Giants? If you still want to get into some Blake Snell, we can do that too. People waiting on the line, 415-808 KNBR. Also in the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, same number, 415-808-5627. We'll get to that next. Carlos Ramirez hanging out on a Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
I'm pissed off.
Buffet and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Great to be back. Carlos Ramirez, NBC Sports Bay Area, is here. And we're hanging out. Gave us great insight into Camilo Doval. What would you do? Would you make some moves here? Mike Krukow, we just played it for you, went off this morning. Give us your thoughts. Also, Blake Snell. Is this the Blake Snell we're going to see the rest of the way? If that is the case, how dangerous does that make the Giants in the second half? Golden State Lumber and Builder Joe's text line, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Call or text your choice. Got a bunch of great ones in front of me on the text line. We'll hit that. But first, let's go to Greg in Morgan Hill. Greg, thanks for waiting. Welcome. Go right ahead.
I'm kind of throwing an off-speed pitch here. But, my frustration has kind of been the managing tendencies of Melvin. And it's kind of subtle because you're taking a very good manager and you got to kind of dissect the box scores. And so when you see the Giants constantly coming from behind, I don't care if their offense is lackluster or not. There's plenty of times that I'm seeing that when they're coming from behind, either through middle relief, he'll leave a pitcher in there until they give up an extra, 3-4 runs at middle relief. And it's not like, okay, you got to keep a pitcher in there because you need to eat up innings, or you got to keep a starter to eat up innings. It's about the position that you're putting the team in as you're managing the pitching, and then you're getting where you're coming from behind. And so they were on a win streak. I think they were on a 5 or 6 game win streak and then the Mets came, and I guess they were playing in New York. And once again, they were up, and then he kept the pitcher in there, and instead of taking the pitcher out, he kept the pitcher in there for another 3 to 5 pitches, and then he gave up 3 to 4 runs, and they were right back behind again. And
was that pitcher Luke Jackson?
I believe it was.
No, probably. Greg, thanks for the call. We get your point. We appreciate it.
It's a great point, Greg. And I think what's happening is this. Number one, John, I think Bob Melvin is getting to know this team. That, to me, it's still to this point, he is getting to know what makes every guy click and what doesn't. And one thing that I believe and this is just my opinion, I haven't talked to Bob about this. I think, talking with several pitchers, what I think he has found out, John, is there was a lack of trust in the previous administration that got to several guys. Some players felt they were over-evaluated by mistakes, and they had no leeway. So if you made one bad pitch, one bad inning, you were gone. You were sent to AAA or DFA'd or whatever. I think what we're seeing now is the opposite. Bob needs to get these guys their trust back. And that happens by letting them go out there and find their way out of problems. Sometimes it's going to work. Sometimes it won't. But the only way to get that, if you're a manager, and to build that connection and that trust with your players, is trusting them. It's like a kid. Okay, go drive the bicycle. If you fall, you've learned now the lesson. You won't make that mistake again. That's what has happened with Sean Jelly and Elliot Ramos and Brett Wisely and you name it. Fitzgerald now, they cut ties with Slater and Nick Ahmed because they're now trusting the young guys. The only way for him to get the trust and the best out of Walker and Birdsong and all these guys is to let them go out and do their job.
Well, and here's the thing. They said this at the beginning. They're old school in that way. Bob Melvin said it. We had Brian Price on right when he was appointed the pitching coach. He said it. They want to give guys more rope. They don't want them looking into the dugout thinking, if I make a bad pitch here, and this is in any sport, you don't want to be thinking about it. We've said that about, Kuminga. Every time he makes a mistake, does he look over to the bench, or all these different guys? You want to give them rope, and they're trying. But the other side of what he's talking about here is the bullpen is overused. And I'm not making excuses, but the bullpen is overused because of the injuries and ineffectiveness and the five and fly and all this. And it's getting worse with Jordan Hicks, and we're going to have to watch Kyle Harrison. And even when Ray comes back, we'll see. And you made a great point about Blake Snell. He's not always going to go 7 innings. He's never gone 8+ in his career.
Right.
That's as efficient as he's ever been almost yesterday. Or will be.
Right.
So, look, they're going to have to keep using this. But part of the problem is, sometimes because they've burned the pen so much and still have a long way to go, 65 games, Jelly's had to wear it lately. It's just the way it is. I don't want to see Luke Jackson anymore. I'd like him to be DFA'd, and he probably will with all these guys coming back. But sometimes he's got to pitch because he's in the pen. And clearly, again, Price, Melvin, they're going to let veterans absolutely go until they prove they cannot.
They need length. I mean, Greg said it. They need length.
So the issue becomes certain guys have been ineffective, but sometimes you got to save these guys. So you can't use Walker and the Rogers twins and all these guys all the time.
No.
And that's why, again, we can go back to Doval with this. Sorry, Camilo, you can't always only pitch when you're closing a game. They sometimes need an inning here or there just so they don't have to use a guy, because the starters right now, and they're doing better, but Webb gives you 7 or 8 usually, and then everybody else is 5 and fly, and Hicks is to the point where he's fried, and so he's going to need this break. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he got some sort of a phantom tendonitis and then came back and he was in the pen.
Or
whatever it is.
blister.
Right, because in the second half, I look at the Giants as, honestly, in the National League, throw out the division winners because they're all going to win divisions. The Phillies and the Dodgers and the Brewers are winning their divisions, and the Braves are going to get the first wild card. So now the rest of these teams are playing for the final 2 wild cards. The Giants honestly have the biggest boom or bust potential of any of these teams because of who's coming back, and we just saw Blake Snell, and I want to get into this in the final few minutes of this segment too, is you asked Bo Bichette a tremendous question that most interviewers wouldn't get out of him, because I think they still need to get a bat. And this whole debate of at the end of the month here in 15 days, if they're going to buy or sell, they're not selling.
I don't think they should.
Is not selling.
They're 3 games out. They're 3 games out of the final wildcard spot with the amount of issues you just very well explained. So why would you punt on a season that is very much alive when you just saw a team like the D-backs barely make it in and then make it to the World Series? What's the point? I think they've made smart moves in letting Slater go and Ahmed go so you can open a bigger freeway for the kids and have them give you better, cheaper innings.
Yeah.
Right? But if you're 47-50, you're tied with the Reds, you're game and a half behind the Pirates and the Padres, 2 games behind them, and the D-backs, and you're getting better because you're getting Snell back, Robbie Ray will be back at some point, same with Alex Cobb, Birdsong is really good, Harrison is healthy now. Why would you punt? And then you have the Rockies here for 7 games coming up. If they're not over 5, that's a different conversation.
Right.
John, if they cannot beat everything out of the Rockies in the next couple series and then be in a very good spot when they face the Dodgers for 4 in L.A., that's a whole different conversation. Like if they lose 4 out of 7 or 5 out of 7 against the Rockies and then get swept by the Dodgers, that's a different conversation before the trade deadline, which is what's going to happen before July 30th. But not until then.
Okay, so let's go to this interview because again, this is all inside you, and maybe it's just me, but people have to understand that when you interview people and you ask the question that you asked him, most guys, there's 3 outcomes here. A, they're going to get pissy about it and not want to talk about it at all. B, they'll give you a cordial answer that says, look, I'm with another team. I'm not really looking to move on. Or the answer that you got, and again, this isn't just pure luck and Bo Bichette's a nice guy. He actually gave you a positive answer, which everybody went, oh, my God, he wants to play in San Francisco. So explain this, and then we want to play the cut in which he answered the question that you gave him. But you're sitting in the dugout at Oracle Park with him.
Yeah, so I go to the clubhouse. My task was to get both Vladdy Guerrero, and my goal was to get both Bo Bichette and Vladdy because I know those are the 2 big names linked with the Giants, not from the Giants, but from media, in terms of if they go somewhere that need a first baseman and a shortstop, the Giants make sense. So I wanted to get both of them and get the feel for the city, whatever, right? And I talked to Bo. We set it up after batting practice, the interview in the dugout, and then the same with Vladdy, a Venezuelan coach that works for the Blue Jays, who knows me, was the bridge for me to get Vladdy, who no one else got, which was really fun. So I do, going back to the research, I know Bo Bichette's mom is from Brazil, right? And his grandparents are from Brazil of Chinese descent. So I know the question I want to get the answer to is, would you come play here? But I also know if I start with that question, he's not going to give me the answer. He's not going to be in a relaxed state of mind.
You haven't built up any trust.
Right. He doesn't know me, right? So the first two questions I ask him is one about his dad and what it means to him to be the son of an all-star like Dante Bichette. So that relaxes him a bit, talking about his dad. And then I ask him, what's this summer of soccer been like for him watching Brazil with his mom, who is from Porto Alegre, which is a massive soccer city, and his family. So that really relaxed him because he talked about his grandparents and his mom being from Brazil and talking about soccer, and he's upset, and he puts the kid, all that stuff. So he's loose. And now I get the question that I want to get in, and he tells me this. One of the destinations that has been linked with your name is San Francisco. We're not going to talk about that. We'll talk about your first game here, which was the series. You've never played here before. So how do you like it?
Yeah, it's amazing, really. It's beautiful. When watching on TV, I didn't really know what to expect. Kind of looked like too big, honestly, on TV. And coming here, it's about as good as it gets. It feels like a real ballpark, and really had fun playing yesterday.
All right, so we have another one, right?
That's part one.
Yeah, that's part one.
Because
part two.
I say we're not going to talk about that in the question.
You're right.
We're going to talk about your first game here because that was the first time he ever played here. So I want him to open up about playing in Oracle Park and what he feels about this park. And his dad only played one game here. So now they have both that thing in common. Both Dante and Bo have played one game at Oracle. And then he offers the second part of the question, which is where he says that he likes the team. He wants to win, that his goal is to win, and that he likes what they're doing here, and that he thinks that the Giants are, a team that is focused on winning.
Well, and I was amazed by it because, I'm on the break, but I'm staying
which he
up
just
on
offered
things.
it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So I'm staying up on things, and I hear that quote. Then I go back, and I find the interview because I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I know they didn't just start with that. He greased the skids and did a great job with it. And so I went back and I listened to the whole thing in context. Here it is right here. Here's the part we're looking for.
Yeah, it's a first for me. All I really can do is focus on what I have here in front of me, which is playing for the Blue Jays and playing as hard as I can and working as hard as I can to help this team win. Whatever happens, but that's all I can do.
All right, so, but he gives you the
That's part
answer.
two. That's part two. I ask him, this is the first time in your career you're in the middle of trade discussions and trade rumors. So how do you deal with it?
Yeah.
So I'm getting into the weeds after he talked about San Francisco.
Okay, so let's jump to this because in the second half, we have to make some assumptions here. This is what I mean is I think they're the biggest boom and bust team. Mm-hmm. Because they're a boom if this pitching staff, which still, if you look at the numbers, as good as highly as we're speaking of the relievers, they still don't have a great ERA, which again, that in the age of analytics, that doesn't tell the entire story. And also as far as the starters, but we thought, it's going to be a top 5 or 10 rotation, which I still think it could be. If you watch Blake Snell and what he did yesterday, and you add Logan Webb to that, and I'm a really big Birdsong fan, I think he could be at the back of the rotation. Harrison, I think, can be really good, and we've seen some good things for Robbie Ray. So if you're an optimistic, glass-half-full Giants fan, you see a rotation and some depth to it that you can really look good. Yeah, I don't think Luke Jackson's going to be around. I think Doval, this is a lot of ifs. I think Doval is going to get it together. You just talked about the mental side of him and had a great description of everything. Now it comes down to this, to me, all right? So that's the pitching side. They still need a stick, and they might need two. Mm-hmm. And you talked to Vlad as well, so I want to get into that thought. I heard Dieter say this a couple of weeks ago, and I thought to myself, he's crazy, and then I started thinking about it more. I love Lamont Wade Jr., I really do. But as I start looking at the lineup, I like Yas a lot defensively, and he had a great game yesterday. But they've got to have guys all over this lineup hitting. It's just it's too short if they don't. So, I'd be open to moving Wade if it was a Vlad thought. I certainly think that as much as I like what they're doing with Wisely. I give him a ton of credit for changing his swing. But is he going to be enough of a shortstop? And this is knowing that Bichette hasn't had a very good year. I think it's because all this stuff that's around him, and I think new atmospheres really help a guy. He's got a proven track record. And I think a guy that's having a down year isn't going to cost you multiple top prospects. Could it cost you Luciano because Toronto's looking, I don't even know if he's a shortstop, but Toronto could be looking at him saying, hey, if we're going to trade a shortstop, we got to get a shortstop.
Right.
And then probably it's going to cost you a pitching prospect. But it's not going to be a pitching prospect like if he was hitting 280, was on pace to hit 30 home runs.
That's not going to be Birdsong or Mason. Maybe Mason Black, but it's not going to be Birdsong.
But if you told me it was Mason Black and Luciano, I don't know where Luciano fits within this organization. But if I can get Bichette and he's got a controllable year after this, I think I would go get a Bichette because I think they need a bat. So that's a long-winded way of saying you got it out of him. He didn't sound like a lot of guys who were scared of the ballpark.
Yep.
And it sounded like he might want to play here, which shocks everybody because all we get is negative press about San Francisco for some reason. But it sounded like that's a positive. And I think if you put Bichette in this lineup, despite his numbers this year, he's an all-star caliber player who has proven in this league that he can hit. Now we're cooking with gas.
Yeah. The shortstop position is so key for what the Giants do defensively. Some of the concerns some of the people I've talked to have with him is they don't know if he is an elite glove at the 6, right? Which is a fair assessment because I think everything or every good stat he has produced so far, he's been an all-star because of the hitting. He led the American League in hits 2 years this season, or 2 years before the season. I don't think he's a bad glove. Like, he's not Javi Baez at this point in his career, which is a rough, glove to put out there. I don't he's up. Will he win a Gold Glove? Maybe not. But is he better? Is he a better all-around player than what you have today at shortstop? Absolutely.
Yeah. And then Wisely can become the super U because Wisely can play short. He can play second. Even in a pinch, he could play the outfield.
So here's what he is on different metrics defensively.
Yeah.
Bo Bichette. He had a horrible year in 22. His DRS is defensive run save. Let's explain that quickly. Everything above 0 means every number you go up, you saved that many runs. You prevented that many runs for your ball club with your glove, right? And this is a high-stakes spot. It's a high-leverage spot. You're a shortstop.
Ground ball team.
So in 2022, he was minus 16. So he cost the Blue Jays
probably the worst in the league.
16 runs with his glove. The next year, he was plus 5. So he prevented 5 runs.
Solid.
This year, he is minus 3, right? Which is not good, but again, he doesn't stink.
Right.
Okay? He's going from turf to grass. That's going to have an impact. He's going to play next to Matt Chapman, we assume, next year, and someone between Wisely and Tyro, who are very good second basemen. So the people next to him will make him better, playing on a better field with natural grass. That's what I'm assuming. With a better catcher in Patrick Bailey, with ground ball inducing pitching staff, with even if Snell's not here, you're going to have Webb, you're going to have Hicks, you're going to have guys who induce ground balls that will give him perhaps into a rhythm or expose him, which is a point. But I believe if you get Bo Bichette on a down year offensively, which is the thing he's been excellent at, John, you have to go shop for him. Because last season, what happened? What do you think happened to that clubhouse, John, when they didn't get anyone but...
Oh, last year with the Giants?
Yeah.
It was terrible. Who's the outfielder they got? It used to be with the Dodgers and the White Sox. It was brutal. Remember, we were all like, oh, who are they going to trade for? Who are they going to trade for? Who are they going to trade for?
A.J. Pollock.
Hell with what? It was devastating for the clubhouse. It was devastating for me. It was like, what are you doing?
If you're a player,
you're telling your team A.J. Pollock.
That's the thing.
Like, oh God.
And if you look around, there aren't any. They have swung and missed on significant free agent shortstops over the past couple of seasons because either they didn't go get them or they couldn't go get them for whatever injury with the Correa thing. You name it. I mean,
Correa's hurt again.
We have seen Lindor on the move. Correa was on the move. Dansby Swanson was on the move.
He's been rough.
Mookie Betts, Corey Seager was on the move. Marcus Semien, who played shortstop for the A's, he was on the move. They both went to Curry and Semien went to the Rangers. So you've seen Javi Baez was on the move when he was a hot commodity with the Cubs. So you have seen this barrage of shortstops change destinations, and the Giants haven't been able to land because they were trusting Luciano. The second forehand aimed on Correa. They knew Luciano's not the answer because they're willing to give a 13-year contract to Carlos Correa. So, again, if Bo Bichette is there for the getting, John, why not?
No, I like it. Now, let me ask you this. When you spoke to Vlad, I didn't see that interview.
Yeah.
When you spoke to Vlad, what was his response?
So I asked him about this belief that some people have that this is not a hitter-friendly park. And I loved his answer. He said, my dad told me that if you hit the ball hard, it'll go out no matter where you hit it. And I agree with my dad.
Plus, he's a right-handed stick. Still not a great home run park, but you're not dealing with triples alley as much.
This guy knows if he smacks the ball, he's going to get it out. Period. End of discussion. I love not ego, the self-belief he has that he can hit homers no matter where he plays.
Now, if you're trading for him, then you're probably giving up Lamont Wade. You're giving up high pitching prospects.
Yeah.
I mean, Birdsong could be a guy. I'd hate to see Birdsong go, but I understand how it works. But to me, he has the it.
But would you care? If you're getting a package with Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette.
Oh, you're getting them both?
But let's get greedy.
If you're doing that.
Let's get greedy. If
you're doing that, then like the Dodgers did a few years ago, and I know it's different.
With Scherzer and Turner.
Scherzer and Turner.
Would you care?
No.
How do you think the fans would react?
Oh, my God.
Because you're going to get them for 2 years at least.
Right.
If next season you have Ramos at right, Jung-Ho Lee at center, Matos at left, or Conforto, or whoever, Guerrero, Estrada, or Wisely, Bo Bichette, Matt Chapman, Patrick Bailey, sign me up.
Well, now you
sign me up for that.
I don't want to go too far. Are you getting Snell back? I don't know. But if we're playing Fantasyland, now you can compete. And to me, when you look at the Giants, I'm not saying that the Dodgers, I'm not saying that the Yankees, they're that step below. I understand that. But as a fan, that's kind of what you expect. Like, we need to compete at a higher level. And look, I don't want to give up a bunch of these guys. I know what the techs are going to be coming in because we fall in love with prospects. But part of the reason prospects are around is to move. And you as an organization have to identify the guys who are cornerstones and guys who are not. And everybody wants to keep every prospect. Every fan wants to keep every prospect. That's not realistic.
Give me the known commodity
to move them.
And your division rivals, John, are doing that same thing. The Padres separated from C.J. Abrams to get 2 years for fine. Ooh. But they went all in for 2 years to get Soto, and they parted ways with C.J. Abrams. It doesn't look good now, but they got Hassan Kim playing shortstop, so they don't care. They went for it. So the teams in your division are doing that same thing, that method. You have to, I would believe or want to see them fight fire with fire. Go get them both.
You're going big.
I'm hyped up.
Look, if you're Farhan, to be completely honest, and again, I don't know the conversations around the big mahogany table where he goes in there and asks for money. Please, sir, I know I spent a lot in the off season. I don't know why I'm making that voice, but it's a good voice. He's got to ask for more, and if you're going to ask for more, just ask for the moon. Now they're going to have to move. The one thing is at the deadline, and we'll say they're going to have to buy and sell. And what I mean by that is, they're going to have to find a taker for Conforto's contract.
Or Wilmer, or Tyro, or someone.
They're going to have to lose some money.
Because
Because I don't think he can just walk in there and say, I know I spent the second most money in the offseason behind the Dodgers, but I need more. And they're going to say, okay, you have a budget, see? And you can get rid of a couple of these and you can add more. And maybe they'll let him add, 10% on top. But they're not going to just say, hey, keep everybody and add everybody.
However, and this, we talked about this. This is an entertainment industry as much as it is sports.
Sure.
And you need to put butts on seats, not just for the playoffs, but for 162. And if you are sure that you're going to get Vladimir Guerrero Jr. here for 2+ years and Bo Bichette with this core, you're going to get butts and seats. Okay. And win the entertainment battle that is not just sports. It's Netflix, it's Apple Plus, it's whatever streaming service. You have to fight those.
Plus, the other thing, too, and I'll go to my grave with this, you trade for or draft the hitting, you can get pitching anytime. So, in other words, I like Birdsong a lot. some of these other young guys, Wisenhunt, whoever these guys are, who we hardly know, but Birdsong we do, so we start liking him. You can sign it. The pitching will come, the hitting will not.
You'll get it, right.
So if you're gonna give up these prospects, which I know fans don't want to do, you're bringing hitting in, and you can develop and or sign the pitching. They'll all sign.
What if the Jays say, "Give me Elliot Ramos"?
Oh,
is that a deal breaker?
Oh.
Throw you a curveball there.
All right, let's talk about that next. And then Susan Susser at 11:30. Carlos is in. Thanks for joining us on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, joined Marty Lurie. Nothing? Over the weekend? Oh, I see how you have this written. I screwed it up. That's on me. 100% not on Danny. And discussed if the Giants will be buyers or sellers at the deadline. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. That's right. We talked about this for a long time. Your friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California? But that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, motorcycles, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion. That's a billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That was beautiful. But you pay nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, thanks for joining us. Susan Slesser in just a moment, but we got to answer this question. So we were just talking about, you spoke with Bo Bichette. Carlos Ramirez is in NBC Sports Bay Area, and you talked to...
That's a great song, by the way. Busta Rhymes.
Love it.
Yes. Yes.
So you talked to Vlad and you talked to Bo Bichette, and you're like, hey, let's get greedy. And then just as we were going to break, you said, would you throw in Ramos? Now, I'm a believer that nobody is untouchable. Everybody, this guy's untouchable, this guy's untouchable. It just means that you haven't made the right offer yet. Nobody's untouchable.
Let's play a game. Ross Atkins and Farhan Zaidi. Ross Atkins, the GM for the Blue Jays.
Yep.
And Farhan Zaidi, right? And you go, hello. Hi, Farhan. Hi, Ross. Listen.
A couple of jokes are said, break the ice.
Yeah, whatever, break the ice.
Farhan laughs.
And Farhan says, hey, Ross, so that first baseman of yours, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
I love it.
From the La República Dominicana. I like him a lot.
So
good. And your shortstop, Bo Bichette, what a hair. I mean, we do have a big history of shortstops.
But he's not very
hair.
good this year, so I can't give you much.
So you know what? What would it take for you to, wrap him up, nice big old bow.
Put him on a plane.
And send him over here to the West Coast. And then Ross says, oh, fine. I would love to. How about we start with you sending me back that nice Puerto Rican outfielder all-star you've got named Elliot Ramos, and we'll start a conversation. How do you think?
Hello, is this thing on? Did you hang up on me?
Hello? Farhan?
Yeah, hello?
Farhan.
Hello?
Hey.
Hello?
Are you still there? So you're saying he's a deal breaker. If you're getting Vladdy plus Bo, you do not want to part ways with Elliot Ramos.
No, I don't. But what you just said, that like Bichette, but one of the good things about Bichette is I believe in his track record, and I think he's going to be better, and he's having an off year. And so you might be able to get him for less. I think you can get him for less. But then, like you said, if you want to get greedy and put Vlad in there, and this is, again, when you're making a trade as a fan, now you don't have to do this, but this is what I would suggest you do for realism, is you're the other team's GM. And if I'm giving up Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's been heralded as a great prospect forever.
And is an all-star this year.
Absolutely. And, he's limited defensively, whatever. He's a first baseman or a DH, but still.
He's an all-star.
Massive power.
4 years in a row.
You need him. He's in the prime of his career. You do have to give up Ramos. I mean, that's what he would ask for, and it's a deal breaker. Maybe it's not. There's a ton of different guys, but still, James Tibbs or, whomever you're going to give up, or any of these young pitchers, people are on the text line suggested Mason Black and names like that. You're just not going to. It's not going to get it done. Think like the other GM. Don't think like a Giants fan. Think
That's
like the
what I'm
other
saying.
GM.
Yeah, Giants fans, any fan wants both for a bag of balls.
Right.
That's not going to happen.
You're not doing it without Ramos. And I love Ramos, but there still is a limited, number of at-bats there. I think the guy's
And it's
great.
a smaller sample size.
Yeah.
I mean, he can tail off next season.
Or
he can become the next second coming of Roberto Clemente, for all we know.
Look what's going on with Corbin Carroll in Arizona. A year ago, they would have never moved the guy. Now they're like,
maybe.
You give me Vlad and you give me, if I'm Arizona, you give me, they have Christian Walker. I get it. But just hypothetically, you give me Christian Walker or you give me Vlad and you give me Bichette, and I got to give you, Corbin Carroll. Well, a year ago you wouldn't have. But
So let's ask the people to vote and opine on the text line.
All right.
If the Giants call Toronto for Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr.,
well said.
And if Elliot Ramos is the centerpiece plus others, it's not going to be 1 for 2, it's others, would you do the trade? Would you feel comfortable trading away Elliot Ramos for Bo Bichette and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. plus other pieces, of course, going the other way? Whatever.
Are they interested in
Luciano,
Lamont Wade Jr.?
Mason Black, Lamont, whatever piece you want to trade. Would you be comfortable if Elliot Ramos is in the trade?
I would say no. But then if you'd have told me, I don't know, 2 months ago, I'd have said that Ramos, yeah, of course, whatever. But now we all love him, right? Now we love him. We can't imagine life without him. All right, hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Susan Slesser will join us coming up next. Get an update on some injuries, the Giants at the break, all those different things. We'll ask her all about it next, as we do every Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Quite simply, Susan Slusser knows baseball. That's why she's the Chronicle Senior MLB Beat Reporter. And that's why she joins Papa and Lund on KNBR. Now.
2-1 pitch. Yas swings and hits one into the gap, right center field. That one is falling, a dive, and no! It rolls past the center fielder, Margot. Yas around second, digging for third, and standing at third on a wild throw. The throw goes out of play, and this ball game is over.
The Little League home run by Mike Yastrzemski bails out Camilo Doval. We're at the All-Star breaks. We got a ton to talk about with Susan Slusser, and we love getting the insight into the Giants. Make sure you're reading her in the Chronicle. Tremendous stuff, as always, at Susan Slusser on social media as well. And she joins us courtesy of the Guest Line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, good. We're with Carlos Ramirez again, just to let you know. I'm sure you know that.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, Carlos. How are you doing? Have you recovered from England's loss?
No, I hadn't. Why did you bring it up? It was kind of
I'm so sorry. Well, I'm right there with you. So it's a disappointment to me.
Carry on.
You okay?
On. No, I'm not. No, I was.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
A lot of stuff to discuss, but obviously let's start with Blake Snell because he looked like Blake Snell from a year ago, except for as we were talking to start our show, the efficiency that he showed last night or yesterday was tremendous as well. So he pitched great, but he also got into the seventh inning.
Yeah. You know, if he was a little more stretched out at this point, you know, you think maybe he could go even deeper, which is unusual. You know, he's never thrown a complete game in the major leagues. I think he would love to do that, but when you strike out as many guys as he does and typically walks guys, you're not gonna. I think he's trying to really eliminate a lot of the walks, which is kind of what he did yesterday. Asked Bob Melvin afterwards, you know, perfect through 6, the pitch count starting to get it a little up there, only second start off the IL. Were you starting to like kind of eye that, you know, pitch count? And I was like, yeah, I was, you know, he was starting to get a little nervous. I given the health in the first half, there's just no way they would have let him go if he'd, you know, in that kind of fun what if scenario. But, you know, he'll get there. I do think he's a guy who could certainly throw a no-hitter at some point if he is as efficient as he was yesterday. That was fun to see, and he's known for his big second half. This is his second half. Let's see what he's got.
Susan, not so much fun was seeing Camilo Doval blow the save towards the end of the game. Mike Krukow was emphatic this morning. He's not happy with him. Maybe he considered sending him down to see if he can recharge, refocus. What do you think the approach should be or will be from the Giants with Camilo in the second half?
Yeah, it's a tricky because this is a guy who was an all-star last year. He's got all the talent in the world. We know some of the things that he's done where he kind of gets stuck with one pitch. He really falls in love with his slider, sometimes throws it too often, gets a little predictable. There was one game earlier, came in a non-save situation, wasn't competitive, and sort of said afterwards, like, I need to be in a save situation. Hey, look, the way that bullpen has been overworked in the front half, you don't have that luxury. You have to consider yourself a reliever like the rest of the guys. Stuff like that doesn't tend to go over very well with the staff. I've got to think if the Giants were to make any trades before the deadline, if they need to throw in a pretty premier big league reliever, they might have to consider Doval. Like right now, the performance is a little erratic, but it's more the things like I need the lights on to come in and be effective. Well, you didn't have lights on for the first however many years of your career. And you don't need to pitch in a save situation. You are one of many guys in the bullpen, and you when you're in there, you do your job, whatever the circumstances. So I hope he figures it out. I love Camilo. I've loved watching him. He's a terrific guy. He just seems like a little bit, I don't want to say diva. I don't think he's quite diva level, but he certainly seems as if his requirements to pitch are getting a little on the extreme side.
Is it fair to say there's immaturity here, and that is part of it as well? Because you just talked about the mental side, and Carlos did a great job explaining it as well, having talked to him on numerous occasions. But you mentioned something really interesting that Mike didn't mention. Mike mentioned maybe the minors. Mike mentioned maybe Walker would be the closer, but you're saying potentially moving him. I mean, that's just that's a lot of different things, but that is the anchor of your bullpen, and they do have to get it right.
Yeah, I mean, look, I covered the A's for a long time when Billy Beane used to say anybody could close, and then it became quickly apparent not everyone can close. So when you have a good young closer, it's usually a guy you want to hang on to. That said, the Giants look like they have other good options in their bullpen. Walker's one. Both Rogers brothers have experience doing it. They could either could. I think Randy Rodriguez will be a closer at some point in his career if he continues on the path he's on. Mm-hmm. This isn't a team where they only have one guy who could do that role. And there are a lot of teams that have got seen Camilo Doval a ton over the years and would salivate at the opportunity to add him if that was the sort of piece that took to get a deal done. You've got to think that the Giants would consider it. And also, the Giants talked to him last year about a multi-year deal. And it didn't work out. Clearly, he could have taken it had he wanted to. He didn't. I always think it's a good idea, especially for relievers, because they're so hard to project. They typically will follow a great season with a mediocre one. It just, either overuse or the league gets a book on them. All sorts of things can play into that. But to me, when you're a reliever, if you've got a nice deal on offer, you probably should take it.
Susan.
And he didn't.
Yep.
Yeah, so maybe that plays into any thinking with the Giants too.
Yeah, Susan Slusser here with us in the show. Susan, we've been talking for the past, 30-plus minutes about this hypothetical conversation between Farhan Zaidi and Ross Atkins, the GM for the Blue Jays. If the Giants go out and ask the Blue Jays for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette, because they do have a need at shortstop. They have a need at shortstop, and they have Lamont plus Wilmer. Let's just for the game's sake, if the Blue Jays in return ask that the centerpiece of the trade going back to Toronto is Elliot Ramos and other pieces, but the centerpiece would be Elliot Ramos, and now you bring up Camilo Doval. Do you see that happening? How do you think the fan base would react if they see Elliott going that way, but Vladdy and Bo coming this way?
That's a tough one. I mean, that's one where you go like, that's probably fair. That would be a fair deal, I think, for both sides. And, Elliott, as great as he has been since May 2nd, the track record is not long. You're talking about two guys with great track records. One of them is having a down season in Bo Bichette, which is one reason I think you go get him now because he's having a down season.
Right.
But, yeah, it's an even fair trade, but it's awful hard to give up somebody like Elliot Ramos or two guys who are under contract for only one more year. I know in Bichette's case, I'm pretty sure that's the case with Guerrero, and will cost a lot. One reason that the Blue Jays might consider moving one or the other is they probably only down the line keep one or the other for cost reasons. Getting both, then you're the ones that have to make the decisions on the cost. But Bichette potentially, because he has had a down year, maybe he doesn't cost as much, or maybe let him go, or maybe the Giants clearly, are probably going to be all in on Ha-Seong Kim in the offseason. There are a lot of potential things there. But, yeah, heck, you bring those guys in, you are telling the team, we are going for it. And I do love that.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Susan, because
you're moving away your All-Star, too.
Right, but
so
you're getting an All-Star back. You're getting a 25-year-old All-Star in Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and a 26-year-old previous All-Star in Bichette, both with one more year of club control because they both become free agents, unrestricted free agents in 26.
Yeah. I think it's bold. I would try to do a package that was more like some of their top young starters and maybe a Luciano and then maybe a Doval, something like that. But, heck, I am all for teams being bold at the deadline. It doesn't always work out. Yeah. There's no such thing as a perfect trade. But what you're saying does sound like, you can't get something without giving up something. And that does sound like a very nice, potentially pretty even. Ramos alone isn't going to bring back both those guys.
Right.
You're going to have to bring in add some other guys. But, yeah, it certainly would be something you'd have to think Toronto would consider.
Yeah, no doubt. Susan Slusser has joined us. And we are 15 days away from the trade deadline, so it's legit that we can start having these conversations. Just looking back, I know it's not half. We say first half, but there's only 65 games remaining. But what is this team at this point? What are the Giants at this point to you?
It's funny. Bob Melvin was asked that yesterday. What is the identity of this team? And he said, I don't really think we have an identity yet.
That's not good.
You're right. Yeah, it's only 65 games left. You're like, is that? But that's, so much of that is because the team's been waiting on Cobb and especially Robbie Ray, and they're both very close to returning. You're right. We're more than halfway through. They should have established something, but so much of the identity has been injuries. Every team deals with them. Look, hey, you look at the Dodgers. They've obviously got a very major injury situation that has affected them. It's everyone. So, what is the identity? Hey, after the last night's walk-off win, I thought this has been a little bit of their identity. They've got 9 walk-offs. That's significant. It's tied for the most in the majors. They are pretty gritty. The bullpen is very gritty and has really come through. But to me, if you have to say there's an identity right now, it's been kind of mediocrity. They go in little spurts of winning streaks, and then they follow it up with just about an even losing streak. They're just under 500 because they haven't gotten it all together. And you can point at a lot of different reasons. But some of it is just, they haven't been good enough.
Yeah, they haven't. And they've been hurt, which is a big part of the equation. But sure, they haven't been as good as we think. Give us a name, Susan, a name or two, that you firmly believe the Giants need to have them step up in the second half if they're going to have any chance, which they do, to make it into the postseason?
Oh, man. So many of these guys have had either spurts or look like they're coming on. The one that really jumps out to me is Chapman. He's been great defensively. He's shown signs of really hitting. He can take over for stretches and really be important. But Soler is even more so. Like when that guy gets hot, and you're talking about a premier slugger type, he can carry a team for weeks when he gets hot. And he is such, he makes everyone in the lineup better when he's hitting because he's the guy that other teams have to worry about and maybe not focus so much on your Elliot Ramos or your Matt Chapman or any of the other guys. They actually have a decent lineup when guys are clicking, but I think the key is Soler.
Let me go back to the pitching really quickly because Robbie Ray had a nice outing in San Jose. Where is he? And then you and I we've had this conversation with you a million times about Cobb, and sometimes you hear something, and then so he's the great mystery to me. But when do you think Ray is going to join the rotation after the All-Star break, and what is going on with Cobb?
I suspect that Ray will be back the second game in LA. That looks like that probably lines up pretty well for him. Assuming everything goes well, of course, in the interim. Cobb, I think, is probably back on the first homestand after the break, so it's pretty soon. Now, when you're talking about two guys who are coming off of significant injuries and surgeries, the chances are neither of them is going to be quite themselves. Certainly not, in Robbie Ray's instance, he had the full Tommy John and the flexor tendon repair. They're not going to be back to a Cy Young Robbie Ray. You are hoping essentially you have a good experienced starter who can give you maybe 5 out of the gate and then kind of increase that. But I'm not sure they're world beaters right away. But they are good, they're experienced, they're veteran guys, and maybe one or the other really puts it together pretty quickly, and then you've really got something. It's going to be tough to expect both to be great out of the gate. I just don't see that happening. But they're both, the team's been waiting on. They're both great guys, so well respected, so good in the clubhouse. It does give them a boost. You guys know I'm very against this whole getting these guys back is like making a trade.
Right. Mm-hmm. I agree with you.
But I think it does give them a boost, especially in the clubhouse, because these are two really important pieces. Just as guys, they're so beloved and so respected. And I think, then you look at a rotation that if you wind up in a playoff scenario, potentially they've got the best maybe playoff rotation going.
What do you think the Giants will do before or at July 30th?
Well, you guys know I've been beating the Bichette thing for quite some time. I'm not sure Toronto does that. I think they do need to do something, but I couldn't tell you what if it's not a shortstop, because that's the spot. And I love Brett Wisely. Don't get me wrong. People have interpreted this. I've gotten some emails like, why don't you like Brett Wisely? I love Brett Wisely. I think Brett Wisely would play just as much in a utility role, and where I really like him, and you can kind of plug and play and bring him off the bench, et cetera. And I think he'd be fine there. But I think if you want to make a splash, you can go out and get a shortstop and really do something and show that you're committed to winning. And hey, look, the front office could argue, look at what we did this offseason. We're clearly committed to winning. I agree with that. But with this third wild card spot, if you need to do a little more, and I think they do, I think that's what you've got to do, right? Like, why else were you spending all that money? You can't just go like, oh, white flag now.
Susan, do you think they need to subtract to add? So, in other words, a Conforto contract so that you can add more? Or do you think that the front office would say, yeah, just keep adding, even though you spent second most money?
Yeah, they're not close to the next threshold for the payroll tax stuff. They're the Giants. They've got plenty of money. This is not a team. I covered the A's for all those years. If the Giants, I ever hear somebody from the Giants say something about payroll or saving money or cutting costs, I will scream, because they have plenty of money. That ballpark is, even when it's not sold out, they're getting plenty of people. Their merch sales are great. They've got all the development around there. This is a team that has vast resources. So I don't think that they need to get rid of anyone's contract to keep going. I think the only way they should move somebody is if they have a need to get a deal done.
Let me throw a name out there, Susan, before we leave, just for, I don't know, just for debate's sake. I know he's a DH, but he could also play the outfield. What if the Giants target a Brent Rooker type of player?
I love Brett Rooker. I don't know if he's quite the level of guy that makes a huge impact, and they've kind of got guys that are maybe a little bit like Rooker, but depending on health and what it costs to get him. The A's are so strange now. They do seem like they'll make, and I love that front office, but they sometimes are not getting what you would think is necessarily full value for some of their guys, especially when they were contract dumping. They don't need to move Rooker for contract reasons. So I don't know. I really like him as a player. So sure, you always take a good player, but it depends on what you need to give up.
Great stuff. Susan, thanks as always. Are you taking a break here with the All-Star game?
Well, I will be writing.
Oh, okay.
But I won't be.
You're not in Texas. You're not going to go to Texas.
We've got John Shea holding things down at the All-Star game.
He's outstanding. That's good stuff.
He really is.
Thank you for the England note and making me sad again.
Well, I just want to know that I'm not alone in my grief.
You're not.
Yeah.
You're not.
Look at him.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
I'm legit sad.
I know you are.
I'm legit sad.
You were doing great. I didn't want to bring it up.
I was doing great until she brought me down.
Because the last time I talked to you, it was. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about it. All right.
Are we going to talk Copa America?
Yeah, I want to.
The embarrassment that happened yesterday in Miami, that was embarrassing.
Let me, just because she just gave us so much good things to talk about, let's finish up. And then in 10 minutes, let's do 5 minutes on Susan. And then I want to talk about Copa America.
Got time.
Hopefully I can read this stuff because I couldn't find a regular pen. So I was writing with a highlighter on my sheet here.
Have a pen.
I don't know. Maybe I'll have to outline it while it's still in my mind. But I wrote, I think that says Trey Doval, Ha-Seong Kim, Cobb's second stand, Ray second game. I don't know. Anyway, she gave us a lot of good stuff. Plus, you asked a great question about a name for the second half. So anyway, I scribbled all those things in a highlighter pen. We'll answer some of those questions. And then you're the expert here. What the hell happened in Miami today?
Don't get me started. Or don't get me started.
At the top. And Carlos Riveros is in. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Bubba and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've got to think if the Giants were to make any trade before the deadline, if they need to throw in a pretty premier big league reliever, they might have to consider Doval. Like right now, the performance is a little erratic, but it's more the things like I need the lights on to come in and be effective. Well, you didn't have lights on for, the first however many years of your career, and you don't need to pitch in a save situation. You are one of many guys in the bullpen, and you when you're in there, you do your job, whatever the circumstances. So I hope he figures it out. I love Camilo. I've loved watching him. He's a terrific guy. He just seems like a little bit, I don't want to say diva. I don't think he's quite diva level, but he certainly seems as if his requirements to pitch are getting a little on the extreme side.
That is Susan Slusser, and she gave us a lot of great stuff. Carlos Ramirez in. John Lund, thanks for joining us. Much appreciated. Susan, by the way, sponsored by our good friends at River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop. Discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. It was for me. So she gave us that little ditty, which, by the way, Doval now, she told us, could he be traded? Mike Krukow said this morning, could he be demoted to AAA or demoted to not the ninth inning? So we got some stuff to talk about there. She gave us an update on Robbie Ray, which was very encouraging, which is he could be right out of the All-Star break that second game. Said Cobb may be in the second series, but she also cautioned against, these guys are coming back, much like when we talk about Blake Snell. It's going to be a minute. So, yeah, in name. She also said they could be looking at Ha-Seong Kim in the offseason when we were talking about Bichette. She also said, and I'm sorry that I buried the headline here, you gave us a hypothetical. And, again, you can hit us up, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and call in on the same, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You gave us a hypothetical, and you spoke to these guys when the Blue Jays were in town, that a Bichette and Vlad Jr. deal, but if it was centered around as the centerpiece, a guy that the Giants fans do not want to trade,
Elliot Ramos,
old number 7.
You got to give something to get something.
Yeah, so she said, yeah, there's no doubt. Ramos has a couple of hundred at bats, so those guys are proven commodities. I know that Bichette is down a little bit, but that could work in your favor. I believe in him. And then Vlad's Vlad.
Plus the age. I mean,
Yeah.
Vladdy is 25, Bichette is 26.
Yeah, that's 35
Ramos
guys.
is 24, so it's in the same window.
Yeah. We're not talking about, if you didn't want to move Kuminga in a Paul George deal who's 35.
Which
We're
I
talking
hated,
about
by the
guys
way.
in the prime of their career.
Right.
So any of those things you want to discuss, but I have a feeling that people will want to concentrate on the Ramos part. I don't want to steal this from you because you said the exact thing that I said, but if asked that question on Ramos, what would you say for those two? And again, it's not just him; it's a centerpiece deal.
Right.
It might take Lamont Wade because Toronto wants a first baseman in return. It's definitely going to take a pitching prospect or two. Everybody wants that in deals, young pitching. So if it was something like that, what would you say?
I would do it.
Even though you're going to face the wrath of Giants fans because they love Ramos.
Yeah, but again, the sample size we have of Elliot Ramos is small. It doesn't mean he won't get better. It doesn't mean he won't get worse. We don't know. We can assume or hope that he will improve with time. He is 24. He seems to have figured it out. He can play center, left, or right-handed bat. I know all the pros and cons. I get them. But again, you have to get something or give away something to get something in return. And what you would be getting back is a legit first baseman all-star. He has been an all-star for 4 years in a row, right-handed hitter, and a two-time all-star AL hits leader in Bo Bichette. You need offense. This team desperately needs offense. And even though it's...
Which you cannot sign, by the way.
Right.
For the most part.
So, yeah, you're losing Ramos is bad.
Draft it.
Right.
Yep.
You're losing Ramos is bad. I get it. You're gaining Vladdy's bat. Which bat is more valuable? Vladdy. It's not even a question. I love Ramos, but let's be real now. Plus, and I can't hammer this enough, this is an entertainment-driven business in a city, in a market that has ample entertainment offers for everyone. You have theater, movies, concerts, the Warriors, the Niners, the Quakes, the Sharks, Bay FC, You have the Oakland Soul. You have the Oakland Roots. You have the Giants, and now you have the A's until this year. Plus a barrage of other things I forgot. You got Alcatraz and tourism and all that stuff, right? You have to win 81 games in the entertainment business. Look at the Yankees. They haven't won a World Series since 2009, but they have Judge, and they have Soto, and they have Garrett Cole, and they have the entertainment business won in a city that has the Knicks, the Nets, the Giants, the Jets, the Rangers, the Islanders. Yep. They have Broadway, movies, concerts, a bunch of stuff. The Yankees get it. We have to win the ticket battle. And you win that with stars.
Give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Just to be clear, you're advocating trading Ramos.
If you get Vladdy and Bo Bichette back.
Okay.
Come on now.
I know.
What are you doing here?
I wasn't being fair at all.
You want him gone. No. Listen, I don't want the Giants to trade Ramos if they don't get a haul back for him.
I agree with you.
And other pieces.
You know what it's like? It's a lot like a shooting stock. I'm not going to say that it's GameStop because it's not GameStop, but it's a shooting stock. And what you're trying to do a lot of times, and it goes back to the Giants. If the Giants believe that this is going to be Ramos forever, then
you keep him.
But right now, he is that stock that's just shooting out of nowhere, and you're sitting there as an investor going, do I believe in the stock, or should I just take this amount of money, which is, in this case, these two proven bats, and I know Bichette's down a little bit, but Vlad is not 35, he's 25.
And remember something. Next year, he won't play center field.
Oh, he can't.
No, he won't because Jung Ho Lee's back.
Yeah, right.
So you're going to move him to right or left.
Yeah.
So
I love the guy, but what you're saying is just if people look at it in context for a second, we're just having a little fun. Deadline's, just over 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
Long term, you'd have Vlad. You'd have either Estrada or Wisely. You'd have Bichette. Finally, your shortstop is solved that you've been trying for a long time with. It's not Luciano. You could Chapman could opt out, but if he opted in, then you got Bailey. You'd have one of the best infields in baseball, and it's a young enough infield and catcher that you could have it for years.
Plus, what message are you sending outside the building to potential free agents, players that want to get traded here, agents, and the market? We mean business here.
Yeah.
We're willing to do this to win now and for the future. So if you're a free agent and you're on the fence about, hey, is it San Francisco or X destination? You know what? I want to go play with Vladdy and Bailey and Bichette and Jung Ho Lee and Chapman and get managed by. I want to do that. Plus, live in a beautiful city like San Francisco.
I knew this would come. And again, you got to think like the other GM. I mean, you don't have to because you can do whatever you want, but I like to think like the other GM. So the 510 says Matos, Wade, Conforto, Black. They're just throwing everybody against the wall. This one's saying, how about they're bringing up Doval now because Susan brought up they might move him. Luciano, Doval, keep Ramos. The thing is again, you just mentioned this. You have to give something up. I know we fall in love with our own players, and I'm not saying that Ramos would have to be in the deal, but this person is saying...
If I'm Ross Atkins, that's the first name out of my mouth.
And Bryce Eldridge, and look, you've got to get something. You got to give something up. You're talking about young players who are established. Let me bring up Bichette for just a second because everybody knows what Vlad continues to do. You just mentioned something really big. They're going to look at this year's numbers and say, well, they're not great. He led the AL in hits for a couple of years.
Twice.
I mean, the guy can hit. He's having an off year. You talk to him. He's absolutely more than the hair. He's average to below as a defender on a team that is a pitching staff that is throwing a lot of ground balls. I get it. But I've long been an advocate for the Giants. All these trying to sign guys. If you watched the game on Saturday and saw Patrick Bailey hit an absolute bullet that should have tied the game at 3, get a triple, there's more agents that are recording that saying, you're not going to San Francisco as a left-handed hitter. You've got to go and you've got to be aggressive in going out and getting those power bats. Vlad can hit it out of anywhere. Solaire's still going to be your DH.
And Bichette can spray it around.
That's it. And now you've got a guy, a legit top of the order. Jung Ho Lee is not a leadoff hitter. I don't know if Bichette is. I don't know if Lamont Wade would have to be in a trade like this because you'd have to move him back to the outfield or something, whatever. He probably would have to be included because then they'd want a first baseman back. But my point is it's hard to get hitters to come to this ballpark. They're not going to sign here. They're just not. So if you've got to trade for them, and if you've got to add young pitching, I never have a problem with young pitching, although I really like Birdsong, because you can sign pitching here as much or more than anywhere. Guys love coming here, and the one thing that Farhan has consistently shown is, especially lesser guys, he can find them. You know, they resurrected Gosman. They did all these different things, speaking of the Blue Jays. They can get guys to do that. They had Tyler Anderson. They had guys. They can pick out the guys that fit. They will always find pitching on the open market. You cannot find hitting. You either draft it, which they did yesterday,
and it takes long.
You have to trade for it. Yeah, and it takes a while.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to hear about Bryce Eldridge forever. We heard Luciano forever. These guys have to start winning. He's not going to be around. So I doubt this deal happens. But if I'm Farhan and I'm looking at this whole situation, I got to win. I got to start winning here. Another 500.
If you have to pick one, which one do you think the Giants need the most this season? Bichette or Vladi?
I think they need a shortstop. But he does not address the power that you need on this team. But I think they need a shortstop. I mean, look, we could all be nice. Luciano's not the shortstop of the future. We know that now. He looked terrible doing it. He's not going to be it. They tried to sign Correa, and if he would have passed that physical, he'd be a Giant. They were going to commit $300 million to the guy.
That's what I said.
They need a shortstop. They know it. And I like Wisely. He's a super U. I don't know what Fitzgerald is. They don't have a shortstop. They don't have a shortstop of the future on this team. But I would like to see a power guy.
I'm with you.
Give us your thoughts. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Again, more. 916, you have Ramos under team control for years. Sorry, I lost the last part of your text there. Team control for years. Homegrown talent. Bichette is slumping this year, and you only get him for one more year at $17 million. What do you say to that?
It's fair.
Still do it.
No, it's fair, but no one knows what Ramos will become next season. People have fallen in love with 3 months of Elliot Ramos, which is fair. I fall in love with 4 years of Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and 2 years of Bichette being an all-star. We have a bigger sample size of both of them being better than Ramos. That's undebatable. That's not an opinion. That's stats. That's numbers. Can Ramos do that? Perhaps. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying yes. I'm saying perhaps. Because no one knows. That's all I'm saying. And you have to be realistic. If the Blue Jays are going to give those two away, they're not going to take Lucille and me back. They're going to ask for something, and they should. They're giving away the two faces of their franchise, and they need something back. They need to sell tickets and people to get excited about.
All right, a bunch of people on the lines about this whole thing. Carlos hates Ramos. 4 and 5.
I love him. Plus, you have to look at the free agent shortstop class for 25.
I haven't looked at it.
Willie Adames, he's 29.
I like him, but yeah, okay.
Okay. Ha-Seong Kim.
No one will sign here, by the way.
Ha-Seong Kim's got a mutual option with the Padres. If I'm the Padres, I'm signing him.
Yeah.
Okay. Kyle Farmer, Miguel Rojas, who is 36. Kike Hernandez.
No.
Paul DeYoung. We did that.
Yeah, that happened.
Brandon Crawford, Ahmed Rosario, Jose Iglesias, Kevin Newman, Chris Owens. Good luck.
There'll be a text here that says bring back a Crawford. That is not an option. By the way, one request, just one.
Yeah.
Never ask anything of you.
Yeah.
If you mention Vladimir Guerrero Jr., you have to say it with the accent.
Oh, Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
No other way is acceptable.
Fine.
I won't even acknowledge it.
You'll interrupt me?
Yes.
I'll get my mic muted. Vladimir.
See? He doesn't say it right.
It just happened.
We're not having. Yeah, Danny's quick on the mic today. It's very nice. If you mute Papa, oh my God, you're taking your life in your hands. You can come in there and ring. You're not going to mute me, Danny. No, he wouldn't do that.
But I do like a nice pickle.
I know you do.
Hey.
All right. Let's continue to discuss. It's all over the board. I love this. And we'll head out to the lines as well. We've got to get to Copa, though. We have to get to Copa. Let me finish up a couple of these calls, a couple of really good texts. But I'm not going to say I was excited because it was just a complete
mayhem.
Anarchy.
It was
a
mayhem.
mess.
Mayhem.
But I knew I was doing the show with you today, and I thought, oh, this is the perfect time. Because Carlos is going to have a strong opinion on this. And so we'll discuss what happened in Miami yesterday as well. We'll finish up this conversation next, then we'll hit that up. Pop and Lund, Carlos is in, only here on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants first-round pick James Tibbs III joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discuss his feelings, getting drafted 13th overall. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR, YouTube, KNBR Social. Oh, it is always our pleasure. Talk to our good friend, Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all your tax issues, including, Steve, a tough one, unfiled tax returns. What do the people do?
They call us. And the biggest reasons people don't file returns are, one, they don't have the money. No problem. We'll go to the IRS for you and make a deal. We want to make a sweet deal for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Two, people say they don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. And finally, three, people said they have their records, but they're in a mess. There's a bag over here and a box over there. We have an entire bookkeeping department that can do this for you. So the bottom line is, there's no good excuse for not filing. Don't wait until one of these new IRS agents comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. It doesn't have to be. We have a free consultation. We'll explain all of your options, all your rights. And if you want us to, we'll go to the IRS for you. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to deal with them. And when we're all done, we want to take this tax problem off of your back and let you move forward, enjoy your life. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, "Hey, Steve, what can you do for me in our free consultation?"
Simple. Do you hear what Steve just said? You have unfiled tax returns, you can't sleep at night. Oh, my God, what am I going to do? Free consultation. I'm not a math guy, but it doesn't get cheaper than free. So call right now, 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. The Papa and Lund Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Afternoon delight time. Thanks for joining us. Carlos Ramirez is joining us.
I was told then when the afternoon delight happens and I'm in Greg Papa's chair, a beer would be on my way. And it's been 3 shows, and I haven't gotten the first. Thank you.
Go to the fridge.
Thank you.
Colbert had to have left some beer in that. No, actually, no beer goes
unwasted.
Yeah, there's no wasted beer.
Unclaimed.
Here. I just saw Tim here. Yeah, this is it's a beer drinking crew around here. I'm more into cocktails or whatever. But
what's your go-to?
Just because I'm trying to say svelte, as you can see, like a vodka soda with a lime.
Okay.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
I was just in Hawaii. I'm not I think you and I had this conversation. I'm not an umbrella guy, but I don't look down upon those. You like what you like. I don't care. You want a blended drink? You want one of those lava flows with the strawberry in the middle of the pina colada?
Whatever gets you rolling. It's vacation.
I keep going to Miami in a couple of weeks. It's beautiful. The Clevelander, by the way. I got a great story about the Clevelander.
Is it PG?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we were down there with a lot of the people. This was Super Bowl the first time the Niners lost to the Chiefs, and then we'll get out and we'll
19.
talk more Giants. Yeah. And somehow it turned into, because Pop was doing all the Niners stuff down there, and he was on set, and then when he would leave set, all the people from NBC Sports Bay Area would come to the Clevelander and party, and it was the Tuesday night of that week, and it got out of control. And Papa has this famous red Visa card that he just it goes back to New Orleans in Super Bowl 47, 3-4 in the morning, like all these different things. That thing has gotten us into more trouble. But also, I'm standing at the bar, right? Mm-hmm. And some guy that we don't even know, like, we were there early, and all of a sudden this place is packed. And all of a sudden, this guy, he must have overheard us saying, put it on Papa. So this guy had no idea. I mean, he must have had 10 shots of something or other. And he's like, put it on the Papa.
Oh, put it on the Papa guy
and
thing.
So thank God for Devin Fox, because she said, hey, man, we need to shut that card down. Because people were just like, they just overheard us going, put it on the Papa card, put it on the Papa card, put it on the Papa card. And so these random people ordered like 10 shots and just said, put it on the Papa card. She was probably more sober than most and just said, hey, we got to shut that card down.
I think drinks go with the occasion.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Good call. Yeah, for sure.
Barbecue, beer.
Yeah.
Right?
Great call. Right. Yeah, you're on like if you're in a
wedding or something, scotch, gin.
Good call. Yeah. Scotch
Beach,
for sure.
tropical drink. Mm-hmm. Maybe some gin and juice.
I like it.
Yeah.
I don't know why, because I'm not a huge beer drinker. I prefer cocktails.
Dinner, wine.
There you go.
Yeah.
If I'm at a baseball game, though, I don't know why beer tastes like the magic elixir of life.
It tastes like baseball.
It's cold.
It's what it is.
Good. It's,
It's what it is.
So, anyway.
Okay.
Just a quick thought. All right. Again, you want to trade Elliot Ramos, right? That's where we are?
I do not.
Oh, sorry.
Stop it.
You just said if you could get Vlad and Bichette, and he's a centerpiece, you would.
I'm being realistic.
Okay.
I'm saying, again, if the Giants would call the Blue Jays and ask for both Guerrero,
Come on, man.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. and Bo Bichette, I would assume the first name out of Ross Atkins' mouth, and that is the Blue Jays GM, would be Elliot Ramos. Because why wouldn't it?
Now you're really going, because now you're doing all of them.
Okay.
That's good. Sounds really good. All right, 415-808-KNBR. I'll get to the text line in a second. We will do the Copa conversation at the bottom of the hour. You're the perfect man to have here, always, but especially in this one.
Oh, thank you.
Nathan is up first in the 916. Hi, Nathan. Welcome.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic.
Wait. Is this Gabe Kapler?
No, it's not Gabe Kapler, but I am vegetarian like Gabe is, or used to be.
Okay.
I am, but I think he used to be.
This is the voice of God.
This is Gabe Kapler.
This is a great voice.
Dear Lord.
I thought that one day they got that dude for his birthday. They got him a cake shaped like a steak or something.
And he didn't have it.
He wouldn't eat it.
He wouldn't eat it.
No protein.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, no protein. He wouldn't eat
no
it.
sugar.
No protein in a cake. He wouldn't eat it.
That I didn't know.
Yeah.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Morgan Freeman. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I'm an actor,
there
including voice.
There we go. There we go.
But more than acting, I love the Giants. Ever since I was 8 years old, it's the first letter I ever wrote, and they wrote me back. And I thought for sure that Willie Mays and Juan Marichal all signed it themselves. But I will say there is no way that I trade. I don't care about. I mean, yeah, Guerrero, great player. Bichette, solid player. But I'm not. There's no way. I'm not trading away the future. How do you guys feel about the Zach Wheeler and Brian Reynolds trades right now? So, and remember, let's not forget how we were when Farhan got here 4 years ago. We had the worst minor league system in the game. We had a bunch of overpaid, non-athletic old dudes. He had the thing is, you have to wait for those contracts to play themselves out while you rebuild the minor league system. He's done that. We are sitting on a gold mine, and there's no way I'm trading away the future for, the improbable chance that we're going to win the World Series 2 years in a row if we get Bichette and Guerrero, and they won't want to stay here anyway. You said hitters don't come here.
They don't.
So here's what I'd like to submit this, and I hear your answer. Doing nothing at the deadline, which is exactly what I hope Farhan does, equals trading for Snell, Ray, Cobb, Beck, Wynn, Birdsong, and Austin Warren. What do you got?
Well, dear Mr. God, thank you for calling.
Is he still there? Nathan, are you still there?
Nathan, so
I am, yeah.
Will you say now batting? Because I really think you should be the voice. Now batting.
He's the voice of God.
Elliot Ramos. I mean,
batting.
Yeah, listen.
Number, I don't know what his name is.
17.
Elliot Ramos. Now batting number 17, Elliot Ramos.
Okay, let's do Vladdy. Let's see how that sounds.
Come on.
Do Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
Number
27.
Okay.
Number 20. Let's do Vladdy.
Number 27, Vladimir Guerrero.
I speak German.
Okay.
Fairly well, but Spanish, I'm not.
That's fine. That's fine. That's okay.
But I'm an American who can roll his R's.
Let's go.
Now batting number
27.
Number 27, Vladimir Guerrero.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that works.
I mean, are they still looking for a voice over there?
The jersey sales just spiked through the roof.
Thank you, Nathan. My God, man.
I didn't know Morgan Freeman was a Giants fan.
I sound like compared to that guy, I shouldn't even talk the rest of the show.
We sound like Galvin and the Chipmunks now. So he makes a good point. He makes a good point.
I didn't hear anything but just the voice of God right there.
Here's a counterpoint. I'm pretty sure. Here's a counterpoint. I'm pretty sure.
Like James Earl Jones.
Yeah. Mufasa just called the station.
I'm sorry.
I'm pretty sure. Or Darth Vader. Same person.
Man. Fire and smoke.
See, that's why I thought it was Gabe.
It sounded a little bit
That's what I said. Is that Gabe? Are we getting punked by Gabe Kapler?
But, I mean, he knows his Giants stuff. He was rolling off those young pitchers, and all. He's good.
I'm pretty sure that if Farhan Zaidi pulls off a trait like that, he would have some sense of insurance. As many or as much as he could get from players and agents coming this way, that they would re-sign long-term with the Giants.
Boy, that's the tough part, right? You get a guy and it's like, hey, will you sign to hit in this park? I honestly think, and maybe I'm wrong, I think it took Jorge Soler up to this point to not be intimidated by the park. Because you know how they were, a lot of this year has been like in his head. It takes a minute. And I think he was trying to hit the ball. I think he was trying to hit it out of the Grand Canyon every time he got to the plate. And I think it takes a minute for these guys. And again, I hate to bring up this old argument because when Fitz was on the station, it was constant.
So
triples alley, triples alley, triples alley, triples alley. But what Patrick Bailey did on Saturday, an agent is going to show his player. You don't want to go there. Patrick Bailey hit a rocket like 430 feet. It didn't go out of the yard. It was a triple. He had to start running. It's hard. Like, they just took a left-handed hitting kid out of Florida State who had 28 home runs. That's awesome. And I understand the need to balance a lineup left and right. But if I'm a left-hand, like, if I'm him, I'm like, I'd hit 35 home runs anywhere else. I'm going to hit 20 there, maybe.
So Bo Bichette's agent is Greg Genske.
Okay.
Former players.
Yeah, remember.
Under Greg Genske.
Yeah.
Madison Bumgarner.
He hit a lot of home runs.
I know. I'm just saying. And I'm bringing it up to say they're not Boris guys.
Yeah, that's...
Either is Vladdy. He is with Barry Praver.
Okay.
So they're not Boris people. So it's a different kind of conversation.
I do wonder...
Or good or bad, whatever.
Right.
They're not Boris guys.
I do wonder if... I mean, can you... Because Boris guys aren't... They're not putting... Your point is they're not putting pen to paper.
Thank you. That's my point.
Like during hey, we're going to trade you and we want you to sign. And Boris is like, are you kidding? Even though Boris had a horrible offseason last year. And we can get into Blake Snell as the season goes on because if he keeps pitching like this, I do wonder if he'll keep him. Jordan Montgomery already dumped him. Anyway, that's a whole nother conversation.
Okay.
All right, one more, and then we'll get into Copa next. Mike is in the city. Hi, Mike. Welcome.
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
Good. How are you?
I am very excited. Carlos, there was one night you were on TV. We were all down, and we got a win. And you ran around the studio like you're crazy.
I did.
And I feel like the baby right now. We got Dakota Jordan, the 34th ranked prospect at 116. Oh, my God. I was sitting around last night, and I was sitting there, and I was like, oh, my God, this guy's still here. I wonder if he'll slip to us. By some miracle, he did. And he's
so did you run around like I did after that D-backs win?
I remember that.
They beat the D-backs.
Yeah, I remember
that was 2 years ago.
I promise you, Carlos, I will after the call. So we got the 5th best power hitter in college baseball, according to Baseball America.
Mm-hmm.
And he's a highly touted. He's got speed. He's supposed to be one of the best athletes in the draft. This is something for Giants fans to get excited about. The player of this caliber slipping to us. And by the way, James Tibbs III was ranked as the 5th best hitter in college by Baseball America as well. I'm just looking at the magazine right now. How are you guys doing today? And that's it.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the draft.
Thank you, Mike. So many people made not so many people, a couple of people, liars,
Why'd you look at me when you said that?
No, I'm not looking.
You looked directly at me.
They made such a
You're
big
on YouTube and Twitch.
They lied about that day. That day it was Laura, Richie.
remember you.
It was Laura, Richie, and I doing the show. The Giants had a 7-game losing streak, and they beat the D-backs in Chase Field. And I was so happy they won a game, and how they won it. I just started the show running around behind Laura and Richie.
I remember that.
And we had a great time. It was great, and we had a great time. It was I'm not going to do that every time, but it was
yeah.
And this guy made a story about Richie being mad at me and yelling at me and me getting fired because Richie was upset. Nothing further from the truth.
Who wrote that?
Whatever. A liar. People are like, what? And Richie called me, dude, Carlos, I swear to God, I love you. I didn't say, what are you talking about? It was one of the best moments I've had with Richie. And we became friends and tighter from that day on. He's giving me wine. And again, don't believe anything you
People
read
can
or
say
hear.
anything to me. If they gave me wine, we'd be cool.
Okay.
Red Stitch wines.
That was a great day, by the way.
No, I remember that day. It was hilarious.
It was fun.
Yeah, that's fun. And like you said, you can't do it all the time. It loses its effect. But when you do it when it's a big win, it lets people,
Yeah.
Anyway, just to finish up, and then we'll get into this, what happened yesterday in Miami. I don't get excited about prospects until you see them a little bit. You got to see, like James Tibbs might be the greatest. I don't love drafting left-handed hitting power. I understand balancing lineups in this park, especially Saturday after I saw Bailey get robbed the way that he did. Yeah. I'm not advocating necessarily that they move the fences in. They already tried. It didn't make a huge difference, but I feel bad for the kid.
Plus, you can't operate on the basis of fear. if you're a front office and plus this front office didn't make those trades. The Brian Reynolds one or the Zach, that's not them. But still, you cannot operate on the basis of fear in life or at anything. And if you're scared of pulling the trigger, someone will, and that person, he'll he'll miss some. But I guarantee you he'll make more than he'll miss because courage is rewarded in life.
Right. Plus, all prospects don't come through a lot of times. I mean, look, okay, Brian Reynolds from McCutcheon, not great. The Zach Wheeler deal, we all know that was for Carlos Beltran. They were going for it a year after they won a World Series. Like, look, even though those guys turned out to be great, I'm not going to go out. Well, Wheeler turned out to be great. Reynolds is solid. I'm not going to go out and say you can't make moves because look at all the other moves where it didn't pan out for that team. More times than not, in any trade, in any sport, if you get the better player, you're going to win the trade.
You won.
That's
period.
Those are the odds.
Right.
In your favor. Now, look, I know Washington, the Juan Soto. We'll see what the guys that the Yankees got back. Look, Abrams is nice. Absolutely. Wood looks nice. You know, those guys look like they're building blocks for Washington, but it doesn't always work that way.
Do you think the Dodger fan base is upset that they don't have Trey Turner and Max Scherzer anymore?
No way.
For giving away Keibert Ruiz and whatever they gave up for them.
They seem to make trades every year for rental players. You can go on down the line. Machado was a Dodger. You know, Darvish was a Dodger.
Right.
They do it every single year. They rarely lose players because they know their farm system best.
That's it.
That's what they do. Mm-hmm. And look, sometimes it happens. And you said this before. You got to give something up to get something. And you got to look at it from the other viewpoint of the other team. You know, you're going to get fired if you do a deal, Vlad and Bichette.
And again, I trust that this front office would pull the trade or the trigger with some sense of assurance that they're going to get them both long-term here. And I think Bob Melvin is a big piece of that.
No doubt.
Bryce Harper did not sign here. I had a conversation with a person involved that was with Bryce Harper in the room when they made the pitch for him to come here to San Francisco. And I know for a fact that one of the reasons he did not come here was because he had no security of the manager situation. Had Bochy stayed here, he would have signed here likely. Highly likely.
Really?
Yes.
You know what I would like
when
to
he
see?
When he asked, are you going to be here longer? The answer he received did not please him.
Yeah.
Maybe if Boch is here, he would have still signed with the Phillies. But I know for a fact that if the managerial situation for the Giants would have been different, the odds of them landing Harper would have been greater. Let me put it that way.
You need a beer? Grab a beer.
I'm big into lying. Like I said, yeah, he's going to be here. And by the way, did you see this new rendering of Triples Alley? We brought it in 30 feet. And then you just wouldn't have to do it. Once he signs, Bochy's gone and Triples Alley stays. Welcome to San Francisco.
Right.
You got to sign guys, man. It's business. No, that wouldn't be good. Can't do that. It's a bad idea.
So, but now Farhan has Bob Melvin, to his credit,
Yeah, you're right.
to offer as a piece for the future. Like, yeah, you're going to come here, and this will be your manager.
Well, look, I mean, whether people like it or not, Chapman and Snell wouldn't be here without him.
Right.
Period. So if Snell pitches like this, then that's a good thing.
Right.
All right, let's get to this thing. I was very excited. I'm always excited to have you on the show, but for something that happened yesterday, I cannot wait to get your opinion. We'll do it next. We'll hear on the Sports Leader.
Now batting, number 27, Vladimir Guerrero.
Pape and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Uh, 16%.
The mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Ooh. Sorry.
You're not sorry. By the way, for those asking, he'll be back next week. He's taking an extended European vacation. Not that he's contacted me at all. I know a certain person who might be with him, and so I check Instagram to make sure he's still alive, and I find out he's in a different country. So he'll be back next week. Carlos is in. By the way, this is going to be the show this week. Carlos is in Monday through Wednesday, which is awesome. Today is Monday,
Thank
so
you.
you know that. And then it's going to be Silver and Silver on Thursday, and then I'll be back with Silver on Friday. So that's what the week holds for the show.
So we're doing a LeBron on Thursday?
You mean a Bronny?
Yeah, Bronny.
A Bronny show?
Yeah.
Boy, he's looked bad. Anyway.
Give him time.
Knew that.
Give him time. Okay.
All right, so I wasn't excited. I'm just like you. Look, I'm a content person. I hope that nobody got hurt yesterday and all that kind of stuff. But the minute I saw people crashing the gates at Hard Rock Stadium, I thought to myself, oh, yeah, Carlos is in tomorrow. We got content. And, Messi's got an ankle that it looks like a couple of softballs put together. So, I mean, there's that story of it. But the big story is we're going to be hosting World Cup, right, in a couple of years, and it doesn't look like we can kind of handle that. And the other thing I thought is soccer fans are so much more passionate because even NFL fans, we're crazy. We're drinking in the parking lot the whole time.
Yep.
We're orderly. Generally, when we go into a stadium, we give our ticket, you move on.
Yep.
It was complete chaos yesterday. So first and foremost, explain what happened in Miami to the uneducated during the Copa final.
So Argentina and Colombia have a massive historic rivalry that goes decades, right? It's not Brazil, it's not Uruguay, but it's a thing. It all started 30 years ago when Colombia, or it intensified when Colombia beat Argentina 5-0 in a qualifier match for the 1994 World Cup. And since then, it's grown. Then it's a 65,000 person or people venue, right? And an official spokesperson from the stadium said, and I quote, thousands, not hundreds, thousands of fans without tickets attempted to forcibly enter the stadium. Not attempted. They made it.
Yeah,
they accomplished the mission. The takeover happened.
The video, my God.
So two things. And as the game is delayed, just imagine the Super Bowl being delayed an hour. That's not going to happen. Or the World Series or whatever sporting event you picture right now. Imagine it being delayed an hour.
And again, remember, the Niners played the Chiefs the first time.
Right there.
I was in that stadium.
Me too.
Yeah, of course you were.
Okay, so this is a venue that's seen the Super Bowl, Dolphin games, Formula One races, but it'll host the World Cup in 2 years. So the first thing is, when something like this happens, I always put the blame on the fans first. Grown-ups should not need supervision. You're an adult. You should be responsible for your actions. And this was...
You sound like my dad and mom.
But listen, you don't have to go somewhere and expect people to have security measures in place to look over me. I am the first security guarantee of what's going to happen. If I'm not an asshole, then you behave. Right. Be an adult. Be a responsible adult.
Can I ask you one question? I want you to continue because you're explaining this very well. It seems to me that with the passion of soccer, and I'm comparing it to the highest level, there was a Super Bowl in this stadium, and people orderly, we were both there, give the ticket, go into the game, give you the ticket, go into the game, all that kind of stuff. But logic does tell you that these people just probably thought to themselves, there's, I don't know, just for the sake of conversation, 20, 25 people at this gate.
Yeah.
And they're taking tickets. It's not like there is security, but if there's 1,000 of us, we're getting in. Probably 997 of us are getting in, so let's just go.
Yeah.
And so their passion was, and then it turned into chaos because then people would just go down and sit in any seat, and then people would spend thousands of dollars trying to get to their seat. There was so much security and craziness going on that those people couldn't get into their seats. It was chaos.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
I do get it that they just said, look, I have so much passion to be at the game. Let's just all run in.
Passion is one thing. Being irresponsible, that's a criminal act. You're breaking and entering.
Yeah.
You're breaking and entering a building where you have no ticket to enter to. You're depriving a person who spent thousands of dollars on the ticket, on a plane to get there.
And then it created chaos because there were so many people sitting in these seats that weren't there.
And there was
no security.
It's a security hazard because I think this morning Brian and Marcus brought it up. Go back to 1989. It's a different country. It's a different situation. I get it. But in one of the worst tragedies in sports history happened in 1989. It's called the Hillsborough disaster. It was a game, again, with Liverpool facing Sheffield United on an FA Cup game where 97 people died because they got crushed against a fence. And that happened because there was more people than the stadium had capacity for. So last year, I went to my birth country, Venezuela. We're crazy about soccer and baseball too. And I witnessed on not a World Cup game, a qualifier game to make it into the World Cup. And I saw with my own eyes people running over a fence with no ticket, and they got into the stadium, John. And they were sitting in the hallways. They were sitting on top of walls. Cardboard, kind of, not brick walls, very unstable walls. And if one of those crashes down, it's a tragedy. It's a disaster. So, number one, I hope that the people that come to the World Cup in 26 are better behaved. That's number one. Number two, whoever was in charge of security and the protocol for that game last night severely underestimated what fans will do for this sport worldwide. It's not just a Latin American thing. Because the Hillsborough tragedy happened in England in 1989. So I understand this happens a lot where I come from, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina. But it happens everywhere. Everywhere. So I pray to God that the people behind this talk to the people that will put up the World Cup in 26 and say, you know what? If we had 10 security rings, let's put up 20. And let's check people for tickets in the first ring. And if they don't have a ticket or a digital ticket, you're not coming through.
Like you said, you have to push it out further.
Yes.
Right? So that
further.
it's not even
an option for you to walk here. If you're going through this gate, where's your ticket? No ticket, go back.
So is this
you won't go back, you're going to jail.
Is this first of all, there's a failure, like you said, because they let him get so close, and then they just basically just said, boom, we're going to go through because there's more of us than there are of you. But that was my first question was, is this a typical thing that happens because of the passion of
it?
It's obviously the passion and the drinking and everything else. We all know.
It's not passion because that to me gives a negative connotation to what passion really is. That's not passion. That's being a delinquent. That's using passion as an excuse to break the law. That's not passion. Passion is me crying when the national anthem of my country sounds. Passion is yelling out loud and taking your shirt off when you score a goal. That's not passion. That's being a criminal and using passion as an excuse to be a delinquent.
Mm-hmm.
That's and I've seen it way too many times.
And the last thing that I was thinking in watching this whole thing is this going to become a thing? Because look, we've all both of us have covered lots of different things, and I am surprised that at NFL games, I watched that in Miami yesterday, and I'm thinking to myself, having been in that very same stadium for the ultimate prize, the Super Bowl between the 49ers and the Chiefs, and knowing how much people drink and get out of control, and we see fights at the games and everything like that. But basically, we're pretty well behaved. I mean, we see a lot of times people get mad at NFL fans, or they're fighting, or they're doing this, or whatever the case may be. But I mean, I can't imagine that. I've never heard of an event, and like an NFL game, nobody's busted through the fences and rushed a game and thought to myself, well, you know what, we're going to get in. Because once those people got in, because security was so focused on trying to keep people out.
Who's stopping them?
That by the time they got to the seats, it was there was no security to say, sir, you have to leave. Let me see your ticket. Now, eventually it got to that. But the first part of the game, these people not only rushed into the game, they had damn good seats.
I will
and guys
say
who
this.
spent thousands didn't even get in the game.
I will say this. As the game progressed, and just watching it from the TV and listening to the commentary, it appears that both local law enforcement and private security did get people out because you saw.
Yeah, finally.
It's a hazard.
Because they delayed the game.
Imagine there's an earthquake or whatever, something that requires a fire, something that requires people to leave the building in a fast manner. How do you do that if every single step and every single aisle is occupied by a person? That's why you can't have people sitting in the aisles. So from what I could hear and see, they did do a good job of removing people without a ticket, but that should have never happened to begin with. And I go back to the people, John. Someone sat home before the game and knew where there was an air vent.
A large group, right?
A large vent where they could go get in through that vent. So that wasn't improvised. Trust me. Someone knew, someone on the inside, and knew if you come through here, we can get that vent open, and that vent leads to this place, and we can get in. I just ask of the people who do this, if you apply that same ingenuity and cleverness to good, the world would be such a better place.
Well done. Well said.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, anyway, I was watching that craziness yesterday.
It upsets me.
Carlos has got to tell us what's going on. Man, that was crazy.
It was.
Crazy. By the way, this from Nomad. Every professional sports venue should have an alligator-filled moat around it. I doubt that's going to happen. But
you know what's going to happen? Someone's going to find a way to throw beef or meat or something at the alligators and jump over them. Dude, I'm telling you, the delinquent is always thinking about how to break the law instead of how to make things better.
Yeah,
they're finding a way to, I don't know, smuggle some wood and build a bridge over the moat. That's what they do.
Yeah, that's true. By the way, a couple of remnants for our Giants conversation. Of course, Juan Marichal, the 27 is retired, so we wouldn't have Vlad. We were just
obviously.
The guy just had a great voice, and Vlad wears 27. But you're right. Yeah, you're right. We got a few other things. We can get to that in 1 o'clock hour. All right, we got a foreplay for you. The 4 pieces of sound you need to hear on this Monday, the 15th of July. We'll do that coming up at the top of the hour. It's great to have Carlos Ramirez. We're going to have him through Wednesday, which is absolutely great. We'll get more into it. We got a ton of stuff. Home run derby tonight, All-Star game tomorrow as well in Bochestown of Texas, because even though you might have forgotten, they won the World Series. They're not having such a great year this year. But we'll get into those conversations, and we'll give you a foreplay. We'll do it at the top of the hour here on the Sports Theater.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Hall of Famer John Miller, he joined Murph and Marcus this morning to give his thoughts on the Giants season heading into the All-Star break. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, give you some foreplay here. Mike Krukow, not happy with Camilo Doval. I want you to explain that because you know Doval better than most. We'll hear from Blake Snell as well. We'll talk to you a little bit about Blake Snell and more as we get you ready for the Giants at the break. And by the way, we'll do this as the week progresses, get a little more into Giants at the break. We just talked about the weekend and all these kind of things and specific things like Blake Snell and what's going on with Camilo and those kind of things. But we will give you more as the week progresses, and we want to get your thoughts on the Giants now and into the future. And we have talked a lot about the deadline because it's 15 days away. So 2 weeks from tomorrow. We do not have to speculate, but analyze all that kind of stuff. By the way, before we get to foreplay, I do expect them. I know this isn't much of a limb, but they can't do an AJ Pollock-ish kind of a move. The city will burn. I mean, it's got to be something aggressive, right?
Or no move at all, right? I think a timid
AJ Pollock was worse than no move at all. It really was.
That's
because
what I'm saying.
It told the team. It told the clubhouse, we're not going for squat. So, we're just getting ready for the offseason.
Either
that's okay with you
make
guys.
a big splash or no move at all. Yeah. Would you agree?
Yeah, but I think it's clear. They need to stick.
A mid-move would mean it's pretty much 2023 again.
Right. I don't think that Farhan's going to lose his job one way or the other, but I do think because Susan Slusser came on and said she doesn't think that there would have to be a trade to drop some money, to add some money. I thought, for example, a Conforto move, and then you could, get aggressive or something like that. I don't think they need pen arms, and the reason I don't is because I think Hicks is going to go there. I think Wynn potentially could go there. I think when some of these guys come back, like a Ray, who she said right after the All-Star break, right in that first series, she said that she thinks Cobb maybe by the second series. So, again, I'm not saying those guys are going to throw 7-8 innings, but even if they're 5-and-fly guys and then you put a couple of, guys who have been starters into the pen, I think you've fortified yourself.
Yep.
Clearly shortstop. I mean, clearly. And I don't mean Paul DeYoung. I'm more of the Shed.
It's got to be a trade. And he is the trade because no other shortstop on the market will become available that is suitable, I think, for the future at least. I mean, we saw that Ha-Seong Kim's got a mutual option with the Padres. I don't think they're going to let him go. Would you? He's been great.
I mean, I get the connection with Lee and all that kind of stuff, and I know that they're good friends. And Bob Melvin had him in with the Padres. I understand that. Now, mutual means mutual.
Right.
Thank you. I'm educating people. The Padres could say yes. He could say no because he wants to come here. I mean, he's solid. He can hit 20. Maybe not in this ballpark.
He's a great glove. He's a great defensive shortstop. Great. I mean, great.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, I mean, next year, if he's the big signing, are you doing jumping jacks?
Nope.
Are you running around the studio?
Nope.
No. I think
I'm happy because he's a good, solid player that makes everyone better in the infield and affects your pitching being more effective because you have better defense behind him, anyone who's pitching. But, again, is it putting butts in seats? No.
See, and what's funny is you walked out of the break and we're watching some of the All-Star festivities and the interviews and things like that, and they just showed, the three, some Yankees All-Stars, and, of course, Judge and Soto were standing in the photo, and you go, butts in seats. And you're right. I mean, look, a lot of places are butts in seats, but if you look at New York, if you look at, L.A. and San Francisco, if you look at, there's certain markets that are more butts in seats than
Why
most.
do you think Brian Cashman has a job?
Yeah. People don't get it.
You listening to us, driving, working out, whatever. Ask yourself this question. Why do you think the Steinbrenner ownership group has yet to fire Brian Cashman despite him winning one World Series in over 20 years? Why do you think that is? And I'm here to tell you the answer is butts in seats. That's one of the main reasons, not the only one, don't get me wrong, but do you agree?
Yeah, because what he's done is, and people look at the still think of the Yankees in a certain sense. Now, they go get a Juan Soto, yeah, of course. But what they do better than what they used to do is they don't just throw money at everything. Now, look, Garrett Cole, they've made some big signings, I understand, but a lot of them work. And
they develop players, too. I mean,
that's it.
Volpe.
Right.
Gleyber Torres.
They've developed a lot of the young pitching that they have on their team. So, again, the Dodgers have taken this route, too. They've developed, especially a lot of their own pitching. And then, they've gone out. Don't get me wrong. They go out and make a Mookie Betts trade, do all those kind of things. But they're better at developing. And even though they still throw money at things when they absolutely have to, they don't do it like in a crazy fashion.
Well, Judge is developed.
Right. So now all of a sudden, like you said, they keep Judge. They do all those different things. By the way, not to go off on a tangent here, and I promise we'll get to the foreplay. Walter, our producer, who you're on the weekends, doing a fine job with Giants coverage, said, would Judge be here if Bochy was still the manager? Yeah. I mean, I believe that. You just said comfortability with a manager. That's your direct boss. If Bruce Bochy was still the manager, they'd have Aaron Judge. I don't think there's any question. And they're more than rumors, because the people that I've talked to are some of the people I'm sure you talked to.
Yep.
He didn't like Gabe Kapler.
I don't know if he. I know. Again, I know for a fact that the fact that Bochy was leaving the Giants, or that there was a fog around the future of Bochy with the Giants, that ended up being a deterrent for Harper to sign here.
Yeah. I'm just
still on the prowl for the best burgers.
I was just watching Bochy and Judge talk. I mean, again, look, I didn't hear what they were saying. The sound was down, but they were laughing. And, I'm sure that Aaron Judge was like, man, I love those championship teams. And the same guy could have managed them. Right. I think he probably would be here.
Mm-hmm.
And it speaks to what you and I were talking about before, the relationships, how they get guys, all those kind of things. I still would have lied and had an engineering thing that said, look, we brought in the fences. And I just wouldn't.
And then
after he signed. That'd have been a dirty trick.
Engineer had a mistake.
Sorry.
What?
Would have done it for Ohtani, the whole thing. Yeah. Anyway, all right, let's get to it. Number one on the list, Mike Krukow, about as critical as you're going to hear, and you have great insight into Camilo Doval. So we've heard today, could he get demoted? Krukow said that. He's not very happy with his maturity, and Susan Susser even said, hey, maybe you trade him. So tough day for Camilo Doval after blowing a save again yesterday. Here's Mike Krukow, pretty critical.
He's better than what he's shown. Mm-hmm. He's better than this.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And what we've seen, he had a little bit of a lazy slider there for a while, and he picked it up. These last couple outings, he got that slider. But what I don't like about it is the arrogance when they've asked him to come in there and get pitch an inning when the whole bullpen has been gassed, and he didn't want to go and pitch that game. Was it like a 9-1 game? Gives up 3 runs or whatever it was. Mm-hmm. There's little things like that you cannot have, and he needs to rise above that, and he needs to mature in his position, because they need him to make a run. He is a key, and he needs to grow up a little bit.
He also said later he's pissed off. He's pissed off, and he talked more about those kind of things. This is opinionated, I think, as you're going to hear Mike about a Giants player. You know Camilo, though. You've spoken with him. What do you think's wrong here?
I think it's just a mental adjustment needs to happen. Whatever is happening, I'm pretty sure it's mental. I'm pretty sure it's psychological. And I don't know what effect would have on him to get demoted, sent down to AAA, let alone traded, because we don't know where he would go. That's a whole, and that would be someone else's problem.
Plus the demoted thing too is, I know everyone's going to talk about that.
8th inning or 7th, whatever.
Like you talked about the mental side, and you talked about even what he wears, how his hair is, like all these different things affecting him.
Everything.
If he's demoted to the 8th, what my fear would be, even though I think it could be warranted, because I think Ryan Walker gives me more confidence as a fan sitting on my couch going, oh, here comes Doval, man, what the hell is going to happen? Some closers are like that, but he gets to the 8th inning, I think you might mentally lose him.
Well, if you do move, let's say they move him down to the 8th spot and he completely breaks down, you have your answer. Then he can't take it. Then he's not the guy. If you put him down to the 8th or 7th inning in a lower leverage situation and he thrives and gets it back, then he is the guy. And you can bring him back up to the 9th, and he's your high leverage situation closer for the Giants. But whatever move they make, whether internal, psychological, music-driven, everything, and trust me, everything matters with Camilo. Everything, up to what jersey he wears. Trust me on this. Everything matters. I believe if the Giants press the right buttons with him and he reacts the way I know he can, and he knows he can, he will thrive.
Do you expect him to be better?
Yes.
After this break?
Yes. He's not happy with himself. And he's a proud Dominican ball player. And he knows what he can do. He's upset at himself first, and I'm sure at other things. I haven't talked to him about it, but I do expect the Giants to be patient because they have been with other players. This is the first significant hiccup Doval has had. This hasn't happened often in his tenure as a Giants closer. So for them to lose faith in him now might be counterproductive. So I do expect the Giants to trust him, give him support, but he's got to earn it as well and come back to his all-star shape.
All right, this is the good news over the weekend, or one of the pieces of best news over the weekend. Blake Snell was awesome yesterday. Had everything working. Had the no-hitter going into the game. Here is Blake acknowledging the no-hitter and where he goes from here.
Yeah, I was aware of it. I also knew with how I've been feeling and what I've been going through that the only way I was going to even think about it is if I kept it under 100. So anything, a pitch over, I wasn't going to do. So we didn't get there, so that's fine. But definitely building back into it is the number one priority on my mind is go as deep as we can, but with the pitchers, it's going to go 80, 85 today, so happy with that.
I didn't know Blake Snell, obviously, before he came to the Giants, but the one thing I've noticed, and you were just talking about the mental side of Camilo, this dude ebbs and flows with the mental, and he is very smart and very well thought out. In the interview he did with Krukow, and I mean, but he's a complicated character, and I think that his physical goes along with his mental, and now he's in that space, and I don't know if it got here because he's told himself mentally, I'm a second-half guy, and he never felt exactly right. But if this is the guy, and you mentioned this at the beginning of the show, it was brilliant, which is the efficiency.
Yeah, 80 pitches.
So I don't expect him to be 80 pitches and go through 7 and all that kind of stuff, but if he's the Blake Snell that he was with the Padres, and then you put Webb, and then you put Ray, who Susan told us is going to come back right after the break. And then you put Cobb, and I like Birdsong's mentality, and Harrison. And all of a sudden you're going, okay, this team could do something because this is the staff we thought we were getting. We got them late, but they are in the midst of the wild card chase, and this could be something.
Yeah, I'm 100% agree with you. He is such a big key. I think the two, I asked this question to Susan a while ago. I believe the two players that the Giants need to step up and for them to make a run at this and make a run at the wild card spot and then in the playoffs is on the pitching side, Blake Snell. And he has already taken that step up. It has to continue. It just can't be. If it's just 2 starts, that's not good enough. That's not going to get them anywhere. It has to carry over. On the pitching side of him, on the hitting side, to me, it's Jorge Soler. If Jorge Soler is the guy the Giants bought. What?
Just when you say Soler.
Oh, Jorge Soler.
I love it.
If Jorge Soler is the guy the Giants bought or signed, and he takes off, and he is their DH, and he can become that centerpiece of that lineup, protected by whoever, Chapman, Conforto, Bailey, whoever, Ramos, you name it. They need him. And perhaps this break will refocus, recenter, realign Jorge Soler, and then we got something cooking.
Yes, yeah, he's leading off. I think, I've never asked him this, I think the mental side of the ballpark got to him, and now he's settled down. I just think he was trying way too hard.
I know for a fact that the turf in Miami hurt him, like physically hurt him. He didn't like playing on the turf. Right. It got to his knees, his ankles. He wasn't comfortable with that turf. Listen, it's the weather. It's the family. Again, people forget these are human beings. I know they get them paid handsomely to do this job.
They don't walk out of a locker like a robot.
Right. They have family living somewhere else in the country, different time zones. They get sick. They get homesick. Weather is different. This guy's coming from playing on a dome in Florida where there's a huge Cuban community to flying cross-country, no dome, cold weather, insignificant size-wise, not meaning-wise, but a very small Cuban community here. It's not easy.
Yeah,
it's not easy. They're people.
No, that's a good point.
You know what the first thing I talked about with Soler when he got here, where to find Cuban food.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah.
When I met Jorge Soler, the first conversation we had in the clubhouse, I offered him information to where he could find decent, good Cuban food, which I love and know. His eyes, John, lit up like I gave him the winning tickets of the lottery.
Yes.
He's like, for sure? Yes. Are you really? Yes. You can go here and get really good Cuban food. That matters.
You're probably a friend for life with him. Seriously, just because you wouldn't
I just put myself in his shoes. If I were to go somewhere else, I would love for someone to point me in the right direction for a Venezuelan restaurant.
Right.
Because that matters to me. Like I know it matters to him and other people. Why wouldn't it?
Well, you do me a favor, though. I know you got a million things going on, so you may not get an opportunity to do this. Papa is obsessed with the pocket in the back where he pulls that thing out, and he's got the elephant ear going out the back.
Yeah.
He's obsessed with it and wants to know
why he does
when
it.
did that start? Yeah. How
I'll
did that start? When did that start? What happened?
Yeah, I'll ask him.
I mean, when Soler was going bad, he was 100% convinced that it was the elephant ear.
Listen, I haven't talked to him.
He's had it forever.
I haven't talked to him about this, and it might not be a thing. It might, again, I just thought about something that has nothing to do with the pocket.
Well, maybe you have a salute or an explanation.
No.
Oh.
Jorge Soler's number, his favorite number, is 12.
Okay.
He can't use that number. That's Jordan Hicks' number. That he's wearing 2. Even, I'm not saying it does, because, again, I haven't talked to him about it.
It messes him up.
Again, athletes are people.
Yeah.
And these kind of things.
Superstitions. Baseball players, superstitions.
Yes.
If I was Jorge Soler, I'd get any number I wanted. I'd just walk up to somebody and go, give me the number. I mean, Jordan Hicks is a big guy, but Soler looks like
and I knew this because he has, I found out about this because he has a John Morant jersey in his locker room, which he wears inside the clubhouse.
Oh, is that right?
And I'm like, are you a John Morant fan? And I'm like, no. So why do you have it? It's number 12. So that's my lucky number.
Somebody give him the number. Jordan Hicks is a bullpen guy now. No, I'm just kidding. Good guy.
Let him be.
I push your buttons enough to where he gives me the disgusted look like Papa does constantly. He's like, I've had enough.
No.
I'm sorry. You have 2 more days. You said you would.
I would.
And 45 minutes.
I will.
All right. They'll pay you more. Just go to Mike. He's got the first strings. He'll do it.
Hey, Mike.
It happens all the time.
Mike, need a raise.
Exactly.
Put up with this.
I didn't know this. I didn't know how long this jackass would be wearing on me, but now give me more money to stay.
No.
They got you over. Plus, you got him over a barrel. No one else will work with me. Papa's got another week.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
Walter.
I'll do it.
They get hazard pay.
What else we got?
All right.
Get rid of this.
All right, we'll do this next because it gives us an excuse to talk about the All-Star game. We'll finish this. Got a little Logan Webb. I don't know if it was on the tarmac, probably at the clubhouse or whatever, but talking about Bruce Bochy a little bit, and it'll give us a launching pad to hit into the All-Star game tonight. Of course, you got the home run derby, all that kind of stuff. So we'll get into that next. Carlos is hanging out with us, hopefully longer, only here on the Sports Center.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi, joined Marty Leroux.
It was for me.
Over the weekend. And discussed if the Giants will be buyers or sellers at the deadline. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Man, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Okay, just salute with your left hand. Like that.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I don't think I'll get booed there, right?
No.
Okay.
No. And if you do get booed there, Bruce Bochy will get out and he'll defend you.
You guys got anything you want me to say to him when I see him? You can tell me after. Tell me after.
Yeah. I wonder what he's going to do. I bet he's going to go fishing. Oh, no, he's got to manage.
Yeah, he's managing the game. That's why
he's the guy. Yeah.
So it'll be good to see him.
Okay, occasionally fishing for bass, but I'm more of a saltwater guy.
All-Star festivities. They were going during the weekend in the Home Run Derby tonight, game tomorrow. It's funny. Was Kipe drunk there?
What?
What's he doing? Fishing? He's managing the game, man.
I think he meant the week.
I know.
The days.
I'm just kidding. I love him. So Logan Webb is going to the All-Star game. Of course, Elliot Ramos is going to the All-Star game. And I have a philosophy. I don't know why people complain about All-Star games.
Let's hear it.
They're for the fans. For some reason, and this is just what it's turned into, and I think a lot of it is due to social media because we get all the updates. People care more about the voting process, like NBA.
Than the actual game?
Yeah. It's like, who got snubbed? This guy got snubbed. Like, Brent Rooker should be an all-star. I get it. But he made a great point when you were talking to him. And fans never think of this. Dude, I was like a 942 OPS, 21 home runs, 63 RBIs. Look, I'd love if the Giants go get him. But you asked him about being snubbed, and he said, who am I going to take off? I mean, that's the perfect answer for that is, okay, all these other guys deserve too. And he said there's a handful of guys
always
who don't
snubs.
make it.
Always.
And I didn't make it. Now, look, would I be mature enough to do that? I'd be like, no, I'd be screaming and yelling into the I should be there, you know. But the A's have the record they have, and it is what it is, and he took a mature approach to the whole thing.
Yeah, because we brought up Anthony Santander, who is the outfielder for the Orioles.
And he was a replacement guy.
He was a replacement guy for Kyle Tucker. And the league chooses who replaces the guy who's injured. In this scenario, it was a league choice, right? Not a manager choice.
Right.
And Santander is part of a winning team. He is the fifth Oriole to make it there. Rooker's had a better season. If you just go by numbers, home runs, Santander's got him for, I think, 2. That's pretty much it. Everything else, Rooker is better. But I think you can find 2 or 3 other players that are also better than Santander that should be there but are not because they don't play for the Orioles.
Yeah.
I don't think it makes sense because I think it's an individual award, not a team award.
Right. I agree.
And if you put Rooker in Santander's place, maybe he's got better numbers than Santander and the Orioles would be better because he's benefiting from playing with Henderson and Rutschman and Mountcastle and Kowser and Mullins and Burns and all that team.
Offense.
That's stacked.
Sick.
But it is what it is.
Yeah. And then the other thought I have is I liken it to a movie. So when I walk in or more so watch Netflix or whatever it is that I'm going to watch, I kind of get adjusted to what I'm going to watch. So if I'm going to watch an Adam Sandler comedy, I almost have to hit myself over the head with a hammer and realize this is not going to be an Academy Award winning performance. I just want to laugh a little bit. So you're always in the mood for something. You're always in the mood for something, right? Sometimes it's serious, sometimes it's a drama, sometimes it's a comedy, sometimes it's whatever it is that you want to watch, you adjust your thought process to that. Sometimes meaningless, stupid TV that people would look at you sitting on the couch and go, why are you watching this trash? Because sometimes you just need a mental break.
Right,
you need a mental break.
That's it.
So so think of an all-star game like that. The all-star game in any sport is not going to be Academy Award winning. It's not going to be the Super Bowl. It's not going to be a playoff game. It's not going to it's not going to have a last second, whatever. It's just not going to be that. It's not going to have the intensity of that. So when I watch an all-star game in any sport, I think, let's have some fun. It's enjoyable. I know what to expect. I'm not walking in thinking I'm going to watch the Super Bowl.
So you're against those who think that it should be a more competitive endeavor, no matter the sport.
Yeah, I want to see the best of the best. I'm fine with everyone being relaxed. Yeah, you'd like to win it. Yeah, in the NBA, I like in the fourth quarter for them to play a little defense down the stretch and everything. But I don't get mad. Like, everyone gets mad at hockey. They don't play enough defense. It's a 14-12 game. Or
basketball.
They get mad at basketball for that.
240 to 270.
Or too many guys are laughing or fraternizing in the All-Star game in baseball. It's no good anymore. I know what I'm getting into. Like tonight, the home run derby. I know what I'm getting into tonight. I get it. And while it might not be my favorite thing, still watching, even though it's glorified BP, even watching a ball go 525 feet is pretty impressive. So
not just that.
I guess just adjust your expectations and enjoy it.
And place yourself in the shoes of the players, which I think fans significantly tend to forget every day. How cool is it for you to be able to, for one day, be a teammate of the best of the best of the best? That has to be so invigorating for you to reconnect with yourself with your inner kid and also be validated as one of the best in your. It doesn't matter if you represent the crappy Rockies. It doesn't matter. You're there. You're the best player in a bad team. and you're a good player. So when you look around and you see Soto, Judge, Ohtani, Betts, whoever, right? Logan Webb, you're there. And that, for a player, is so significant, is so validating. Just be happy for them. In whatever industry you work, imagine if you can do that. If you're a designer, if you're working tech, and you could, for a day, get to sit with the best, people from Disney and Amazon and Google and Facebook for a day and sit with them and create this great piece of whatever you do, right? If you're an architect or a musician and you can jam with whoever, John Mayer, Sting, Stevie Wonder, that's amazing. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, look, I love it. I mean, like I said, I have an attitude towards, like you said, because we all grew up this way, and you're seeing all these different uniforms and all these different guys, and all that's how I grew up.
It's fun.
I always, as a kid, loved the baseball game, the All-Star game the best because, you're in summertime and you feel great, and you're watching all these guys, and those were all your legends. And now it's turned into just negative. And I think some of it has to do with media. A lot of it has to do with social media. In the way that they look at these things. Look, I know what tonight is going to be with the home run derby. I know what tomorrow night's going to be. But go back to being a kid when you were watching all this stuff and you enjoy. Look, like you said, the lineup that you saw and all this kind of. It's meant to be fun. It's meant to be for the fan.
That's it.
It's not meant to have the intensity of the World Series. That's just how it is. I enjoy it. I think there's too much complaining. I think there's too much complaining about the voting process. Like who didn't like right when the starters are announced, the first thing you hear is who was snubbed. Like what? Honestly, rather than saying, as you just said, let's honor the All-Stars, here's who was snubbed. Like, that's the first article you see.
Right.
People bitching and moaning about it.
Yeah. Well,
I don't know. Just my thing. And so every time an All-Star game comes up, I bring out this thing just because look, I'm going to enjoy tonight. I'm going to sit on my couch, watch guys.
You're a happy person.
I understand.
That's the thing. You're a happy human being.
And I get a little help. I get some help watching the home run derby to be happy.
Fine. Everyone does.
But I do enjoy the All-Star game. I'm not ashamed to admit that I'm okay with the NBA All-Star game. They do some Globetrotter stuff. Nobody plays defense. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with,
Yeah, but having said that, I do think. Wait.
I hit a nerve. I saw it.
I do think that the peripheral competitions need to be entertaining.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think the home run derby is the best non-All-Star game event in sports. I think it used to be the slam dunk competition, not anymore.
And for the same reason, right? Because not enough stars are in it. People complain.
Yeah, so that's why if you're gonna be an all-star, like I think the athletes that compete in the all-star game should also compete in the all-star competitions or be worthy. Like I don't want to see a guy who just came out. I don't want to see Mac McClung dunk the basketball.
Right, great.
He's not even an NBA player.
That's fair.
So
that's fair.
I want to see a legit all-star dunk the basketball. Even if he's not in the all-star game, he should be an all-star caliber player.
Yeah.
Right? Not the 12th guy off the bench from the Clippers or I don't care.
Yeah.
I want to see Aaron Gordon and Zach LaVine. I want to see Dwight Howard dunk the basketball. That's my complaint. If you're going to have a competition, the guys in it need to be legit.
Yeah,
not scrubs.
Yeah, that's fair. And I think that's again, from a fan perspective, I think if this is about the fan, I think the least you can do is put out the best players. I understand why guys don't want to do the home run derby. They say it screws them up. There's not any evidence of that.
Come on.
Guys talk about the dunk contest. They could get hurt. I understand that. But I still think this is the one fan thing. I think you should do it. That's the only thing I would say. But other than that, I'm very positive.
But there used to be some sort of pride in the competition. I'm the dunk champion. I'm the triple champion. I'm the home run derby champion.
Yeah.
Where'd the pride go?
That's fair. That's fair.
Right?
Yeah, because a lot of guys do it once and then they figure, I don't have to do it anymore. Because that's
why
the
not?
trend.
I mean, did you ever see, and again, this is not old person in the lawn just shouting, happened to it. Okay. No. There should be pride in it.
Like there used to be. I don't know what happened to that. But you're right.
Let's bring it back.
No, you're right.
The Aaron Gordon, Zach LaVine competitions were stout. They were amazing. There were two legitimate all-stars going at it back and forth, fighting for it. I don't even care. Mac McClung won again because I think it was.
But I think you just hit on something there because, give me a great, I don't know. Giannis is the first one that came to mind.
I want to see Anthony
Giannis
Edwards.
doesn't want to lose to Mac McClung. You know what I mean? Their egos are too big.
But don't get him there. We should see Anthony Edwards, Jonathan Kuminga, whoever you want to see. But
some names. Names can
Give
fix
me
all
a name.
that. Names can fix all of it.
What happened to Blake Griffin? What happened? Dwight Howard.
Jumped over.
Dominique Wilkins. And people people will say, well, if we don't have Spud Webb, I don't care. I want to see the stars.
Yeah, right. I agree. And so that, some of it's on the players. And if I was the commissioner of those leagues, the one thing I would say is, come on, man. We're not asking you to do a lot. You get paid a ton of money. You're
for
the guy.
5 dunks?
Like Aaron Judge. Like, I'd like to see Aaron Judge tonight, right? He's the greatest home run hitter in the game right now. You'd love to see him go against Pete Alonso. And that's New York versus New York, and people are going to tune in for that. So, anyway. All right, just thought. All right, give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. I don't know that I have a lot of caboose today, but I do have some stories that I'd like to tell from the just completed vacation. And a couple other things. I know that we have some remnants, too, so we'll hit some of that stuff 25 minutes away from Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour here on the Esports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
You say caboose? I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Does size matter?
I think that was Greg Live asking you a question, Carlos. Carlos Ramirez is here. So I got a story for you. I gave you a little bit of a hint towards it so you could think about it for a minute during the break, but I want to give it up to people. So, again, I have and I think you're very similar to me. I have a similar disposition to you in which I'm very much live and let live. I'm very laid back. It takes a lot to bother me or make me angry. I just, I roll with a lot of stuff. I'm good. And if nothing works, then, I have friends, Jack, Jim, Jose, they help me out time to time. So, I travel to Hawaii, no problem going there, and everything's fine. And then it had been a long week, and, we had a plane delay or something like that. So, and I don't want to sound like I'm complaining because I'm going to go there and oh, it's so sad. So we fly from Maui to here, and I had a connector. I was in the Big Island. I go over to Maui, and I have a connector, and it's pretty tight. So the flight, for people who don't know this, from Kona to Maui is like 20 minutes. 20 minutes. You get up, and then you're coming down. So I'm in row 35. I'm way towards the back, and it's me and my son, and I'm looking at my watch, and normally very, very patient. There's a way to get off a plane, which we can get into in a second. It's like a caterpillar. You just wait for the other row. And usually I adhere to that. I don't stand up. I just sit down. I wait for my turn, whatever. I'm not one of those people that get, the plane lands and they run to the front of the plane, screw everything up. So anyway, I'm sitting back. I'm in 35. And so this woman gets up in front of me. And in 20 minutes, somehow she's lost her luggage that she thought she put above herself. And so she's going through every luggage thing. She's starting to go a little bit crazy here. And I'm trying to be patient. I'm looking around. And finally, I just say, to hell with it. I have my backpack. I duck under her. I think I hit her arm probably. And I just said, to hell with it. I'm getting out of here. And I heard people behind me basically call me an a-hole, two or three different people. And another guy said, what's the rush or something like that. So anyway, and my son stays back because the reason I know that is because he had to stay back and was hearing people call me this name. But I thought to myself, okay, I'm trying to catch a flight. I was patient. I probably waited. Again, it's my row's time, except for this one lady in the row right in front of me. I probably waited at least 2 minutes. It felt like 10, but it was probably 2 minutes. Okay. And she cannot find her luggage on the top thing. There's only 4 rows left, and it's only been 20 minutes since we left, and you've lost your luggage. So I got impatient. I ducked under her, hit her arm with my backpack, didn't say a word, kept walking. And then my son came off the plane because he waited because he was too embarrassed to follow me. Basically, all those people just called you an a-hole for doing that. And I thought to myself, if she lost her luggage in 20 minutes and it was taking her 2 to 3 minutes and she's popping all these things open, shouldn't I have the ability to just get out of there? There was one person in one row ahead of me.
Plus, you have an alibi for your heinous crime in the plane, which is you're going to lose your flight.
Right.
You're not doing it because you're a prick or anything.
No.
You want to get in time to your plane.
So people were mad at me. And
it's perfectly acceptable. If you're looking for my approval, which I know you're not.
I am. No, I am. That's what I'm asking.
I would have done the same thing.
Yeah. And then
I probably wouldn't have hit her.
I didn't mean
because I'm a cat.
And I probably should have
said.
I'm a cat. I'm not very limber. I don't do yoga, so I probably should have said something.
I know
I do regret that part.
But it happens. But I did. In my eyes, you did nothing wrong.
Okay, good. No, I do want your approval. And then the other thing that struck me was, so I flew Hawaiian over there. I didn't fly Southwest. And I like Southwest because, it is nice. It's a little bit cheaper, all those kind of things. And I use Southwest a lot, but we've all been Southwestized.
Meaning?
Because if you already have a seat,
I know
you don't need to rush up there. So my son and I were in zone 3 or 4, whatever the case. We've already got seats. So I told him, it's going to be a 5-hour flight from Maui to back to Oakland or whatever. I said, we don't need to get on the plane till last when they say all remaining passengers will get up and we'll go on because I don't need to be on the plane longer than 5 hours.
So do you not like to be in the plane early? Is that a thing? Or,
unless it's Southwest because you have to.
Right, you have to rush to get your seats.
There's this weird gate. People will know what it is who've been to Maui, but there's this weird gate where you have to actually, because of where this thing's positioned, you have to, it's like fruit and stuff, but you have to get to the gate. You have to put your things through again. So everyone gets up like it's Southwest, and they race to this thing. Well, then the first class people couldn't get on. There was this whole chaos. The thing got delayed. And you've already got a seat. I was yelling. I was yelling at people, this isn't Southwest. You've already got a seat. Because it was just everyone relax. But everyone now, because of Southwest, Southwest has to get up and run to the gate even if they have
That's just herd mentality and FOMO.
Yeah.
I mean, fear of missing out. People see them. Here's the thing. I don't, and there have been studies about this. Like, legit.
I knew you would have something.
If you grab 10 or 15 people and put them on a line outside a door, any random door on the street, people will begin to line up behind them, even if they don't know what for.
Ever.
Like, people have this compulsion to stand in line, or it's herd mentality, it's herd behavior and fear of
Because once you
missing
see
out.
one person get up, that's what you do.
Yeah, you're guessing,
That's
well,
what they'll do.
I have to do that. I mean, if John did this, I have to go ahead and just replicate that behavior because, God forbid, I have my own criteria on life. I might be left out on whatever marvelous award I might receive.
right.
It's herd mentality. It's what it is.
I actually felt smarter for having been on the plane last.
You were.
Because the lady said, any remaining passengers, no line, because there was a line of like 200 people to put this thing through this conveyor belt. We had no line. We walked right up, and I thought I was better than people for a moment. And it doesn't happen very often in my life, but I walked on, sat in our 2 seats, and looked around going, yeah, you guys have been sitting in this.
Did you pat yourself on the back?
No.
Extra drink?
No.
No?
No.
Chocolate? Nothing? No reward?
No, but I just kind of looked at people like, you've been on the plane for 20 minutes. You had a
That's your
place. You
reward.
already had a
You knew
seat.
you were better. That's your prize, John. You
No,
were the
that's all.
smartest guy on the plane.
No, I was not. By far.
No, stop.
Because, you look at the people. And there's that other thing, too, is like, Southwest, there's no first class, right? It's just all the same. But, like, when you go on another airline, there's first class, and they do look at you, don't they? Maybe that's just me. But when you walk by first class, they've already got a cocktail. They have a seat that's wider than you. They have their screen going on, and you walk on as
You
a
feel
peasant.
judged?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Like, I really...
When you're sitting on first class and people look at you, or people from first class looking
First
at
class? I'm not in first class.
I don't know.
Even if I got a first class ticket, they'd probably kick me back to coach. Like, no, you don't look like first class.
you? So you think that people sitting on first class
Oh,
judge those who do not have the means to afford
they look at me.
that pricey ticket?
Yeah, they look at me.
I think you're overthinking it.
Plus, I saw this one guy, and he really, because he had kids up there, he had his 2 kids. If I was in first class, you had a couple young kids.
So
I'd be like,
I think
kick
it's the
them
other
back.
way around. I think
kids
that-
in first class.
No, I think it's the other way around. I've sat in first class, seldom, but I have. And when I have,
I knew you have.
But again, seldom. And when I have, I feel the judging glare of the people walking by, like,
Really?
this mother, I can't afford that ticket, and he
I can't either.
Oh, look at it with the champagne, and look at the fancy food he's getting.
You know
in
what?
for- and it's got
I'll
a
tell you.
blanket and a
If I was in first class, I would absolutely, I'm not a champagne guy. If I was in first class, I would order champagne. And I'd pour it on the floor when people walk by. I could just get another
stop
one.
it. Dude.
No.
But I have absolutely felt
See,
the
I
wrath.
feel the other way. I
No.
feel like they're looking at me going, yeah, you go back to 35
No, they're too
right
big.
next to
No,
the
why
bathroom,
would they?
loser.
They have the better seat, better food, better drink, more leg space, leg room. Why would they? They don't. I know.
I did, even though it was the 20-minute flight, when we were flying there, so we were Maui to Kona, I just figured I don't need to get my seat. I don't need to get an assigned seat. I'll just whatever.
I promise you, it's more people judging those who are in first class than the other
You
way
think
around.
so?
Absolutely.
808 KNBR. I feel judged walking past first class.
No.
But the thing was funny is, so when you get assigned seats, it costs you a few extra bucks.
Mocked, maybe, not judged. I could see the first classers mocking the ones that are not, saying, "Ha, I got this.
they
You
all
don't."
are.
Na, 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 na,
I think
na.
they're all- it's
That's
'cause it's-
different, but not judging. Mocking, maybe.
Maybe. But I did get, it was only a 20-minute flight. But so, again, if it's a non-Southwest airline, and it's going to cost you extra for your seats. Oh, you don't want to sit in a middle seat? That'll be $135.
Yep.
So I did that for the long parts of the flight, but I didn't for one of the 20-minute. You know what stock me? Literally the last row by the bathroom. And that is such a bad seat. It is such a bad seat. Because a lot of people, when they fly, their stomachs don't feel well, and they're just constantly going back to the bathroom. And it's the worst.
Text line. Hi.
Worst.
You weren't an a-hole for rushing past a woman. You were an a-hole for leaving your son behind.
He could have come with me. He could have. I looked at him. And I did it like a hand gesture, like I'm going. And he stayed back.
Another text. I'm pretty sure most people rush to get overhead bin space. That's why. Not the seat, but the overhead bin space.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I'm just saying, I gave her probably 2 to 3 minutes.
No. This is why people rush into the plane. Not because of the seat, but because they want to get the overhead bin
Yeah,
space.
they're right. That person is right. I just had a backpack.
Here's the thing.
And I put it under my seat.
If you're in a rush to get to where you're going to, and you don't want to wait for that bin, I think even that rush is unnecessary because if they run out of space, they'll just send your stuff for free to cargo area.
Well, and here's the thing too.
I get that. That is true.
I get it that with most airlines, it costs you money to put your. You know what? I know most people hate this. My wife, she'll stuff everything into her thing, and then you know who has to stuff it into the overhead bin? Not her, me.
Yeah.
And then this again, getting judged. The I don't want to say stewardess because that's not politically correct. But they stare at you and they're like, and then they finally go move, and they get it to go in there. You can't put the wheels in. It can't be up against the hinge. You got to get it in there. But what I like to do is I love checking my bags. I don't care if it takes me 10, 15 minutes to get it because I don't want to lug it around. My wife, on the other hand, total carry-on person. Yep. And the thing could be is 20 Bibles put together, and you try to stick it in that. Nope. And she's just like, I know it'll work. It's like, and then I open the thing, and cosmetics and everything fly everywhere, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this stuff?
Going back to the door.
Sorry.
And text line. In my own case study, as a door repair guy, even when given the option of 1,000 doors, humans will always choose to use the door I'm working on.
If he's right.
That's what I'm saying.
Right about that.
That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Okay.
Man, I took that whole segment on that. I didn't mean to do that. You got anything?
Are you fine? No, you're good. I feel
better.
It felt very therapeutic for you. Right?
I know, but now you're judging me going, you're a
I'm not
traveler.
judging you.
I'm a nice traveler.
I'm not saying you are. I'm saying you have
I can tell you
have
think
a
I
thing.
am.
No, I think you have a thing for first class, and it's reversed.
It
you
does.
got it all
makes
wrong.
me see. That's funny you would say that. I feel like a lesser citizen, and I walk by them, and I just want to get by those 6 rows because it's like they're just looking at me with their champagne and their double
they're
wide
too busy
seat.
and fancy, John, and drunk perhaps.
They are, and they
don't care about you and me.
Yeah,
they're normal folk.
Yeah, and they're eating a sandwich that I have
They
to
don't
pay
care.
for.
They don't care.
Yeah, so you think it's the other way around?
Yes, absolutely.
You're embarrassed to be in first class?
No, I'm saying the people that walk by first class hate the ones who are there because they have a bigger seat, more comfortable, more leg room, better food, better drinks.
Yeah.
Because it's
our class system in a nutshell.
That's what I'm. Yes. It's society on a plane.
Look what I have and look what you don't.
Mm-hmm.
I love scotch.
Yeah, that's true.
Who does?
See, there was a guy like that. He was drinking a scotch.
That's what I'm saying.
Going,
you think
wish
that guy
had this?
thinks about what you do? Yeah, I'm going to judge this guy going on coach. But no, he doesn't.
You don't judge people because it used to be when I was growing up, you would dress really nice to get on a plane, and now it's just like everyone dresses like trash. You do judge people when they're on a plane.
You think the person driving a Ferrari goes by the guy on a bicycle and says,
"Oh, no doubt he does."
No, he doesn't.
Oh, yeah, he does.
He's driving a Ferrari. He doesn't care. He's driving a freaking Ferrari.
Maybe not a bicycle, but if you're driving some jalopy, he's looking at you going, "Oh man, you're a loser."
I don't. Maybe it's the optimist in me. I'm just. Right. Why would you care? You're drive your Ferrari. Be happy.
I shouldn't care so much about what people think.
There you go.
Although people dress poorly on a plane.
Oh, come on!
Segment.
I'm wearing Crocs.
That's it. No Crocs. No, you do have to have easy shoes.
No, I always fly on a jumpsuit, or a nice.
Hat?
No,
you take a shower.
Of course.
All right. No matter how early.
No, doesn't matter.
No doubt.
I'm taking a shower for sure.
Remnants and the top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes. They'll restore things. Only here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants first round pick James Tibbs III joined Murph and Marcus this morning, discuss his feelings, getting drafted 13th overall. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR, YouTube, KNBR Social. That's right. I haven't talked about this for a long time. Your friend John Lund here. Did you know that many of the attorney ads that you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some are not even based in the entire state of California, but that is not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. They are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. Now, unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now, remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. So please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place. And feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year. That's the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion. It's $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That was beautiful. But you pay nothing upfront. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now betting, number 27, Vladimir Guerrero.
That dude, my goodness, man. He says he's a voice actor.
And yes, we know 27 is one of Child's number. We know.
No, that's good. Great guy. This segment sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union, here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. Thanks to Susan Susser today. She is awesome. If you missed that interview, go to KNBR.com. Bill Martin, our good friend from Channel 2, 250 with Tolbert and Copes. Saris, great numbers guy, baseball guy, 350. Will we see you tomorrow? That's the question.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure.
Why would you ask me that question?
I don't know. I just...
Do you not want me here tomorrow,
No,
John?
I saw you whispering to Holder over there, get me out of here.
No, I was saying...
I could be back.
I was saying, give me more money.
Exactly.
I was saying, I need it, and I'm going to put up with this guy.
Thanks to Carlos. He'll be here through Wednesday. Mike Silver's going to be here Thursday and Friday. We'll get into Niners with camp and everything opening up. Thanks, as always, to Walter and to Danny. It's good to see them both. I'm glad to be back. Tolbert and Copes next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the broadcast, it's been far too long. We're going to talk to the Bay Area's weatherman. Bill Martin will join us at 2:50, and then Eno Saris will join us at 3:50. And we'll kind of go over the first half of baseball, where the Giants stand. Maybe a little football, a little basketball stuff. Shams had a report with the Yas. We're asking for in return for marketing, so we can get to that as well. What's up?
What's up, dude? Hell of a weekend, huh?
What happened?
Well, the Copa and the Euro.
Oh, yeah, the soccer was good. I enjoyed the soccer.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. Did you enjoy the cut-in on Saturday on the Giants game?
Yeah, that was fantastic. Getting ready for the Giants game.
Didn't see that coming.
What did we get, 2 innings?
Yeah, we got maybe 2. We got Logan Webb chopping up like, we got to see Paul Skeens against Aaron Judge. That's must-see TV. We interrupt this broadcast for a special Fox News report. Hell of a Saturday.
Yeah, that lasted 9 hours. And so we didn't get the game. Got extensive coverage, and rightfully so. I mean, we all understand why. But I was like, dang, did they put the game on anywhere? Or was that just it? Like,
that was it.
I
Fox has no other networks they could roll with. No.
Yeah, I didn't bother looking anywhere. So I just said, well, all right, I guess that's and obviously I watched that for a couple hours to see what the hell's going on, and then I go, okay, now what? Braves, Padres? Nope, that one's not happening either. We're not going to do.
Tim said he bounced to FS1 to see if they threw it there. No. He got MLS Portland versus Real Salt Lake.
Ooh, it's a big one.
How was the tilt, Tim? Did you stay with it? Tim said, "Go Timbers."
Go Timbers.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, the soccer games were good yesterday. They were solid.
I'd say the Copa final was a little boring.
Well, it was a little bit. I mean, they had a few chances here and there, but yeah. I mean, England tied it up late.
England, Spain. Dude, the goal from England to tie it to was so
nice.
fun, just out of nowhere, coast to coast. That was fun.
I mean, Spain's better. I mean, you just by watching, you could tell Spain was if they're not better, they were better that day. I know they were favored to to win. And
Tim says Canada Uruguay was great, by the way. He's locked into Timbers, RSL, and Canada Uruguay. Got to get my third place game in.
I did enjoy the tournaments though. It's a thing. I mean, the Euros are better. Like it just I've always said, and I've only watched the last couple, but just watching like Copa versus the European Cup, the Euros. The Euros, if you go college football, Euros are SEC. Copa's Pac-12.
That's the best way to. That's the best analogy I've heard. It's a great way.
Like they have good teams and stuff, but when you're watching, you're like, it just doesn't have the same feel. Like you watch an SEC game, you know you're watching an SEC game. Like from the broadcast to the crowd, just the whole feel of it feels like a big game. And you watch a Pac-12 game, even though like it could be really good teams. The Pac-10's had years where, you get a USC-Oregon matchup, you get a Washington-Oregon, Washington. I mean, there have been years, Stanford, when Harbaugh and Shaw were rolling, like, they had good, but even though they had like 2 top 5 teams, whatever, you like watch the game, you're like, it's just different.
Yeah.
It just doesn't have the same passion, the same feel, and that's kind of what
I believe oomph is the term we're looking for.
It was it was a big time event, yeah. But again, to me, it felt different.
Yeah, I'm with you. The Euro also is, you could put it this way, too. Copa is much more top-heavy.
Yes.
Like,
yes.
that's Argentina's, 16th Copa? Right? It's like all they do is knock those things down. But they've won the last 3 international tournaments, too.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool for them.
Well, they're the number 1 team in the country. It's like when USC was the number 1 team.
Number 1 team in the country. Right?
I mean, number 1 team in FIFA. Number 1 team in the country. They got voted by the coaches, I guess.
Yeah, coaches poll.
AP
had them too, though.
But it's very similar to when USC was number 1. Like they're number 1, the best team in the country. Yet you're still watching Pac-12. It's like it still doesn't seem like the SEC because it just isn't. It just isn't. Although it was a fun tournament. I mean, USA got bounced pretty early in that one. The one thing I did notice, and I don't know anybody that follows soccer more than I do, which I'm sure most of you do that watch soccer, it seemed like, here's the one thing I enjoyed about the Euros more than the Copa. There weren't as many dudes laying down on the ground. My favorite is when a guy like looks up, he's like laying on the ground, he looks up and goes, and then he puts his head back down. It's like, bro,
is anybody coming?
Right. What are you doing? So it's like more guys were on the ground in the Copas, and it was a less physical game, and that kind of goes hand in hand. Like the Copa just seemed like a backyard brawl at times. Dudes were just like all over the place, and in the Euros it just wasn't that way because it seemed like the Euros were a little more skill, and Copa was a little more physical. Now again, I don't know. That's just an untrained eye looking at it. But when I looked at it, the one thing I'm pretty sure on. Dudes spent a lot more time on the ground in Copa than they did in the Euros. They're all over the place, and I'm like, "Oh, let's go! Get up! You're killing me over here."
It's brutal.
Like, please.
Speaking of international soccer competition, I was thinking about this yesterday. I thought about Adam Silver because did you see the NBA in-season tournament now has a name and a sponsor?
Uh-oh.
In-season tournament for the NBA is now called the NBA. It may as well be a soccer tournament. The Emirates NBA Cup.
The Emirates NBA Cup.
Yeah.
Bro, where are we going with this?
It took me a minute to even realize what it was. Like, I saw this yesterday or 2 days ago, and I was like, wait, there's another tournament thing they're doing now? And so then and it goes, all 67 games will count towards a regular season. I go, what? 67? Oh, no. It's just they're renaming it instead of the in-season tournament.
Renaming it.
It's like going from Washington football team to the Commanders is basically what it is. It's going from in-season tournament to NBA Cup because now it has a sponsor.
Yay.
Cool.
Again, I said it last year. I didn't love it, didn't need it. I still don't need it, but it didn't hurt anything, and people seem to enjoy it, and the team seem to enjoy it. So
okay,
whatever.
you see,
it's a big whatever for me, is what it is. It's like it doesn't hurt anything, so who cares?
Well, the first nugget of the one intrigue in it this year is not because of the NBA Cup, but the first time Klay Thompson comes back is going to be for the Mavericks NBA Cup game against the Warriors. In group
is
play.
It really?
It'll be a group play, so it'll have some juice, Tom.
It's going to have enough juice.
Klay coming on home, it'll have some juice. By the way, did you see Team USA play earlier today against Australia?
I did. I saw a little bit of it.
Eke that thing out.
Yeah, well, I saw they were up 22 at one point, and they cut it
to 5, I think.
5. And that's when I left because I figured 9 seconds left, and I'm assuming they ended up winning.
It was a friendly anyway, you know.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
Well, we got what 2 weeks until I think 2 weeks from today is opening ceremonies. Maybe it's 11 days. Maybe it's the 26th, but it's not till the near end of this month.
Yeah, I think they got Serbia this week. They're playing Serbia.
Where are they now? Too they left again. They're not in Vegas.
I think they were in Abu Dhabi.
Damn.
I think
just stopped off on their way.
Yeah, just kind of cruising along.
Yeah, just go play some. They have in front of 12,000 today. Australia almost knocked them off.
Australia's not bad.
Yeah, they're tough. They beat them the last 2 years in the last two exhibitions in Olympic play. Australia beat the U.S.
Yeah. Well, they got. I mean, they're getting up there, but they got the. How about that? They got 3 former St. Mary's Gales on the Olympic squad for Australia. They got Lawndale, they got Mills, they got Dellavedova.
They should get Randy to coach him. Randy Bennett should be the coach of Team U to have the Australian basketball. Why not? Why not just have a go? And is Patty Mills on there too?
Yeah, yeah. No, those are the 3.
Oh, you mentioned Patty
Mills, Dellavedova, and Lawndale. They're all Gales, and they're all on the Australian team. And then Exum, and Giddy, and Ingles. So. I mean, they're getting up there, but yeah, I don't know if they could beat them, but
they got a bunch of pros though. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Weston asked me today if Ben Simmons is playing. I go, I don't think.
Come on, dude.
I don't know if Ben Simmons has ever played for the national team, and I don't know if Ben Simmons is ever going to play again. Like you see Ben, he's like Sasquatch on the court. You never see Ben Simmons.
You hear about him a lot, but you don't see him.
Yeah, it's for he's like the. He's a little like the McRib for a limited time only.
Yeah.
Like he shows up, maybe plays for a couple weeks, and he's gone again. Like he never plays more than a month, seemingly.
Yeah, here's the thing. Tim said it's like the Monster Taco. I would disagree that it's not like the Monster Taco because when the Monster Taco shows up once a year, Tom, it delivers every time.
It delivers every single
The McRib is always just running through you until you see it next time.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like you're not.
Yeah.
Tim, have you eaten a McRib before?
Regrettably.
I mean, look, I anything that is shaped like a rib cage, it just no, that is not going in my mouth. It's just not going to happen. Yeah, exactly. It's like it gives off Silence of the Lambs vibes, is what it does. Just a rib cage flavored piece of meat with barbecue sauce on it. No, thank you. I'll pass.
Shamrock Shake, says Tim. 808 can be our
Shamrock
best.
Shake, I'm in for, yes.
808 can be our best novelty foods that show up periodically, once a year. Somebody's going to come in with the pumpkin spice latte. That's probably already hit the shelves at Starbucks. Halloween time. They're like putting out Halloween stuff already now.
Are they?
It's July, yeah, 4th of July passed. What else we got? Back to school and Halloween.
Yeah, good point.
Spirit's going to start.
I mean, my
propping up.
favorite's obviously Monster Tacos.
Monster
which
Tacos.
I wish wasn't a once-a-year thing, apparently. I guess somewhere in the country, my buddy Todd said, he goes, they get them all year round there, so I was a little jealous. I should be happy, though. It really is something that I should have once a year. It shouldn't be something that I could have available to me anytime during the year. That probably wouldn't be great for me.
Yeah, the nacho fries at Taco Bell. I guess this is a new thing. I think it's just fries with nacho sauce. The frozen hot chocolate at Dairy Queen. I'm not a big Dairy Queen guy.
What? Frozen hot chocolate?
Yeah. It's just like a chocolate slush, like a milkshake.
Okay.
Is that what it is?
I've never, yeah.
Anyway, 808 KNBR if you got some of those. Tolbert and Copes on a Monday afternoon. Let's get into some Giants baseball. Giants took 2 or 3 over the weekend. We'll talk deep about Blake Snell. We'll get to some of your calls at 808 KNBR on the first half of the Giants and how we're feeling about Blake Snell. But they take 2 of 3 over the weekend, go into the All-Star break, still under 500. But Farhan told us last week, it depends on what happens really in these next 2 weeks. That's going to determine whether or not they are buyers or sellers. They win the series behind a walk-off triple,
wild,
and then an error. A Little League home run, they're calling it. Giants win yesterday against the Twins. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader. Giants took 2 or 3 from the Twins this weekend as they head into the All-Star break. How you feeling about this team? Let us know on our socials all day at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Now the pitch. There's a fly ball into shallow center. Here comes Ramos. He's got it. That home run string is over for the Twins, the second longest in history. They do not hit one here tonight. And the Giants take game one of this series. Now he swings a ground ball past them out up the middle, but over behind second. Castro's got it, stumbles, throws over to first, in time to get him by a step. And the Twins have taken game two. Minnesota 4, the Giants 2. Yas swings and hits one into the gap, right center field. That one is falling, a dive, and no! It rolls past the center fielder, Margot. Yas around second, digging for third, and standing at third on a wild throw. The throw goes out of play, and this ball game is over.
Tolbert and Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help you with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. That's the sound of the Giants' walk-off win yesterday on a Little League home run is what they're calling it. Little League home run, though, I don't think would really have been a triple. Little League home run would have been like a single up the line that just kid boofs in the outfield, then he throws it past second. It's like the Ruben Rivera play would be more of like an inside the park or a Little League type home run, the worst base running in the history of the game. Anyway, Giants win 3-2 on that play, 47-50 as they head into the All-Star break, 28-22 at home. They have 10 walk-off wins on the season, which has really been their only calling card, is their resilience late in ball games this year. Other than that, really inconsistent across the board. But what'd you think of this series? We'll get into some of the Camilo Doval stuff. But in general, pretty good series for the Giants and damn good from Snell yesterday. We'll talk more about him in a bit.
Yeah, I think that was huge. That's 2 in a row now for him. And he went from 5 to 6 and actually went into the 7th and give up a hit, first batter of the 7th, and took him out. Look, I'm not going to – I could sit here and say it over and over and over again, but I'm just wasting my breath because that's the type of pitcher he is. But every time I think, really? We can't get 95 pitches? We can't get – no, you can't. Stop it. Stop asking, okay? This is what you're going to get. He didn't like it.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'll take it. I think everybody will take it. 6 innings of 2 or 3 hits, no runs, like after following up 5. So, yeah, he's been – like, this is what gives you hope as a Giants fan, I assume. Because I'm thinking, look, you got Webb, you got him, you got Ray coming, and then Hicks and Harrison, who knows, maybe they can kind of ham and egg that a little bit. I'm not sure what they're going to do with that. Birdsong's been, he's been better than fine, and maybe Cobb at some point. So I think that's what gives you hope. Like, okay, if we could get it rolling. Like, Snell seems to have turned a corner. If Ray comes back and he's good, then you're thinking, okay, that's when you can start putting together like 5, 6, 7, 8 game winning streaks and start really making up some ground. And again, I think they're going to have a great chance to make up some ground before the All-Star break. But we'll see. But I'm cautiously optimistic. And it's not all the Giants. It's also what's around the Giants, too, that I'm just not all that. Like, I look at it and go, okay, whatever. It's not. There's nothing there that I go, oof. Like, the Braves, they're not catching the Braves. No one's catching the Braves, I don't think. Unless the Braves have any more injuries, then I guess it's possible. But after that, it's a free-for-all. I mean, you got the Padres, the Cardinals, I think are the ones in it right now. Cubs are a half game behind the Giants, and you get the D-backs. Maybe even the D-backs are ahead of the Padres. I mean, it just kind of flips over and over and over. And the Mets were in the third wild card. That's right. The Mets were. So, see, there you go. It's just like, they just keep jumping around. So
there's 9 teams within 3.5 games in the National League.
Yeah, it's half of what I think the Giants are and half of what I think the rest of the teams are. And I look at their pitching, and I look at what the Giants' pitching could be, and I think the Giants are going to have a leg up on, if not all of them, most of them. So that's what gives you hope that this team could start stacking wins and series and maybe a few streaks together in the second half.
Yeah, Blake Snell, here's his numbers. Through his first 6 starts, 23 2/3 innings, 26 runs.
Yep.
Yeah. His last 12 innings, no runs, and he's only given up 3 hits. He was perfect through 6 yesterday. 7 total innings pitched, 1 hit, 8 strikeouts. He was fantastic. We can talk more about what the second half rotation looks like in just a bit. But the thing that kind of came up this weekend and was sort of made bigger today.
Oh, that's right. He did go 7 yesterday.
He went 7 fully. So
he gave up a hit in the top of the 8th, didn't he?
Well, yeah, you're right.
That's what it was. I got my innings confused.
Margot led off the 8th. Is that right? With a base hit? Or
yeah,
did he lead off the 7th? Maybe it was 7th. Anyway, he goes 7, gives up the 1 hit, and strikes out 8 yesterday on 80 pitches. So he was sharp.
That's great.
We'll get deeper into his second half in just a couple of minutes. But Camilo Doval, it's becoming a problem at the back end of games. And yesterday had an opportunity to pick up a save, up 2-0. He's up 1-2 and walks the hitter and then allows the tying run to come in to score. Giants end up eking it out in the bottom half of the 9th. But Mike Krukow was adamant this morning that something has to be done about the 9th inning, and maybe specifically with Camilo Doval. Here's Krukow on the Murph and Marcus show.
It all changed with the leadoff walk, and it all changed in the 3-ball count where he missed by 2 feet. To me, that tells me that he's not a confident arm right now. And so where we go from here, I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know if he's the guy coming out of the break. I mean, quite honestly, you have to have a more confident arm in that slot. Do you put in Ryan Walker? Do you put in anybody else? I mean, what is Tyler Rogers done in the high leverage situation, pitching the 8th inning? He's been great. So there are other options there, and there is concern. And and really, if you're Bob Melvin, you might even consider that this is something that he needs to go down there, work on a few things, kind of a head slap, calm down, find out what is really important in certain situations, what you have to do in a 2-run lead when you're facing a guy who really should have no business in that batter's box against you. So, I mean, there's a couple changes that he has to make to be able to get back to where he was. And right now, he's not the same guy he was a year ago.
So those are some pretty strong words, Mike. Yep. So he's definitely on the radar.
I'm pissed off. That 2-0 lead and that walk, especially when he had the 1-2 count, that's unforgivable for a closer.
I'm with him on that. I'm with him on you got to get out of there. But he's pissed. He's hot.
I'm glad my mic was turned down.
Yeah.
Because I thought that was you. Murph goes, those are some pretty strong words. I go, yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then he kept talking. I go, no, we're still listening to it. Okay, good thing I was down.
Real quick, really quick. When it got me when Murph says that's the strong words in Rocky 3, when Mr. T says my prediction, pain.
Yeah.
Doesn't it cut back to the guy who's interviewing him and he goes, strong words from a strong man? Doesn't he say something like that?
You could be
I think
right.
he does say something.
Stu Nahan?
What do you think about Apollo Creed training the former champion? Apollo who? One has been, train another has been.
I think Jim Hill might have done the interview.
Maybe it's Jim Hill doing it.
Jim Hill was in some of those movies, too. I love Jim
Strong words
Hill.
from a strong man.
Strong man.
Love to see if Tim can dig that up. But where are you with what Kruk's saying about Doval? He said maybe you have to
look at
send him
Doval
down.
this year. 23 walks, 37 innings.
Yeah.
Last year, 20 walks, 67 innings. This year, he has a whip of 1.62. Brutal. Last year, whip, 1.14. The year before that, 1.24. So, I mean, those are acceptable. 1.62 is just, I mean, I said this, a month or so ago, maybe 2 months ago. Like, when he comes in, it's hold on to your butts time. Because even when he gets the save, there are dudes all over the place. It's a lot of traffic when he comes in to pitch. I mean, 1.62, that's a base runner and a half every time he goes out there to pitch, since he usually just pitches the 9th inning. So, like half the time, he's going to have 2 guys on. It's hard. And here, I'll tell you what I noticed because I said after the game, the MVP of the game, if you want to give out 3 MVPs, you give out 1 to Yas, 1 to Walker, and 1 to Melvin for going out there and getting him.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times that doesn't happen. But did you notice how he took the ball from him?
No, I didn't see.
Oh,
Did he snatch it?
No, well, usually the closer hands it to the
gives it to the manager.
Hands it to him. Doval left it in his glove, and he reached into the glove.
He made Melvin come get it out of the glove?
Melvin reached into the glove and grabbed it.
It's like, if you want it, you take it. I'm not giving it to you.
I was like,
damn
that wasn't great. Because I'm sure Doval was not thrilled because that just doesn't happen. Like, he hadn't given up any runs yet. but it sure as hell looked like he was about to. Or maybe, no, he gave up the 2. I'm sorry. I'm getting all screwed up from yesterday.
Yeah.
He gave up the 2, and then Walker came in. And then he came and got him, but he hadn't given up the lead. It was tied at that point, is what I meant to say. So I don't think he was thrilled that he couldn't clean up his own mess, but I thought that was a great move by Melvin. Because it's not like this is a guy who's been nails all year, and then it's like a couple hits here, a walk. You're like, hey, look, I trust this guy. He's been our guy all year long. He really hasn't. He's been shaky all year long. So I thought that was a hell of a move to come get him. But because I looked at it, I wanted to see, because Doval's didn't get overly excited, and he wasn't overly excited, but I was curious to see how that exchange would go. And he just kept it in his glove, and Melvin just reached in there and grabbed that out of the glove, and Doval took off. I was like, that's interesting. I'm not sure that usually happens that way very often, where you just leave it in the glove for the manager to go get. Basically what you're saying is, like, I'm not going to hand it to you. You want it, come get it. And you know I'm not thrilled. And that was interesting. But I thought Melvin did the absolute right thing by going to get him. I don't know what you do. I don't know if Walker's the guy. Walker's had some games, too, where he's got knocked around a little bit. So Rodgers, I mean, everything about Rodgers screams hell no when I watch him pitch. But then you look at the numbers, and you're like, well, why not? Why could this guy get it done? 8th inning's different than 9th inning. I never bought that whole, hey, you know what? We'll just mix and match, and whenever we need a guy, we'll throw him in there. And then whoever ends up pitching the 9th, he'll just get the 9th. Because it's just, it's just another inning. But it's not just another inning. The 9th is totally different. You got to be able to handle it mentally. It's not the same as the 8th. There's no safety net anymore. That's it. If you get him out, you win. If you don't, you might lose. So it's different pitching the 9th inning. So could Rodgers handle it? Not sure. I don't know if they have. I mean, their best bet is to get Doval squared away and get him throwing strikes, because he has not thrown strikes, not nearly enough this year.
He blew 8 saves last year. He's blown 4 this year. Here's the thing about Tyler Rogers. He wasn't the closer last year. He had 1 less blown save than Doval. Doval blew 8 last year. Tyler Rogers blew 7.
Did he really?
He wasn't even the closer.
Wow.
Just blowing him in the 8th.
Yeah.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Tim says he found that soundbite from Rocky 3. It's just not from the part that I thought it was from, but here's what it sounds like.
Right. When will the match take place?
The sooner the better. I'm the champion of the world. Ain't nothing can be done about that. I can't be beat, and I won't be beat. This time I'm going to train even harder. There won't be no quick knockdowns. I'm going to torture him. I'm going to crucify him real bad.
Hard words from a hard man.
There it is. Hard words from a hard man. Pretty good.
Come crucify him
Real bad. Yeah, that's when Rocky first signs Apollo to be his trainer, when he first agrees. They're sitting there watching him talk smack on TV. I'm going to murder him. I'm going to crucify him. Real bad.
Real bad.
Shout out Gut Thinker on the YouTube chat who said, Doval more like Blowval. It's Tolbert and Copes on a Monday afternoon. There he is, weatherman Bill Martin. Going to join us at 2:50. Eno Saras joins us at 3:50.
Hard words from a hard man.
That's what it sounded like when Murph was talking to Mike Krukow this morning. Krukow's like, I'm pissed. Hard words from a hard man. Blake Snell goes 6 perfect yesterday. What's your strength and confidence in where this rotation can go after the All-Star break? I mean, after seeing what Blake Snell did, Robbie Ray could be huge, found money. I'll tell you what he did in his start yesterday and what could be a final tune-up for him. And what does the rotation look like out of the All-Star break? We'll talk about that next. Tolbert and Copes Monday on the Sports Leader.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 call in the outside corner. He got him with a curveball. Snell delivers. He struck him out swinging, a curve in the dirt, bouncing off the glove of Bailey, who retrieves it in front of the plate and throws him out at first.
1-2 pitch. Wallner strikes out swinging. Fastball, he just overpowered him.
Now the pitch. Curveball struck him out swinging. 1-2 pitch. Struck him out swinging. Got him on the next one anyway. That's 6 perfect innings from Blake Snell.
The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. A curve got him. And we'll see. After giving up the hit, it's at least possible that Snell is done for the day. What a performance by Blake Snell. 1 hit and nobody has reached second base against him all game long.
Actually, nobody reached second base against anybody else besides Camilo Doval. Blake Snell, very sharp in his second outing since coming off the injured list. 7 innings, 1 hit. He was perfect through 6 innings, 8 strikeouts in the game. Lowering, he basically cut his ERA in half. It's down to 6.31, which obviously isn't great, but trending in the right direction. His first 6 starts, 23 2/3 innings pitched, 26 runs allowed. He's allowed no runs in his last 2 starts. In your mind, what's a second half rotation look like?
Oh, with Cobb or without Cobb?
Cobb is the one I'm not counting on. I'm actually
okay.
I'm like you. I'm cautiously optimistic about the team because there's not a lot of other teams in the Giants' position who have the upside to the pitching rotation that they have, and they haven't had 5 guys all year. And for like a month and a half at one point, they were going like Webb and Hicks and trying to patch together innings.
Yep. I'll go. So we're going to start off with Webb. Then we'll go Snell. Then we'll go Ray. Then we'll go Hicks, and then I think you may need Birdsong to slide in there occasionally, and then Harrison after that. Because I know Harrison would have been a guy that you might have had to watch his innings, but he was on the shelf for a little bit, so I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then you can figure that out toward the end. There's going to be some spots where you can skip a starter if you have to. So that's how I see it. If he comes back, and then I'm not sure what to do if Cobb comes back. I'm not sure if Harrison.
Good problem to have.
Yeah, Harrison coming out.
I think Birdsong probably comes out if that's the case. So
probably.
I would say the same as you, but I think they open with Snell because I think Webb's probably going to throw on Tuesday in the All-Star game.
Yeah.
Which means he wouldn't start Friday. So I would go probably Snell, Webb.
Well, God. Do you want to,
And they may wait and throw Robbie Ray at the back end of this.
Yeah, because that'd be against the Dodgers, right?
Yeah, so if you threw Robbie Ray at the first time through at the 4 spot or the 5 spot, because you could go Snell, Webb, and Birdsong in Colorado, or Harrison in Colorado if you want. Probably Birdsong because you'd want Harrison to face the lefties at Dodger Stadium, and then you could go Harrison 4 or Ray 4 and then Harrison 5. So Robbie Ray, by the way, has made his 3 previous starts to yesterday, 9 2/3 innings pitched, 9 hits, 7 earned, 2 walks, 12 strikeouts. He was much sharper when he was in like Arizona complex and facing low-level minor league hitters. Yesterday, 5 innings pitched, though, just 1 hit, 1 walk. He struck out 9 in yesterday's game. So he's cruising towards being ready. And seeing him throw 5 innings is good because remember what Andy Bagley told us is he doesn't want to come back and throw 3, and neither do we. We want him to come back and throw 6 and 7. That's what the Giants need at this point. More innings entering this series against the Twins on their bullpen than any team in baseball. I think maybe they got out of it okay because of Blake Snell yesterday and the starting pitching from over the weekend, but the Milwaukee Brewers were the other team that's right there. But if you can alleviate some of that with some of these guys coming back, and then my 5 coming out of the break are Snell, Webb, Birdsong. If Ray is ready, then Ray and Kyle Harrison in whatever particular order. Yeah. I would say Hicks probably needs to take a step back, and then you can, like you said, maybe stack him with Birdsong. If Birdsong's only giving you 3, 4, 5, then maybe you throw Hicks in that spot as a kind of a super reliever or a bulk reliever type guy. Let him get 2 innings here, 3 innings there, just so you're taking some of the pressure off of his arm. And then if a guy like Keaton Wynn comes back or anybody like that, that's a bullpen guy from this point on to me, if you've got the healthy 5.
Yeah, no, I again, I think Hicks will be the guy they're going to have to limit. I mean, we've already heard that, so that's not a surprise. And now I think I would probably, if Ray is ready to go, I would definitely go Snell, Webb, and Ray in the first series because that's against the Rockies. And those ones you want to clean up on. Like you want to clean up on the Rockies. They could pitch against the Dodgers, and it's going to give you a better chance to beat the Dodgers, but they could still get beat by the Dodgers. So I want to have as good. Now you could say, well, then pitch the guys who could still beat the Rockies and let those guys go against the Dodgers. I just want to get the Rocky ones. Like I'm not worried as much about the Dodgers. It'd be great to get those, but like the teams that are around you and the ones that are below you, those are the ones you got to win. And the Rockies are the ones you got to clean up on. And they get like the Rockies, I want to say, 6 or 7 times right out of the chute. It's a Dodger 4-game series in the middle of it.
6 of your first 10 are against the Rockies.
Yeah, okay, and then the Dodgers have 4. So, yeah, I mean, you'd love to win 5 of those. You'd love to win 5. I mean, that's asking a lot, but it'd be awesome if they could take 5 from the Rockies. And then I think after that is they got the A's and then the trade deadline. Because they don't have that one trip, the Cincinnati Nationals trip comes after the trade deadline. So they're not going to get that one before. So I still think they're going to be right there in position. I don't know what they add. Another bat? Bullpen maybe? We'll see. It's going to be interesting to see what the trade deadline offers this time. Is it going to be exciting? Are things going to get moved? Are they not going to get moved? I mean, who has what to move? I don't know. Like I look at the Angels, for instance, and they have Anderson and Estevez. The Giants don't need. I mean, Estevez is okay as a closer. I wouldn't give up much for him. I mean, he's fine, but they don't need Anderson. So I mean, they don't need those guys. Rengifo, pretty good second baseman. They got Estrada. Like again, I don't know what the Giants are going to be looking for, but they should be able to be in on certain bats. Because I think everybody else is going to be in on pitching. They're going to try to get pitching. So it's going to be really interesting to see if the Giants have any advantage over some of these teams who are going to be looking at pitching more so than bats. And the Giants, I don't really think are going to be looking at pitching other than maybe looking at something for the bullpen. But starting pitching, they don't need anything. Not many teams can say that. So what can they look at and who's going to be available? But they're going to have to get to that point. They got the Rockies, again, 6 times. Got to take care of business there. The A's got to take care of business there. So, but it's going to be interesting. It is. I think they're in good shape. I do. It's hard to say they're in good shape, a team that's 3 games under 500, because that is not in good shape. But you almost have to look at it differently now that they've opened up the playoffs to one more team. It's just, it is what it is. It's like the Eastern Conference in the NBA. Like, oh, man, that team stinks. Yep, they're the 8th seed right now.
Right.
Oh, all right.
That makes sense.
Okay. And this is, we talked about this before the season started. Like, this is kind of the hope. Not 3 games under 500. You'd love to be 3 games over at this point. That would have been perfect. But hang in there, get your pitching, and then find a way to make it to the playoffs, and then say, we have Webb, Snell, Ray going. Let's go ahead and go. God, that's the hope, is you get there and you say, you know what, if you're going to beat us, you're going to have to face 2 guys that have won Cy Youngs and 1 that finished second. So we're going to take our shot there. And that's kind of the hope. But you got to get there. And I think they're going to be right there to the end. I think they have a good chance of getting there. It's just, got to get going. I mean, look, I can only say it it's so much. At some point, they got to do it. And the record is what the record is. They're 3 games below 500. So they got to come out and set the tone right out of the gate. They can't go another 5-6 games under 500. How many times have we seen that this year?
They've spent 4 days over 500 in 4 months.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? That's not good.
No, it sucks. It's terrible. And they get to 6, then they climb back to 3 or 2 or 1. Then they go back down to 5. Then they climb maybe 1 game over, and then boom, down to 5 games. It just takes it out of you, man, when you got to keep climbing that mountain over and over and over and over. You can't. That's why I say, if they could get over the hump, just get to 3 or 4 games above 500, which doesn't sound like much, but when you start looking at it and start factoring all the games that are left and what it takes to get, you start thinking, whoa, man, They actually got to do some. That's why they got to get there early, and I think they got the schedule to do that. But you got to do it. I mean, you got to do it. Like hell, it's not going to. Well, it would shock me, but if they go out and let's say they go 3-7 to start the break, out of the break, lose 3 out of 4 to the Dodgers, and the Rockies even get up on them, then you're like, oh crap, now what? Now you're 7 games under 500. So that's how slippery this slope is right now. Because if they can string together a 7-3, now you're a game above 500, and you have some games you look at and go, hey, we could win some of these games. We can get to that 3 and 4 games above 500. But they went through a tough 9-game stretch, came out of that fine, better than fine. They're 5-4, but it's when you start doing the math on it, it becomes harder than you think it is. You're like, oh damn, that's not going to be easy to get to where they need to go. But if they are going to do it, which I think it's possible with this staff, they're going to have to do it early. They're going to have to get on this thing because you can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. It just takes too much energy to climb that hill, and then you slide right back down it. I would say maybe one more shot they got. If they were to backslide a couple games, 2 or 3 games out of the break, that's it. But if they do it again, like that's their last chance. Because they're not going to get to 6 games under twice and then all of a sudden finish 5 games over, 4 games over, and get to a wild card. That's just not going to happen. So I feel like the first 10 games out of the break is extremely, extremely important.
Well, here's how important starting pitching is. This is per Andy Baggerly. The Giants went from May 18th and 19th to July 30th through July 2nd without a starting pitcher getting a win in consecutive games. That's a 6-week stretch.
Wow.
And how about this? The starting pitchers that got it was a 30-year-old rookie, Spencer Bivens, who was out there just to be a bulk innings guy. He went 5 against the Dodgers. And a 22-year-old making his second major league start, Hayden Birdsong against Atlanta.
My God.
It took 6 weeks. They were credited with the wins. How about this? They haven't had a series. Haven't had a series win where 3 consecutive starting pitchers got a win in a game. Do you know when it was? It wasn't this year.
And what?
It was May of last season. May 3rd to 6th of last year were 3 consecutive wins were handed to Giants starting pitchers.
Wow.
That's absurd.
Wow.
Real quick.
So they're not hanging in there.
Just circling back because we can't get away from this. We played that clip from Mike Krukow, and Murph said, man, strong words. And I said, man, it sounds like that line from Rocky III. And here was the line that actually I'd remembered from Rocky III.
All right. When will the match take place?
The sooner the better. I'm the champion of the world. Ain't nothing can be done about that. I can't be beat, and I won't be beat. This time I'm going to train even harder. There won't be no quick knockdowns. I'm going to torture him. I'm going to crucify him real bad.
Hard words from a hard man.
Hard words from a hard man. So I was thinking strong words from a strong man. Apparently I was right. That is out there. I was just thinking of the water boy. Thanks for the text line. Here's what it sounds like.
Well, all I know is this, Jimmy. Next Friday, August 29th at the Baton Rouge Exposition Center, I'm going to open a can of whip ass on Herculon, and I'm going to drive him back into whatever galaxy he came from. And that's a promise.
Strong words from a strong man.
Wow.
There you go.
Man.
I knew it was out there. Knew it was out there somewhere.
You knew it was out there.
The Bay Area, who was it, Tim? It was Kevin Farley who says that?
Insano.
Yeah, but it's Kevin Farley, Chris Farley's brother, who says it to Captain Insano, Thod No Mercy. We come on back to Bay Area's weatherman. Bill Martin joins us on the Sports Theater. Mike Krukow suggested that closer Camilo Doval might not be the guy in a conversation with Murph and Marcus this morning. Check out that full podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's up, bro? Boom, boom, boom. It's game on.
Oh, it's been far too long since we've heard the dulcet tones of Motorhead and Lemmy. Good-looking man, as is Bill Martin, the Bay Area's weatherman. What's going on, Billy?
Keep it twisted. Awesome commercial. Oh, my God. Did you guys hear that in the break? That's awesome. Keep it twisted.
What are you talking about? What are you just running across those commercials?
Well, I just heard, I was on waiting for you guys, and then the commercial comes on for Twisted Iced. I'd never heard it. It's awesome. It's like freaking Motley Crue or some band from the hair band playing that lead, and it was sick.
Is there with the rejoin? Is that what he's saying?
You're on.
Did you guys hear it? Did you guys hear it?
No.
Sam Adams at? Is that it?
No, it was Twisted Tea. Some kind of Twisted. It's awesome.
Are you into Twisted Tea?
No, not at all. Not at all. But it's just the way he said, oh, my God, it was great. It was I literally, two things just happened. Before I called you, I was waiting on my phone, waiting, and so I just listened to music, and I'm listening to Kid Rock. And I'm thinking to myself, why do I like Kid Rock so much? Because he's such an a-hole, right? I mean, he's a handful, this guy. And I'm like, I love his music. I love Kid Rock music. He just speaks it like it is. And so then this Twisted Tea commercial came on, and now I'm all spun up.
Ball with the ball? Is that what you're getting down with, or what do you like?
He speaks it like it is.
Like a cowboy, baby. Yeah.
Oh, my God. It's awesome. So, what's up, boys? Woo!
I'm a little worried about you, this Kid Rock fascination.
You know what's going on here, too, is it's Monday, and I have no game on Monday in terms of any – because it's like we usually talk on Fridays or Thursdays, and we're winding down the week. And Monday, I go, I got to generate some energy. I think that's where the Kid Rock came from. I got to fire myself up because it's Monday. It's a Monday. It's just
I'm still surprised you don't – I'm surprised you don't know the Twisted Tea thing's been around for a few years now. Surprised you haven't heard it.
I know. I think I heard it a long time ago, and then rehearing it was awesome because I haven't heard it in years. At least 2 years.
I've never heard anybody describe hearing the Twisted Tea commercial as awesome. You're the first.
Oh, my God. Okay, if he could replay it right now, Timmy, I know he won't, but if you could, I don't know. It was just that good. It was reminiscent of, because it goes back to the Kid Rock thing. It's like, the music is so hairball. Like, music's not really that way anymore, right? It's sort of like, it's dance music or it's country music, which is awesome. Yep. But that Twisted Tea music was sick. It was so like 1985.
We'll have to dig into that for you. A little 85. Yeah, Tim's working on it right now. We're gonna see what song was being played under that.
Just the last 20 seconds, Timmy. It was sick. And if you're
okay, here we go. Yeah. Here we go.
Woo!
It's AC/DC. Yeah.
Wait for it. Here it comes.
Wait for it.
Here it comes.
Good God. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention. How did you not know that was an AC/DC? It's off the Back in Black album.
I know. No, I just heard the noise, and then I heard "Keep It Twisted." I think this is sick.
That totally threw you. I feel like we're talking to Bill Walton, R.I.P. When he went to Fire on the Mountain, and he just lost track of everything. I feel like that's with you. You heard Twisted Tea, and now we're just off the rails. We're off and running.
Well, we're not really off the rails, but it's just an homage. That commercial is, oh my God. Yeah, so you have to admit the last 20 seconds of that spot was pretty good.
I don't.
You got to admit it. Yeah.
How the edibles treating you today?
Oh, dude, it's Monday. No, I don't do edibles either, really, truthfully.
Really, you don't?
No, I had a bad run with those, like when they first came out.
Wait, okay, hold on. Let's go to the bad run. How do you know when that run started?
I didn't. I was on a bike trip with a bunch of dudes in the desert, and we were out in Canyon Reef, and Blake hands me a brown paper bag and says it's CBD gummies. CBD, because we've ridden like 100 miles or something. And it's a 5-day thing. And so I'm like, yeah, I'm in for CBD gummies. And I don't think it was CBD gummies, because I literally just, then I went off the rails. Like, I literally couldn't understand the English language. There's like 15 of us, and guys are talking, and I can't understand a word anybody's saying. I have no idea what they're saying. They're talking. We are earthlings, but I'm not communicating at all. So ever since then, I'm like, I'm not doing that again.
How long did that last?
It's kind of like 5 hours, which was
5 hours?
About 4.5 too long. Yeah, it's longer.
Well,
than
let's
I
be
wanted it
honest.
to.
Out of those 15, how many did you really want to hear from anyway?
Oh, you mean the guy? How many of those 15?
Yeah, I mean, you're probably glad you couldn't understand
yeah.
half of them.
Yeah, I couldn't understand them, and I didn't care. I was good with it.
See?
I was good just being a speck.
Hey, Bill, you got any more of those bad gummies?
I know, right?
Yeah,
I know.
I just want to make sure they're bad. I'll get rid of those for you if you want to. I just want to make sure they're disposed of properly.
Well, and that's
Copes
the
is
funny
our
thing
quality
about,
control.
That's the funny thing about weed, right? Tommy, you know that. I tried, like,
no, I don't. What? No, I don't know that.
When it became legal, I go, I'm going to grow some, right? Just because my whole life it's like you go. So I grew some sick ass plants, right? And I'm like, I'm going to learn to love stuff. It's going to replace my beer thing. It's going to save me money, all that stuff. Yep. Literally, I grew every strain imaginable, every CBD, CBD, what's the other, THC, sativa, indica. I just grew everything. I'm going to crack the code. I'm going to crack the code. And I didn't. And now I don't smoke any weed at all. It's so sad. It's so sad. It was just sad. I was so bummed. I thought think about it. If you
crack the code.
I'm going to build this thing, right? That when I take one hit, I'm going to be like 3 beers. Something like that, right? Can you imagine anything better? One hit, like 3 beers. And then I'm just going to eat fudge and watch ESPN. And literally never happened. Never got there. A couple bad run-ins with it. Just gave up.
Well, you gave me. Remember, we were at the McGee's that one time, I think for Pliny, and you brought some of your homemade weed. You gave it to me, and I didn't have any. I gave it to the kids. I don't know. I'll have to ask them if they remember it. You'd using them as guinea pigs. I'll have to ask them if they had any bad trips during that weed voyage.
I got kids of my own, and I'm like, hey. Here, take this. Just spread it out to your friends. Of course, it's legal if everybody's of age. I'm like, spread it out to your friends. Tell me what I'd like some feedback on this stuff. And it doesn't matter what you feed somebody when you give them weed. They're going to go, it's great. Did you notice the tinges of flavor? Did you notice what did you notice? It's good.
Any chocolate notes? Yeah, no. I didn't get any.
Yeah, any hints of this or that. So that was a brief run-in.
Hints of hunger. I'm going to eat my fridge is what I'm going to do.
Oh, I got a story. Oh, okay. So
yeah, go ahead.
Talking to Bill Martin, by the way.
Hold on. What thread are we on here? What story is this thread on?
We're surfing now. We're in the ocean.
Okay, everybody. We're moving over to the surfing thread. So if everybody wants to join us, we're going to go from the weed, the CBD, the THG, over to the surfing thread. So, all right, go ahead, because I love your surfing stories.
Okay, so I'm surfing the other day, and now it turns out that I'm the oldest guy in the water, for sure. And so I'm out, and I can still surf, I'm still strong and stuff like that. And so I'm surfing along. I'm doing good. And the thing about surfing that's changed is there's so many people in the water now that everybody – in the old days, we were all kind of dicks and a lot of fighting and jostling. And now there's really nice people in the water, like nice kids and moms and stuff. So it's a different world. So I'm out at Second Peak, Santa Cruz, which is pretty mellow. but it was decent size, maybe overhead, head high. And there's this guy, and he paddles up, and it's kind of hustly-bustly because there's a bunch of dudes trying to get the same wave, right? Once you get the, and there's 30 guys and women want the same wave. So you position yourself, blah-de-blah-de-blah, right? Okay. And so I'm positioned myself beautifully, by the way, beautifully. I'm in the spot. I got the right board. I'm having a good day. This guy paddles up next to me with a guy next to him, like they're like almost glued at the hip, almost like when the farmer takes his dog, and ties it to the puppy. You ever see that move? So the puppy can learn from the big dog.
No,
right? You ever see
know.
That? Oh, that's what they do in rural America.
Yeah, it's a Twisted Tea commercial.
You'll take a dog, your well-trained retriever, and then you'll clip this other puppy to him, and then they'll learn how to be like the well-trained receiver. So anyway, this is what these two surfers are doing. So and on the back of this guy's shirt is blind. The dude's blind. It's green. It's got green, like it's almost like a. So it's kind of like he had his, he had his handler, and he was blind. He said,
wow.
It says I'm blind. I know. Wow. And it's good, but here's the thing, and you're gonna, I'm gonna get heat for this. No, it's good.
I sense the heat coming.
Yeah, I know. I've been meaning to run this by you. It happened about 3 weeks ago, and I was like, okay. I gotta tell Tommy.
I'm disavowing what you're about to say until further notice.
So blind guy paddles kind of close to me. Now it's a right-hander, so I'm sitting in the spot. When the wave comes, I'm getting it. And the sets were coming about every 5-6 minutes. I timed it out. I knew it's coming. Here comes the set. I paddled pretty far out, knowing that what people on the inside might not have been paying attention to, that this set would come and it'd break here. So blind dude paddles right next to me, off my right shoulder, right? So now, no matter what, I'm still in position. It's my wave. You see what's coming. Set of the day comes. I take off. It's a beautiful wave. Blind dude who can't see somehow can see the wave. I don't even know what went on. I mean, he starts paddling. I go, I thought he was blind. What are you doing? You can't. Plus, he's in the wrong. He's taking off on me. So I take off on the wave. Blind dude, he gets up like he's blind for sure, man, because he can't surf. So he takes off straight. I run into blind dude, right? And nobody's hurt. Everybody's fine. Blind dude's fine. He comes up. His handler grabs him, paddles out. Handler apologizes to me and goes, dude, my buddy's blind. And I go, well, how did he see the wave? How did you know there was a wave there? You didn't talk. How did you know he's not blind? Well, he's not 100% blind. He gave, like 80% blind. Or no, like 20% blind. I'm like, whoa. And then, right? And then my mind starts to, well, first of all, what a scam. The guy's running a scam for sure.
Dude, what a scam.
I am not going to yell at the blind guy. He's got a shirt that says, I am blind on the back.
He's wearing a shirt that says it.
On the back it doesn't say I am blind, it says blind surfer.
Oh.
And I'm like, okay, I'm taking it at face value. You're a blind, 100% surfer. Guy's not 100% blind. It should say 20% blind, or seeing impediment surfer, but not blind surfer. So I'm like, and so now I get up and I'm kind of bummed, but I'm a new guy. I'm not quite as, I don't get pissed anymore because there's so many people surf. So I'm like, oh yeah, blind guy, that's cool. Yeah, great. And so I just paddle back out, and he does it again. Next couple waves, it was small, it wasn't a set wave, but same idea. He took it, and it turns out he's got a 20% vision loss. And so I'm like, wow. I didn't say anything to anybody, like in the water, because everybody was kind of like, oh, Bill's going to say something to this guy. I'm like, nah, he's blind. He's blind. Jesus. I'm dying to tell you that, Tommy.
No, that's a great story. I got to say, that was a really, really funny line. Like, I think this guy's pulling a scam, but you might be onto something. You actually might be onto something. You know what?
Well, think what you could
do. You need, like, do you have to go to, like, a special site with a special code to get that shirt? Why don't you just go get one of those shirts and say you're like 27% blind?
You just need that weird green that bike riders wear. It was in that weird green. It's just blind, all capital letters, blind, and then surfer. Yeah, and I think they got the other things we could do with that. Like, I don't know. I feel like concerts, you could get up close. I just think there's cool stuff you could do with it. I mean, I'm not. Listen, I'm handicapped. I can barely hear. So I'm handicapped. Heck, I have no sense of smell. So
what are you, 20%? Are you 20% hearing, or what is that?
20% deaf surfer?
I have zero. No, I can hear I got 40% hearing, and then I got like what was the other thing I have? Oh, smell. I have no smell. I lost that a while back.
Can't smell surfer.
Yeah. Anyway,
Can't smell the waves coming.
But you understand my? There was such a weird moment in time where I was like, guy just snaked me on a wave, but he's blind, but he could see the wave, so he's not that blind. It was a different thing. It was just a whole different experience.
Did he have his white stick?
Well,
no.
I didn't see him when he got out. I kind of wanted to see it. No, I kind of wanted to see if he. No, he didn't. No, he didn't need a white stick. He was fine. He was blind. He wasn't blind. I mean, he was, but he wasn't.
That's the thing, though. I mean, you could be, I mean, in theory, you could be 10% blind and you could still be blind, right?
I think so. Or, yeah, but they must have some number. I'm sure there's somebody who does eyes who's yelling at the radio right now going, you dummies, there's probably something they do.
I'll tell you what, though.
They can figure it out.
I mean, look, it's a good bid, and I enjoyed it. It may or may not be a scam. I'd rather take all my vision, to be perfectly honest. I'll be just give me 100% of my vision, and I'll wait in line, and I won't get one of the cool T-shirts, and I'll wait for my wave. I think that's probably a good compromise.
I think so too. But if the guy who doesn't wait his turn in line, right, and is only 20% blind, is dropping in on everybody, and he's on the main break, I'm not sure that's such a good thing.
Yeah, you can't take advantage.
Yeah, exactly. And again, I don't. He was totally nice and everything, but I don't know.
Why are you ripping him then if he is totally nice?
I don't think I ripped him. I just told the story. That's all.
Would it be completely like? Would it like if he was out of line? Would it go completely against etiquette?
No, he went totally against etiquette.
No. I'm saying would it be against etiquette for you if you rolled up next to him and went, dude, I think I saw a fin about 50 yards to your right.
Oh. Yeah, but he had like 80% sight, so he could see the fin probably.
I bet you if you told him that, he'd get 100% sight.
I just thought about all the things you could do, and then I thought about because the world's kind of like that now too, where it's like that we cater to a lot of stuff that we used to not. You know what I mean? Like peanut allergies.
Don't give me that going down this road. Not at the end. Don't do that to me. Let's just enjoy the story and leave it there. What do we got? We got to get a little bit of a weather report. Are we going to get more heat coming our way?
No, we're money. I was looking at the stuff this morning, and we have the pattern is kind of average. Like it is today and yesterday, which was perfect. That's how it's going to be the next couple of days. Like probably gets a little hotter inland on Thursday, Friday, like mid-90s, maybe upper 90s, but kind of mid-90ish in Livermore Valley, and it's going to hover there. Looks like more than this week, and then into next week, and maybe a little into the following week. So we're in a pretty good pattern. And because remember, we were getting fires, advisories. That's historic, by the way. That last run of heat, that was like I can remember maybe 4 of those in my whole tenure as a meteorologist. That goes like 40 years back now. That was unusual because it's usually 3 heat days and then out, right? 3 heat, then fog's back, and everything's mellow. But this I think this thing ran 5 or 6 or even 7 days in some places. So we had bad air, and then we had the heat advisories and excessive heat warnings. And the heat stuff's scary, Tommy, because it's the thing that kills most people. And it's not people don't say, "Oh, I died from heat." They die from other things, but the heat exacerbates the pre-existing stuff. So the numbers of people who are infected and die from the heat are not well understood, but it's a lot. It's a lot. So I always worry when you have a run like that long. You think about the old people and the kids, and So it was unprecedented. But this week, much better.
Well, great story. We got to do it. We got to do it more often, especially if you can go out there and go surfer with that dude again. Come back with another gem.
I haven't seen him since, but I'm going to talk to him next time. I'll get exactly what percentage blind he is. And is that blind or is that just poor vision? You know,
probably legally blind.
Yes.
My guess would be because I think there's a difference between blind and legally blind. I don't know what percentage you have to be legally blind, but probably legally blind. You can't drive and can't do stuff like that. But if you're blind, like I don't know what the percentage is though.
Yeah.
Right?
Get twisted.
All right, that's
all
it. Right, Bill, good to talk to you, my friend.
Bill.
Love you guys. See ya.
Take it easy. Love you, Bill.
Bill Martin, the Bay Area's weatherman. See him on KTVU. Fantastic. Love catching up with Bill Martin. You missed any of that, and you don't want to miss any of that. Check it all out, KNBR.com. In the KNBR app.
Dude doesn't even have half his vision, probably. He's running a scam.
That was hysterical. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Still to come, Sarah's going to join us in about 35 minutes at 3:50. When we come on back, the latest on the Warriors' pursuit of Lauri Markkanen. The Jazz are asking way too much. Do they even want to move him? That's next on the Sports Leader. Murph and Marcus welcome the newest Giant draft pick, James Tibbs II, after being selected 13th overall in last night's draft. Check out the podcast and more, available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Eno Sara's going to join us talking about the first half of the baseball season, some of the offense. He had some good pieces on where baseball's going. We'll do that at 3:50. Just spoke to Bill Martin of KTVU. Got a little bit of weather from him. Got some better surfing stories and his fascination with the Twisted Tea commercial he heard before he came on. It had nothing to do with Twisted Tea. It had more to do with AC/DC, which he didn't recognize, which is maybe...
Yeah, and the fact that he said twisted kind of funny, kind of the way he said it at the end.
I didn't even know what he was talking about.
Yeah, he loved that.
Yeah,
I've never heard that before.
People are saying on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and on the YouTube chat that he's like a Curb Your Enthusiasm character, like out in the. This guy's running a scam. He was like lightweight pissed, and then he realized maybe I shouldn't be so pissed about this on the radio. He's pretty funny.
Bill.
Warriors' pursuit of Lauri Markkanen is apparently a bit more aggressive than we thought. Shams Charania reporting this weekend that the Warriors have been the most engaged team in talks for Lauri Markkanen, which we anticipated, but then the last couple times we heard from, 2 times ago we heard from Mike Dunleavy. He said they were still going to be aggressive. Then the last time we heard from him, I think it was early last week, he said something like, he talked about the exit of Clay and then said, like, we are happy with our roster and it was going to be difficult to make another addition now and yada, yada, yada. Here's what Shams Charania reports. He says, per sources who have told The Athletic that the Warriors have discussed a proposal around Moses Moody and potential multiple first-round picks, multiple pick swaps, and multiple second-round picks. The Jazz, however, have countered in asking for Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, and Brandon Podziemski, along with picks, which is a non-starter for the Warriors, a league source says. Does that tell you, one, they're asking for what they want the value for that player. They say, we know that you want him. We know that you need him. But the value of Markkanen, in my mind, goes down if you lose all of those guys. I think that's the thought, is they don't want to have to give up assets that are on the roster in order to improve the roster. They think what they have now can be helped tremendously by the addition of Lauri Markkanen. Or does this tell you the Jazz really don't want to move?
Well, it tells me that the Jazz have all the leverage right now in that they don't have to trade him. I don't think they want to trade him. I think they'd like to keep him. It depends on, is he going to be amenable to a contract extension, which he can sign August 6th, I believe. And I think if he signs it August 6th, then you can't trade him until the trade deadline. Although he would be, how do they put it? He would be able to sign, I think, a max extension. I don't know. There's some weird thing about August 6th that I wasn't
renegotiation extension allows him to receive more money now.
Yes.
For him to reach the maximum, the Jazz would need to raise his 2024-25 salary this year, which requires at least another $15 million in cap space for the current season.
There you go.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I think they're saying, hey, we want to keep him, but if you want him, pony up. And it's not like they want to get rid of him. It's not like they are under the gun to get rid of him. They're saying we would get rid of him, but we don't want to. We'd like to keep him. But if you're going to give us something stupid, then yeah, we'll go ahead and we'll ship him your way. And that would be stupid. Kuminga, Moody, and Podziemski? Please. And picks? Like, so you're just taking the future that we have now and then our hope of your future. Like, great. Now what do we do? Our bench is depleted. We have no picks to stock the cupboard again. Like, no. I mean, come on. But I would ask for the same thing if I was Danny Ainge. Why not? Again, it's not like I want to get rid of this player. It's not like I need to get rid of this player. So I can keep him. I'd be perfectly happy with keeping him. But if you want to, like what he's doing right now is saying, hey, we want about $1.50 on the dollar. If you want him, you're going to have to pay a premium for this player because we're not trying to get rid of him. So, but no, that there's just no way. If the Warriors do that, they're not going to be as good now, and in the future, like, who cares? Because Markkanen isn't a 1, and Steph's going to start, showing signs at some point, and he'll stop being a 1. So where do you go from there? Again, I said this a few weeks ago, don't get desperate. Don't be desperate to do something. I mean, sometimes you just got to swallow the medicine and say, okay, this is what we got. Let's move on. Try to make the best of it. I know you want to jump back in it quickly. You didn't make the playoffs last year, but don't let that make you do something dumb to where you say, okay, let's do it. And then you're not good enough to win this year, and that's as good as it gets. So we'll see.
Well, what's the middle ground then? I mean, what are you willing to give up then?
Maybe Kuminga. I would say Kuminga and picks. They're going to probably want a little bit more than that. Like, I want to keep 2 of my young guys. I want to keep Podziemski for sure. He's the one I want to keep for sure. Kuminga, I would be willing to give up. Like, he's the one they're going to want because he's got a much higher upside. But I'm still not as sold on him. Like, I think I got a pretty good idea what Podziemski can be. His ceiling is not nearly as high as Kuminga's, but I think his floor is higher.
Yeah.
Like, just because of the way he plays and he understands the game and he just gets it. And Moody does too, to some extent. Even though they say, they like him to be quicker in his actions and it's just thinking the game a little bit. I still think he can get there. And Kuminga could. I just think he's the least likely to get there. But athletically, he's way more gifted than the other two. It's not even close. So he's the guy that I think they're going to want in the deal. Unless they say, well, if we're going to pay Kuminga this type of money, why wouldn't we just pay Markkanen this type of money? So that makes sense, too. And maybe they're saying to themselves, well, if we're going to pay Kuminga this type of money, we want some sweeteners to go with it. Because we'd rather have Markkanen than Kuminga, too. We're going to get a whole bunch of picks, but we need some players. So I don't know. It just sounds to me like Ainge doesn't really want to get rid of Markkanen, but will. If you make it so attractive to him, he can't say no. That's what it looks like. It looks like to me. And if the Warriors did that deal, then I'm not loving their future at all. Giving away 3 young guys and picks, they won't do that. They can't. There's no way. That would just be like, hey, we're super desperate. Take advantage of us.
Yeah,
I mean, sign outside Chase Center.
At some point, it just doesn't help you. It doesn't.
No,
it's not
it
improving
doesn't.
the roster. It's a net. Whatever it is, whether you're hurting
Well,
your
it's a
team or
net
not.
negative now, and it's a net negative later.
Later, when you don't have any picks and you've got Markkanen under this big contract. So if he signs a deal, he can be traded before. I believe the year. Here, I got the date for you because you were talking about the date he can be traded. Markkanen's eligible to be traded next season if he signs the extension on the first day of eligibility, which is August 6th, but not tradable if signed after that date.
Okay.
So if he signs after August 6th, then he can't be traded this season.
Okay.
Got it?
Yeah,
He signs
I got
an
it.
extension. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tolbert, so there's a calendar and a clock on that a little bit as well. That's if they work out that extension. Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. We'll catch up with Ito Saris, talk a little bit about the first half. He'll join us from The Athletic coming up in about 20 minutes at 3:50. Before that, All-Star game tomorrow, Home Run Derby tonight. Paul Skeens, the 5th ever rookie to get a start in an All-Star game. We'll talk about that next. And we got the lineups for you. That's coming up. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Cope on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
As for taking him out, I am 67 years old. I was disappointed that they took him out. I am disappointed routinely that we don't allow our best players to be great anymore. And I understand what they were doing. And I don't even argue it. I didn't even flinch when they took him out because I knew they were going to take him out because the investment in him is way more important than him pitching a no-hitter in his 11th start. But like any other baseball fan, of course, I would like to see him stay in there and maybe go 115 pitches and pitch a no-hitter. But we don't allow our young players to do that anymore.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. We'll be joined by Eno Saris at 3:50. That was Tim Kirchin on the morning show.
That happened
on Friday morning after Paul Skeens had been pulled from a no-hitter, going 7 innings, throwing 99 pitches. I think he struck out 11 in that game and walked 1, was pulled from that no-hitter. He's been named the All-Star Game starter, which I'm all for. I think this is what the All-Star Game is for, right? You want to see the best guys against the best guys. You want to see the best stories and the hottest players. And sometimes you go back and you look at an All-Star lineup or an All-Star roster. What the hell is that guy doing on there? That guy wasn't an all-time great. No, but it's about the great season that guy's had. Like, for example, Ubaldo Jimenez is one. You go back and you look at that. Remember that year, Tim, that Ubaldo Jimenez had? He was like 10-1 with an ERA under 2 or something at the All-Star game. And we thought this is unbelievable that a guy in Colorado could be doing this. And then sure enough, Colorado came and bit him in the ass in the second half of the season. But as far as Paul Skeens goes, he's the best going right now. He carries himself like he's a 15-year pro. He was at a press conference I saw. It was yesterday or earlier today. It must have been earlier today. And there's a thing going around where they're calling Paul Skeens on social media like the Wembanyama of MLB, and it's based on his dominance this early in his career and that he could be an all-time generational talent. And he pulled off of it. He said, look, I think that's a great honor. He said, I don't watch the NBA at all. I know who Wemby is, but he said, I don't know anything about his skill set. It's a great honor, but he said, I've had 11 starts. This is a really cool experience. We're here at the All-Star Game, but we got a lot more to do than this. And I think that's the model and the mode that you want and the mentality you want from a guy who seems like he's going to be a generational talent. But I'm stoked that he's the starter. I think that's pretty cool.
No, it's really cool. And we'll have to see how he comes back after he blows his ACL.
Yeah.
In about 4 years, because
Wemby?
Not Wemby. I don't think he's going to blow his ACL.
You mean after he gets Tommy
I guess
John?
I should go UCL.
Yeah, Tommy John.
UCL. I got the wrong letter there, but
it's rough if you're wishing the ACL on Wemby. I was like,
yeah, exactly. I was like, oh man, that'd be a bummer. Well, maybe that too. Let's give them both one. Put them on even footing.
It's not if, it's when.
I think it's awesome because. And they did it for a reason, obviously, to draw more eyeballs. And they named him like 4 days before the All-Star game, which is to draw even more eyeballs. So, yeah, absolutely. This is a pure exhibition. Why wouldn't you want the most exciting young pitcher in the game who's earned it? Not like he hasn't earned this. Young guys usually don't get the honor because they give it to the veterans, and the young guys kind of get pushed to the side, and you got to wait your turn. And I might get all that, but if you want to market this game, you want people that people want to see. Again, if you earned it. If you didn't earn it, then I'm not going to say. I don't say, oh, put him in the game, put her in the game, whoever. You still got to earn it, and he has. Like he's been that good. He's been good enough to be there, and if he's good enough to be there, then he's good enough to start, and he is, and he's super exciting. Like I've watched 3 of his 4 games. He's just fun to watch. Like his fastball, it sits at 100, hits 102. I think he had 103 one time.
He's averaging a 99.3 mile an hour fastball or something.
That's insane. And he throws it like in the 7th inning, like just whatever, just pop, and then that splinker is filthy. Like he's fun to watch pitch, and that's what you want in the All-Star game. You want fun matchups. So it's going to be what? Him, he'll face Judge, I'm assuming. He'll face Gunnar Henderson, I'm assuming. Those will be 2 of the top 3, and probably Soto.
I got the lineup for you.
Now, my guess will be Henderson leading off, Soto second, Judge third.
It's Stephen Quad leading off.
Screw that.
Oh,
No,
local guy. Come on,
He
dude.
should be leading off. No, he should be leading
He's a
off.
monster. He's hitting like
Okay, what if I put
360 or
him
something, isn't
first
he?
and then do the other guys?
So it's Quan, Henderson, Soto.
Okay.
Aaron Judge, it's cleanup. I got to see Skeens Judge.
Yeah.
Don't you want to see that? I mean, that's a matchup I want to see. Of the first four, Jordan hits 5 at DH. Jose Ramirez 6 at third. Vladdy hits 7th. He's got fewer homers than Elliot Ramos, by the way. Adley Rutschman hits 8th, and Marcus Semien hits 9th.
Okay.
Okay, and then the National League lineup is as follows. Ketel Marte leads off at second. I don't like that already. Shohei Ohtani DHing, hitting second. Trey Turner hits third at short. Bryce Harper 4th at first. William Contreras hits 5th catching. Yelich 6th and right. Baum 7th at third. 8th, Teoscar Hernandez, and 9th, Jurickson Profar.
I mean, I kind of got to say I like the American League lineup better.
I like it a lot better. And if I'm being totally honest, Teoscar's having a great year. I mean, Teoscar Hernandez having a huge year. One of the best signings of this offseason. And unfortunately, it was by the Dodgers. But what I'm saying about Paul Skeens starting is why I want to see, and I know I'm biased here, but in terms of the best stories in baseball, Elliot Ramos on the offensive side of things, given the opportunity to start in center field for the NL All-Star team. I don't know if anything like rookie versus veteran comes into play here. I don't know how many All-Star games previously Teoscar Hernandez has made. Maybe they thought, Elliot, you'll get in the game anyway. But I don't know. I like the idea of Elliot playing center field here just for the story of the All-Star game.
Well, I think with him, not enough people know. Like, it's not like people aren't going to tune in to watch Elliot Ramos. And so you don't have to start. He's not a guy that you have to start. Teoscar Hernandez. Now, that would be a case of the manager saying, and who is, I don't even know who the manager is. What is it?
Who lost the was he World Series last year?
Was it Diamondbacks?
It was D-backs. Yeah, so it's Torey Lovullo.
Yeah, okay. So that makes sense to me. Because, I mean, look, he's not like a generational type guy like we think Skeens might be. Like, that drives eyeballs to the set. So in this case, I could see him saying, you know what, Teoscar Hernandez has been around a while. Who knows if he'll make another one. This will be something that he could, put in his memory bank, or this is something they get started an all-star game. And Ramos is so young. He could be back here again. He could be starting. He could be voted in to starting another all-star game. So that one I do get.
Well, but you remember the famous Bill Lasky story.
Oh, yeah, I do remember that one.
For those who don't know, Bill Lasky.
Didn't quite get back.
Bill Lasky was going to be named to the National League. He was named to the National League All-Star team when he was a rookie. And he said he got called into the office, and Frank Robinson, his manager, calls him in, and he says, you got a phone call, and it's the manager of that year's All-Star team. It's Tommy Lasorda. And he says, hey, Phil Niekro, future Hall of Famer, it's going to be his last year, and we don't have a spot for him on the All-Star team. I think it'd be great if you gave up your spot. You're a young pitcher. You're a rookie. Having a great year. You're going to make many more All-Star teams. Would you give up your spot for Phil Niekro? And he felt pressured, and so Lasky gave it up. And he said he came out, and Darrell Evans, all these other guys were pissed at him. Like, what the hell's the matter with you? You don't do that, man. You don't give it up to that guy. Sure enough, Phil Niekro goes to the All-Star game, and he pitched like 3 more years, dude. I don't think it was his final All-Star game. I think he pitched a couple more. No, dude, like, it's just such a... Yeah, Bill Lasky never got back, dude. So there's an opportunity, like, again, the thought that, this guy will make many more. Who knows? It's why I thought it was so bad the Nationals sat down Strasburg that year.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, I'm saying, I mean, we don't know if Ramos is going to make another one. We don't. But I think in terms of who should start, I think he's probably making the right call on that one. So, but again,
he's been an All-Star once before, 3 years.
Nobody else is discussing that. Like, we're discussing it here in the Bay Area. They probably aren't even discussing it in L.A. Maybe they are, but nobody else is. Nobody else cares. With Skeens, everybody that follows baseball is like talking about it. I'm sure, at least a little bit, because it's a big deal. And you mentioned it. It's exciting to see some of the guys he's going to face. I mean, it's going to be fun to watch him go against Soto. It's going to be fun to watch him go against Henderson, Quan, maybe Judge, maybe in the first inning. I don't know if he'll go 2 innings. Usually starters go. That's the great thing about the All-Star game. Starters used to go 3. Starters would go 3, and then the bullpen would take over. Now it's like, you might get an inning, maybe 2. And that's about it. So hopefully he'll get a chance to face Judge, because that's what you want. That, to me, that's what the All-Star game's all about. I care less who wins the game. I want to see the matchups. I want to see some of the best pitchers face some of the best hitters. Now, it doesn't have the same cachet that it used to when you never used to see the American League pitchers face the National League hitters. Now everybody faces everybody. So it's not as big a deal. I mean, most of these guys have history against one another, and the only reason Skeens wouldn't is because he's only pitched 11 games. But after next year, if he stays in the rotation, stays injury-free, he'll probably have faced just about everybody. So it's not as big a deal before as it used to be. It used to be fun, really fun. Like, I loved the All-Star game growing up because it was American League, National League. They didn't play each other. The teams didn't play each other. The pitchers. Hell, if you stay in one league for 10 years, you would never see another guy unless you faced him in the World Series. So that was your one chance to see a matchup between a great pitcher and a great hitter. Now you get to see it all the time. Still cool, but it's not as cool as it used to be. But I still watch it. I mean, it's still the best All-Star game, and not because it's great. It's because they all suck. I mean, football got rid of theirs. It's so bad. Hockey just went to 3-on-3 and said, let's screw around. Basketball, as much as they say they're going to try, they don't, and it becomes an abomination. It's just a joke of a basketball game. It's not even basketball. And then baseball is kind of like, what are we going to do with this thing? I still like it for the 60 feet, 6 inches. I still think guys take that part seriously. They don't want to get embarrassed. So at least I have that. At least I have those matchups. But that's really all I need. But is it what it used to be? Not really. But it's the best of the lot. And I think it's the best of the lot because the lot just keeps getting worse and worse. Before you know it, by the time I'm 70, every All-Star game may be flag football. Who knows?
We've got the home run derby tonight. 8 guys going head-to-head in the derby. A little bit different rules. They changed the rules. Like, it seems like every couple of years. I have no idea
what the rules are.
In the derby, it's almost the same as it has been, but I think it changed a little bit. Anyway, Pete Alonso, in his 5th derby, going for his 3rd home run derby title. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a damn. Every year, he's like, I'll do it. And like, Ohtani's like, no, I'm not doing it.
You need me?
Judge said no. Harper said no. But Pete Alonso's like, yeah, when's the derby? It's the night before? Yeah, for sure. Same day as always. I'll be there going for my 3rd. He would tie Griffey for 3. Which is the most ever. I love that he does it every year. It's Alonso, Alec Bohm, Adolis Garcia, Gunnar Henderson, Teoscar Hernandez, Marcell Ozuna, Jose Ramirez, and Bobby Witt Jr. Odds-on favorite to win it is Pete Alonso. He's at plus 330. We did a draw. Everybody threw $15 in a hat, 8 of us here at the station.
Okay.
And you didn't get to draft your player. You pulled your player out. I drew Alonso. I'm hyped. I'm stoked. I feel good. I feel good about it. I like the guy with the experience, yeah. And
so I got to ask, why 15? Why not 10 or 20?
That's exactly what I wondered. Why, Tim? Why are we doing 15?
Who came up with 15?
I don't know exactly why, but my assumption is because it put the money over $100.
So would 20.
So would 25.
15 is just such a dumb number.
That's what I'm saying. You guys
When
are
I make
dumb.
it 17.
Yeah, what's the matter with you, Tim?
I've got Ozuna. Let's go.
Oh, you're done. Just give me your 15 now. You got Ozuna?
A poor Walt's
cooked.
got Bohm.
Oh, what a bum. You're cooked. There's no way Bohm wins this thing. Zero chance. Here's the odds. Bohm at plus 1,600. Jose Ramirez plus 1,300. Hernandez 950. Garcia 550. Henderson 475. Witt 425. Ozuna 425. And Alonso 330. Who would be your top 2 or 3 choices, Tom?
I think the top 2 or 3. I think those would be
Alonso, Ozuna, and Witt.
Yeah, I would think so.
I like Adolis, too, at 550.
Yeah, those are bad. Now, look, it reminds me a little, and I don't want, this is just, it's on, but I could care less about it. Like, I lose interest real quick in the home run derby. It's like, oh, this is like really, in fact, I lose interest quicker in the home run derby than I do preseason football.
You just don't get it.
Because preseason, no, I don't get it. I don't.
I get the hype, no.
No, it's really hard to get. I mean, you really got to have that 3rd-degree math education to be able to get the home run derby. It's boring. It's the same thing over and over and over again. It's like the dunks. But the dunks could be good. But, much like the dunk competition, if we got who we wanted in the dunk competition, it would be awesome. If you got who you wanted in the home run derby, you'd have Pete Alonso because he's Mr. Home Run Derby. But you'd have Judge. You would have Ohtani. You'd probably have Yordan Alvarez.
Yeah,
I'd throw him in there.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, Gunnar Henderson, yes. I mean, he has 29 now, I think. 28,
he's young.
29.
He wants to do it. He's young.
Yeah, but he's still kind of, You know, he doesn't profile as a big time, like, he's not like a huge, like, home run hitter. If Trout were healthy, he'd be awesome to have in there. Be fun to have him in there. He hit some moonshots. But, like, those are the type of guys. You want names. Harper. Yes, Harper. He was in at least one of them. He was in an epic one, too. He was incredible in that one. But, yeah, those are the guys. Like, you get those guys, you put, like, 6 of those guys in there. Everybody's like, oh, yeah. I definitely want to watch that. Hell, even throw Matt Olson in there. Like, that guy hits tanks. But you give us those guys.
Give me Soto.
At least a few of them.
Yeah, oh, that'd be great.
We're good. Yeah. But, nothing against Bobby Witt, who's a hell of a player. He doesn't get me excited for a home run derby. Like, really, Bobby Witt? Home run derby? Like, yeah, okay. Teoscar Hernandez? Whatever. I mean, really, you have 2 guys. Maybe Garcia, if you want to count him, but really 2 guys.
Garcia has 17.
Yeah, I know. But Azuna and
Witt
Polar
has 16.
Bear.
Like, come on.
I know. But when you look at them, you don't look and go, oh my gosh, can't wait to see that guy hit home runs. Right? I mean, it doesn't mean they can't. It's just like a guy can dunk. You know he can dunk, but you don't really want to see him dunk. Like, I know Mac McClung can dunk. Do I really want to see him? No. Well, he's not even in the NBA. That's like taking somebody from the minors. That was one of the worst things ever, the NBA. Like, oh, let's put him in there. G League. We'll put him on the Sixers for a day. Like, oh, please. What are you guys doing?
Bro, you ready for this? Do you know how many bombs Alec Baum has?
He probably has 17.
No, you're wrong. Way under.
Really?
He has 11 home runs.
11. Wow. Where does that rank him on his team?
He's got 107 hits, but 11 homers.
He's got to at least be third on his team, if not fourth, right? I mean, Schwarber and Harper have to have more than him.
Yeah, Harper does have more.
Okay.
I think Schwarber does too. I'm positive.
Castellanos, maybe?
Castellanos, probably.
I mean, I don't know, but yeah, 11's like, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. That's not like, hey, we must see home run derby TV.
He hasn't homered since July the 3rd. But he hit two in 3 days, so he's really bunching them up to get to 11. He wanted to make sure he got over 10 before he accepted the Derby invitation. Alec Baum does have 105 hits, but not very many bombs. We're going to talk to Eno Saris of The Athletic. He'll join us, talk a little bit about the first half, or a bit on the offense that's way down across baseball, and what he thinks about the Giants going forward into the second half. Tolbert and Copes, Eno Saris next on the Sports Leader. The Warriors' pursuit of Lauri Markkanen continues, with the Jazz reportedly interested in Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Pajemski, and Moses Moody, as well as some future draft picks. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. What would you give up for Lauri Markkanen? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. It's always fun to talk to Eno Saros of The Athletic. We got the first half of baseball, a little bit more actually down, and we'll look forward to the second half and talk to Eno about that. Maybe a little beer, possibly. Eno, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Tremendous. How are you?
All right. I like the home run derby.
Do you really? I think it's just boring. It's just it's the same. It is. It's the same thing over and over and over again. It's like after the first 6-7 minutes, I'm just done because you can't do anything. At least I don't like the dunk contest much anymore, but at least you can do different dunks. You can't hit it out differently, right? Either you hit it out or you don't hit it out.
That's a good point.
So let me. Well, before you get to that, let me
about it since I went and saw it live. You know, I don't know.
So
it's really
so
exciting
it's like NASCAR.
live, and then that's carried over. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So it's like
yeah,
NASCAR.
they only turn one direction, right?
So let me ask you if this would this would change my mind. Tell me what you think of this. I think that if you wanted to make a home run derby, I've come up with two different options. One, it's a point-based system. Both of them are actually point-based system. The first one is you get points based on how far you hit it. So you get a point per foot. So the further you hit it, the more points you get. So you could actually hit fewer home runs, but if you hit a distance, an aggregate distance further than the other guy, you're going to win because you have more long home runs. Or my favorite is it's also a point system, but you get 1 point for a pull side home run, 2 points for a center home run, 3 points for an opposite field home run. So show me a little versatility. Show me if you have to come from behind at the end, you got like 5 swings left, you're down 9 points, 10 points. See if you can hit a couple the opposite way. Yes.
Pete Alonso is like the only guy I've ever seen win a home run derby with opposite field home runs. So he'd be your guy for that. But no, I like those. There's to some extent that kind of energy is part of the current home run derby because you do get like bonuses based on distance, bonus balls, bonus times. Yeah. The format's changing a little bit this year. And I think what the format this year is a little bit more round robin before they get to matchups at the end. And I think what they're really trying to do is with unlimited swings, people were tiring themselves out and breaking records in the first 2 rounds and then not having the finales that you wanted. And so they're actually changing the rules to kind of set it up for a better finale. But I like what you're doing. Like, they got, maybe a ball that's worth more, like in the three-point contest is similar, right?
Yes.
Where, like, you can only take the three-pointers or three-pointers, but then they added balls and, they tried to change the format to make it more fun. So I'm all into it. We proposed on my podcast a pitcher's, competition that wasn't a derby, but it had to do with, like, command and, like, having certain zones at the plate be worth certain things. And if you threw a slider to hit a certain zone, you could get more points. If you threw a fastball, you got a certain amount of points, and almost like darts or something. And we thought that could be a way that pitchers could take and have some fun, and they wouldn't hurt themselves because they wouldn't have to necessarily throw 98. They'd be throwing for commands. So
I like that.
We thought that could be a fun way. I do think that they could do more things in general. I really liked the skills competition back in the day. And I know, some people got hurt, and that's why we don't do them anymore. But the skills competitions, like there's this meme out there of Ichiro, like taking 9 or 5 or 6 balls in a row and just hitting bat after bat, like they're bats that are standing up on their ends. And he just like takes 5 balls and like hits them down one in a row. Like 5 or 6 bats, and that would be kind of cool. Something where like they do awesome kind of skills-based things. To some extent, I agree that the All-Star Weekend is boring. It is do you know it's the most successful, I think, All-Star game relative to its sport of the major sports?
I mean,
I would say baseball, yeah.
I said baseball's my favorite, but it's always been my favorite because I've always said 60 feet, 6 inches. I get the batter-pitcher confrontation. I don't really care about the score of the game. It used to be better when it was American League, National League, and there wasn't any crossover. Yeah. Now everybody faces everybody. So it's still cool because you're getting the best versus the best, but not as cool. But the other games stink. Yeah. Football is so bad they get rid of it. Basketball keeps saying... Defense. Yeah, they keep saying they're going to get better. They're going to, like, take it. They don't. It's terrible. It's awful. And then hockey just said, screw it. Let's go 3-on-3. Let's just not mess around. Let's just go right to overtime here. We'll go 3-on-3. So
I think basketball should do that.
Basketball might as well go to flag football if they're going to keep doing what they're doing. It's embarrassing what they do. I mean, it's ridiculous. But I think baseball is not what it used to be, but it's still... I get the pitcher-batter confrontation, and the batter doesn't want to get embarrassed. The pitcher doesn't want to get embarrassed, and that's kind of the essence of baseball anyway. So at least I get that, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah. I guess it looks the most like the regular game out of all the sports.
Yep.
Like an good.
No, I was going to ask him because he brought this up, Coach. He brought up the pitching aspect, like skills competition, and we're talking to Eno Saras, the Athletic, nice enough to join us. And this blew me away because I got to make sure I got this right. You were talking about control, pitchers having a certain amount of control. I think it was in relation to Bobby Miller going down for the Dodgers. Mm-hmm. And did you say that pitchers, and it even shows up on graphs and all that pitchers miss their pitches by 10 to 13 inches on average?
Yeah.
That blows. If I wouldn't have known it was you, I would have said, okay, this is a loon that just tweeted this. I mean, he doesn't know what he's talking about. No pitcher is going to miss their pitches by 10 to 13 inches on average. But you said you talked to pitchers. I mean, because it's from you, I'm like, well, it must be true. I mean, the graphs, how can that be possible? You're missing by over half a plate on average. I mean, that blows me away.
Yeah, I mean, The thing is, like, we did it a couple different ways. First way it was done was they tracked the glove, the catcher's glove as a target, and then did the average distance. And that one was 13 inches. And then I looked in 3-0 counts, and it was more like 10 inches. So that's where I got that sort of discrepancy. Of course, there's some flaws with doing it that way because catchers do targets different ways, and and so on and so forth. You might have a catcher put the glove on the ground, and he only means keep the ball down. So I get it. That wasn't the very best way. That was the first time I ever saw that number. Then what we've had now are in these places like Driveline, these labs, these pitching labs. What you can do is you can actually tell the pitcher where to aim. Because you're in a lab environment, you're not a game environment. You can be like, hey, aim at top left, aim here, aim there, and they track them. They got the same result. Wow. And so then that's been a sort of a pet thing for me to talk to pitchers about. And I've never really had a pitcher push back on it. So I think it's also because you're talking about in 2 dimensions. So 10 inches. You know what I mean? It's like 10 inches is the asymptote of a triangle. I know I'm sounding super nerdy, but you know what I mean? It's like, if you miss in 2 directions, it can be 10 to 15 inches, and they're not missing a foot in one direction. But in any case, they miss by a lot.
So it could be 5 inches one way, 5 inches the other way.
Yeah. But it's like if you watch and you watch the targets, like. Yeah, they miss their spots by a lot, and a lot has to do with how complicated it is to pitch. Like you're throwing 98, you're moving your body in all these complicated ways, and it's 60 feet. It's really hard to basically hit a nickel off a bat or something. It's more the way that teams think about it now is that you have sort of patterns, you have miss patterns, and so they want you to sort of target in the miss pattern in a way where if you miss, you don't miss towards the bad parts, So like, let's get this up and away, but if you miss it out of the zone up and away. Don't miss middle. And so there's been a lot of like sort of simplifying targets and a lot of work done and like figuring out how to use this information to make pitchers better.
Yeah. Talking to Eno Sarris of The Athletic on the UMA guest line. You had a great piece with Jason Stark where you guys dove into the all-time low offenses going on, or league-wide average offense being one of the all-time lowest it's ever been. And my favorite comp, Tom, I don't know if you saw this, they said the entire league has turned into Bruce Bochy, the baseball player. The league average this year across baseball, 241. Bochy's career average, 239. League slugging, 390. Bochy, 388. Tell us how you came across the league becoming Bruce Bochy and what's playing into this.
That was Jason discovered all that, but we had a big back and forth about the different trends in the game, and I love working with them. But one of the things that I noticed was a hitting coach, Donnie Ecker, who used to be with the Giants. He told me a couple of years ago that the newest cheat code was having multiple fastballs, because what hitters were doing were trying to cue in on the hard stuff and be like, okay, the hard stuff is going to move like this and be in this location, and the soft stuff's going to be here in this location. And when you have multiple fastballs, you can throw, let me throw a cutter where you thought the fastball was going to be, or let me throw a sinker where you thought the four-seam was going to be. So you're getting a lot of high sinkers, like high two-seamers, high cutters, because they're playing fastballs off each other as much as they're playing the secondaries off that. So in the last 2 years, the number of starting pitchers, the number of pitchers in baseball with 3 fastballs has nearly doubled. It's up 40%. So that's been a trend where they're using pitch design, but they're also using some game theory to get better. I just generally think that most of the advancements in data and technology have favored the pitcher, have favored run suppression. It's not so much of a problem in other sports, I think, because a lot of the times the new data and the new tech help them score runs. But in baseball, it's been basically the trend has been to help the pitchers more than the hitters.
So what's the answer, or is there an answer? I don't know. I know the hitters, you tell me, it seemed like it was 5, maybe 10 years ago, where guys started elevating the ball and wanting to get the ball in the air, and either put it in the gap or put it over the fence, and don't fight off pitches if you can. I mean, over the last 10 years, I've seen more guys take called third strikes than I did my entire life watching baseball before that, and they kept saying, well, if I can't drive it, then I'm not going to swing at it. And that, like, well, why not foul it off and get a pitch you can drive, Nick? It was foreign to me anyway. But what can they do to help offense? Do the swings need to change again to catch up to all the high fastballs and all the all the fastballs they're throwing? Like, what's the offensive counteraction to try and take away what the pitchers have been able to do?
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of like hitters training. Like they are doing more of this. Here's an example. There's a new pitching machine that can mimic all the different spins of all the pitches. It's really, really good at doing even a riding fastball or like just a power slider. It can do all of the pitches, and it has like almost like a kind of a hologram of the pitcher, so that you get a sense of their whole delivery before the ball comes out, and the release point can be moved around on this pitching machine. So it can do a lot of things. What it can't get you is the ball all the way to the hole. Like it still comes out of a hole, so you don't get that release information, but you get almost everything else. And so that's something that batters have done. They've also, instead of taking that kind of eye-washy batting practice where the guy's throwing you 60 miles an hour, 50 miles an hour, and you're hitting homers in batting practice, more teams have taken pregame batting practice and made it a little bit more realistic, so that you're taking a full at-bat before you get on the field against that night starting pitcher. You're taking a full at-bat, basically, where it's 100 and it's 95, 96, whatever. It's just like that guy, so that you basically get one at-bat out of the way, and so that your first at-bat against that guy is more like your second, trying to get further into the game, trying to get to that third time through the order, but quicker. So there's been some training methods. The other thing is, I think they need to move faster, the hitters do, because hitters have started getting better at the high fastball. And you can look at fastballs with certain movement or certain velo or high in the zone, and you can see that over time. The sweeper was a big new pitch. And so they were, everyone's like throwing the sweeper. Well, if you look at batters against sweepers every year, they make better decisions. They slug it better in the zone. They do get better. And so they just need to kind of do that fast, because as soon as pitchers are like, oh, you guys are hitting the sweeper, they started a new thing this year called the splinker. And the splinker is like a 97-mile-an-hour split finger fastball that's neither a splitter or a sinker. It's a splinker. So the pitchers are moving fast, and the hitters need to move just as fast. Lastly, I'm a big fan of rule changes, and the last time we had offense this bad, it was 1968. It was called the year of the pitcher. The next year, they moved the mound back, or they lowered the mound. They lowered the mound in 1969. What I think we need to do is move the mound back.
Move it back?
Yeah.
To like what?
Like second base? It's pretty far, dude. I don't know, Yeah.
I don't know. What's happened is that ever since we started tracking velo, we've gone from a 90-ish average fastball to now the average fastball this year. It keeps going up every year. The average fastball this year is 94. And so if it just keeps going up, you got to do something. And one way is if you move the mound back, at least 94 is more like 92 again, and we kind of take a step back. But moving the mound back is a big deal. You have to model it. You have to do it in the minors. You have to see what happens. You have to test it out. You can't just do it in 1 year. But I think they should be testing, and they should be looking into it.
Before I let you go, a couple more things real quick, though. How do you feel about the Giants? 3 games under 500, kind of in the mix with a bunch of other mediocre teams. But the one thing they have the other teams don't have is a theoretical pitching staff that could be really, really good if Ray comes back rolling, if Cobb comes back at some point. Even if Cobb doesn't come back, they've still got a really nice top 3 and a 5-man rotation. Where do you kind of have them right now in their odds of not only staying in it, but being one of the 3 wildcard teams?
Not amazing, except that the National League is wide open. you would look at something at the run differential and be like, oh, they've allowed 27 runs more than they've scored. But I think you're right that the team's going to change a little coming forward. They have one of the best bullpens in the league, I think. And with finding Elliot Ramos, I think this has been a big deal. He's kind of a dynamic bat in that lineup. If they could find one more out of their young players, I think that would go a long way. And then, the rotation's going to get healthier. Alex Cobb's looked pretty good already. He's really close. And Ray's pretty close, too. So that's going to change things on the back end of that rotation and potentially even help the bullpen further. So they're headed in the right direction. I don't think that they, are a shoe-in or anything, but it's gonna be like the last team is gonna be like the Padres, the Cubs, or the Giants, something like that, and they definitely have a shot.
All right, before I let you go, do we get any beer recommendations for the week?
That was a Blue Oak yesterday. Really enjoying it in San Carlos, but my number one right now is just Wondrous. I think they're killing it. Wondrous makes really great beer, and you can have a lager, you can have a pilsner, you can have any kind, and they just make really clean, good beer. And what's cool about them is that they're right down the street from Tenma, who also makes really good beer. So you can actually do kind of 2 or 3 breweries in the afternoon out there in Berkeley. It's kind of like Berkeley near the highway, not up in the hills.
Yeah, where's Tenma? Because I've been to Wondrous a number of times. I love Wondrous, but I
think Tenma's like 4 or 5 blocks away. It's really close.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe usually I do the old swing. I swing by there and then head to Jacqueline and I can catch Cellar Maker and Santa Darius.
Mm-hmm.
Knock off all 3 right there, and maybe if I want to go out a little bit, get fill work. I go, boom! I got all 4. I got 4 of them. I'm good to go.
That's the best
Wondrous
of the area,
good.
really. Yeah,
it's a great area for beer, and Wondrous is. I always look at them every week when they release their beer, see what they have. Because you're right, they have really, really good beer. So if you want to go check them out, they're over there in Berkeley.
And it's not all just like hazies anymore. It's like they make a lot of like traditional styles and they make them really good.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the train tracks from the marketplace over there.
Yeah.
It's just over in that. Exactly. It's not too hard to get to. It's always a pleasure having you on. Always fun talking to you. Hopefully we can do it again soon. Enjoy the All-Star break, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thanks, Eno. Saris of The Athletic does a great job covering Major League Baseball. Check out some of these articles he's got. The funny one on Bruce Bochy and where the offense is going.
Yeah, I read that one.
They got Bochy's thoughts, too, on the it's a pretty hefty piece.
Bochy.
Everybody in baseball is Bruce Bochy, not the manager, the player, when he was a backup catcher with the Padres, among others. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We do have a sound soiree coming up in just a bit, but when we come on back, what do the Giants have to accomplish in order to be buyers at the deadline? We gave over that 13-game stretch, or was it a 9-game stretch? We wanted to go at least 4-5. They went 5-4.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the schedule here. It's Rockies, Dodgers, Rockies, and then the A's. What do they have to do in the next couple of weeks? Plus, the Dodgers are not in a great position right now with their pitching. That's next on the Sports Leader. Giants at 2 or 3 from the Twins this weekend as they head into the All-Star break. How you feeling about this team? Let us know on our socials all day at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming? On the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 a month. Add the new stream saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. Ooh, those are big boys. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver. That's it, just $35 a month right there. All your favorites all in one place, only from Xfinity. So you can binge your shows, stream some movies, save some money, all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently 54 bones a month. That's dollars in case you're confused. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports, you love high def, you love all the streaming heavyweights all in one place. You will love Xfinity.
Colbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants wrap up the first half of the baseball season 47-50. And if you read Andy Baggerly's piece in the Athletic following yesterday's win, 3-2 over the Twins, he basically points out for a team that built the payroll up to $230 million and committed over $400 million this offseason in committed dollars to the free agents they signed, and guys like Blake Snell, Matt Chapman, you had Jung-Hoo Lee, and then Jorge Soler. You signed all those guys. It's over $400 million committed this offseason. They're a team without an identity, right? I mean, on the outset, I think when we looked at this roster, we thought, okay, this is a team that's going to be built on pitching and defense. You added a defensive center fielder. You tried to get a power bat in the middle to produce a little bit of runs. I don't think we ever saw this as a powerhouse offensive team, and they're not by any stretch. I mean, they're right in the middle of the pack, averaging like 4.5 runs a game, something like that. And I think the league average is right around 4.5, 4.6, somewhere in that range. Fact of the matter is, they can still become that pitching identifiable team with the rotation in the second half. The question I have, based on what Farhan told us last week, is what they have to do. Because he said if we play like we did following that what was the series they just had, Toronto, where they dropped 2 or 3. He says if we play like we did there, there's a case, I guess, to be made like they've got to be sellers if that's the way they play baseball. If they play 1-3 ball or 1-2 ball for the remainder of these next 2 weeks against some pretty bad teams in the A's and the Rockies. If you look at the next 10, what do they have to? Because I sort of think that's the marker of games. Maybe not even the 10. Maybe the next 7 or 8, Tom. Because that would take you from the 3 in Colorado, 4 against the Dodgers, and then I think kind of the weekend leading into the week of the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. You've got to be in the mix, right? So that probably takes you up until the 29th. So let's call it the next 10 games. 4 against the Dodgers, 6 against the Rockies. What do you have to go? They're 3 under 500 right now, and 3 back of a wild card spot. Is it about record? Is it about what teams around you do? Is it about eye test? Is it about what the starting rotation shows you 1 time through, 1.5 times? I mean, like, what's going to be the decision maker?
Wow. I would say at minimum, don't lose. You can't lose ground. But I would say give me a 6-4 or 7-3. 6-4 will get you to, that's the thing. It's crazy, right? You go 6-4. You're like, that's 600 ball. That's good enough. If you play, how many games they have left? Like 70.
If they're at 47-50, they're at 97 games. So 70.
They're at 97 games? So they have 65 games?
65 games left, yeah.
Okay, so let's say they play 600 ball the rest of the year. That is 67 games, so that's what, 36 and 24. Let's call it about 39 and 26. So 39 and 26. That's 600 ball. That gets you to 10 games over. That's more than good enough. But it doesn't seem like much over 10 games. It's like 6-4. Right? Yeah. So it's like you're picking them up one. If you can do that consistently, then you're good to go. I mean, that's what good teams do. They don't go 7-3, 8-2 every 10 games. Just like, on a 6-4, maybe a 7-3, mixing a bad stretch of 4-6, something like that. But so I don't know if it's going to be the number per se. I mean, you can't go like 3-7 and go like 7 games back. You can't have another one of those stretches. So I think it's probably a combo of all of it. 6-4 sounds about right to me. If you can go 7-3, that's great. Like if they can split the Dodgers series, then I think they're in good shape.
I think they could based on the pitching situation for the Dodgers.
Yeah, their pitching's a mess. Like mess.
I mean, Dustin May. You see, Dustin May has like a torn esophagus.
Yeah, it was like, what the hell else could happen to their pitching?
That poor guy. I mean, I feel bad for that dude.
It's terrible.
Young career. He's out for the season. Walker Buehler's nowhere near the same dude. He's hurt again. Clayton Kershaw's still not back. Yep. They just put Yamamoto on the 60-day. Bummer.
60-day?
He was on the 60-day. I didn't even see what the injury was. I just saw they put him on the 60-day.
Wow.
Which is like the year. You know what I mean? Like that's the season almost.
Wow. I mean, I still can't believe they're favored to win the World Series.
They moved him to the 60-day until at least mid-August. He's got a right triceps tightness. Oh, that can't be good.
It's probably retroactive to something.
Still mid-August. That's another month.
I mean, it's hard to believe they're favored. Well, I mean, Glasnow will be back. He was like a back, so he'll be back. So that shouldn't be of huge concern. But still, they might have the best pitching staff in the majors that's not pitching for him at the time. Like they have an incredible staff that's not pitching. So, yeah, I mean, no, you're right, though. This is a good time. I don't know if Glasnow will be back by then. Yamamoto certainly will be back by then. Buehler, I don't think Buehler will be back by then. I'm not sure what he's on the IL with. But, yeah, their pitching is kind of in a shambles right now. Bobby Miller, who we talked to Saros about, he's a guy that was up, got sent down.
He had like 9 Ernies.
Yeah. And he's like, remember how good he was last year? He was incredible last year. And this year is just not getting it done. So maybe if they can go 2-2 against the Dodgers, or maybe win the series. Hell, win the series. But let's say you go 2-2. Then you got 6 games left. You can go 4-2, 5-1 against the Rockies. Get to your 6 or 7 wins. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. You don't got to do anything special. Just don't lose ground. Maybe pick up a game and look good doing it. Like the pitching's good. Pitching's coming around. My question is, and I'm sure they talked about it in the morning, is what are they going to do with Doval coming out of the break? Is he automatically a closer? If not, who? Like you talked about it earlier. Like that's something that now I'm still thinking he's the guy. But we're more than halfway through the season. He's got a 1.62 whip, which is just horrific. Horrific. I mean, whips should be lower the further you get to the back end of the bullpen because you're really good and you're only pitching an inning. You air it out for an inning. So your whip should be in the 1.1s, 1.15, if not lower than that. 1.62, that's a guy that's not even starting games for you. That's how bad that is.
This guy led the league in saves last year.
Yes. And his whip was a half a base runner lower. I think it was like 1.24. It just, I mean, I don't know what happened this year. He's already exceeded his walks from last year. I think he has 23 this year. He had 20 last year. So whatever's going on, he just isn't, like, I don't know if it's a slider he can't throw for strikes. I don't know what it is. I just know he's not the same guy. So that has to be addressed, but I'm not sure they have somebody. Like, again, I don't think Rodgers is a guy. I just don't know. This is not scientific by any means, but I just don't know if I want a guy throwing, like, kind of junking it up in the 9th inning, right? I mean, 8th inning, fine. That's cool. 9th inning, I'd like someone with a little more pop, but I don't know who that is. Like, again, Walker would seem to be a guy that could get it done, but he's gotten touched up a little bit. I guess I would go with him, though. He'd probably be the guy, and I think Melvin probably tipped that off by going to him in the 9th inning when he took Doval out. So, but is Doval the guy when he comes out? Like, is he, like, I don't know. I'll be interested to talk to Susan Slusser tomorrow and ask her what she made of Melvin grabbing the ball out of Doval's glove. Like, was that, because it was interesting to me. Like, if it was in his hand, at least, it was in his hand. Like, usually a pitcher gives it to him. Sometimes a pitcher just holds it out like this, and they'll grab it.
No, but he opened his mitt and was like, here, you come get it if you want to skip.
He just left it in his mitt. I just go, that seemed odd to me. Like, there's more there than, like, what that was. There was no words said, right? It wasn't like, who was the guy with Gabe Kapler that was getting on him?
The pitcher?
Yeah.
Was it Harleen? Oh, no, it was Zach Littell.
Yes, that's who it was. Zach Littell.
They cut his ass like that day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Where they got into it in the dugout, too. That kept going.
Who was the other guy who got the last out in 2021 to win the division? Who was that guy, Tim? Dom Leone. Remember him?
Dom Leone,
I think he kind of had a thing, too, where he, like, went to the media and was like, yeah, he was, like bitching and moaning about something. They were like, that's enough of you.
Well, remember Bochy made Casilla re-give him the ball in Arizona?
You take it back
and the mound and he gave it to him like he slammed it to him. And Bochy said something to him. He had to come and get it and give it to him. I go, well, there's some little league stuff right here. Like, he actually made him grab the ball and, like, give it back to him. Like, I don't know where you think you're going. You want a timeout? Huh? No timeout? Well, then get back here and give me that ball again. Do it the right way. Be a professional. That was pretty funny. But I don't remember seeing the old, like, just open the glove, take it out of my glove trick like that. But there was nothing said after that. That was it. You could tell he was not happy. But that's something that's going to need to be resolved. Other than that, the offense is what it is, right? It'd be nice to get somebody else going, one of the younger guys going a little bit. Wisely kind of is what he is. Be nice to get Matos going back the way he was going when he came up early on. But other than that, it's good to see Yas get going. Would he have 2 doubles and a triple yesterday? If he can get going, that would be huge.
He's pissed the All-Star break came. He's so mad.
I know.
I'm finally swinging a hot stick.
Yeah. Estrada had a big one yesterday, big hit. It'd be nice to see. I've set him in floors. Those would be the guys. It'd be nice. Did Soler take the golden? Did he have the golden sombrero yesterday?
I think so. Yeah, he had 4.
Oof. That's a rough day, man. That is a rough day. 0 for 4 with 4 punch-outs. Yeah.
I remember one time the Red Sox and White Sox played a game like the day before. This is the funniest thing, too. It's the day before the All-Star game. It was like the Sunday, right before the break, and they played like a 16-inning game, which is just brutal. You know what I mean? Everybody's trying to get out of there. Just brutal. They played like 16 innings, and Jason Varitek of the Red Sox was 0 for 8 with like 7 Ks or 6 Ks. And I was like, damn, he's going to sit on that for a week, dude. Ouch. That's terrible, dude. That's
hurts.
a rough deal. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. I want to get to some calls at 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. Is it time to think about legitimately trading Camilo Doval? And are there bigger problems than just his ability on the mound? Is there an attitude issue? We'll talk about that next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 1045 and 68, the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. We caught up earlier with Eno Sars of The Athletic, as well as our guy Bill Martin, the Bay Area's weatherman on KTVU. Bill was great. Check out all the interviews available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. We are streaming twitch.tv/TheSportsLeader, as well as the YouTube page at KNBR. And you can check out the KNBR app and KNBR.com to stream the show on video as well. Talking about Camilo Doval, 808 KNBR. Is it time to consider moving on from Camilo Doval? If you're looking for assets that you have to move and something that might not destroy your bullpen. Is Camilo Doval a luxury to have right now, or is he damaging to the team? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We played the soundbite from Kruk earlier where he was like, he needs a proverbial slap in the head by going down to the minors and figuring some stuff out and calming down and maybe reining it in a bit. He had a little bit more to say. Kruk was, in his own words, he was pissed about what happened yesterday and does not like what he's seeing from Doval. Here's a little bit more from Kruk on Camilo.
He's better than what he's shown. He's better than this. And you know what? We've seen, he had a little bit of a lazy slider there for a while, and he picked it up. These last couple outings, he got that slider. But what I don't like about it is the arrogance when they've asked him to come in there and get, pitch an inning when the whole bullpen has been gassed, and he didn't want to go and pitch that game. Was it like a 9-1 game? Gives up 3 runs or whatever it was. There's little things like that you cannot have. And he needs to rise above that, and he needs to mature in his position because they need him to make a run. He is a key, and he needs to grow up a little bit.
He does a little bit have that air, but I'm okay. Like, if there's anybody who's going to have that air on a roster, usually it's a closer. It's a guy who's kind of got that. I guess the question can be asked, and it's a fair one, is that has he done enough to carry himself in that way? And I would say no.
I would, that's one of those ones that Kruk probably has a pretty good read on that, being around the team. I feel like I'd have to be in the clubhouse a little bit and just kind of understand the dynamics of the team. Maybe even talk to some of you'd probably have to talk to them off record to see, what their thoughts are on him. But I don't know, because you never get a good feel for him, right? He like no pulse. He just kind of goes out there, doesn't blow up. That's why the whole glove thing was notable to me, because I was like, that seemed out of character for him. To throw that's basically throwing a little fit is what it's doing. At least in my eyes, it's throwing a little fit. Like, I don't agree with what you're doing. I think it's BS. Here, you want it? Come get it. Like, that's what it seemed like. And I could be totally wrong on that. It could be a bad read. It's happened before. So I don't know. I do not know how they feel about him down there. Now, I would say this. I'm not opposed to getting rid of a closer. If you can get a good return for him. But, I mean, again, he's selling low on him. He hasn't been great this year. He's been okay.
I think there's upside on him because people know what he's capable of. He led the league in saves, was an all-star last year, and he's controllable. It's something that I think people would believe.
Yeah, that's always a big one.
He's still 17 of 21 on save opportunities. His stuff is just, and it's not like he's lost velocity. His location's not there. Everybody sees a weapon like that and says, we can fix that. I think, but this is the thing is are you trading into a team that's in contention? Like, this is where stuff gets weird now with where you're moving guys to and who's available this time of year. The other question then is, who do you put into that closer role? Let's go out to the phone lines, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Chris in San Jose, what do you think about Camilo Doval? Should they consider moving him after the All-Star break?
Thanks for taking the call, guys. I would definitely consider moving him. It just seems like every year he's been with the club, there's been something mental that he's had to overcome. There was one where there was the pitch clock, and then there was holding runners on. He's not great at fielding his position, so I think the big thing is what do his teammates feel about some of the mental snafus that he's had on the mound. He does have a bit of a laissez-faire attitude, and we've seen some bad body language from him at times. But overall, I think you query your teammates, query his teammates just to find out what kind of guy he is and what kind of teammate he is. But I definitely think you should consider moving him if the return is good. I also think that sometimes guys get comfortable and guys get complacent. So maybe he does need a little bit of some competition. And I'll take it off the air.
Appreciate the call, Chris. The comfortability and complacency is I think that happens all the time. I wonder if we were just a little too early on giving him his own light show for entering the game. I don't know if we should have done that.
Do they still do that?
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah, they should probably stop that.
That's why we stopped doing that for guys whose ERAs are 4.3 with a 1.6 whip. 916 checks in on the Golden State Lumber Building Material text line, says, the day you showed up with that neck tat, I was ready to trade him. Now he's acting like a diva. Let's move on.
Neck tat, yes, always valid.
831 says, the people who know are the ones in the clubhouse. How is he in the clubhouse? That's what's so important. 916 says Doval needs to go pout somewhere else. And then 408, this is an interesting one. People have been saying this all afternoon. We already know Jordan Hicks can close at an elite level. He has closed in his career, but it's been a number of years. And I don't think he was ever the primary guy. Yeah. Early in his career, I know he filled in at closer. They had Giovanni Gallegos in St. Louis as well, and they moved him in and out. But I don't think, in looking at Jordan Hicks' numbers, the most games he's ever saved in a season back in 2023, he had 12, which, again, just last season. But he had 12 saves last year, and prior to that, 2019, he had 14. But he is a hard thrower. Maybe that is how you save him. I think they'd probably be more likely to go with a guy like Ryan Walker or even Rogers. I mean, Taylor Rogers had experience closing for a couple of years in Minnesota, maybe a little bit in San Diego, too. Let's go to Scarecrow. Scarecrow's in Fresno. Where are you on Doval right now, Scarecrow?
To be real honest with you, I think Casale and Bailey would be the ones that would be able to tell you what's going on with him better than just about anybody else. And the other question is, who do you replace him with? If you're going to do that and you're going to disrupt the back end of that bullpen, you better come up with somebody that's going to replace him and is going to be better than him.
Who would you go with? Who do you like the most?
I don't know. I really don't know if there's anybody there that I would want to move out of their role in the bullpen just to replace him.
I appreciate the call, Scarecrow. I don't think there's any solidified role that's so. I mean, if you're the eighth inning guy, yes, we know it's different. But is the seventh to the eighth that different? I mean, those guys are pitching in different positions or different situations all the time. I mean, you'll bring in Ryan Walker or the Rogers anytime, like 6 to 8. If you need him in the ninth, that's fine. But I like Walker's stuff. He's the late inning guy and has been a late inning guy. He's the one who I would trust the most, or who I'd give the first nod to.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And yeah, I mean, like, they got arms in the bullpen. If you switched him, then I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't. I know he hasn't been as good this year, but I don't know. Maybe I have to do a little investigative journalism. I use that word lightly, very lightly, as to what the guys think of him. Like, they're not going to say it on the air. They're going to come on the air and go, "Oh yeah, he's been brutal. We're just tired of his act." Like, no one's going to say that. No. But there may be a hint of that in the dugout or in the clubhouse. I don't know. Because you don't get a great read with him. So I don't know. But that's, hey, it takes something. It takes something for a manager to come out and yank a closer off the mound. That doesn't happen. Usually, hey, you're my guy. We're going to either live with you, die with you, close it out, or we're going to lose with you on the mound. That did not happen. He came out and got him. Like, okay, tie game, 1 out, see ya. And Walker got right out of it. So, I mean, you could say Melvin was the MVP of the game for making that decision if you want to. Walker, Yas, pick one. But that doesn't happen a lot. Usually if a guy is like your guy, he's your closer, it's like, hey, you got it. Either we're going to win or we're losing with you on the hill. That's it. So that says something.
You got to fire your bullet and you get on with your guy, right?
Yeah, that says something where Melvin says, nah.
You're not that that means you're not all that confident in your guy. I mean, if it's Mo Rivera out there, you're like, who am I going to put in? This is my guy. Hoffman's out there. This is my guy. I mean, when closers are nails, then they're nails. And that's how Doval was last year. This year, it's been far from that. Speaking more on the attitude and stuff like that, here's Susan Slusser. I mean, you talk about guys in the clubhouse. Guys in the clubhouse may speak to media at times, or people who cover the team like Susan Slusser does have a better idea of the personalities of the players and the interactions behind the scenes. Here she is with the afternoon guys today. It was John Lund and Carlos Ramirez sitting in for Greg Papa today, talking about Camilo Doval and that diva attitude.
I've got to think if the Giants were to make any trade before the deadline, if they need to throw in a pretty premier big league reliever, they might have to consider Doval. Like right now, the performance is a little erratic, but it's more the things like I need the lights on to come in and be effective. Well, you didn't have lights on for, the first however many years of your career, and you don't need to pitch in a save situation. You are one of many guys in the bullpen, and you when you're in there, you do your job, whatever the circumstances. So I hope he figures it out. I love Camilo. I've loved watching him. He's a terrific guy. He just seems like a little bit, I don't want to say diva. I don't think he's quite diva level, but he certainly seems as if his requirements to pitch are getting a little on the extreme side.
It's a nice way of saying diva, yeah, right?
I need lights.
It's not a safe situation. I can't come into this. Like, I don't understand. That's what worries me. That's a mental
weird.
block to me for a closer. That's a block. What happened to just give me the ball? I want to get the outs.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I get exactly where Krukow's coming from because I remember that game. I think that was the Angels game, wasn't it? Where he came in and pitched and just got torched.
Yeah.
And it was like a 12-run game at the time, and the bullpen was just dragging ass, for lack of a better term. It's like, bro, you going to be there for your guys or not? So that kind of stuff, gets Kruk fired up, and me too. It's like, look, I know you're usually used in safe situations. We get it, but we need you here. I mean, we're torched. We just need some help. And if you're going to come out, if you're going to be, God, I hate to use the word punk about it, but that's kind of what you are.
It's got to be a punk, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're being a punk. I'm not saying you are a punk. I'm saying in that situation, you're being one going, really? I got to go in? Not a safe situation? It's like, bro, you see the arms are dragging. We really need your help. We need some innings. We need to get out of this and get the hell out of here. This isn't about, like, saves or not saves, just helping us out. Just be a team guy. Like, that's what team guys do. You need it? I got you. This isn't what I'm usually used to, but I got you. Don't worry about it.
We're going with those clubs, punk.
Yeah.
Let's go back out to the phone line.
But that's not that when you're going, oh, really? I got to go in there?
Hey,
like,
we're going with those clubs,
you got to go in there. We need your help. Be a team player.
Like one of our best guys. We need you to throw.
Exactly. Be a team player. No, I don't want to be a team player.
Let's go out to Jay in Rancho Cucamonga. Jay's got thoughts on Camilo Doval. Where are you with Doval, Jay?
Hey, guys, and just always love your show. Just a reminder, Rancho Cucamonga is right here between Ontario and Claremont.
Nice. Well done, dude. Well done.
I understand. You know what? I think Susan Slesser and then Bob Melvin, and I didn't actually catch that because I was listening to on the app yesterday, but I think that says it all. The sad thing is that he was such a humble guy until, I guess, either his all-star team he made or, I guess they said it was reported that he turned down a contract offer because I would love to keep the guy. That guy, I'm sorry, I am not sold on Rogers. I know you like him, Coach, but you would be okay with him. That guy is kind of like fool's gold to me.
I prefer Ryan Walker. I said I guess you could go either way. I think that I think the Tyler Rogers stuff is just overblown. I know nobody feels good about him, but his numbers are insane. Like his numbers have been really, really good, and I think it's just a feel about Rogers. But I'm with you. I would prefer to see Walker in the ninth inning if they were going to go another direction.
Yeah, but those are my thoughts, and so okay. So then I would feel better with Walker, or even the other guys that are trying to bring up Rodriguez like that. But I don't want to give the guy up because he's got such good stuff.
Yeah, he does. He's filthy, man. Appreciate the call, Jay. Let's go out to Mike. Is in Antioch. Mike wants to talk Doval replacement. You're on the Sports Leader.
I hope it's not going to be Tyler Rogers. But anyway, I'd just like to mention that Tom Tolbert. I don't know if you remember, like 10 years ago, we had the same thing going on with Santiago Casilla, and you say, please, anybody, just put anybody in there. I don't know if you remember that one 10 years ago. And
10 years ago, yeah. I have it written down.
Yeah. Anyway, I think, I'm okay to move Doval, for a big hitter, but I hope it's not going to be Tyler Rogers that's going to replace him.
Appreciate the call, Mike.
All right, man, appreciate it.
So far, everybody's answer is move him, but don't let Rogers touch the mound.
Exactly. Like I get it. I get it. Like I don't really want him in the ninth inning either. I'll be honest. It's just, and that has nothing to do with the numbers because the numbers say you're wrong. Although somebody did pop up on the chat way early and said he's converted 19 of 39 saves or something like that. Take that with a grain of salt because I'm not sure if that's true. Just somebody put up there. It read like it was legitimate. I'm not sure if it was or not. You'll have to go check.
Who are they talking about?
So, Rogers.
Well, yeah, remember I told you he blew like 7 last year, but that happens in like the 8th inning too. You can blow a save not in the 9th.
True. No, true. I like him in the 8th. He's good in the 8th. I like him in the 8th. No. Walker's fine. I think Rodriguez could get there eventually. But Walker'd be fine in the ninth. But look, I think what people have to understand too is it's not like they'd be giving him away. You're going to get a pretty good piece for him. Like, he's an all-star, the closer. He has legit stuff. So we're talking about getting a pretty good piece back for him. Not like, hey, yeah, we're done with this guy. Let's just move him along. No, they're going to get some. If they could, yes, I would not be opposed to that. Just because I'm not opposed to closers anyway, unless they're like, top 5 guys and have been top 5 guys forever. Like, if you have Hoffman, Rivera, guys like that, you're like, nah, I ain't getting rid of that dude. There's no other dudes like those guys. So we're gonna keep our guy. We're good. The rest of them, yeah, we'll see. Whatever. But again, I'm gonna have to do some digging. I'm gonna have to find out what the deal is, because I know Kruk was fired up about that one thing. I didn't know about the lights. That he has to have the lights. Like, he wants the lights on before he comes in.
I can't pitch day games now.
It's like, bro, just get your ass in there.
That's his problem yesterday. He's like, you're going to turn the lights on? Like, Camilo, it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
The lights.
I need the lights.
You beat it with your lights.
I need the lights to throw.
They shouldn't have started this to begin with. I know they started it with the who was it? Edwin Diaz in New York with Tommy.
Timmy Trumpet.
Timmy Trumpet. I don't know. Tommy Trumpet, Timmy Trumpet, whoever the hell that is. That's kind of where they started it. It was a little much, but I got it. Like, I thought it was kind of cool. I was like, oh, okay. Bringing some entertainment to baseball. Maybe not. Maybe that's a little too much. Maybe they should throttle down on that one. I don't know. But if you need it, maybe your priority's in the wrong place.
Let's go to Alex in Sonoma. Alex in Sonoma on Camilo Doval. Where are you with Doval, and you want to hang on to him, Alex?
And I'll tell you why. I'm Mr. T. Copes. I listen to you every day, driving from Sonoma to Walnut Creek for work.
Nice,
Love
thanks, bro.
you guys.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, you guys got the chemistry going. Anyway, the closers, if you go back to Wilson, the beard, and then the baby beard, all these closers, to put it kindly, they need a little sports medicine help between the ears. It's the way it goes. It's a special position. Not everybody. First of all, you have to have the stuff, and you got to keep winning, because if you start, your stuff isn't working, then it turns into a mental hurricane. I think we should invest in, a little sports medicine psycho, with putting it kindly, for Doval, and work with him and keep him, because he does have the stuff. But mentally, he's just not, Jesus Christ, he's not even in left field right now. He comes out of left field, but he stays in left field, so to speak. But I say we work with him. He has the stuff. We pin him down, and I think he can be a closer. Just get his head right. I'll take my answer off the air.
Appreciate the call, Alex. Yeah, I think the more likely scenario, unless there's somebody really, really asking for Doval, is maybe they try to tune him up down in the minors. Also, he did have a worse second half last year than he did first, ended up still leading the league in saves. Tolbert and Copes with you Monday afternoon. We'll take a quick break, and then we got a sound soiree from the weekend in sports. That's next on the Sports Leader. Mike Krukow suggested that closer Camilo Doval might not be the guy in a conversation with Murph and Marcus this morning. Check out that full podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes back with you Monday afternoon. Still got some guys hanging on the line here. Let's get to on the Camilo Doval front. So let's get to Matt in Castro Valley before the sound story. Matt is in Castro Valley. Says we don't have to worry about replacements for Doval. You're on the sports leader, Matt. What's going on, man?
Oh, hey, thanks for taking the call. Great show, you guys.
Thank you.
The topic is kind of a sketchy one because Doval really does have the stuff, and he is a premier closer. But the mental issues, I think it's a maturation issue. I don't think he's matured yet. Really, I don't think he's doing. Yeah, I mean, I agree with Schlesinger, but I don't think he's intentionally trying to be a diva. I think it's just immaturity, and I also think that we've got plenty of arms in the bullpen that can go in and get the job done in the ninth inning. And no, it's not going to have to be Tyler Rogers. So I don't think it's anything. I think if we can get a really good return on him, we should do it.
Appreciate the call, Matt. Let's go to Jake in Livermore. Jake in Livermore on Hicks being the closer. You're on KNBR.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's up, dude? How are you?
I'm good, man. So I'm listening more in the morning to Murph and Marcus, and I started listening to you guys a little bit more. You guys are phenomenal, unlike my feelings towards Camilo Doval. Yeah, I just, we got a really, working-class team. I mean, we got guys grinding at bats. We got, Chapman and Estrada, and these guys are working. Bailey, and then you got lackadaisical Camilo Doval come strolling in, walking around the mound. I'm just not, I just don't think he really fits in the team with how we're workhorsing. And I think the replacement would be to go with Jordan Hicks. I mean, we got Cobb and Ray coming back. He's already hit his innings max that he's ever hit. If we could move Hicks to the closer role, let him, slow down a little bit, tone it down for the rest of the year, and then have Ray and Cobb back. I mean, obviously it kind of depends on how they play, but if we could do that, I think we would be in a much better position. Even though Doval does have electric stuff, but I just don't like his attitude.
Let me ask you this, Jake. Are you confident though? I know Hicks is like a viable replacement. It's tough for a guy who hasn't closed all year, who's been in the starter mentality all year. I think to step right back into that role. He also wasn't throwing as hard. I know we're at the innings limit. Maybe the break helps him out a little bit. But how level of confidence in Jordan Hicks taking the ball, let's say day one out of the All-Star break to be the closer? How confident are you 1 to 10? 10 being the highest.
I'm confident because I know he's loose. I mean, he's got the innings. He's been pitching. It's not that, I guess it just all depends if he would be ready to get back in a high stressful, 3-out closer role. But I'm pretty confident. I think the rest would do him good, just so he's not pitching 5 innings every day. I think he would be lights out. I think it would revamp, get his velocity back up a little bit too, and I think it would work out personally.
Appreciate the call, Jake. Thanks so much, man. Really do. So I'm looking back I remember I was like, didn't John Smoltz have that happen where he stepped into a starter role, or he stepped into the closer role partway through the year? And this did happen in 2001 when John Smoltz became the closer for the Braves. He had that insane run too. He had 154 career saves, one of 2 guys with 150 career wins and 150 career saves. He and Eck are the only 2. In 2001, he only started 5 games, and he picked up 10 saves in that season as well. He finished 20 games. So started 5, finished 20. But I can't find another year where, I'm trying to think of other guys who would have just jumped to the closer role. Like when Kurt Schilling became the closer for Boston. I feel like it was because things just weren't going well. Maybe as a starter, could have come back from an injury. Just got to find the number of games. Yeah, I don't know if there's that many guys. Kurt Schilling had a season in 2005 with Boston where he started 11 and closed 21, picked up 9 saves. So it just doesn't seem like something that happens successfully a whole bunch of times. We're going to jump from the starter role, especially if you're doing it. He's too tired. Let's have him close the game. I mean, that's a stressful, hard inning to get out of as well.
Yeah. Look, I understand we're discussing this, and I understand why, but I can't imagine that's their preference is to move Doval. I think, and I don't think as a Giant fan, you should want to move either. I mean, this is an all-star closer, and he's having a bad first half, bad 60% of the season so far. I'm not going to hold his personality against him, because I think sometimes you look and go, oh, that's part deep. That's always who he's been. He's just not a guy that has a big pulse. He just doesn't. So you can't say that's awesome when everything's going well, because, well, he doesn't have a pulse in the ninth inning. That plays to his advantage. And then when they lose or he's not pitching as well, saying he doesn't care enough, I don't think that's fair. My concern isn't with the I hate using the word diva because I'm not even sure if it applies here. Although the two examples we gave, I think, are, they're kind of goofball. I'll use the Steve Young term, goofball. By the way, we need to get Steve on golf. He hasn't figured that out either.
That's what I was thinking. He played this weekend, right?
He did not crack the code to golf, as he said he did.
By the way, Bill Martin dropped that on us too. He said, I thought I was going to crack the code on pot. Is what he said.
We've had two people that think they're going to crack the code on something. Hasn't worked.
He's like, I didn't get it. I didn't crack it.
But it's just as much about the inability to throw strikes this year. Like, I don't know what's happening. Like, that's concerning when your whip goes up that much from 124 to 164. It's like, what happened here? What are we doing? But I mean, those guys with that type of stuff, they don't come around that often. So I doubt they're going to be looking to move him. But as Susan Slusser said, look, if you are in on a somebody that can really help the everyday lineup, and they want him to kick in, I think that's when you're looking at, okay, that we can do. Okay, we can help out with that. So that'd be the kind of deal I'm looking at. So if he were to get traded, I would think there's going to be a pretty decent, significant piece coming back, because you don't just give up on guys like that. I mean, you try to work with them. The caller brought up immaturity. He's still young. So, but you still should. The lights thing's dumb. But the one where you're not helping your team out because you're pitching a non-save, that ain't cool. Like, I don't care what age you are. You're a baseball player. You should know that, like, you gotta be there for the team sometimes. So I don't know where it goes. I don't know where it goes. Like, I hope they keep him. I do, even though he's a white knuckler every time he comes in the game. But you still think it's in there because he's shown it to you. He showed it to you last year. He hasn't shown it to you this year, even though he's blown 4 saves. Still not a terrible percentage, right? It's over 80%. Not great. I guess you probably should be closer to 90, maybe in the 85-90 range as a closer. But again, a lot would have to depend on what I don't know about, like how he is in the locker room, clubhouse, how guys feel about him. That would probably go a long way towards me going one way or the other. Like, 'cause if you hear too many times, dude's a turd. Like, it just don't. No.
Well, yeah, people don't say it for that long.
Then you're like, oh, okay, well then maybe they got a problem. Maybe there is an issue there. But if you have guys say, look, he's going through a tough time, hasn't been himself, but he's a great kid, great kid, love him, he works really hard, he does it. Then see, that can paint a completely different picture from what you are, what you think, because you're watching it with your eyes and you're seeing him struggle, and then you hear Kruk get mad, and then you hear the stories about the lights and stuff like that. That's going to paint one picture. But if you get guys in the clubhouse that tell you the opposite thing, like, look, he's just been scuffling, hasn't really been himself, but he's a great guy, he really cares, he'll get out of this. That might make you think, oh, okay, that's different. If you hear that, like, yeah, he's not that guy. Not there for his teammates, not this, then that would make you think, okay, well, hell with it. These guys aren't behind him either. So that's why when I talk about stuff like this, I don't have a complete picture to come up with a fully formulated thought on it, because I don't know exactly that would to me that colors the picture quite a bit, knowing how his teammates feel about him. Because I've had guys like that on my team too, where the media portrays him one way and you're just like, no, this guy's a great dude. Love this guy. Love this. I go to battle with him every day of the week. Just going through. And you never know. You never know what somebody's going through in their private life either. That's something else I try to never forget. You just never know.
They're people, yeah.
Is he going through something with his significant other? Do his brothers, sisters, mother, dad, are they having problems? Any medical problems? Any problems with kids? There's all kinds of stuff that could be happening that you just don't know about. that could make somebody, maybe act a little bit differently than they normally act, or just not be able to fully concentrate when they're out there on the mound. So just a lot of stuff you don't know. But I do think they're in good hands with the bullpen. Like, you'd love to keep him, but it's not like you get rid of him and you're like, oh my gosh, we have nothing. They have enough. They have enough to close out games, no doubt.
Just real quick, just to make it a quick left turn here. I got the All-Star game on in the studio in here. Excuse me, the Home Run Derby. We're doing the anthem before the Derby now?
Are we?
I mean, how long before now we're sitting down for dinner and we're doing it? You know what I mean? Like, what are we? The hell, like, it's a bad gig to get booked at, too. Yeah, I did the 2016 anthem before the Derby.
Home Run Derby.
You don't remember that one? You don't remember that one? Come on. I don't know. I'm not for it. I'm against it. I'm against the anthem at sporting events. Certainly against it.
Too. I'm
certainly against it before the Derby,
events.
dude. What the hell are we doing with it before the Derby?
Well, it is Texas.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting the Whitney Houston moment at Globe Life here before this Derby.
Texas, they might do it before dinner, actually. Yo, man, you lighting up that barbecue?
Yeah.
Oh, say, can you see?
He's getting a hell of an ovation. Tolbert and Copes on a Monday evening.
Who
Let's
is
get
that? Is that Kid Rock?
Dude, you see your boy got loose yesterday? Kid Rock,
No,
he got
I
loose.
didn't.
Dude, after the attempt on Saturday, he got loose. You mess
Really?
with him, you mess with me, he said. Don't tell Bill Martin. Don't tell your guy Bill Martin. Tolbert and Copes with you. We got a sound soiree coming up next. Blake Snell, he's in here. He's feeling pretty good. Ryan Vogelsong and Buster Posey were at the Core 4 ceremony, checking in on those guys. We got you on that. And Draymond makes a guarantee. By the way, former big league center fielder Jim Edmonds rips into a young player who hit a home run and then celebrated this weekend. And then a fan who he didn't like the size of his waistline. That's all coming your way in the sound soiree next on the Sports Leader. Murph and Marcus welcome the newest Giant draft pick, James Tibbs II, after being selected 13th overall in last night's draft. Check out the podcast and more. Available, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland hanging out with my good friend Steve Moskowitz here in a new week. New week, same problem, Steve. People have unfiled tax returns. If they do, what should they do to handle it?
Call us Food Solutions. And the number one reason people don't file returns is people don't have the money to pay it. So they make a mistake. They don't file the return. No problem. We want to make a deal for you. Second reason is people don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. Or people say, Steve, I have my records, but they're all in a big garbage bag, and I just can't do that bookkeeping. No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to do everything for you. The bottom line is we want to do everything for you, including talking to the IRS. We don't want you to have to do anything with them. And we want to take that tax problem off of your back, and then you can go move forward, enjoy your life, not even have to think about it anymore.
Don't think about it. Give Steve Moskowitz a call, 1-888-TAX-DEALER. Find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Want to save on some of the biggest names in streaming? On the network made for streaming? X marks the spot. Now through September 21st, get 150 megabit Xfinity internet for 12 months with a 1-year contract for just $15 a month. Add the new Stream Saver that includes Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix. Ooh, those are big boys. That's Xfinity Internet and Stream Saver. That's it, just $35 a month right there. All your favorites all in one place, only from Xfinity. So you can binge your shows, stream some movies, save some money, all at the same time. For more watching and less spending, X marks the spot. Switch to Xfinity, the network made for streaming, and bring on the good stuff. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Restrictions apply. Internet offer requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Currently 54 bones a month. That's dollars in case you're confused. Actual speeds vary. Stream Saver requires Xfinity Internet or TV, and price subject to change. You love sports, you love high def, you love all the streaming heavyweights all in one place. You will love Xfinity.
For the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
So that I was saying before we went to break, I looked up at the Home Run Derby broadcast, and they had a national anthem going on. I was like, the hell are we doing before the Derby? And then people started checking in. Walter checked in on this, the producer for Pop in London. You hear him on Giants pregame on weekends. And so did many of the texters. Said, don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Or, no, you guys got to hear that anthem. It's one of the worst ones ever. Yikes.
Who was it?
And the rocket's red glare.
Do we know who it was?
Oh, no. Do we, Greg, can we get, I appreciate Greg filling in for Derek, but just staring at me is, I guess that's par for Derek. That's about what he would have done. Just looking back at me. Nice having Derek off for a week. Do whatever the hell we want. Derek. Yeah, exactly. Don't goes with you Monday afternoon. I didn't even know the music played this long, did you?
I had no idea. Enrico Palazzo. Frank?
All right.
A bunch of bombs in the air. That's the greatest rendition ever. I want to know who that was.
It was Ingrid Andress. She's an American singer-songwriter. Well,
okay.
Well,
Yeah,
she's one. She didn't do either in that. She didn't write that note, and she performed it well.
Yeah, that was rough.
Well, if you didn't know her name before, you will now. Her Instagram bio says 4-time Grammy-losing singer-songwriter. Wonder why. Don't bring hopes. Let's get into the sound soiree. Something more positive. Blake Snell, 6 perfect innings yesterday. He's now gone 12 innings, no runs allowed, just 2 hits. How's he feeling coming back after the injury, the 2-time injury this year on the injured list?
Yeah, I just think the more you pitch, the more you understand yourself. And you get better and better. Two good outings with good results. But I like how much I've been feeling better, syncing up and repeating the delivery. And then even when I'm not mentally, the way I'm talking, thinking, it's getting better as well throughout. So.
All right.
Tim says a little Bosa in Snellzilla.
I don't see. Oh, I'm glad you reminded me of that. I don't hear Bosa at all.
Me neither.
But
can't agree more.
You know those little binders each of the pitchers has. They go in like between innings and look at.
Oh yeah, his Snellzilla binder. You saw that?
It said Snellzilla on
Yeah, it had like a big
No,
like writing across the front of the binder. Snellzilla.
Snellzilla. I'm sorry.
You coming around?
No.
Sounds like you're coming around.
No, I'm not at all. At all. There's zero coming around. There's not. I'm not even on the track. I haven't even pulled in the parking lot to get to the track, to go around the track, to come around, to even like not enjoying the nickname, just like kind of saying, it's okay. It's not. It's just no. And again, I'm not there at all. I won't be there. I'm not going to get there. I will wreck my car before I get there. Not happening.
I don't know. He's an awful lot to say you weren't really coming around.
No.
Here's Ryan Vogelsong on the sounds.
No.
Ryan Vogelsong and Buster Posey. The Core 4 ceremony. Here's talking about the MLB journeys and durability of all 4 guys.
I think part of the story is how they all got here and how their different paths got to one place. Sergio Romo was a 28th round draft pick. Javi Lopez got designated for assignment twice. That's not a mean thing. That's a credit to him, the perseverance that he showed to make it and become as good as he was. Santiago Garcia signed a free agent out of Dominican, correct? Percentage is probably not real good for him. Jeremy Affeldt, high school draft. You never know, right? Flip a coin.
When I was really thinking about these guys and the importance that they were to the San Francisco Giants, to me, the word that kept coming to mind was durability. I looked up their games and innings. Affeldt was 774 games, 926 innings. Casilla, 655 games, 645 innings. Lopez, 839 games, 533 innings. Romo, 821 games, 722 innings.
The thing they don't mention there in talking Santiago Casilla, and I think people forget this, not only did he come from the Dominican, he had a different name. He came up to the bigs as Jairo Garcia.
Did he really?
Yeah, with the A's. He's like a
Wow, I didn't
flamethrower
know
with the
that.
A's when he was young. Yeah, and then he disappeared for a while and he came back and his name had he had got it under different records, I think, into the United States. But pretty incredible, didn't? Yeah, it's a little bit different, Tim. He said Mike Stan became Giancarlo. It's a little bit different. It's not the same as like
This guy, like his whole name got changed. Like he snuck back into the country.
Well, the most notable one to me, at least in my lifetime, was number Fausto Carmona.
I do.
For Cleveland. They've at one point, after he'd been in the bigs for like 6 or 7 years, they found out that he had false records or used different records, and his name was actually Roberto Hernandez, and he left, and he came back, and he was legit like a completely different person. Like, he never pitched nearly as good as he did. Fausto Carmona was like kind of sick. Roberto Hernandez, not nearly as good.
Not nearly
as sick. More sound from the Sound Squad. Here's Draymond Green. He's making guarantees for the U.S. Olympic team. Here he is.
I have not talked to him since he's been out there, but I am really excited for him. The Olympics are fun. He's never gotten an opportunity to do it. I think it'll be a great experience, obviously, with it in Paris, and they'll bring back the gold medal, so I'm excited to see it.
Oh, you're booking a guaranteed gold.
Absolutely. This is our sport. That's what we do. Of course we win in the gold.
Draymond Green, this is also what you do.
World champion of what? The United States?
Who was that at the end?
That's not like Beverly.
Noah Lyles at the end?
Noah Lyles?
All right, yeah. I'm going to guarantee gold, too. I'm going to plant a flag, dude. Yeah.
Should I know Noah Lyles?
I was thinking of Trey Lyles out of Kentucky. Who's Noah Lyles?
That's who I was
Oh, he's a
thinking of,
track
too.
star. That's who he is. Don't tell Marcus Thompson you didn't know that. He'll get upset with us.
Well, that's what we have Marcus for.
That's why he's here. Roberto Hernandez in his career, 3.45 ERA, solid.
Okay.
Solid 3.45 career ERA. Yeah, dude, he had pitched for a long 91 until 2007. If this is the same guy I'm thinking of. I know this is the old Roberto Hernandez.
That's got to be the older.
That's the old Roberto Hernandez.
Yeah.
I'll get you the better yeah, here we go. Who was previously Fausto Carmona. Yeah. He pitched from like 06 to 2011 as Fausto Carmona. Came back in like 12 to 16 and was Roberto Hernandez.
That's just crazy.
Isn't that wild?
I'm going to leave the country, change my name, and come back in.
Yeah, he was like an all-star as Fausto Carmona and never sniffed that as Roberto Hernandez. Let's jump down to Jim Edmonds here. This is a funny piece of sound. I saw this the other day. Who was the player who hit the home run?
I think Morel.
Yeah, Chris Morel. Is that his name?
Yeah.
He hits a home run yesterday against the Cardinals, and Jim Edmonds, former big league center fielder, is not having it on the broadcast. Then he lays into a fan, too. Check this out.
So the Cubs exacting some revenge, and they're going to have back-to-back homers again. Morel hits one deep into the seats. He's got a 2-homer game.
This kid's celebration is a joke. I don't mind saying it at all. I've never seen anything like it. I just don't get it. You're a 229 hitter in the big leagues, and you're running around like you're Barry Bonds.
Now, who caught this ball and left? Remember, same guy.
Bare hand camouflage. You can't see him.
What are the odds of that? He's caught 2 homers in this game. As we said, the Cubs can't see him. He's well disguised.
Oh, he's also taking up plenty of room out there in the outfield. He's got people kind of blocked off.
Come on, Jim.
Doesn't matter, Chris Morel.
Right up until the very end.
Yeah.
Right up until the very end. Well, and the guy's taking up some room out there. He's got people blocked off. Like,
funny.
all good right into the last 6 seconds. Then no. But yeah, he let Morel have it. Man, he just unloaded. Like, no fun on my watch. You didn't know. You got to be better than 229. You want to jog around like you're Barry Bonds.
It's the second homer of the day. He was celebrating. He ran pretty slow. Had a big celebration thing at home plate. Sort of danced around. Jim Edmonds old school. That was pretty funny though.
All the old guys are kind of like that. It's so funny.
Everybody just gets chapped. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to live long enough to see like this group be old and then see what they bitch about. Because everybody bitches about something. Like all the old guys bitch about something. That's what you do. So I don't know what it's going to be.
Like how long before Steph starts bitching?
Yeah, he'll bitch about something. Yeah. Everybody does. Now, you don't have to go to the extreme, right? Because remember, there were a lot of older basketball players that were saying how great the younger guys were. Like Jerry West was one of them, not the only one, but one of them. Because it was like, could Steph play in this era? Could Steph? Remember, a lot of it was Steph.
Yeah.
But a lot of guys. Well, we played this way, and this
can hum for me, dude.
Yeah, this is what happened, and you couldn't do this, and they couldn't do this. And Jerry West was like, these guys are great. They're absolutely incredible. I don't love it either way. When you're like crushing, because I don't like the JJ Redick thing either. The plumbers and all that crap. I think that's garbage too. But anyway, at some point, most people that get to a certain age are going to find something. They don't have to bitch about it. It's just the fact. Like I like sports a certain way. I still love sports. I still watch them, but there are certain things that I think were better back when I was growing up. I think a lot of people feel that way. When you're growing up, you just feel like, well, that's what I grew up with. That's the way it should be. And if it's not that way, then you're not, some people are okay with change. Like, whatever, I'm totally cool with it. But it's just the way it is. Everybody gets their time on the porch, trust me. Okay? Porch is always going to be there. People keep moving up and down the porch. Porch is going to be there waiting for you. Don't worry about it. Someone will always occupy the porch. Porch isn't empty for long. Trust me on that one.
Okay, Tolbert and Copes. Porch ain't going anywhere, and neither is the soup du jour that's next on the Sports Leader.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 104.5 at 680.
Excuse me, Flo?
It's that time of day.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
Tolbert and Copes, soup du jour.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
Soup. This one, I had to actually wait to the end of the story to figure out what the hell was going on with this one, because I thought I was gonna have to get on Google and look something up. There was a lady who was traveling through a Canadian airport security, and something showed up in her bag. They asked her, "Ma'am, do you have a pleasuring device in your bag?" Pleasuring device meaning, well, pleasuring device. No sound, Tim?
I was waiting for one too.
No, we don't have the buffalo sound. I can't set up. See, I can't set up my own sound. He sets up his own.
He's probably
sound
got a bunch
for
like
the
4
stories.
bytes back there. He was ready to fire.
But he doesn't have any sound for
about him.
for
It's all about
me.
Tim. Yeah.
I mean, some of these stories, sounds coming.
Called the soup to Tim.
This actually should have been one that you knew. This would be a good one for sound. So they asked her, "Do you have a pleasuring device in your bag?" She said, "No, I don't." What she had, I had no idea what this was. Thank you. Do you know what a Diablo 3 Soulstone power bank is? Does anybody know?
No. I don't know a Diablo 3 Soulstone power bank.
I had no idea.
What did you call it?
That's what it is. Diablo 3 Soulstone power bank. Okay, that's enough. You can go away. It's now Diablo the video game.
What's that toy? What's that one? What's that device?
It's
like a door stopper.
It looks why it looks like a wax candle of like molten lava or something. Thank you. Okay, now you're going overboard.
Lightsaber, dude. Come on, man.
What's
it called? Diablo 3.
No, it doesn't look like that.
Diablo 3 power bank.
Yes, I'm certain there's some nerds out there that know what that is.
Oh, I see it. It's big and red.
Yes, because I've heard of Diablo 3. I've heard of Diablo before. In fact, I think I've even played the first iteration of the video game.
Stop it.
It's enough. Jeez. I don't know what this. I had no idea what the Soulstone power bank was. Now,
I think Thanos had one of those.
He may have had one. He very well could have had one.
Right? Yeah.
Now, this was just me. Like this, the other people may feel differently. I'd rather be caught with a dildo in my bag than a Diablo 3 Soulstone power bank.
It's just a power. What is it? It's just a.
I don't know what it is. It's a nerd.
It's a power bank.
Nerd. I don't know what it is.
It says in the description. I'm looking at the product description. Not only is the power bank useful, it's sure to attract some attention wherever it's used.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's a light. Simply press a button and illuminate the translucent soulstone and highlight this awesome replica in your office or wherever you go.
Anybody see my bag of weed and dildos?
So you can plug your phone into it. I guess they got a USB port. This thing is weird.
So this is in the game. If it's in the game, it's in the game. So this is like this Diablo 3 powered Soulstone bank, whatever the hell it is actually in Diablo the video game. I'm assuming.
Seems that way, yes. Blizzard, yeah, I'm on Blizzard gear. So yeah.
So either you're bringing your pleasuring object with you on the road, which hey, I'm totally down with, or you're bringing your Diablo 3 Soulstone power bank. I'm gonna go. That's even more embarrassing. That you're traveling with your Diablo 3 Soulstone power bank. I wouldn't want you to see that. I would be like, please don't look in there. Yeah. Oh no. They're going to find my soulstone. Oh, no. Remember, if you get a soulstone, you got to give up something precious. You got to give up the most
What
precious.
did it cost?
Yes.
My dignity.
Man, what did it cost?
My friendships.
The damn soulstone. Oh, my gosh. So there you go. It was a soulstone power bank. And apparently most of the security people, if they see a pleasuring device in there and you tell them that's what it is, they will discreetly just kind of move it along so they don't take it out. They don't lift it out of the bag and go, hey-oh!
Yeah, right.
Look what we have here.
Well, 707 just looks like Satan's erection. You're probably right, yeah.
Oh, now how many people have done this?
From a strong man.
How many people have done this? I'm gonna venture everyone that's listening to the show right now has done this. Drop something, you're driving, you drop something on the ground, and you reach over to get it and take your eyes off the road for a second. For me, it's usually water. If I have a water bottle in the seat, no, I won't drop it. I'll take like a left or right,
slides
and
off.
I'll go all the way to the end and drop down, and then like I'm like, God dang it, I got to reach over and grab this thing. So I got to unbuckle real quick, and I reach over, and just for a split second, I can't see. It's not for long, but it just, give me that water bottle. Get the water bottle. Get back in. This guy dropped his chicken sando. Chicken sando on the ground. You got to pick up your chicken sando, don't you? I mean, come on.
I don't know.
Chicken sando. Got to get it.
It's gone. You dropped the sandwich.
Well, no, it could be in the wrapper. It's just in your car anyway.
It's a floor mat.
Your floor mats?
It's a floor mat. Yeah, I mean.
But if it's in the wrapper, I mean, it doesn't say in the story
he
that
wasn't
it was
like eating
exposed.
it and he fumbled it. He's saying he could have just pulled out of the bag.
Yeah,
and okay.
exactly.
It's in play then. Yeah, it's in play.
And like if it's wrapped a little bit and I drop it,
5 second rule.
Look,
So you're going.
Here's what you do. Let's say you have it like 3/4 wrapped.
I like
and there's
fried chicken.
There's some exposed chicken there. And yes, the floor of your car may be a little dirty. You may not love the floor of your car. So what you do is pick up the sandwich. If an exposed chicken part hit the ground, you got two options. You can go the chameleon option and just go start picking stuff off, or you can take a bite out of it and spit it out. Therefore, you get the bite with the crap in it. You're not swallowing it. You're just biting it. Maybe a little lint, whatever. Spit it out. You've already got your water because you took your seatbelt off to get that. And then you eat the rest of your sandwich. I'm not chucking a sandwich. Get out of here. $4? Ain't happening. I'm eating that sando. You kidding me?
$4? You kidding me? No, I'm eating that. Tell me letting $4 go to waste.
The hell no. This dude ran into a pole and flipped his car. That's a little extreme for a chicken sandwich, I think.
Yeah.
So, his car is like upside down. Hit a pole, flipped it for a chicken sandwich.
Does it say whether or not he got the sandwich or where the sandwich was from?
It does not say. It doesn't say where the sandwich is from.
At least he wasn't hungry while he waited for...
No, he didn't finish the sandwich, Tim. You're going to finish the sandwich. Well, guess what? At least the sandwich wasn't on the floor anymore, because now, unfortunately for
It's
you,
on the ceiling. Yeah.
the roof's the
It's on
floor.
the roof.
Yeah.
Ceiling is the roof.
You don't want that. And then, didn't Lionel Richie have a song? Oh, chicken on the ceiling, something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it was a bad song. I didn't like that song. All right, Tim, what do you got here? Alabama woman 108. Wow, 108. I don't know what's more amazing, 108 or how in the hell you lived to 108 in Alabama. I've been down there. It's not like they're eating real healthy down in Alabama. Trust me. 108 down in Alabama.
Ugh.
Wow. She said she stays young by flirting with men with mustaches.
Who wants a mustache ride?
Granny does, yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
How old is she?
108.
Jesus.
Helen Denmark.
Are you on fun?
Wow. Said she doesn't feel any older than she did when she was 107.
At some point. At some point,
Said she drinks a little wine, eats some dessert, and flirts with men with mustaches. Look, you get to that age, it's like, whatever. They don't let anybody tell you, like, what's bad for you at that age. You're just like, suck it.
I like to be somebody who gets to that age, and you can just say whatever the hell you want. Because once you get to that age,
is crooked.
Everybody asks you what the, what's the trick? How'd you get to be this? You can say whatever the hell you want.
Yeah.
Anything you're into. Diablo Power Sticks.
Diablo 3
Soul
Stone.
Soul Stone Power Sticks is what I go with. I keep 3 around me at night. Keeps me warm, lights the room, and all my phones are charged. I don't know, man. 108?
108.
Your mustache is crooked. I'm going to have to check out before 108.
Well, I mean, it sounds like she's pretty there. I mean, if she says she's eating wine, flirting with men with mustaches, eating dessert, like, it sounds like she's got her faculties about her. Yeah, but I mean, if you get to a point, like I've always said, as soon as you put me in a diaper, just drop me off the bridge.
Yeah, didn't say anything about her bowel movements. You know what I mean?
No,
She's like, I have dessert. Didn't say anything about cleaning it up or anything like that.
With great mustache comes great responsibility.
Oh, man, 108. Okay. All right, let me just read this for you, because Tim said this one, he had said sound. which he usually does. And I haven't read the story yet, but it says, Houston woman sees her husband's registry for her wedding. Oh, I did read this one. This one was from last week. You do have to I don't know how the sound's coming. No sound for this one. Okay, Houston woman sees husband's registry for his wedding. To another woman.
What? What?
Yes. That's some stuff right there. Let me see. I read the story, but I read this last week.
It's wedding season.
That's good.
It said a woman who only wanted to be identified as Tammy, of course, said that she learned husband Marcus. She didn't have any problem giving his full name.
Yeah, no worries there, dude. Yeah,
Marcus Andres Shorten, all of his names, was marrying another woman after seeing posts for a wedding register on Facebook in 2023. Tammy said the post was especially shocking because she and Marcus are still married.
Jesus.
Well, that's some balls right there to do a registry. Like, you're married and you're on a registry with another woman.
I could use a few things. Yeah, I could use some stuff. That's unbelievable.
Wow. It's wedding season.
Yeah. By the way, Tammy's his third wife. So she thinks. They got
wedding season.
That's wild, man. I'd love to see the registry.
It said ABC found a marriage license for Shorten and his fourth bride were unable to find any documents of a divorce from Tammy. So, yeah, apparently they were married. Maybe he just hoped that they had been divorced. Maybe he dreamt they were divorced, but they're not divorced.
Common law divorce, he just thought? Yeah.
Yeah, he just thought, hey,
I think it works out.
Let's do the registry, see what happens. And then she went on. I wonder what she got him.
Someone saying any good stuff?
Candlesticks?
Bring it right back to the Diablo 3, yeah.
Exactly.
Grab that net and catch that beautiful butterfly, pal.
Unreal.
Maybe some tantric oils from a kooky ant. Let me get that.
From a kooky ant, right? Tolbert comes with you Monday afternoon. Kerry Crowley's got you from 6 until 9 o'clock tonight. SportsPhone KNBR. We'll see what he's got going on next on the Sports Leader. Tolbert & Combs is brought to you by sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union is here to help with home loans that offer great rates and local personal service. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love, equal housing lender. The Warriors' pursuit of Lauri Markkanen continues, with the Jazz reportedly interested in Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Podziemski, and Moses Moody, as well as some future draft picks. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. What would you give up for Lauri Markkanen? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be that way. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Loan Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Loan Beacon.
All right, time to find out what Kerry Crowley has going on. He will take us right up until 9 o'clock right here on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Kerry?
Not a whole lot. What's going on with you guys?
Same old, same old. You know, big home run derby.
Yeah.
You know what?
It's a big one this year. Yeah, it's a big one.
You know what I forgot to ask Eno is it a myth that guys suffer hangovers after competing in the home run derby, or is there truth or false? True or false? I don't know.
True or false, Kerry? What's the answer?
I think it's false. I think I read that the players who compete in the home run derby are already hitting fly balls at a rate that's unsustainable during the regular season for them to like be home runs. So the fly balls that they hit the rest of the season don't go as far, but I don't know. I'm not the scientist here. Eno would be the perfect person to answer
interesting.
that. So, Tom, you missed it. You missed your opportunity to get an insightful answer.
Yeah.
We'll ask him next year.
I kicked that one, is what I did.
We'll just write it down for next year.
So it really doesn't make any sense. I mean, so it doesn't make a difference if you